1,000 Years of West African History has been produced in response to the urgent needs of African teachers and students for a handbook which offers an up-to-date account of the major themes of West African history interpreted by a group of scholars currently working in the field. The book is one outcome of a workshop on the teaching of African history held at the University of Ibadan in March 1965. The majority of the papers now published in this book were presented at that workshop to a selected group of teachers from Commonwealth West African countries who are now, in their home areas, offering further in-service courses based on this material. The consistent standpoint of the contributors is that West African history is essentially the story of African activities in that region, interwoven over centuries with those of peoples from elsewhere on the continent and beyond. The Africanness of the subject matter and treatment are obvious throughout the book, and European ethnocentric historical writings about Africa are challenged on many points explicitly or implicitly and often by refutation. The result, expressed in a variety of style, is a freshness of approach which should stimulate teachers and students directly concerned and provoke the interest of the historically minded general reader within the African continent and overseas. Forward. Since the end of the Second World War, we have made significant progress in our universities and institutions of higher learning towards a new appraisal of the African past. This development has been dominated by two main ideas. The first is the rejection of the old view which made history synonymous with the study of written documents only and which took the absence of written documents to mean the absence of events worthy of historical study. From this has resulted the reinstatement of non-written sources, particularly oral traditions of African peoples, as valid material for historical research. The second is the insistence that African history must be the history of African peoples and no merely the activities of their invaders from Europe and Asia. From this too it follows that, even in studies of the European contact with Africa where European archival material remains the major source, there should be a focus on the role played by Africans themselves in the great events that have shaped their continent. These new ideas about African history are to be found in a growing body of monographs and articles in learned journals scattered all over the world. For this reason, while these ideas have gained currency in the universities where these journals are studied, they have not yet penetrated to the schools and training colleges. This is another way of saying that we have made progress in formulating new ideas and new methods of studying African history, but the work of synthesizing this history and incorporating it in our general education has only just begun. I believe that this book makes a significant contribution towards this end. The book is intended primarily as a guide or handbook for teachers who are beginning to teach new school syllabuses which are designed to reflect the new developments in African history. It consists largely of papers delivered at a workshop held in the University of Ibadan for selected groups of teachers from all 4 Commonwealth countries in West Africa. But in spite of this limited objective, in spite of the inevitable gaps and other characteristics of a book written by many hands, I am sure that a wide range of readers will find it a very useful book on West African history. I found it most interesting as an attempt to synthesize 1,000 years of West African history in a single volume and to bring this within reach of the school teachers. I hope that the publication of the book will go a long way to encourage the proper teaching of West African history in schools. All of us who work in African universities today are conscious of the many obligations to the society outside our walls. We are particularly sensitive to the needs of our schools from which we derive our students. It is therefore my pleasure that the University of Ibadan has been associated in this way with yet another venture to forge links between the schools and the universities and to ensure that the knowledge accumulated in the universities reaches the wider audience outside. K. Onwuka Ibadan, July 1965. Introduction. In the last 10 years or so, the study of African history has made much progress, especially in focusing attention on the history of African peoples as distinct from the activities of their invaders. Nevertheless, most of this development has so far been limited to the universities and is to be found only in journals, monographs, and other learned publications. In the syllabuses and textbooks of schools, European history and the activities of Europeans have remained the dominant themes for too long. To improve this situation, The West African Examinations Council has recently approved new syllabuses devised by its professional committees and, as a result, for the first time, the systematic study of West African history since AD 1000, or African history in the 19th and 20th centuries, is now available for the school certificate examination. To launch these new syllabuses properly in the schools, the West African Examinations Council requested the Institute of Education and the Department of History of the University of Ibadan to arrange a workshop on the teaching of African history in schools. The Carnegie Corporation of New York gave a generous grant to finance the workshop. Ministries of education in all 4 Commonwealth countries in West Africa cooperated from the beginning in the selection of experienced history teachers, headmasters, and inspectors of schools who were to attend the workshop at Ibadan and then organize regional follow-up workshops. Scholars were invited to present papers at the Ibadan workshop in March 1965 primarily from the host university, with the addition of a number from other universities in Africa and Britain who could make themselves available to participate in person at the workshop. In the course of their meetings, the steering committee of the workshop decided not only that the papers should be published, but that everything should be done to publish as soon as possible. These circumstances go a long way towards explaining the character and style of this handbook, and its companion volume, African History in the 19th and 20th Centuries. Edited by Professors J.C.G. Anine and G.N. Brown. It was planned within a set program for a specific purpose. There are gaps, omissions, and other limitations which could have been rectified if speed had not been so vital a factor in the production. Nevertheless, we hope that as it stands the book will commend itself to several groups of readers. First, to teachers who face the new syllabuses with as yet too few appropriate textbooks for themselves or their pupils. Secondly, to undergraduates beginning the study of African history, many of whom need a framework within which their more detailed and specialized studies may fit. And thirdly, to the growing number of people both in Africa and elsewhere who have become aware that the history of Africa is a new and exciting field to study. We owe thanks to many people. We have already mentioned the Carnegie Corporation and the different ministries of education. In addition, we must thank the Ibadan University Press and Thomas Nelson and Sons for agreeing to expedite publication of the book, and Miss N. Godden, their representative, for her unflagging energy and enthusiasm. To Miss Cynthia Adams, of the United States Peace Corps, we owe a very great deal both for her help towards preparing this material for the press and for her earlier sustained efforts to ensure the success of the workshop. To Professor John Fage and Edward Arnold Limited we owe thanks for their gracious permission to use several of the maps from his Atlas of African History. Miss Elsie Leusinger kindly allowed us to use the Bambara antelope mask on the cover of the book. The maps on the end papers, which are based on Murdoch, Africa, its peoples and their culture history, and Greenberg, Languages of Africa, were prepared by Miss Elizabeth Dunstan and her colleagues in the Department of Linguistics and Nigerian Languages of this university, for which we thank them very sincerely. We conclude by thanking last those to whom our debt is greatest, our colleagues and fellow contributors who cooperated most willingly in meeting our requests and without whom this book would not have been possible. Contents. Foreword by K.O. Dyke, M.A., Ph.D., Vice-Chancellor, University of Ibadan. Introduction by the editor's list of figures. I. History in West African Secondary Schools by Jan. Espy. The Approach Through Archaeology to Early West African History by Thursday Stan Shaw. The Peoples of West Africa around AD 1000 by C.C. Phoenicia. Empires of the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, Songhai by Bolinal. States of the Central Sudan, I. Kanem Bornu, 2, The Hausa States by C.C. Phoenicia. Islam in West Africa AD 1000 to 1800 by 7. Ohanic Peoples of the Senegambia by Florence Mahoney and H. O. Iduwu. Peoples of the Windward Coast AD 1000 to 1800 by Christopher Fife Asante and Fanti AD 1000 to 1800 by A. Adu Bohen. Peoples of Southern Nigeria by A.A.B. Adarai Bighi. Peoples of the Niger-Benue Confluence by T. N. Tamano. Portuguese and Dutch in West Africa before 1800 by A. F. C. Ryder. West African Trade, AD 1000 to 1800 by Christopher Fife. West African States at the beginning of the 19th century by 7. F. Ajayi. The 19th century jihads by 7. O'Hunnick. A note on Samorituri by Cecile Femacia. Bornu under the Shihus by C.C. Femacia. Benin, Niger Delta, Igbo, and Ibibio peoples in the 19th century by 7. Cianine. Dahomey and Yoruba in the 19th century by I. Akinjogben. Sierra Leone and Liberia in the 19th century by H. R. Lynch. Asante, Fanti, and the British, 1800 to 1880 by A. Adu Bohen. The growth of European influence in West Africa in the 19th century by 7. E. Flint. The colonial phase in French West Africa by F. A. Ballard, I. The period of direct rule, 2. Economic and social developments. The colonial phase in British West Africa, I. The period of direct rule by W. E. F. Ward, 2. Economic and social developments by C. C. Wrigley, UI. A reassessment of the historiography of the period by A. E. A. Fio nationalist movements in West Africa, I. Commonwealth countries by K. K. W. 7. Post, 2. The French territories by J. A. Ballard. Trends and tasks in the independent states of West Africa by 7. O'Connell. Topics for further study. Bibliography. Notes on the Contributors Index. End papers, West Africa, Ethnic and Linguistic Groups. I. History in West African Secondary Schools. Ian Espy. History is a difficult subject to teach successfully. This is true of any period of history, in any country, at any educational level. It is particularly true of West African history at the present time in West Africa, both because of the present stage of development of African historical studies and because of the educational explosion which is affecting these developing countries. The serious and systematic study of African history is not more than 20 years old. It coincides with the period following the Second World War and has been, in part, a product of the positive side of the aftermath of war, as were the strong nationalist movements, a growing cultural awareness and an increasing demand for more widespread educational provision at all levels. The study of African history is, therefore, in its pioneering phase. The frontiers of study are being pushed in novel and challenging directions and have involved scholars in many disciplines, such as archaeology, ethnology, sociology, linguistics, botany and serology. The documentation and analysis of oral traditions is another new and fruitful field of inquiry, and the historiographically more conventional documents from Arabic sources are proving a very rich mine of material. For the historian in his study, all this is exciting and challenging. For the teacher in his classroom, the excitement and challenge are there, but so also are the problems of presentation, shortage of textbooks, bewilderment in the face of a vast new body of historical material to be mastered, pressure from students and society for examination success, as well as the host of more general educational problems in countries where secondary education has expanded at a phenomenal rate. In Nigeria, for example, between F959 and 1963 in secondary education alone, the number of schools soared from 718 to 1,245, and the number of students rose from 92,480 to 157,807. Federal Ministry of Education, Statistics of Education, 1963. This rapid expansion, particularly of secondary education, lies at the heart of the development plans of the countries of West Africa, and must continue, despite the strain on the finances of these countries. Accordingly, the teacher of history cannot, in most cases, expect generous textbook provision, specialized history rooms and well-endowed libraries full of books. He must assume that what he needs for success as a history teacher will be found to a great extent within himself, in his mastery of the material, his pedagogical skills, his understanding of the forces which activate his students and his ability to channel these in fruitful directions. We shall develop this chapter by exploring first some of the problems and possibilities of history as a school subject and then consider the implications of these with reference to West African history. Teaching for understanding. We began by saying that history is a difficult subject to teach successfully, but no teaching is easy, and it is the special difficulties of history that we must consider. The stuff of history is largely the behavior of adults, their purposes, glories, successes, and failures, kindnesses and cruelties. It is a story of heroism, war, and death, of subtle maneuvering among wise, foolish, and often ruthless men and women. The quest for and exercise of power are recurrent themes, as is the long and complex tale of man's attempt to conquer his environment. Man's beliefs and the lengths he has been prepared to go to advance or defend them are also a major strand. The content is so rich, varied and often subtle that only a selection of it can be taught or even known by the teacher. Before we consider the implications of the word selection, it is important to stress that much of the material of history is outside the range of experience and understanding of the adolescent student. This is very easy to state and equally easy to forget. Because our students, frequently respectful and docile, if not listless and slumberous, will sit listening to us teachers for long periods of time, we should not be deceived, nor should we accept as proof of success their ability to give back to us orally or on paper our words of wisdom, even in their exact phraseology, nor even, and this may be near heresy, can we accept success in the school certificate examination as proof that we have taught our students within the range of their experience and understanding. 3. The teacher of history should, therefore, have several considerations continually in mind. The almost limitless capacity of our industrious students to memorize material can be, and often is, disastrous unless it is intelligently and discriminatingly used by the teacher. Depending too much on the ability of students to memorize textbook materials or notes is a feature of bad history teaching. The good history teacher should be consistently teaching for understanding, with all that this implies. To do less is to waste our own and our students' time, since memory is frail and fickle unless it rests on understanding. If we accept that understanding is the key to success, certain consequences follow. Perhaps the first is selection of material. All history involves selection, without which it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The historian may be interested in all the facts he discovers about a subject, but he attaches much more importance to some than to others and uses them selectively. If he merely listed all he had found, he would be a chronicler or perhaps an antiquary, not an historian. But selection involves and implies purpose. Selection of what, for what? This is the heart of the matter. In our answers to the questions what material should we select and for what purposes, lie the reasons for teaching history in schools. It is sad, but I fear true, that the questions are too seldom asked. When they are, the answers are legion and have been so, throughout the ages, wherever history has been taught. We may admire the confidence of the historian Charles Rollin, an 18th-century principal of the University of Paris, who wrote, "History when well taught is a school of morals for all men. It describes vice, it unmasks false virtue, it exposes errors and prejudices, it dissipates the enchantment of riches and of all that vain pomp which dazzles man, it shows by 1,000 examples more persuasive than all arguments that there is nothing great and laudable except honor and uprightness." It is clear what kinds of historical material writer of this passage would choose, and for what purpose. At the present time, however, few teachers are happy about using history as a morality pageant, although such a purpose has had a long history, particularly in times when good ethical and moral behavior were seen as the direct result of carrying out the injunctions of revealed religion. We can appreciate the view of the 19th-century German who wrote, "No branch of public 4. Affairs must be entrusted to men who do not appreciate the history of their country." This sentiment is one which many in West Africa would probably applaud today, although a word of caution is perhaps in order at this point. The results in most 19th-century European countries of the distorted acceptance of such views tended to be vainglorious, chauvinistic interpretations of national history. A sharply contrasting view is expressed by the great German, Hegel. What experience and history teaches this, that people and governments never have learned anything from history, or acted on principles deduced from it, and by the English poet, Coleridge, if men could learn from history, what lessons it might teach us? But passion and party blind our eyes, and the light which experience gives is a lantern on the stern, which shines only on the waves behind us. It rests with the teacher to think out why he is teaching history at all, and thereafter to use his cardinal purpose and subsidiary purposes as principles governing the selection of material. In West Africa today, the syllabus is so frequently spoken and thought of either as an inspired document or as a ball and chain clamped to the teacher's ankle, that we shall do well to remember that it is a guide to the teacher, neither more, nor less. Covering the syllabus can too easily become the beginning and the end of the teacher's concept of his task. Intelligent study of the syllabus, however, should lead to selection of material, stress on certain of its aspects, assessment of the time available and required for various topics, all of this subordinate to the teacher's awareness of the long-term values of his subject as well as of the responsiveness and capacities of his students. The learning process. The teacher must, however, be guided by other principles in his selection. An important one springs from the psychology of learning. The teacher needs to be aware of his students as adolescents in process of development towards maturity, possessed of a limited range of experience of life to which he can, and should, appeal wherever possible. He ought to be aware of the various situations he can contrive which contribute to and accelerate learning, since it is the learning, which results from the teaching, which matters. Among those factors contributing to successful history learning is the teacher's awareness of the various strands. 5. Which exist in a classroom and school, and which also exist in his historical material, such things as authority, elements of democracy and attitudes towards them, ambition and the pressures it can cause, patterns of social organization, rights and duties. All these elements exist in the school, in society outside, and in the content of history. The awareness of the students of all these elements is intensified if they are naturally brought into his work by the teacher. This quality of social awareness is a vital element in successful history teaching. Indeed, it may be that the inculcation and development of social awareness of change and its causes, of societies in the past and how they operated, of human behavior, its variety and explanation, is one of our main aims in history teaching. History is certainly the most social of the studies most commonly found in school curricula throughout the world. The psychology of learning is, however, a matter which requires fuller consideration. Consciousness of it should permeate all that we do in the classroom. And yet in West Africa there are particular problems, since the organized study of the psychology of our adolescence is in an early stage, and we are, as yet, obliged to be guided both by a wide range of studies conducted in other different cultural situations, and by our personal knowledge of these young people gained from sustained contact in the school situation and beyond. The learning process is a subtle and complex one. Educational theorists have written, for instance, of learning by doing, and, on reflection, we see that the basis of much traditional indigenous education in Africa was of this kind. The value of this method has never been challenged, but doing is a word which offers a wide range of possibilities in the classroom. It can mean activity, making things such as time charts or models, writing and acting plays all based on historical materials, conducting debates and discussions based on adequate reading by the students. There is too little of this kind of activity in our classrooms at present. But thought is also activity, though less visibly so, and for much of his time the history teacher is concerned to provoke, promote, and guide thought. Learning is essentially a thought process in a subject such as history, and the activities suggested earlier are to be utilized as ways of promoting thought and interest. We are concerned in our classrooms to provide the atmosphere and the framework, to create systematically the conditions, in which thoughtful learning will occur. We can perhaps accomplish this by 2. 6. Offering variety in our procedures and expectations, and by sometimes throwing the onus on our students to work out for themselves carefully selected problems, working either individually or in groups. The fuller working out of these ideas is to be found in methodology texts. Here we must be content to draw attention to their existence and to explore further some of the implications of these approaches. The art of questioning. The art of questioning is a basic skill which the teacher of history must acquire and polish. If he does, his classroom is likely to be a center of thoughtful activity. Many beginning teachers, however, believe that, since the students do not know the history to be learned, they should be told, hence the situation, so often found, of the teacher as preacher or lecturer. But lecturing, at any level, has increasingly come under fire as a device for promoting learning. The cautionary joke that it is a method whereby the contents of the teacher's notebook are transferred to the student's notebook without passing through the heads of either, perhaps bears repeating. Formal lecturing has certainly no place in our schools below the sixth form level, and perhaps not even there. Systematic questioning is one of our commonest devices for involving the students in learning. There are many types of questions, but perhaps the most fruitful is the problem-posing one. In this we are drawing on the knowledge and understanding of our students which is derived either from previous learning in or out of school, and asking them to confront situations faced by individuals and peoples in history. The degree of difficulty of the problems will naturally vary according to the level of the teaching. In the upper school, a type of dialogue is likely to develop in which the teacher leads the questioning. The students may well, and indeed should, reach a point where their questioning will involve the teacher's own teaching. In a social context, such as that of West Africa, where respect for seniority is widespread, such questioning may be construed as implying disrespect. Once it is seen, however, as part of the process whereby the beginnings of a critical faculty are being developed, such a construction ceases to be a worry, and the only teacher who need fear a group of students who have critical, questioning minds is one who is seriously underprepared or who has acquired the notion that to be a teacher is to be omniscient. The teacher who has earned his students' respect for what he does know can well use occasionally discovered gaps in his knowledge as a positive aid to fostering the learning process in his students, if he obliges the questioner to seek answers himself from books, or agrees to consult the appropriate authorities if they are not easily available to his students. The language and vocabulary of history. A further aspect of the learning process concerns the fact that thought is expressed in language and, in Commonwealth West Africa, not in the mother tongue but in a second language, at the secondary school level and beyond. English is not one of the world's easiest languages to learn. It has, in addition, one of the richest vocabularies of the major world tongues. Of these facts, all teachers in West Africa must take account. But the history teacher has to recognize that there is a vocabulary of history which his students must acquire, and that, as history is a literary study, they must gain facility both in reading and in expressing themselves orally and in writing. The problems of learning a second language in the upper school are outside the province of this chapter, but the teacher of history who is aware of them will do a better job in his classroom in his encouragement of both oral and written expression. With the vocabulary of history we come to grips with a matter which is too easily ignored. History takes place in time, and concepts of time, with their associated vocabulary, must be learned. Our students should be aware that time is a man-made thing, that the calendar in widest use in the world is Egyptian, Roman, and Christian in its origins, and that Muslims and Hebrews have different methods of calculation. What is more important is that they should grasp the common vocabulary of time, decades, generations, centuries, the millennia of prehistory, and geology and astronomy perhaps. Still greater vocabulary difficulties lie in the use historians make of common words: civilization, jurisdiction, progress, revolutionary movement, nationalism, economic, political, social, dynastic, traditional, constitutional, to express particular abstractions which require explanation and understanding. One danger of the propensity towards memorization referred to earlier, is that such terms are repeated but without precision of meaning. In students still 8. Acquiring a second language, this can lead to a high degree of tolerance of ambiguity. In writing history and in its teaching, the use of metaphor can add to the confusion. The girl who read that Wolsey aimed at the papacy and informed her teacher that Wolsey shot the Pope deserves some of our sympathy. As history teachers, therefore, we should be sensitive to misunderstanding and ambiguities at various levels and of different kinds, all arising from language, new words, new concepts and ideas, old words in different usages, metaphorical expressions leading to misunderstanding. One further aspect of language and vocabulary difficulties must suffice. It arises from the fact that choice of vocabulary can be very emotive in writing and teaching history. Depending on the commentator, a group can be seen as bloodthirsty terrorists or valiant freedom fighters, intrepid pioneers or ignorant interlopers, obstructionist reactionaries or traditional authorities. The vocabulary we use to describe, for instance, the actions and reactions of Africans and Europeans over the past several centuries will be a factor in creating our students' outlook, and the more they respect us, the greater the effect we shall have. This is not to recommend a bloodless, lifeless style of English, but to remind us that we can arouse emotion by our choice of vocabulary, and accordingly that we should choose our words with forethought and intention. Visual materials. History is not simply descriptions and accounts in words about the past. It concerns the movements of peoples and individuals who looked, thought, and acted differently from ourselves in many respects. We are, therefore, as teachers, anxious to evoke the past visually as far as possible. At times we are limited to verbal description, but where possible we should use maps, charts, diagrams, drawings, pictures, postcards, photographs, film strips, films, models and artifacts, and visit sites of buildings, old ruins, excavations, harbors, creeks, rivers, anything which sensibly and significantly brings to our students a greater awareness of the variety of man's activity in the past in West Africa or elsewhere. Two things matter in this connection: first, that what the students are examining is worthy of their attention, and, second, that they in fact see what you, the teacher, regard as significant. This may, at first, appear very obvious, but the ability to read a 9. map, photograph, excavation, or diagram is an acquired skill. Our students' eyes have to be trained to this exercise as they have been to reading print. The ability to appreciate perspective, light and shade, stratigraphic evidence, a geographical configuration or a diagrammatic abstraction is a technical accomplishment of use to our students of history, and clearly also of wide educational value. The lower school. Much of what has been written above has had as its focus the later years in secondary school, especially the 2-year course of study leading to the school certificate examinations. Since the majority of students of history in West Africa will shortly be studying either continental African or West African history during these years, it is important to consider what should precede this in the first 3-year cycle of study. Intelligent articulation of these two phases of learning is very desirable. It is also desirable that teachers should continue to keep their present freedom to develop suitably thought-out courses in these earlier years when the students are less mature, more inclined to see life in fairly bold and uncomplicated terms, responsive to dramatic narrative and vigorous personification of the characters of the past. Before we can discuss what history should be taught in the lower school, we are obliged to clarify our aims. There might be general agreement that we wish to illustrate how very various have been the ways in which men and women have lived and worked and believed in different places in the past, that we wish to present historically memorable personalities, and that in all this we should constantly seek to engage our students as active contributors to the discoveries in which the past is so rich. If the above were to be accepted as appropriate aims, then various types of content and approach could follow. The choice of content could be worldwide. No one period of time need be concentrated on. There need be no continuous chronological approach throughout the 3 years, since time charts and other devices could be used to fix the sequent relationships between the different places and peoples considered. A line of development approach could be introduced at times to show that over long periods mankind has changed and improved his control of his environment, tools, transport, and communication, or housing, being possible topics. Point 1 Although Africa has not been mentioned specifically, there is nothing in this formulation to 10. Discourage material from the African past being drawn upon. Implicit in the above, however, is the idea that the things that draw all men together are greater than those that keep them apart, and therefore that the search for appropriate content would be worldwide and should include material from Africa. Different conclusions would probably result if we were to state our presuppositions as follows: these are African children, who will live out their lives in Africa in the latter half of the 20th century in countries which are building nations with modern economies as well as new syntheses of values. Since history is the most socially oriented of our school studies, the aims and content of our history in the lower school should reflect these facts. This is a cogent argument provided we remember that we are considering adolescents, not adults, and that inert ideas can easily result from trying to fill their minds prematurely with ideas of the adult world. A wider expression of this argument, by no means new in the history of education, is that the school should constantly be aware of the society outside and should reflect this awareness in its curriculum. Since the West African secondary school, for well-known historical reasons, did not spring naturally from the society but was a graft from an outside source, the curriculum and its reform is currently the subject of a great debate in the press, learned journals, UNESCO and elsewhere, often expressed in such phrases as the need to Africanize the curriculum. Such pressures have particular implications for the history teacher. He can put forward a good case for several options throughout the school, any one of which would be appropriate to West Africa. One such is for the study of local or regional and national history in the lower school, leading to the study of world history in the higher classes. A case can also be made for a selective world history content followed by African, or West African, history in the upper school. A third possibility might be to take Africa as a focal point throughout the school with an emphasis on West Africa for school certificate study. There is, however, a fourth approach to the above problem of developing a socially aware African curriculum. It is one which the history teacher may regard initially somewhat unfavorably. This is the social studies approach, which has been in widespread use in American schools and in more limited use in Britain. It has come under growing criticism but is, in my view, intrinsically sound and potentially well suited to the needs of West African schools. The reasons for the criticism and the unpopularity of the social studies approach elsewhere have been the subject of much controversy, but the main faults seem to have been lack of clarity of purpose and lack of sympathy on the part of teachers trained in the existing school subjects, usually history and geography. In America, particularly, concern with method at the expense of significant content has been excessive. The difficulties, therefore, have arisen from implementing the approach, not from the approach itself. If it were adopted in our West African schools, it could take the form of coherently thought out West African, and African, studies suitably geared to the young adolescent. To expand this idea, we should argue as follows: our present societies in West Africa are products of the past, as are all the individuals, groups, and institutions in them. They can only become intelligible if they are understood historically. But we are also concerned to see and understand how they function in the present, consequently their history is not our central preoccupation but rather their contemporary forms of operation. Accordingly, we must look at the nature of the family, occupations, political arrangements, the legal framework, habits and customs, religious patterns, and cultural activities against the background of both the history and geography of the area. This can be done in the form of questions to which answers should be sought in the classroom: how are our families organized and how has this come about, what kinds of work do people do, what is involved, how are they paid, how are we governed, who are our rulers, how have we come to have these arrangements, what are laws, why do we have them and how are they enforced, what habits and customs do we have that are similar to and different from those of other people in West Africa or beyond, and why are they so, what religious beliefs are held around us, how do they differ, and how are they expressed, how do our people express themselves in dress, celebrations, sculpture, dancing and music. This is a skeletal list of questions, and the possibilities inherent in such an approach are extensive. The development of a course of studies based on this approach over 3 years could be contrastive, bringing in other areas of Africa and the world, and could be of increasing depth as the children's capacities increase. I began this section by saying that the history teacher might initially react unfavorably since this is 12. Not straightforward history, chronologically ordered. This approach makes great demands on the teacher. But it is full of possibilities for development, for generating an awareness of the present and of its relationship to the past, and, in my experience, evokes lively and sustained interest. This must conclude the consideration of history in the lower school. The account of the possibilities of a social studies approach was given in some detail, since it is at present uncommon in West Africa. However, as was said earlier, whatever decisions are reached about the aims and content of lower school history, they should be systematic, related to the rest of the school curriculum, and articulated both with what has preceded and is to follow. We now turn accordingly to a consideration of the 2-year school certificate course of study in West African history, which is the major concern of this book. West African history. The period of history included in this book is almost 1,000 years long. The number of countries by present political boundaries is 15, all independent states except Portuguese Guinea. The total area is about 2 million square miles, over 3 times the combined area of France and the United Kingdom. There are hundreds of distinct languages and ethnic groups, and considerable variation in climate, physical features, and vegetation. When placed alongside the time available, approximately 140 hours in class, plus study time *, these elementary facts illustrate the need for selection of material from the outset in our teaching of West African history. To this we must add that the availability of material for study is uneven both for the period and for the areas under review. The sources begin as a trickle, grow to a stream, and, by the end of our period, are a torrent. In the process their character has also undergone change. Textbooks are beginning to trickle from the presses written in accordance with the present interpretation of West African history, and within a few years there should be a steady flow. Given these conditions, how is the teacher to go about his job? The sources of history in West Africa make a sensible start to its study. The student should be made aware of the variety and character of sources available and some of the difficulties in using them. It follows that the basic skills of the archaeologist should be /13. Discussed, including how he finds, treats, and interprets his material. The anonymity of almost all the people whom archaeology reveals is a distinctive feature of this material. The fact that they are unconscious sources is also important, since what we find are the accidental survivals of everyday life and activity. These and other points are fully dealt with in the following chapter. In time, as teachers become familiar with the contributions made by such studies as ethnology, ethnobotany, linguistics, anthropology, sociology, radiocarbon dating techniques, they should regard it as desirable to acquaint their students with the fact that textbook statements about the movements of peoples, dietary changes, traditions of origin, are quite likely to be supported by evidence derived from these diverse disciplines. At this stage, however, 2 other main types of sources apart from archaeology ought to be introduced, those deriving from oral traditions and those from written records. In the study of African history, the use which is being made of oral tradition is remarkable, and students can be led through a brief account of what such source material involves, e.g. problems of chronology, lists of rulers, gaps in folk memory, correlation with related traditions in adjacent areas, all of this contributing to their understanding of how we know about the past. In the same context, the written materials from which the scholars and textbook writers derive their historical interpretations ought to be indicated. In West Africa in our period these are mostly in Arabic, English, French, or other European languages. We spoke earlier of unconscious history in referring to archaeological material. We now can speak of conscious history in dealing with written documentation, though, of course, not all written documents were written to influence contemporaries or posterity. Oral documentation, to use the French term for oral tradition, falls in between the two broad categories of conscious and unconscious source material. Any teacher, by taking a little trouble, can elaborate this introduction to the sources of West African history, giving examples of various types of sources. By sensible selection of items he can show how bias, prejudice, ignorance, even a desire to mislead, have affected the writers of accounts which the historian scrutinizes in the process of reconstructing the past. It is always important to do this as an explanation of how history comes to be written, but, at present in our schools, it is doubly important since, largely. 14. Because of scarcity of money, students have tended to grow up treating one textbook as a near-inspired volume containing the history of a period in the authorized version, and being skeptical or openly disbelieving when a teacher corrects an author's error or suggests an alternative interpretation to that offered in print. In time it is possible that a history teacher will be able to select several textbooks as alternatives for his class, thereby pressing home the point that interpretations and emphases can, and do, differ within any given historical period. Earlier in this chapter we have stressed teaching for understanding, but this phrase has further implications since the level or depth of understanding of our students is uniform neither over the years, nor within a group at any one time. It is variable also according to the topic being studied, and only exceptionally, at sixth form or undergraduate level, is a student likely to appreciate all the implications and complexities of understanding which are in the mind of his teacher. With what, then, should the teacher of the school certificate history be content? I would argue that the teacher ought to seek two broad kinds of understanding by his students. The first is of the immediate facts he is reading or hearing, e.g. that a ruler probably came to power at a certain date, ruled long, was killed by enemies in a certain year, that during his reign taxes were levied harshly, the army was increased, the frontiers were expanded by conquest, that rebellions were severely crushed in years X and Y. Each of these facts represents in a sense a unique event concerning one man, one territory, and one period of time. Such learning is the day-to-day stuff of classroom history work and will probably always be so. However, such events are also categories or types of occurrence which the student of history will encounter in different settings and combinations elsewhere in his study of West African history. Accordingly, the second broad kind of understanding is of the fact that rulers everywhere face similar problems: the need to maintain themselves in power, control an army, levy taxes, watch developments in neighboring areas, and therefore the student gradually acquires an understanding of categories, classes of interrelationships of events, which are meaningful in historical study. It is this second kind of understanding that should outlast the detailed factual knowledge of a particular historical topic, and which offers one of the main justifications for the study of history in T5. The upper forms of our secondary school and, indeed, in our universities. If we consider the contents of this book on West African history, it is clear that certain categories or types of human activity recur throughout our period of 1,000 years. 1. The migration of peoples. About the reasons for their movement we may know much: the fortunes of war, famine, pestilence, or little, because of traditions of origin shrouded in heavy mist and perhaps unlikely to be penetrated, or because evidence is not yet to hand from linguistic and archaeological studies. 2. Trade. This can be small-scale, local or petty trading to satisfy the needs of relatively self-sufficient groups, or long-distance, export trade in scarce commodities across the Sahara and beyond, elaborately organized and very lucrative, or seaborne activities involving Africans and Europeans which were, over centuries, to expand, diversify and lead to substantial changes in West African societies. 3. Religion. Here we should consider the encounter between the complex, traditional, indigenous belief patterns of West African peoples, and, first Islam and then Christianity, each with universalist claims based on an inspired book. The interplay among these three sets of religious beliefs has been a recurrent theme of the past 1,000 years in West Africa and is today an important issue affecting political, social, and ethical behavior. 4. Politico-social organization. This is a fourth strand: clan and ethnic groups, kingdoms, empires, and republics, which contains much of the central material for historical study and is rich in problems. We often cannot know why different groups organized themselves in such varied ways, but we can look for the place in each where authority lay, the sanctions imposed for contravening it, the relationship between civil and military power, and so on. In dealing with this material, we can call on the present to help us elucidate the past, since we have still in our midst in many places the structure of traditional political organization, even though the locus of power may have moved elsewhere. It is important, too, that our students should see consistently that West African peoples evolved for themselves, distinctively and often ingeniously, stable forms of government adapted to their temperament, environment, and the needs of the time. 16. 5. Warfare. During our period, warfare varied immensely and is a further thread which is enlightening when understood. Military strategy and tactics were different according to location, technology, and purpose. The availability of the horse, gunpowder, large bodies of men, were as important as able generals in the reaching of military decisions. The siting, shape and architecture of towns were in some areas dictated more by military than other concerns. 6. Intergroup relationships. This is a useful phrase to embrace all the types of encounter between different West African peoples and between them and non-African peoples. Again, a rich vein throughout this book. Differences of language, customs, and religion are only three of the many recurrent elements in the story which the teacher has in mind while he talks of war and conquest, slave raiding, peaceful or aggressive European penetration. Our very human attachment to, and belief in, the value of the particular society in which we were nurtured, coupled with the equally human ignorance and insensitivity to most others, are the sources from which very many of the problems of intergroup relationships spring. The teacher should seldom have difficulty in drawing this understanding from his students. Towards the end of our period we encounter more constantly a battery of abstract terms ending in ism or tion: colonialism, nationalism, socialism, centralization, integration, and many more. As we have said earlier in this chapter, they are categories, a linguistic shorthand for particular patterns of human activity, and as such our students ought to understand them. Particularly in the 20th century, when the history of West African peoples or states becomes interwoven with the study of politics and economics, the viewpoint and vocabulary of the commentator change to some extent, and the teacher has to recognize and cope with the change. In Chapter 24 will be found further consideration of these problems. Since the re-emergence of the peoples of West Africa as independent states after the period of colonialism is such an important element in the long account of the area from AD 1000, we must, as teachers, grapple with the conceptual and content problems posed by the study of what is sometimes called contemporary history. To stop at an earlier date, as is done in the study of British or European history here and elsewhere, would be simpler and more comfortable for the teacher, in view of the time importance of very recent events in the history of West Africa. It would be an evasion of responsibility. We have, in this last section, surveyed some of the important categories of historical material which recur in the history of West Africa. Many, of course, will be encountered in a study of other parts of the world, but this is simply to illustrate again that the types of problems with which historians deal are not often bounded by one continent. The argument, simply restated, is that our obligation to our students is to teach with two levels of understanding in mind, thereby developing our students' awareness both of the particular histories of West African peoples and states, and of significant categories of human behavior in the past seen in a West African setting. Tasks, techniques, and textbooks. It is broadly true to say that there are no specialized skills called for in the teaching of history. Any good, thoughtful teacher who has a sound knowledge of history and a clear grasp of why he is teaching it at a particular level in school ought to be reasonably successful, provided he brings to bear the full battery of his pedagogical skills. There are, however, certain tasks and techniques which are particularly relevant to his job. Two such tasks are the development of time concepts and of the ability to make intelligent notes. Both should be begun at the latest in the first year of secondary schools and preferably earlier. Although we are concerned here mainly with the 4th and 5th years, the earlier foundations of both historical time awareness and note-making ability must be touched upon. The most useful device for time sense development is the time chart, both that made by teacher and class in cooperation for the wall of the room, and individual ones in students' notebooks. The underlying psychological assumption for timelines or charts is that we see, or can be conditioned to see, time passing in our mind's eye either horizontally or vertically, or on the analogy of a watch, circularly. In discussing this problem with Nigerian postgraduate students, I found that a majority saw time going horizontally from left to right, a minority vertically from bottom to top or, in one case, from top to bottom, in almost all cases influenced probably by the time charts they had encountered during their schooling. Perhaps, since general English language usage associates upwards with 18. Progress and downwards with regress, the most neutral arrangement is the horizontal line running from left to right. For regular classroom use, the horizontal line can be extended considerably in notebooks by joining together 2 or more open double sheets of the notebook at the end of the book, to allow the use of a large time scale and consequently more detail. Beginning from short time spans, such as the 12-year-old's life, a simple chart can be made showing significant events in a time and sequence relationship. Over several years, the systematic use of time charts can result in their becoming more and more complex and sophisticated. For example, by the 4th year we ought to be able to begin working out multiple lines, using symbols where appropriate, to cover various aspects of human activity over the 1,000 years of West African history. Types of human activity can be classified as political, religious, economic, social, legal, cultural, military, and can be arranged downwards on the left-hand side of a chart with a calibrated time scale along the top of the sheets left to right covering AD 1000 to AD 1800. The facts of the reading and teaching can be filled in throughout the year in words and illustrations as a regular feature of class work. What has been said could apply either to a master chart for the room or to individual charts which the students should be encouraged to make as full as possible, since it is they who benefit. Troubles may arise over whether particular events are political or economic. Decisions should be taken after discussion, but such discussion is itself important and makes students realize that historians have classified past human activity into broad categories somewhat arbitrarily. One has only to think of Usuman Dan Fodio in this connection. The period AP 1000 to AD 1800 was suggested above, since in the course of the 19th century we run into the problems of national boundaries as they now are, leading in the 20th century to separate national histories, though with certain common features. The short answer to this set of problems is a multiplicity of time charts on different scales, covering different periods and areas. The use of symbols saves space and avoids cluttering up the chart with too much printing and writing. The cross for Christianity, the crescent for Islam, cross spears for battles are obvious symbols, but ingenious teachers and students can produce many more. For the master chart particularly, color can help also to 19. Draw out distinctions and differences. It is perhaps necessary to stress that attention paid to this matter of time charts is not time wasted. These individual and classroom charts are excellent for fixing sequences and precise dates, for revision of material in outline, for revealing unexpected correlations, all of which are directly beneficial to the students. Historical maps and sketches should also be used extensively, and are easy to make bold and clear for the classroom using the cheap felt pens now available. Since the students will need many notebook maps of West Africa, they can save time by making and keeping in stiff paper or cardboard an outline of the coast from, say, Suda to the Cross River, so that they can run a pencil along all or part of it each time they want a fresh map in their books. The blackboard is certainly the most accessible visual aid, but for sketch maps required several times, or with different classes, maps on stiff paper are much more labor-saving. The ability to make intelligent notes is one of the hallmarks of an educated man or woman. Such an ability is usually the result of good teaching. Training should begin with short and varied exercises in lower school English, history, geography, and science classes, and develop until by the 5th year a student should be able to summarize his reading intelligently and put written flesh on the skeleton headings which his teacher writes on the blackboard in stages during many lessons. Said like this, it sounds easy but is not, particularly in a second language. It requires constant effort, continual supervision and, initially, at least, rather firm classroom management, since many students may develop slipshod habits of trying to write down verbatim a teacher's teaching, the result frequently being divided attention and nonsense half-sentences. This is one skill which the various teachers involved should discuss and plan in cooperation, since it seriously affects the total performance of students in a school in most subjects. However, there is also the need to remember that diagrammatic representation of certain kinds of material is a form of note-making. This technique is likely to be particularly effective in demonstrating the interrelated parts of a complex institution which is, by its nature, static or slow-changing. An example is the organization of any Sudanic empire, showing the ruler, his court officials, military and financial arrangements, subordinate officials, and / or rulers in boxes or circles with lines and arrows showing relationships. 20. After a moment's reflection, one realizes that this technique has endless variations and applications. In modern times, the organization of local, regional, national, or federal governments can be clarified in this way. And such diagrams, as well as being a variation on notes, have advantages over them for this kind of material. Once the teacher consistently thinks visually as well as verbally, he can offer variety and stimulation in his classroom techniques. There are, as yet, few textbooks available which cover our period adequately in sufficient detail, embodying current writing and research, and written with clarity and a sensitivity to language problems, as well as relevantly and well illustrated. The few that do are well known, and publishers are at present engaged in providing several more, so that within 2 years or so the student of West African history should be in a better position than many of his contemporaries elsewhere in the world, since modern textbooks with up-to-date information will be available. But what teachers will do with these textbooks is another matter. We have stressed earlier the need to develop in our students a critical faculty which they will apply to the material of their textbooks. The teacher must exercise a similar critical apparatus at a more mature level in his choice of books for his school. He will presumably look for good detail, a modern interpretation of the period, clarity of style and sensitivity to language difficulties, as well as clear, relevant maps and illustrations. There should also be a full index and sensible table of contents, since a textbook, as a technical instrument for use, is like a man without fingers if it lacks an index. Skill in finding relevant information swiftly is a necessity in developing the student's ability to become increasingly independent of his teacher in his studies. Exercises to develop this skill should be begun in the lower school. One simple method is for the teacher to prepare a list of questions of detailed factual knowledge, using the index as his source, and have the class work out the answers also using the index. In time, students become very skillful at this, and it is a kind of game as well, since accuracy with speed are the two goals. One should add, in passing, that comparable skill with an adequate dictionary is very important. It is perhaps the English teacher's job, but someone should begin it early in the secondary school. The textbook can be used in various ways, but a common, indeed traditional, instruction is to read the next chapter. Even. 21. As adults, many of us read chapters more critically and carefully if we are looking for certain threads, or for pieces of evidence, in other words, if our reading is directed by what we are seeking. Our students react similarly, and reading with a set of purposes presented by the teacher is likely to produce more useful results than a general awareness of the content of partly remembered paragraphs. The use of a textbook is, however, a large topic, and we leave it here with 2 further observations. The teacher can and should teach without a textbook for days or even weeks, when he is developing a theme from his own knowledge and interests. Need we add, that, by contrast, the occasional teacher whose total idea of his task is to read a textbook or have it read by his students in turn around the class until it is thoroughly mastered, may, though this is extremely doubtful, have proved himself a successful English language teacher but is a world away from being a teacher of history. In the course of this chapter we have considered some of the reasons why any history can prove difficult to teach successfully, and particularly what problems face the teacher of West African history at present. We have argued for thoughtful articulation of the history taught at different levels in school and stressed, throughout, the importance of developing understanding at progressive levels of difficulty. Concern for the longer-term values of history in school underlay the section in which the idea was advanced of historical events as unique, and falling into categories, at one and the same time. To some readers many of these ideas may be well known or seem obvious. In others they may provoke irritated disagreement. If the irritation is to a degree which, like sand in the oyster, produces a pearl, or which provokes a dialectical antithesis and a fresh synthesis, then a useful purpose will have been served. Few accounts of this type of topic induce complete agreement, and this chapter is likely to be no exception. At the heart of the matter lies the fact that teaching is a very personal pursuit in which all the qualities of an individual come into action. There is no one formula for success in the search for an effective style of teaching history. The ideas put forward above, based as they are on one teacher's experience, are offered as a contribution to that continuing inquiry which is the original meaning of the word historia. To the approach through archaeology to early West African history Ulrss Gainshaw. Strictly speaking, history is the account of what happened in the past made up from the writings of people who lived at or soon after the period being described. In a wider sense, history is the story of what happened at any time in the past, whether anyone wrote down anything about it or not. Now in all parts of the world, human beings have lived and loved, worked and fought, sought food and shelter, made tools and weapons, and had children and brought them up, before they knew the art of writing. Therefore there was no one to write down their history, or the story of how they lived or obtained their livelihood or traveled about. Yet we are all interested in our ancestors and wish to know what sort of people they were and what were their achievements. This story of our pre-literate forebears is immensely important, too, in the story of the emergence of man from pre-human ancestors in the course of evolution, and this in turn contributes considerably to the understanding of modern man. If no one wrote anything down about the ancient people, how can we know anything about them? There is a limit to the accuracy and time depth of even the most carefully preserved oral traditions, and in some cases even these are entirely absent. Will not anything we say about these times, then, be pure speculation? At one time this was the case, and all sorts of conjectures and theories, myths and legends, were told concerning man's pre-literate period, including those contained in parts of the Old Testament of the Bible. Some of these guesses may have been inspired guesses and not far from the truth, but they remain guesses as far as their factual content is concerned, even if, as in the case of the Bible, some of them were made the vehicles for what can still be regarded as spiritual truths. 24. However, in the course of the last 100 years or so there has been developed the science of archaeology, which is able to discover large parts of the story of man's unwritten past by studying the material objects he has left behind him. Of course it cannot be pretended that scientific archaeology can give as complete an account of a period of the past as can a written history, but it can reconstruct large parts of the story with far greater accuracy than mere speculation. The work of archaeological research is continuing, so that gaps are continually being filled and greater accuracy being achieved. Archaeologists work rather like a detective who collects his data from a large number of different clues and then, putting them all together, reasons out certain deductions and conclusions from them, e.g. the murderer must have been a left-handed man. The archaeologist works in just the same kind of way, using both common sense observation and a whole battery of scientific laboratory techniques. Just as the detective may not be able to name the murderer but is able to narrow down the hunt to left-handed men, so archaeology may be unable to name a king or a chief or a people in the past, but it can nevertheless give a lot of information about them, how they were dressed, how they got their food, how they made things, what sort of homes they lived in, how they buried their dead, what sort of trade or warfare they engaged in, and how long ago they lived. Stratification. One of the most important pieces of archaeological evidence derives from the position on the ground in which objects are found. It is obvious that if there has been no subsequent disturbance of the ground, something found deeper than a second thing must have got there or been put there before the second thing, perhaps a very long time before. This is the same principle as is used in geology, that of stratification, namely that the deeper layers are older than the upper layers, except in certain well-defined circumstances. We can, for instance, imagine a band of hunters living in a cave or under a rock shelter. It is here that the game they have hunted is cooked and eaten and the refuse thrown away, as with the fruit, nuts, and roots which they may also have collected, here that tools and weapons are made and waste materials left, here that common objects of everyday use are dropped and lost. In this way material approach through archaeology to early history 25 accumulates in and around a cave, and embedded in it are some of the domestic articles characteristic of this hunting people. Then perhaps the climate changes slightly, as we know has happened several times in the past, as a result of which the game moves away, the hunters follow, and the cave is left unoccupied. No longer is anything of human manufacture dropped in the cave, but dust and leaves blow in, pieces of stone fall off the roof, and so a sterile layer containing no artifacts, anything made by man, is formed above the layer of the hunter's refuse. After a long time, perhaps 1,000 years, a different set of people come along and use the cave as a ready-made habitation. These people practice agriculture and have completely different tools and weapons, pots and pans, clothes and ornaments from those of the previous hunters. Nevertheless, from living in the cave, these people lay down a layer of earth which contains their characteristic artifacts, in just the same way as the hunters had done. Later on these agriculturalists learned to build houses, so they abandoned their cave, and a sterile layer again started forming over their remains. Thus if we dig a trench through the cave deposits, the section through them would be something like this. If we dig and find a section like this, it does not require great powers of deduction to interpret the evidence as showing that the 26 hunting people first occupied the cave, that then there was a gap of no occupation, followed by the advent of quite different farming people. Excavation. It sometimes happens that in their excavations, say of a richly furnished royal tomb, archaeologists find rare and precious objects or works of art of great beauty, but this is not what they are primarily looking for. Excavation is not a treasure hunt, even if treasures may be discovered in this way incidentally. What scientific archaeologists are seeking to obtain in their excavations is knowledge, information, and data which will enable them to fill out the picture of the past more accurately. For this, a certain mark in the soil or a piece of charcoal may be more important than a ceremonial gold dagger. This is why, in their digging, archaeologists go so slowly and carefully, looking at every little piece of soil for evidence, measuring accurately the position of things found, keeping a photographic record, drawing plans, submitting many of their finds to laboratory experts for specialist reports, very much in the manner of the police detective trying to reconstruct a crime. One of the most important specialist services used by the archaeologist and which helps him to date his deposits is that of radiocarbon analysis. This is a method whereby the proportion of the radioactive isotope of carbon, C14, to ordinary carbon, C12, is measured in such a way as to indicate the approximate age of the sample analyzed. Any organic material can furnish a sample for radiocarbon dating, but charcoal is the best and commonest. Inevitably there is a large element of chance in what survives to the present from among the objects made and used by the peoples of the past. If a people disposed of their dead by exposing them in trees or just throwing them into the bush, we might have no idea of their physical form, whereas we might have a very good idea of this if they practiced embalming and mummifying. If a people lived exclusively in tents, we might have very little idea of their homes, whereas we might obtain a good idea of this if they built stone houses. Different climatic and soil conditions, too, affect the extent to which objects are preserved or destroyed. Objects of stone and pottery are almost indestructible, but objects of wood, leather, bone, basketry, and textiles require specially Approach through archaeology to early WA. History p25. Favorable conditions for their preservation. Of metals, gold is almost indestructible, iron often rusts away to an unrecognizable lump, while copper, bronze, and brass may or may not be well preserved. Much of the skill of the archaeologist consists in conserving the fragmentary remains of badly preserved objects, and digging in such a way that they are not damaged. The first discovery of an archaeological find or of an archaeological site is very commonly made accidentally by an ordinary person and not by an archaeologist at all, in digging a well or the foundations of a house, in building a road or a railway, in mining operations or in farming. Anywhere where the ground is being dug into there is the chance of an archaeological find. Whenever one is made, it is important that the person digging should stop and not dig around to see how much more he can find, but report it to an archaeologist, so that with his special techniques he can extract the maximum amount of information from the find. If it is impossible to wait for the arrival of an archaeologist, careful notes should be made of the depth and position in which objects are found, and if possible photographs of the spot should be taken. Archaeology in West Africa. In most of West Africa there are few written records before AP 1000, and in many areas there are none until a later date than this. What story, then, is archaeology able to tell of West Africa before AD 1000? Regrettably, at the moment, the picture is very imperfect, and has many gaps in it, because it must be remembered that archaeological research in West Africa has only been going on for a comparatively short time, on a limited scale, and it has been very unevenly distributed. It is now generally accepted that all the modern races of the world today belong to a single biological species, to which is given the name Homo sapiens, thinking man, and that in the course of evolution, Homo sapiens emerged from more ape-like forms. It is not believed that man evolved from apes or monkeys but that apes and men have a common ancestry. This evolution appears to have taken place in Africa. At least most of the evidence for it so far comes from Eastern and Southern Africa. The point in time when this divergence began is well over 1 million years ago, and seems to have been connected with a drying out of the climate, which compelled forest-dwelling creatures to take partly to the more open. 28. Country between the forest galleries which survived along the water courses. These Australopithecines, or southern apes, as they are called, had taken to an upright gait instead of one on all fours, and had bigger brains and smaller snouts than apes. Their hands were free to use tools. These developments represented important steps along the path of evolution towards true man, and it is interesting that the area where their fossil remains have been found has recently been extended outside East and South Africa to the West African area, by the finding of the facial portion of the skull of an Australopithecine in the Republic of Chad. These early ape men had very crude stone tools, sometimes just a pebble with a few chips knocked off it to make a sharp cutting edge, and they appear to have diversified their food from the mainly vegetarian diet of the forest by taking to eating meat as well. It is inevitable that the earliest and crudest stone tools made should only be slight improvements upon naturally broken pieces of rock, and so they may be hard to recognize. Nevertheless, characteristic pebble tools have been found in a number of places in West Africa, but it is difficult to be sure whether any of them really belong to this very early period, since it is a form of stone tool which had a long history and survived into later periods. The use of stone. The form of ape men intermediate between the Australopithecines and Homo sapiens is called by the scientists Pithecanthropus, ape man, but most of the fossil examples known come from Asia, although some interesting recent finds from Morocco appear to belong to this group. One of the difficulties of archaeology in West Africa south of the Sahara is that situations suitable for the preservation of bone do not seem to occur so frequently as in other parts of Africa. Pithecanthropus had a larger brain than Australopithecus and more nearly resembled Homo sapiens, although still not having as big a brain as he has. All this period of time belongs to the earlier Stone Age, and as time went on artifacts made of chipped stone acquired regular and recognizable shapes and forms. Most distinctive are those known as Acheulean named after the type site in France, according to the archaeological practice of naming a culture after the place where it was first discovered. The commonest and most distinctive implements of the Acheulean culture are the hand axe of Flattish. Approach through archaeology to early history. 29. Piece of stone 12 to 25 centimeters long, trimmed to give either an oval outline with the cutting edge most of the way round, or else to give a blade-like point, and the cleaver, which is a similar piece of stone trimmed to give a straight cutting or chopping edge across the top. Acheulean man seems to have lived over the greater part of Africa, but to have kept outside the wetter, forested zones, except perhaps in some cases in drier periods. Acheulean material is common over the Sahara area north of 15 degrees north latitude, it being remembered that the Sahara was much less arid than it is today and that it supported considerable vegetation. Acheulean man also occupied the Jos Plateau in Nigeria and penetrated into the Ghana area through Togo. During the Stone Age there were changes in the climate which affected the whole Earth. At times the North Polar ice sheet spread far down into Europe, Asia, and America, and during the height of these glacial stages so much of the world's water was locked up in the form of ice that sea levels were lower over the whole world, sometimes making land bridges for the movement of men and animals across places which are now covered by the sea. In tropical latitudes there were pluvial periods of increased rainfall, which made lake levels rise, in place of glacial periods, but not necessarily at exactly the same times. It is possible to see evidence of these changes in the geological record of the Earth's surface, and the finding of the handiwork of different kinds of Stone Age peoples in terraces of gravel or old lake beds helps to date the different stages in relation to these climatic changes. Succeeding the earlier Stone Age is the culture known as the Sangoan, named after Sango Bay in Uganda, and which appears to be the product of people living in a forest environment in a rather drier period. The Sangoans probably had the use of fire, and their tools include heavy pick-like forms perhaps adapted for grubbing up roots. We are now dealing with the period of about 50,000 years ago. So the slow development goes on into the Middle Stone Age, with improved stoneworking techniques and probably the introduction of the throwing spear, tipped with well-chipped stone points. Points appear with tangs, small projections to assist with fitting the point into the shaft, and projecting shoulders are left on the point to make rudimentary barbs. It is possible that this form of point indicates the introduction of the bow. These earliest kinds of tanged points have been found in 30. North Africa and the Sahara, but a few specimens are claimed from Ghana. Further improvements in hafting techniques were later made, with the result that the stone implements become very small in size, since, as arrow points and barbs and perhaps composite knives, they were slotted into shafts in which grooves were cut with tiny chisel-like tools. These very small implements are often called microliths, small stones. Microlithic industries have been found in a number of places in West Africa, and 3 rock shelter sites which have produced them have been excavated in Ghana and Nigeria. A different form of the same general family of microlithic industries, but with its relationships pointing more to the northward, is known in Senegal. In Sudan and Kenya the later stages of these microlith-using people seem to have had pottery at an early date, in fact it may be the earliest in the world. It has been suggested that this was not later than about 7000 BC, and that pottery may be an African invention, later transmitted to the peoples to the north after the beginnings of the earliest agriculture. Probably rather more than 10,000 years ago, in the hill country flanking the northern side of the Fertile Crescent in parts of modern Iran, northern Iraq, Anatolia, and the Syria/Jordan area, some of the hunting and gathering peoples of the time seem to have begun using for food the grains of certain wild grasses, which, after suitable grinding and preparation, were found to be good to eat. Later, some of the grass seeds were kept and planted near a living place, instead of people simply going out and foraging among the wild products. So the domestication of cereals began and the practice of agriculture was invented. The domestication of animals was an associated process, perhaps as a result of wild animals hanging round the now more permanent human settlements to obtain scraps or to try to eat crops or stubble. Such lures were seen to be an easier way of hunting, and an easier way still of ensuring a meat supply if you did not immediately kill all your captured animals but let them breed in captivity. The first domesticated animal seems to have been the sheep, followed by goat and pig, and then cattle. The dog came after, at first probably for food rather than as a hunting companion. All this revolutionized the human way of life, making possible a greater permanence of settlement in one place, and accumulation of food. Approach through archaeology to early history 31. Resources, and with these an increase of leisure time, the beginning of specialization of jobs, and the release of some members of the community from the task of food production. This revolution in the human way of life is sometimes referred to as the Neolithic, New Stone Age, revolution, for it came in the last part of the Stone Age. In many cases, stone axes were now made, not simply by chipping, but by rubbing, grinding and polishing them to shape and to obtain a sharp cutting edge. This method made possible the use of tougher kinds of rocks which were less likely to chip or shatter in use. The area of the present Sahara Desert was much less arid 10,000 to 5,000 years ago than at present, and supported a Mediterranean type of vegetation. In the later part of this period there lived in it a large population of peoples with a Neolithic type of equipment, which included pottery and ground stone axes. They were probably largely pastoralists, although the great number and variety of beautifully flaked stone arrowheads as well as bone harpoons found, suggest that hunting and fishing also played an important part in the economy. Finds of the different regional variants of the Sahara Neolithic are mostly confined to the north of 15 degrees north latitude, but an interesting discovery of material of this kind has recently been made in northern Ghana, indicating that at least one group of these people migrated a long way to the south of their previous habitat, probably when the latter became too dry to support their former way of life there. The progressive desiccation of the Sahara must have had an important effect on folk movements during the 2nd and 3rd millennia BC, and these must have had repercussions in West Africa. Ground stone axes are found throughout the whole of West Africa, including the forest area, in fact in far greater numbers than in eastern and southern Africa. They are often believed by the present inhabitants to be thunderbolts hurled by the god of thunder or a sky god, and as such to have magical properties. Unfortunately, very few have been found in satisfactory archaeological conditions, where one could be certain of their associations and the rest of the culture to which they belong. In 2 out of the 3 rock shelters mentioned above, they were found associated with microliths. These instances were all in the savanna zone, and so they may be the characteristic form of the later Stone Age in 32. Such areas in West Africa. The forest version, found in caves in Guinea and in one rock shelter in Nigeria, seems to have been different, having the microlithic element much less prominent and having instead heavier cutting and scraping tools and a characteristic form of transverse arrowhead, which was used to tip an arrow with a short cutting edge instead of a point. These arrowheads are believed to be particularly adapted to hunting in a forest environment, where wounded game is soon lost sight of. Such arrowheads in iron are still used by some hunting peoples in Central Africa, being intended to cause bleeding from the quarry, which will therefore enable the hunter to track it down. From the 3rd millennium BC onwards, desiccation set in throughout the Sahara, progressively forcing out the late Stone Age peoples and turning it, if not into a complete barrier to human passage, nevertheless into an increasingly effective filter. This was unfortunate for sub-Saharan Africa because, combined with the sud swamps of the Upper Nile, it largely cut the rest of Africa off from the important developments which were taking place in Egypt, the Middle East and western Pakistan. It is ironical too, that the very effectiveness and self-sufficiency of ancient Egyptian civilization, served further to bar the rest of Africa from the developments which took place in Southwest Asia. These developments constituted a second revolution in the human way of living, growing out of and made possible by the accumulated results of the first, or Neolithic, revolution. This second revolution has been called the urban revolution, because, as a result of accumulations of wealth, an assured food supply and an increasing division of labor, people were able to live together in larger and larger numbers and the first permanent cities appear. This process both fostered and was assisted by the discovery and development of metallurgy, at first copper, then its alloy with tin, bronze, as well as the art of writing, which is necessary before the scale of social and political organization can advance beyond a certain point. It was in this phase of development also that the will was invented. Now it has been claimed in the past by one school of thought that all human inventions stemmed from a single source and that they spread out from this source to the rest of the world by a process of diffusion. These diffusionists claimed that nothing was ever invented twice. Another school of thought claimed that every human group passed through certain set stages in a process of approach through archaeology to early history. 33. Cultural evolution, as a result of which many different groups followed a natural and logical course, each step of progress leading on to the discovery of the next, even if at different times. The holders of this view were called the evolutionists. It was possible for these two opposing theories to hold the field at the same time because of lack of evidence to settle the argument. It can now be seen that the truth lies somewhere between the two, with diffusion playing the major role. There has been more than one independent invention of some things, for example agriculture in the Old World and the New, but the number of such instances is limited. If, therefore, for geographical or historical reasons, an area becomes cut off from fertile contact with other parts of the world where discoveries and inventions are taking place, it may lag behind and some time may elapse before that area catches up with the new developments. Because of the barrier of the Atlantic Ocean, America had to wait more than 5,000 years to receive the benefits of some of the inventions made in the Old World, just as the Old also had to wait a long time to receive the benefit of many useful crops domesticated in the New. This kind of isolation, then, is the reason why there was no Copper or Bronze Age in Africa outside the brilliant civilization of ancient Egypt, why there was no writing until the advent of the Arabic script, why there was no will until the 19th century in many places, not because of any inferiority of inventiveness on the part of the peoples living in sub-Saharan Africa, but because they were cut off at the critical moment, by a geographical and climatological accident, from the centers from which these ideas were diffusing to most of Europe and Asia. Wheels were known in Britain 2,000 years ago only because contact was established with the Mediterranean world which had them. No one in Britain ever invented a wheel. The use of iron. So it comes about that the next most important development in West Africa was the coming of iron. Iron has considerable advantages over copper or bronze as a metal for tools and weapons, although its metallurgy is quite different and, in some ways, more difficult. Iron is harder and tougher than bronze, but, above all, it is much cheaper and more easily available. Because iron ores in one form or another are widespread, they are very common in West 34. Africa, whereas copper occurs rarely, at widely separated spots and in small quantities. The art of smelting iron was discovered in Asia Minor, to the south of the Black Sea, in the area of the ancient Hittite Empire, during the 2nd millennium BC, and the Hittites may have intentionally kept the secret to themselves for some time. Ultimately, however, it spread to the Assyrians, and it was the superiority of their iron weapons that largely accounted for their conquest of the Bronze Age civilization of Egypt, where iron did not come into common use until about 600 BC, much later than farther north and east. Nubia was established as an African kingdom, with a capital at Meroe and strong connections with Egypt and the Mediterranean world, from the 5th century BC to the 3rd century AD, and was a great center of iron manufacture, as the piles of iron slag at Meroe testify. It seems that this was the diffusion center from which a knowledge of iron working spread into most of Africa. It is also possible that iron working may have been introduced into West Africa from the North African city of Carthage, which iron-using Phoenicians established in the 9th century BC. It seems likely that Carthaginian traders and their intermediaries succeeded in tapping the gold resources of West Africa, and it is possible that as a result of this contact, a knowledge of iron working may have been diffused in the opposite direction. At any rate, there is evidence for a knowledge of iron in West Africa by the 3rd century BC, and perhaps earlier, in the Nok culture, named after the village of that name in northern Nigeria. The distinctive feature of this culture is the production of terracotta, baked clay, figures and figurines of a distinctive artistic style and of great beauty. Human heads are the commonest, probably broken off from complete statues, but animals, such as monkeys and elephants, also occur. The human figures vary from 2/3 life size to complete diminutive figures not more than 8 centimeters high. They were probably cult objects placed in shrines in connection with the worship of ancestors or certain deities. The majority have been found in alluvial deposits being worked for tin, in which are also found iron objects and the pipes for carrying the forced draft from bellows into iron smelting furnaces. Stone axes and microliths are also found in these deposits, so the time represented may be the period of transition and overlap of the use of stone and iron, or the stone implements may be older material. Approach through archaeology to early history 35. Also washed into the deposits by the flooding rivers. Finds of the Nok culture are known from a wide arc of country west, southwest, and south of the Jos Plateau. It seems that a knowledge of iron working spread fairly rapidly over some parts of Africa, much more slowly to others, and not at all in some cases. It is believed that it reached Central Africa early in the first millennium AP, but when Europeans first came to the most southerly part of the continent, they found Bushmen and Hottentot people there who had no iron and were still using stone and bone tools and weapons. It is very likely that the change from food gathering to food production in Africa south of the Sahara was associated with the spread of iron. Unfortunately, we do not as yet know as much about the beginnings of agriculture in Africa as we should like. As elsewhere, doubtless the change was a gradual one, and food production, while making possible more permanent settlement and ultimate urbanization, does not preclude the continued practice of hunting and of gathering wild products, as in many food-producing African societies today. One anthropologist has claimed an independent invention of agriculture, as long ago perhaps as the 5th millennium BC, in the Upper Niger area. However, the evidence is largely botanical and the botanists are not agreed. There is a claim for a West African domestication of one kind of rice, and it does seem likely that yams were indigenously cultivated, although we do not know whether this was before or after the introduction from Asia of the banana and the Asian yam some 2,000 years ago. Maize, cassava and sweet potatoes were only introduced to Africa after the discovery of America. The evidence on this question of the beginnings of agriculture and veg culture in Africa is not strictly archaeological, but comes from anthropology, botany, and linguistics. There is linguistic evidence to suggest that the Bantu-speaking peoples had a center of dispersal in the area south and east of the Middle Binya River, and it is possible that this great movement of African peoples still going on at the time of the advent of Europeans in the 19th century was associated with a population increase resulting from food production and a much more efficient mastery of the environment through the use of iron tools and weapons. 36. West Africa. The great medieval empires of the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai are mostly known through written Arabic sources, but undoubtedly in time archaeological techniques will throw more light upon them. Excavations have been carried out at Kumbi-Saleh, believed to be one of the capitals of ancient Ghana, but more work needs to be done in this area. There are interesting circles of dressed standing stones in the Middle Gambia Valley, whose age, purpose, and origins are not yet satisfactorily explained, and an archaeological investigation of them is taking place at the moment of writing. To the south of Lake Chad there are traditions of a race of giants, referred to as the So or Sao, who preceded the Kanuri inhabitants and who were non-Muslims. Enormous pots, probably originally used for grain or water storage, but also used for burials, are known from these people. Their mounds and occupation sites have been excavated, revealing a fascinating array of modeled clay objects and a number cast in bronze. The excavator recognizes 3 Sao periods, beginning in the 11th century AD. The mention of the Sao bronzes introduces an interesting archaeological problem. There seems to be an ancient tradition of casting objects in bronze by the lost wax method, which is widespread in West Africa. It has many regional variants in the forest belt from the Ivory Coast to Cameroon, but also, in addition to the bronzes from the Lake Chad area just mentioned, bronze objects apparently of some antiquity have been found in mounds in the Middle Niger area. The lost wax method of casting has a high antiquity in the Middle East and ancient Egypt, and is the method whereby a model of the desired object is first made in wax or latex and then invested with clay, but leaving a rod of wax reaching the outside. When the whole object is heated in a fire, the wax runs out of the baked clay, leaving inside a space into which molten metal is poured through the hole left in the clay where the projecting rod of wax was. When the metal has cooled and solidified, the clay is broken off to reveal the object desired modeled in bronze. It is always believed that the oldest bronzes in West Africa are the naturalistic heads from Ife, since there is a Benin tradition dated to the 14th or 15th century telling of a bronze approach through archaeology to early history 37. Smith being sent from Ife to teach the art in Benin. Accordingly, the earliest Ife work is placed in the 11th century AP. In spite of some intensive archaeological work at Ife, there is as yet no direct archaeological evidence on the dating, and some estimates place these works of art from Ife at an earlier date. It seems most likely that the introduction of this craft into West Africa followed the greater opening up of the trans-Saharan trade routes by the Arabs. We speak of bronzes, but many of these objects are not alloys of copper with tin, some have more lead in them, some are brass and some are almost pure copper. Work to determine their composition is at present going on and may ultimately throw some light on their origins. This is a good illustration of how much archaeological research is still waiting to be done in West Africa, to fill the many gaps in our knowledge. It will take much long and patient work to fill in these gaps and to obtain sufficient pieces of the jigsaw puzzle to achieve a reasonably complete picture, and it will require adequately supported research in all the countries of West Africa. Archaeology is also beginning to give assistance to historians, by means of excavation and other archaeological methods, in the Protohistoric period after AD 1000, when written records in West Africa begin but are sometimes inadequate. Work of this kind has been done in the Middle Niger area of Mali, in northern and southern Ghana, in Nigeria, and in the Republic of Chad. Suggestions for practical work: 1. Try to show the class at least one example of a genuine archaeological object, a piece of work stone, a piece of iron slag, an old piece of pottery or a piece of pottery that has been dug up. 2. Get hold of some quartz, as close-grained as possible, or chert, or flint, or similar stone, and try hitting it near its edges with another stone suitable for use as a hammer stone to try to strike off flakes and make sharp cutting edges, as was done in the Stone Age when metal was not known. 3. Walk through a town or village looking at all that can be seen, inside and outside buildings, to answer the question, what would survive, and what state would it be in, if the place was abandoned today and vegetation and the weather allowed to do their work unhindered for 1,000 years before an archaeologist of the future came to investigate it. 4. To show the principle of stratification. Prepare a number of samples of soils of different colors and consistencies: small lumps of angular rock, red earth, sand, charcoal, brown earth, small pebbles. Put a suitable quantity of one into a transparent container to form a layer. A small glass or plastic aquarium is best, failing this a wide-mouthed bottle will do, then put in 4. 38. Another layer of a contrasting soil and then similarly all the other samples. Which layer is oldest, put in first. Which most recent, put in last. Half the class could see it done, half be made to deduce the answers from only seeing the results in the container. 5. A mock excavation can be carried out in the school grounds. One section of the class to dig a pit, cook a meal in it on an open hearth, leave the blackened hearthstones, etc. in place, break one of the pots used and leave it there, scatter refuse from the meal about the hearth, including at least one labeled tin, fill in the pit. Next day, or next week, the other section of the class to excavate the pit, using only trowels or small hose gently, and sieving the material. What do their finds indicate? 1. Some people lit a fire and did some cooking. 2. They broke their cooking pot. 3. They were eating X, Y, and Z, deductions from refuse. 4. How long ago was this? Deductions from state of remains. 5. Possible reasons for abandonment of cooking place. 6. Who were the people? Etc., etc. A brief report of deductions made should be written and presented to the other section of the class, who can check their accuracy. Any unjustified inferences? Any justifiable ones not spotted? Any ambiguous ones? This approach will highlight the often uncertain nature of archaeological evidence unless it is confirmed from more than one site, e.g. what sort of people consumed the contents of the tin, Africans or Europeans. 3. The peoples of West Africa around AD 1000 go GCAEMESLA. Introduction. The area covered by this brief survey extends from Senegal in the west to Cameroon in the east. It embraces graded types of climate and vegetation, from the dense tropical forest of the south, through the open woodland and grassland, savanna, in the middle to the dry and arid scrubland bordering on the Sahara Desert in the north. It must be emphasized that there is no sharp dividing line between one geographical zone and the next. In the north, for instance, nothing marks the end of desert and the beginning of scrubland. The same is true with respect to the savanna and rainforest in the south. From the point of view of human activity, these natural zones have never presented impenetrable barriers to movement and settlement down the centuries. Thus, although it constitutes a distinct zone which has posed difficulties of communication between its northern and southern fringes, the Sahara has always been something of a sea of social and economic intercourse. A close study of the early life of the peoples of the zones to the south also shows that there has always been a good deal of contact and communication between them through the ages. The choice of the year AD 1000 as the starting point of our study is, as you might surmise, rather arbitrary. The truth is that we have to start from somewhere, in any event, particularly from a point of time about which we can obtain some evidence from both written and unwritten sources. But human societies as they existed at any period in the past were the end products of historical processes dating from times of still greater antiquity. In the same way the events and developments of any period in the past would form prototypes of processes of much later times. Hence, for understanding the conditions in which the peoples of West Africa lived around AD 1000 we shall have a very brief look at some of the things that had happened earlier and, on 40 occasions, we shall also take a brief glance at later developments. Tiny fragments of charcoal, accompanied by old Stone Age tools, recovered from tin workings near Jos on the Nigerian plateau, suggest, when submitted to scientific methods of dating, an age of greater than 39,000 years. Whether Negroes or Negroid peoples were living in West Africa and in the Sahara too at that time is not known, but it is believed that they existed in the area around 5000 BC. Rock paintings and engravings recently discovered by Henri Lehout, a French archaeologist, indicate that Negroes, presumably from West Africa and its neighborhood, had been living as far north as the Tassili Plateau in the Sahara before 3000 BC. Farther north, a close study of some 800 human skulls existing before the same date suggests that the ancestors of West Africans of today played an important role in building the civilization of ancient Egypt. Subsequently, the progressive desiccation of the Sahara considerably reduced the frequency of human passage between south and north, hence the different development of the two areas. Yet contact was not totally impeded, trading, warfare and migration continued. Similarity and diversity. South of the Sahara, in West Africa, migration and settlement of peoples also proceeded. Here there were no mountain ranges or inhospitable deserts to interfere seriously with these processes, rather the land was wide, the inhabitants were fewer than they are today and would naturally move about whether in search of food, or because of war or natural disasters, or for some other reasons. The intermingling of the peoples of West Africa in these early times is clearly attested by the fact that they are predominantly of the same racial type. They have also retained elements of early common cultural traditions. Although the matter has not yet been systematically studied, there is a wide underlayer of similarity in the symbols and rituals, the myths and folk tales of West African peoples. Some progress has recently been made, however, in the study of West African languages, and languages are integral parts and vehicles of expression of the cultures of all peoples. Thanks largely to the work of linguists like Westermann and Greenberg, it is already becoming clear that, except in the northeast between the Niger and the Chad, nearly all the languages of West Africa belong to one single great group now referred to as the Niger 41 Congo family. This suggests that West African languages were, in early times, derived from one ancestral speech, that the forest and savanna regions formed one large cultural zone, and that the majority of the peoples of this zone perhaps even originated from one common stock. The findings of linguists have also recently received some measure of support from those of archaeology, the study which, as we have seen, has shed some light on our knowledge of the ancient links between West Africa and the regions to the north. In 1931, during the process of tin mining, a couple of human heads were recovered at Nok, a village of the Jaba people of southern Zaria province in northern Nigeria. The heads were made of coarse clay mixed with fragments of local quartz and silicates. More specimens have been recovered ever since, including polished stone axes, furnace waste, perforated quartz beads, and a life-size terracotta head. Scientific methods of dating have suggested Gu BC as the most probable period around which these specimens were produced. But the most recent find, a pestle from a late Nok level, has also been scientifically dated even nearer to the time of the present discussion, around AD 875. We do not really know for certain which people made the fine Nok terracotta heads, but these figures are one of the manifestations of complex, settled societies, namely, highly developed art forms. Similarly, there is evidence that the makers of the figurines were agricultural peoples. The extraordinary flat hoes discovered in the area indicate an agricultural economy not very different from that practiced today by the Ham people and their neighbors of the northern Nigerian plateau. Moreover, the Nok people kept cattle, and had some knowledge of iron working and probably of iron smelting also, although the numerous stone implements so far recovered would suggest that stone must still have been the normal material for tools and weapons. Knowledge of iron working was common in the savanna of West Africa in the last few centuries before the Christian era, from about 300 BC. By AD 100 this knowledge had extended south to the forest fringes, including the area in which the Nok artifacts have been recovered. In this area iron tools and weapons appeared earlier than iron mining. Furthermore, the Nok people liked ornaments, as witness the smooth stone and tin ornaments, including beads, earlobes, and lip plugs, discovered in the region. As a matter of fact, the hair 42 style on a head recovered in mid-1954 resembles that of the present-day Kachikri and Numina, groups of people living about 30 miles east of Nok. Taken with the evidence relating to agricultural economy, all this suggests that physically, economically, and culturally the plateau dwellers of present-day northern Nigeria are parallel to the Nok people of old. More important still for our present purposes, it has been discovered that the sculptures of Ifa and Benin are strikingly similar to those of Nok in subject matter, as well as in the postures of the figures and their proportions. Comparisons in detail have also been made of the Nok artifacts and Igbo and Ibibio masks of Nigeria, recent Baluba carvings of the Congo, and the Dan masks of the Ivory Coast. Thus, through the help of archaeology, as of linguistics, we are gradually learning more and more about the peoples of West Africa towards the end of the first millennium of our era, about the elements of similarity in their diverse cultures, and about the cultural traits which they have passed on, through their more immediate successors, to the people of our own day. The point made about the underlying similarity of much of West African culture in early times must not be regarded as in any way glossing over its striking diversity. There was, for instance, an equally early and important cultural differentiation between the savanna and forest zones of West Africa, and if most of the languages of the entire area had a common origin, they subsequently diverged. Thus today, whereas the Mande languages are spoken in a large part of the savanna region, the Kwa languages prevail in the forest belt. And even within each geographical zone clear linguistic differences are in evidence. To cite one example, U, Akan, and Ga in modern Ghana, and Yoruba, Nupe and Igbo in modern Nigeria belong to the Kwa group of languages, but speakers of these Ghanaian and Nigerian languages do not at all understand one another, although frontier populations are frequently bilingual. Similarly, In the realm of state building, we find that although the ancient Tekrar, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai empires of the Savannah had their later parallels in the Mossi, Nupe, Igala and Jukan kingdoms of the Middle Zone and the Asante, Dahomey, Yoruba, and Benin kingdoms of the forest, each set of state systems was distinctively adapted and elaborated to suit its particular environment. 43. The Forest Zone. In the indigenous patterns of subsistence, moreover, we find contrasts between the forest and grassland peoples during the period under consideration. Before contact with Europeans introduced such food crops as maize and cassava, the forest peoples were predominantly cultivators depending on root crops, like yams and cocoa yams, fruit, especially bananas, and legumes. They also cultivated cola trees and obtained palm products from their forest environment. In one particular area in the west, an area stretching from the Gambia to western Liberia, both swamp and upland rice was grown as a staple crop. None of the early Europeans reported that it had been recently introduced. In fact, it had long been an important riverain crop on the middle Niger from where it reached the forest peoples to the south and southwest. In addition to cultivation, the forest peoples kept domestic livestock such as humpless cattle, goats, pigs, and poultry, and hunting and trapping were prominent in the traditional economy. Their fabrics were mainly screw pine and raffia matting and bark cloth. There were, as already indicated, centers of iron smelting, and especially in parts of the transition zone between forest and savanna, ironsmithing was also fairly generally practiced. Besides indigenous architecture, including the subsidiary skills of masonry and carpentry, sculpture, in the media of clay, bronze, brass, ivory, and wood, was undertaken in places. These arts and crafts served utilitarian, religious, and aesthetic ends, producing private and public buildings, household utensils, stools, gongs, statues, masks, ornaments, etc. Before the organization of the centralist state systems already mentioned, the old patterns of social and political organization were generally small in scale and rooted in kinship and other ties. A lineage system, which might be patrilineal or matrilineal, enabled kinsmen of one line of descent to maintain solidarity for internal organization and for dealings with the kinsmen of other lineages. In some places this lineage principle was extended to embrace a number of local groups conceived and organized as a kindred body. In other places, particularly where the people lived in comparatively large settlements, the concept and practice of kinship reached the level of a village organization. But scarcely anywhere were large politically centralist state. 4.4. With an administrative and territorial system of government established till some time after AD 1000. Whatever its size, the local community of the forest zone was virtually autonomous, with its own machinery for upholding discipline and maintaining law and order. In this respect the age, sex, character, wealth, and general social standing of individuals played an important part, so also did status associations, age grades, and cult organizations. At the same time each community had external contacts with similar neighboring groups. Such intercourse was fostered by friendship and marriage, alliance, and trade, as well as by community of interest in religion and in outlook on life generally. Thus was it possible to promote widespread similarity of language, custom and social life over a fairly large area. Beliefs, skills, and innovations could also spread fast and far from group to group, and on the whole a sense of cultural unity was maintained among a considerable number of communities. The Savannah. With respect to the Savannah peoples, Islam reached the region in the 8th century AP, the date from which the written history of West Africa begins. The writings of Arab Muslim chroniclers about West Africa appeared in the wake of the religion of the Prophet. Ibn Munabbih wrote in AP 738, followed later by Al-Masyudi in AD 94.7. But the records of these chroniclers, together with more recent ethnographic evidence, indicate that naturally the subsistence patterns of the Savannah peoples, like their ideas and beliefs and customs, for long persisted everywhere in varying degrees. Generally the grassland dwellers cultivated grain, but their scope and efficiency differed widely from place to place. There were, for instance, some people of what we now call northern Nigeria who grew mainly one type of small grain, and some peoples of present-day northern Ghana who cultivated varieties of millet, using light hoes which did not penetrate deep into the soil. There were, on the other hand, the Hausa of northern Nigeria and the Bambara and Mandingo of Mali who dug deep into the ground and raised ridges for their millet, while at the same time irrigating the fields for cotton and other special crops. The impact of Islam was not responsible for the first development of agriculture in the western and central Sudan. As a 45. Matter of fact, one recent writer, G.P. Murdoch, has even put forward the bold hypothesis that agriculture was genuinely invented and food plants independently domesticated in the Mandingo country in the upper Niger basin. Murdoch has however been seriously criticized for this, but whether his thesis will stand the test of criticism or not, he has attempted to represent West Africa as an active participant, rather than a passive recipient, in the skilled processes of development of agricultural techniques and domestication of food plants. At all events, there has been a long tradition of successful cultivation of specialized crops in the western and central Sudan, a tradition dating from much earlier than the period of this discussion. The savanna peoples, furthermore, were skilled in tending animals. Livestock was reared by people like the Wolof and Serer of Senegal, or later by the almost ubiquitous Fulani who often arranged a mode of living with the settled peoples in whose fields they roamed and grazed their herds and flocks. Of the varied livestock kept, the beasts of burden camels, horses, and donkeys demand a special mention. Although this is a subject of controversy among scholars, it is generally believed that the camel was introduced from the east into North Africa before the Christian era, and thence into the Sudan early in the first millennium AP. In addition to its high carrying capacity and its singular ability to travel for many days without water, the camel, particularly the riding camel, Mahari, bred for speed, can move much faster than the bullock, for instance. The horse is also of extra-African origin. It served not only as a pack animal but also as a military and political instrument whereby military force could be concentrated at short notice and communication maintained between capital and province. The donkey, as is now generally accepted, was on the other hand domesticated in northeastern Africa. It was, to the ordinary savanna inhabitant, the beast of burden par excellence, not requiring large capital investment but able to convey heavy loads of grain, raw material, and craft products from field and village to granary and town. Attention might also be called to cattle. The domestication of these animals has been claimed for Western Asia but, though he has been criticized by his countrymen, a French writer has suggested that they were brought into human society in the Sahara where, as you may recall, there are ancient rock paintings. 46. Of people and their cattle, and wild cattle are known to have ranged North Africa from Morocco to Egypt. Possibly the domestication of different breeds of cattle was achieved independently in both Asia and Africa. Be that as it may, cattle were used in the western and central Sudan from an early date. They provided, besides porterage, large supplies of meat and dairy products. They furnished the hides and skins from which was manufactured the Morocco leather for which Kano, the future emporium and entrepot of the central Sudan which we begin to hear of by now, AD 999, was to become famous. Other arts and crafts undertaken by the Savannah men included construction with sun-dried bricks of buildings decorated with vaults and arches, weaving of cotton on narrow and broad looms, lost wax casting in bronze and brass, and delicate, ornamental work in silver and gold. With the products of these crafts and other activities, trade was carried on with the forest regions to the south and with North Africa beyond the desert. Across the Sudan and southwards to the forest fringes, the donkey and the bullock, besides human beings, were the principal carriers of trade goods to and from the countries of the Bere, Lobi, Asante, Yoruba, Nupe, Igala, and Jukan. In the north, with the introduction of the camel, caravan trade grew apace and commercial towns flourished. Long before the beginning of the Christian era there were three major trade routes between the southern and northern shores of the desert. In the west a highway ran from Morocco through Adar to the middle Senegal and upper Niger, in the center, from Tripoli through Gadames and Got to Gao in the middle Niger, and in the east, from Tripoli through Murzuk and Bilma to Njimi in Kanem. The conductors of this trade were mainly Berbers, nomadic, fair-skinned people who inhabited North Africa and the oases of the desert from Mauritania to Ahagar as far south as the Sudan. They established settlements in commercial centers of the Sudan where they exchanged the manufactured goods of the Mediterranean lands, silks, beads, mirrors, swords and, as literacy spread, paper and dates and salt of the Sahara, with the commodities of the West African savanna and forest gold, grain, gum, hides and skins, ostrich feathers, ivory, cola nuts and slaves. In the sphere of social and political organization, we also find that the evolution of ruling aristocracies, political centralization and administrative government predated the advent of Islam in the Savannah zone. However, some peoples of the area, like their neighbors to the south, enjoyed a high degree of autonomy in their small local communities, each of which organized social relations within itself and between it and other communities. At the same time there were peoples, like the Tekrar, the Mandingo and the Bambara in the west, the Jat, the Songhai and the Masi in the center, and the Hausa and the Kanuri in the east, who were organized, or were being organized, into more or less centralist states. Such a state usually arose when the leader of a local group or of immigrant warriors gained control over a number of uncentralist village communities and formed a kingdom. But generally the pre-existing social and political structure of the village was not seriously tampered with, and each lineage retained its role and status in the village as cultivators, fishermen, craftsmen, traders, etc. So also did kingship and succession among the ruling clan adopt the lineage system in course of time. Moreover, with the spreading influence of the royal family cult, the leader gradually acquired semi-divine authority over the kingdom. Manifestly the open character of the country and the possession of horses also helped the ruling group and their men to expand the kingdom territorially. But of course the kingdom had no territorial boundaries at any one time, rather, it had frontiers of indeterminate width separating it from neighboring states and peoples yet unsubdued. However, with the expansion of the empire responsibilities increased, so the king assigned specific duties to his advisors, counselors, and appointed representatives from his own family or from those who had served him well, particularly in war, to maintain the ritual link with and perform political functions in outlying districts. Gradually an elaborate etiquette was developed, demanding respect for the ruler and his court and presaging a clear differentiation of classes in the community. Lastly, tribute and taxes were collected to maintain the central organs of government and its agents. When at length Islam was introduced, nearly all North Sudan states, except the Masi, of whom we shall hear more presently, adopted it as the royal cult. By so doing they strengthened their commercial links with North Africa, paved the way for the introduction of new elements of material culture, and made possible the intellectual development which naturally followed the Intro 49. Duction and spread of literacy, and for which parts of the Sudan were to become famous in centuries to come. In the meantime, however, the adoption of Islam had little effect on the basic life of the people and did not mean cultural unity in the empire. In most cases Islam simply took its place as the cult of the ruling family parallel to the cults of other lineages, and any attempt to impose it upon the rest of the kingdom was resisted. The king nevertheless acquired from Islam new elements which further elaborated court ceremonial and pageantry and further emphasized his authority to his subjects. The Masi. As we have just said, one important people, the Masi, were little affected by the advent and progress of Islam in the Sudan in the period before and after AP 1000. The two Masi kingdoms of Ouagadougou, founded Cent 1050, and Yatenga, founded c. 1170, covered roughly the basin of the Upper Volta in the center of the Niger Bend north of modern Ghana. The Masi not only resisted Islam but blocked its extension to the south and east. Their strength largely derived from a centralist administrative system and political unity. At the head of the Masi social and political structure was a sacred king who was the leader of a conquering aristocracy, the Nakams, and was in close communion with his ancestors. He was assisted by ministers, the Naba, who either served at court or took charge of outlying territories. The state had a strong system of public security. This was important since there were practically no physical barriers to deter aggressors. Hence the warriors had a duty to maintain not only internal security but also external defense, and accordingly they successfully checked the armies of Mali, Songhai, and Arma. Furthermore, unlike other states which adopted Islam, the Mossi had no direct links with North Africa, and they strictly controlled the activities of immigrants, whether they were Diola traders, Hausa artisans, or Fulani herdsmen. As a matter of fact, the last named were placed in the charge of a minister of state, the Yarnaba. The Mossi kingdoms have shown remarkable stability and persistence down the centuries. Even in the 19th century, when the Fulani states of Gwandu and Masan arose to the east and west, the jihad leaders did not touch Mossi territory. The 50 Mossi are today being ruled by the old dynasties which still survive. Other chapters in this handbook will consider in some detail most of the important states and peoples of West Africa besides the Mossi. These include ancient Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, the Wolof, Mandingo, Temne, and Soso, the Asante and Fanti, the Nupe, Igala, and Jukan, and the Yoruba, Bini, and Igbo. We shall not therefore deal with these states and peoples here, but instead will say something about the state of Tekrar, an important western Sudanese kingdom around AP 1000, and about the Fulani, a remarkable people who originally derived from this state but eventually spread to nearly all parts of the western and central Sudan and even south to the forest fringes. Tekrar. Tekrar was the most important kingdom on both banks of the Senegal up to the beginning of our period. Its peoples were the ancestors of the modern Tukulor. The date of the foundation of the kingdom is not certain, but it was probably in existence at the beginning of the Christian era. The first dynasty of Tekrar which tradition recalls is known as Diago, a dynasty which was founded about AD 850 and continued till the 10th century. At one time Tekrar was so famous that it gave its name to the whole of the Sudan. The Diago dynasty was the first Negro family to accept Islam, so that amongst Arab writers Bilad al-Tekrar came to mean the land of the black Muslims. Islam was introduced into Tekrar in the reign of one Warjabi, son of Rubis, who thereafter promulgated Islamic law in his dominion and successfully enforced it on his subjects. Thus before Abdullah ibn Yasin started the jihad of the Almoravids, Almoravids, in 1042, Islam had already spread among the Tekrar. As a matter of fact, ibn Yasin, for fear of the kingdom of Ghana, allied with the Sinhaja warriors of Tekrar. In 1056-7 Libi, the son of Warjabi, aided Yahya ibn Umar, the companion of ibn Yasin, in a war against the Gaddala north of Tekrar, but the allies were so beaten at the crucial battle of Tabfirila that the Murdbidin left Gaddala alone ever after. Writing later in AP 1154, Al-Idrisi describes the unnamed ruler of Tekrar as an independent sovereign, possessing slaves and troops, and renowned for his resolution, firmness, and sense of justice. His country is secure, peaceful, and tranquil. The capital town of the same name, Tekrar, had an extensive commerce and was frequented by merchants from the Maghreb bringing wool, copper, and beads and carrying away gold and slaves. The people themselves kept camels and goats, and ate millet, fish, and milk products. This latter point should not be surprising since to Tekrar also belonged the Fulani, who have always been famous as pastoralists. In point of fact, the Tekrar were divided into two categories: the sedentaries who lived in villages, a few of which were on the southern bank of the river, and the nomads who roamed the country and most of whose ranges were on the northern bank. Not much further is known about Tekrar. Tradition has it that around AD 980 the Diago were overthrown by the Mana, a branch of the ruling clan of the adjoining state of Daira, but Tekrar at length became a virtually autonomous dependency of that Sininkh kingdom. The Fulani. The Fulani, whose early home was in Tekrar and its neighborhood, are a people about whose origins and activities in West Africa there has been a great deal of controversy. But in consequence of ethnographic, linguistic, serological, and other evidence which has recently come to light, a large measure of agreement has now been achieved about the antecedents of these people. Actually, there is no great mystery about the origins of the Fulani, who even now are known in Senegal as Tukulor, Tekrar. Briefly, what happened was apparently this. For centuries the autochthonous Negro Fulani inhabitants of the middle Senegal Valley were infiltrated by pastoral Berbers from the region immediately to the north. As there was not enough room for grazing in the well-watered land along the river, many Berber groups also passed on to the savanna country on the Furlo Plateau, Futa Toro, to the south and west. The whole area then formed, over a long period of time, a kind of gentle Berber trap. Geographically the Berbers were isolated from their kinsmen to the north, and politically they were subject to the Tukulor state. Economically a close symbiotic relationship developed. The pastoralists found excellent conditions for grazing their cattle, while the sedentaries in their dual economy replaced their humpless cattle with the hump zebu breed from the north. Culturally, as time went on. 53. The Berbers intermarried with the dominant Negro population and adopted its language. From all these developments there emerged the two types of Fulani which were to survive down to our own day, a predominantly Negroid cross among the sedentaries in the Senegal Valley, and a predominantly Caucasoid cross among the pastoralists of Futa Toro. The working relationships and the racial types evolved in the Senegal Basin and Futa Toro were subsequently projected onto a wider plane and on a larger scale over nearly all the western and central Sudan. Not long after our period, from the 12th century on, the pastoral Fulani began to spread southwards and eastwards as a result of increased population and prosperity. The subsequent peaceful expansion of the Fulani from the Senegal to the Cameroon, a distance of some 3,000 miles, argues the comparative stability among the states and peoples of West Africa in the following centuries registered, since they filled an apparently unoccupied place in the economic life of the host countries. The advent of the Fulani caused no alarm, rather they were generally welcomed. They exchanged their milk and butter for the agricultural products of the peasants, tended the livestock of their hosts, and fertilized their fields by grazing cattle on them after harvest. Accordingly, too, the Caucasoid pastoral Fulani were often accompanied in their migrations by their Negroid sedentary kinsmen. These latter were generally better educated as individuals, more sophisticated as politicians and more fanatical as Muslims than the former. So that when the pastoralists did meet with local opposition to their encroachments, the sedentaries provided the requisite political and military leadership for resistance. And when the sedentaries on their part felt so strongly about the prevailing social and religious conditions that they declared a jihad, holy war, the pastoralists provided the rank and file of the fighting forces. In the final analysis, at all events, if militarily and politically the Fulani sometimes became conquerors and rulers of their former hosts, racially and culturally they often lost their identity among the conquered and ruled. From the foregoing brief analysis, it is hoped, the remarkable role of the Fulani in the history of West Africa after AD 1000 should be less difficult to understand. It should become clear moreover that, except for the stimulation of further inquiry, apparently no useful purpose has been served by the century-old I. 54. Propagation of the Hamitic hypothesis respecting the Fulani, the hypothesis which has striven to derive the origins of these people from places and peoples outside West Africa. Long before and since the first historical documents on the area were written over 1,000 years ago, the Fulani, like the majority of their immediate and distant neighbors, were an established feature of West Africa, part of its ecology, its sociology, and its history. Four empires of the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, Songhai Bolinala. The grassland region south of the Sahara and north of the forest zone is one of the best documented areas in West Africa before the 19th century. This region, which was known to the Arabs as Bilad as Sudan or the Land of the Blacks, witnessed in medieval times the emergence of four notable empires: Ghana, Mali, Songhai, and Kanem-Bornu in the west and central parts of it. The sources for the history of these empires fall into two main categories. Within each empire there was usually a class of professional historians whose business was to act as its collective memory and hand down from generation to generation the oral traditions of the people. Their main preoccupation was with ancestor biographies and traditions of origin of the state, particularly before the introduction of Islam. The other type of evidence is written and was usually recorded in Arabic. In earlier times this was done by the Arab geographers and historians such as al-Masyudi, al-Bakri, Ibn Battuta, and Ibn Khaldun. There are also from the 16th century some works written by Muslim scholars who were indigenous inhabitants of the Sudan such as Abd al-Rahman al-Asadi who wrote Tariq as-Sudan and Mahmud Qadi who wrote Tariq al-Fatah. These Muslim writers, including the indigenous ones, wrote on the Sudan in general and were mainly concerned with the history of the Islamic world, of which the Sudan was a part. Thus, to get a balanced view of the history of the empires, a synthesis of the two sources is imperative. A glance at both sources of history reveals that these states of the Sudan had certain common characteristics. They were all products of the Iron Age, starting from perhaps about 300 BC, but their origin is not very clear and has in fact given rise to a great deal of controversy. A white ancestry for them is often postulated either through the Berbers of the desert or from farther north. In the case of the Songhai Empire, an immigrant from the north did succeed in defeating the old dynasty and establishing a new one. 56. Moreover, some of the written Islamic traditions have tried to establish some link between the more famous Muslim rulers of the Sudan and the Middle East. Archaeological investigation has shown, however, that Negroes had occupied the Sudan area almost from time immemorial. The geographical nature of the Sudan is also such as to encourage the constant ingress and egress of the people of the Sudan, and in the process a great deal of intermarriage with the white peoples must have taken place. Nor is the attempt to find an Arab ancestry for Muslim rulers peculiar to the Sudan alone. This is as typical of Muslim states in West Africa as of the Muslim-influenced coastal towns of East Africa. It is not unlikely, however, that native initiative in these empires had often been stimulated by immigrant incursion. Whatever the external stimulus, the fact that these empires were all centered in the grassland zone, an area which afforded great opportunities for human movement and cultural elaboration, meant that there was a great deal of diffusion within the Sudan itself. Even though these empires were operating in different geographical areas, starting with Ghana to the west and Songhai in the east, the economic and social conditions were similar, their material culture showed the same common characteristics, the thatched or straw roofs and round mud walls were typical of their architecture. Occupations were also similar, most of the inhabitants were either pastoralists or cultivators. With this sound economic basis in agriculture and animal husbandry went the development of urban trade. This trade was of two types. Within the Sudan itself there was a great deal of commercial intercourse, but of greater significance for the history of the Sudan and the development of these empires was the trans-Saharan trade. Because they were placed geographically in an area where they could most benefit from it, they were the nearest both to the forest region and to North Africa. They therefore performed for these two areas the duty of middlemen by providing a convenient meeting ground for the exchange of goods. There were four main trade routes spanning the western and central Sudan. For the western Sudan there were two main routes both starting from Sigil Mesa, in the oasis of Tayfilet. The more westerly of these two routes was from Sigil Mesa to Tagaza, August and the Empire of Ghana. The other route took a more easterly direction from Sigil Mesa to Tuat, Gao and Timbuktu. dy. The remaining two routes were designed to tap the trade of the central Sudan. One went from Tunisia via Gadames, God, Agades to House Alund and the other was from Tripoli via Fezzan to Bornu. At the termini of these trade routes there developed in the Sudan many prosperous commercial centers such as Wailata, Gao, and Timbuktu. It therefore became increasingly important for each empire in the course of its imperial expansion to aim at bringing under its control these important trading centers, for it was by gaining control of these towns that the empires could reap fully the advantages of the trans-Saharan trade. With this desire to incorporate these trading towns within the empire also went the attempt to control the sources of the more important items of trade. The source of gold from the forest region was a closely guarded secret and each empire at the height of its power ensured that this was under its control. The claim to the salt mines of Tagaza and the copper mines of Takeda was often a source of conflict between the empires of the Sudan and the North African states which derived a good income from the sale of these commodities. To emphasize this economic aspect of the trans-Saharan trade is not to underestimate the other implications of the contact thus engendered between North Africa and the Sudan. With trade came new ideas, particularly Islamic ideas. The centers of trade also became centers for the propagation of Islamic religion. Nor was the influence of Islam confined to the spread of Muslim religion and civilization alone. In the development of better administrative practices, Islam also played a part, although administration in the Sudan was an evolution from indigenous systems of government. Nevertheless, Muslim scholars, jurists, and administrators, bringing with them the most modern ideas of government from the Muslim world, greatly helped in the field of administration. They acted as interpreters, scribes, and treasurers to most of the rulers of these empires. In the political sphere, however, Islam conferred on the Sudan doubtful advantages. Whilst the medieval Islamic idea of a powerful executive fitted in with the traditional idea of monarchy, the spread of Islam and the greater responsibility being thrust on its intelligentsia tended to undermine the power of the monarchy. The mystical and spiritual power of the monarchy in the Sudan was based on traditional religious practices and the cult of the 58 ancestors. Islam with its new doctrine which rejected these traditional practices served to weaken the hold of the ruler on his subjects. Moreover, its urban orientation which left out most of the peasants and rural folk only served to emphasize the divisive influences in the country. Within each empire, however, there were more powerful forces making for division and the weakening of the imperial bonds. A most important source of weakness was to be found in the nature of the empires themselves. They were not homogeneous entities nor did they have any well-defined boundaries. They incorporated within their borders various ethnic groups of people at various stages of development and civilization, and who were generally not centrally orientated to the heart of the empire. The process of imperial growth was often the extension by force under an able military leader of the imperium of a particular ethnic group over the rest of the surrounding country. Administration itself was on two levels, one dealing with the particular ethnic group and the other with the empire as a whole. Only the first was effective, and indeed imperial expansion was often so rapid as to outstrip the administrative system. Ability to keep these diverse groups together therefore depended largely on the military resources of the empire, and none of these empires really provided a solution to this problem. With the increasing prosperity of the empire there was often a tendency to neglect the army, which was anyhow usually an ad hoc levy. Any sign of weakness at the center in such a situation was often therefore a signal for the revolt of the dependencies and the disintegration of the empire into its component parts. The major source of weakness at the center was the inability of these empires to devise a satisfactory system of succession to the throne. There was no fixed law of succession, and in most cases the death of a ruler was often a signal for intrigues and succession disputes in which the strongest man emerged as ruler. Continued failure to get a strong ruler meant that the struggle for power continued with consequent instability within the empire. In addition to these two internal sources of weakness was the one constant threat to the empire from outside. This threat was personified in the nomadic peoples such as the Tuaregs who lived on the northern frontier of the empires. These were nomadic groups who were unaccustomed to and unwilling to settle down. Empires of the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, Songhai. 59. Under regular governmental control, attempts to subjugate them often failed, and they carried on a continuous struggle of raids against the empires of the Sudan. They often took advantage of any signs of weakness within the empire to sack its northern frontier. It was these debilitating factors which made for the short periods of ascendancy enjoyed by each empire. They should not, however, obscure the fact that these empires were the foci of great economic and cultural developments whose significance extended beyond the confines of the Sudan to West Africa as a whole. Since most of the products for sale in Africa came from the forest region, commercial links were established between the Sudan and northern regions. Important towns such as Jen were placed in strategic areas where they could serve as collecting centers for the products of the forest region, which even after the advent of the Europeans to the coast found in the Sudan and the trans-Saharan trade the most useful outlet for their goods. Nearer the forest region, dispersed communities from the Sudan such as the Mandingo and the Seninke established new centers of trade such as Begho in the north of present-day Ghana, which served not only as commercial centers but a means of radiating Muslim culture. Ghana. The earliest of these empires was the Seninke state of Ghana. Its origins are shrouded in obscurity, but it was in existence by the beginning of the 8th century and was at the height of its power by the 10th century. With the Seninke territory of Acre serving as a nucleus, it had by the 10th century embraced a large territory in the western Sudan. Indeed, its boundaries were said to be the Niger to the east and Senegal and Baal to the south and west respectively. It was a pagan state, though it had a large Muslim element, but not much is known about the empire before its conquest in 1076 by the Muslim Almoravids. Al-Bakri, working from earlier sources, was able to give a detailed picture of the empire in 1068, and he bore witness to a highly advanced civilization politically and materially. Government and authority was centered on the king and his court. His capital was divided into two sections separated by about 6 miles. He resided in one whilst the other town was reserved for the Muslim traders who frequented his empire. In the part of the town where he resided, he maintained an elaborate court with a 60 panoply of ceremonials and rituals to bolster up his authority. At the same time, he was in control of the religious rituals of the state and was regarded as endowed with divine power. Apart from reinforcing his authority by these traditional devices, he was quick to take advantage of new modes of government. He had Muslim interpreters, and most of his ministers and treasurers were Muslim. It was, however, the trade of Ghana that captured the imagination of Muslim writers on Ghana. Ghana controlled the gold-bearing region drained by the Upper Senegal and Phelem, a place which was reputed to be about 18 days' journey from the capital itself. Diplomatic relations were established and imperial conquest undertaken with a view to increasing the volume of trade between the empire and North Africa. Because of the strategic position of August on the trans-Saharan trade route, the Emperor of Ghana tried to maintain very friendly relations with that town, which was then under the jurisdiction of the Desert Berber tribes. Finally, in 992, Ghana succeeded in capturing this town. Thereafter, Ghana was in control of the southern section of the western trans-Saharan trade route. In spite of its economic prosperity, however, Ghana's ascendancy in the western Sudan came to an end before the close of the 11th century. The occasion for the collapse of the empire was the attack on it by an Islamic missionary movement, the Almoravids. In the 11th century, this new religious movement was born among those same desert Berbers who were formerly the overlords of August. The Almoravids preached strict asceticism and the practice of the true and pure worship of Islam. Ghana's persistent paganism was a reproach to their religious zeal, whilst its prosperity aroused their cupidity, nor could they forget the fact that Ghana had by the capture of August deprived them of one of their main sources of livelihood. Their desire to attack Ghana and recover control of the southern section of the trans-Saharan trade route was borne out by the fact that they captured Sigil Mesa, the northern terminus of this trade route, in 1061. Their first target was August, which was captured in 1055, by Abdullah ibn Yassin, one of the leaders of their movement. The attack on August brought into the open the tensions within the empire. Unwilling tributaries now took advantage of the central government's discomfiture to rebel. Anbara, a country 61, which was about 6 days' journey west of Ghana, was the first to rebel, so also did the Soso of Kaniaga to the south. In its weakened state, Ghana was therefore unable to put up an effective resistance against the Almoravids, who captured Ghana itself in 1076. Many of the Seninke were massacred or forced to accept Islam. This small remnant did recover their independence after the collapse of the Almoravid movement, and their new settlement witnessed some economic revival. Ghana's newly won independence was, however, short-lived. One of its former tributaries, the Soso of Kananga, under their ruler, Sumaguru Kanti, succeeded in conquering it in 1203. With the conquest, the economic importance of Ghana as regards the trans-Saharan trade came to an end. The merchants who had made the empire what it was moved their headquarters to Walata in 1224 and later founded the town of Jen farther south around 1250. Ghana itself was recaptured from the Soso by their Mandingo neighbors under their energetic ruler, Sundiata, in 1240, and it thereafter became part of what came to be known as the Mali Empire. The eventual collapse of Ghana led to the dispersal of the Soninke to surrounding areas extending as far as the Niger itself. They formed the bulk of the itinerant Diola traders who were responsible for the spread of Islam in many areas of the western Sudan. Mali. From the ruins of the Ghana Empire, there rose the Mandingo Empire of Mali. Two important personalities dominated the history of this empire, Sundiata, 1230–55, and Mansa Musa, 1312–37. A great deal of the development can be attributed to them, but the various interpretations given to events in their reigns and their achievements represent the dichotomy which becomes pronounced in the evidence for the history of the Sudan, particularly after the adoption of Islam as an imperial cult. The tendency was for the ulama to gloss over the achievements of those rulers who appeared hostile to Islam whilst lauding to the skies those who openly professed Islam. In the context of the Mali Empire, Sundiata, whom the traditional historians regarded as the founder of the empire, has been given little regard by the ulama who hailed Mansa Musa, a more devout Muslim, as the architect of the empire. Whatever the contributions of these two men, Mali, like Ghana, started from small beginnings among the Mandinka living on the upper reaches of the Niger and the Senegal. The Mandinka were organized in small villages or dugu with rulers called Dugutiji. It was these small villages which coalesced into the state of Kangaba by the end of the 12th century. Sundiata was from one of these villages, and he succeeded in defeating the neighboring Soso state of Kaniaga, and finally capturing Ghana itself in 1240. He established a new capital at Niani and thereafter started a career of conquests which was to lead to the emergence of Mali and his own transformation from a Dugutiji to a Mansa or emperor. By the time of his death in 1255, Mali had embraced an extensive country including the former dependencies of Ghana and some territories to the east. It controlled the sources of most of the important articles of trade such as the salt mines of Tagaza, the copper mines of Takeda and the gold mines to the south. He also brought under Mali domination such important trading towns as Malata, Jen, and Gao. His work of imperial expansion was carried on by his successor Mansa Uli, 1255–70, and under him Mali came under stronger Muslim influence. Thereafter the ruling dynasty appears to have become degenerate. There were troubles in court and a consequent increase in the power of court officials. Mansa Khalifa, 1274–5, was deposed and a creature of the court officials Abt Bakr, 1275–85, was put on the throne. On his death, one of the court officials, a freed slave of the royal family, Sakura, secured control over the kingdom and succeeded in restoring some order and even expanding the empire. The usurpation of Sakura emphasized the laxity of the ruling family, but in 1312 a new man whose fame was to extend beyond the confines of the Sudan and North Africa and spread even to Europe, Mansa Musa, a member of the royal family, emerged as the ruler of the Mali Empire. He was a devout Muslim and therefore a great favorite of the ulama who attributed to his reign the period of greatest prosperity for the empire. It was certainly a period of great economic prosperity and increased Islamization, but even so it was a reign which bears comparison with that of Sundiata, whose achievements were lightly dismissed by the ulama. Recent evidence has shown that a great many of the important conquests, such as Timbuktu, Jen, and Gao, attributed 64 to Mansa Musa were undertaken by Sundiata and some of his successors, and that Mansa Musa was only building on the achievements of others. In the field of administration too, Mansa Musa's contribution has often been attributed to his attachment to Islam. There is no doubt that it was under Mansa Musa that Islam received its greatest boost, and that his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 gave a new fillip to the religion. It served to advertise the wealth of Mali and to attract to the state more traders and Muslim scholars who contributed to the economic and cultural development of the country. He also took the initiative in developing close relations with the Muslim world in other ways. For instance, he established diplomatic relations with the Marinid Sultan of Fez in North Africa. It is, however, important to note that as far as developments in the administration of the country were concerned, these could not, in spite of the employment of Muslim advisors, be attributed to the Islamic impact. The administration of Mali, like those of the other empires of the Sudan, went back to a more remote period than that of the introduction of Islam. Indeed, many of the administrative devices under Mansa Musa had been foreshadowed by Sundiata and his successors. As if to emphasize the importance of Mansa Musa's contributions in other directions, it has often been the tendency in some quarters to dismiss the Mali Empire as of little significance after the death of Mansa Musa. It is true that the old weaknesses within the empire reappeared. The rulers were once more creatures of court officials, and the dynastic problem, the inability to settle the succession to the throne, again cropped up, but it was not a picture of decline. When Ibn Battuta went to Mali during the reign of Musa Sulayman, 1341-60, he bore witness to the good government and administration of the country and its continued economic development. But with the end of the 14th century, Mali's period of greatness was over. The Mossi, pagan neighbors of Mali to the south, attacked the empire and sacked Timbuktu, cent. 1400. Soon after this, Wailata and the recaptured Timbuktu fell to the Tuaregs and the Berbers. In 1468, Sunni Ali of Songhai captured Jen. It is, however, important to note that these inroads affected only the eastern frontier of Mali, and the western part was still intact. Moreover, even in the 16th century, the ruler of Mali, 65, was still being mentioned as one of the four great sultans of the Sudan and North Africa. The end of the importance of Mali as a force in the Sudan only came in the 17th century with the rise among the Mandinka of the Bambara succession states of Karta and Segu. Songhai. The tradition of origin of the state attributes its beginning to the coming together of two main groups, the agriculturists and the fisher folk, to the Dendi region, in the southeastern part of the Songhai Empire. The presence of the fisher folk, who became the most important element in this new settlement, gave rise to a social system which was closely tied up with the cult of the river and the worship of a river divinity. On an economic plane, the alliance of the agriculturists and the fisher folk gave rise to the urban center of Kukia, which became a trading and meeting place for them and their neighbors. By the 7th century, an organized kingdom was also developing around this town. This century, however, witnessed the influx of another group of immigrants from the north, possibly Christian Berbers from North Africa fleeing from Muslim persecution. They succeeded in imposing their sovereignty over the indigenous peoples and established the Ziyeh or Dia dynasty, which incorporated into its religious system a strong element of the riverain cult. In the 9th century, the Dia dynasty moved its seat from Kukia to Gao, a more prominent trading center on the trans-Saharan trade route. By the beginning of the 11th century, the dynasty, which was now more exposed to Islamic influences, was converted to Islam. So important was the trade from Gao that it aroused the cupidity of the Empire of Mali, and by the 13th century it was under Mali domination. But by the end of the 14th century, Songhai had freed itself from Mali domination and under the old dynasty, now renamed Sunni, began to expand its frontiers at the expense of Mali in the 15th century. Most of this expansion took place under Sunni Ali, 1464-92, in a series of campaigns. He succeeded in bringing within the Songhai Empire most of the important trading towns of the Sudan. In addition to Timbuktu, he succeeded in conquering the virtually impregnable town of Jen and the surrounding internal delta of the Niger between 1471 and 1476. At the same time, he tried to protect his borders from hostile external forces by organizing expeditions against the Mossi to the south, the Bariba to the southeast, and the Fulani and the wild tribes of the Hamborai Mountains. The success of his campaigns was due not only to his energetic leadership but also to his able organization of his forces. He placed in strategic regions, as overseers, his officials such as the Tondi Farma, who was in charge of the Hamborai Mountains, and the Hikoi, the officer in charge of the fleet, who helped to maintain the Niger as an effective artery of the empire. Even though both the ulama and the traditional historians have conceded his contribution in the founding of the empire, yet the ulama often described him as a tyrant, evil and oppressive. Like Sundiata, he was charged with not being a true Muslim and for his persecution of the Muslims in Timbuktu. Sunni's attitude to Muslims was an indication of the dilemma in which rulers in the Sudan were placed as regards the new religion. Islam had made much progress in the Songhai Empire by the time of the accession of Sunni Ali, but he still looked to the traditional religions for the basis of his power and influence among his people, and therefore regarded this trend towards Islam as a threat to his power. It is not surprising therefore that he dealt harshly with the Muslims in Timbuktu who seemed to be conspiring against his regime with his hostile Tuareg neighbors. His persecution of the Muslims in this particular instance did not mean an attitude of general hostility to Islam. He was himself a practicing Muslim and employed Muslim scholars in his service. Registered in spite of his attachment to the pagan cult, Islam did triumph as the imperial cult in the empire. On his death, one of his former soldiers, Muhammad Turi, a man with definite Muslim tendencies, was able to oust his son and establish himself at the head of a new dynasty, the Askia dynasty. If Sunni Ali was comparable to Sundiata, Askia Muhammad Turi was comparable to Musa Musa. Indeed, his reputation in the Sudan was far greater than that of Musa Musa, though he was not as well known in Europe. Like Musa Musa, he was a devout Muslim, and under him Islamic influence became a factor to be reckoned with in Songhai history. He tried to establish the Islamic law code in the Sudan and therefore devoted a great deal of his time to the training of a class of Muslim judges who would be able to interpret the law. He maintained close connections with notable scholars from North 68 Africa such as his friend Muhammad al-Maghili. At the same time he patronized Muslim scholars within the empire and erected the Muslim intelligentsia into a feudal class by granting them lands. As a result of all this patronage, Timbuktu emerged as a center of Islamic learning by the 16th century. Although the ulama tended to attribute his success, like Musa Musa's, to Islam, it is doubtful whether his Islamising policy went beyond the patronage of the Muslim intelligentsia. Except for an unsuccessful campaign against the Mossi, he never went on jihads against his pagan neighbors. His expeditions were for the most part undertaken for political and economic reasons, a good example being the campaign against the Tuaregs of Agades. By the conquest of these Tuaregs, his northeastern border was secured, and by his capture of Agades he also gained control of an important center of the trans-Saharan trade. His famous administration, too, was to a large extent rooted in past administrative practices. Working within this context, he started the departmentalization of government into administrative, fiscal, and military units. He divided the empire into provinces under his loyal servants and relatives. For example, Timbuktu was under the Kinferi, Dendi region was under the Dendi Firma. At the lower level he maintained the old system of administration under Faris or chiefs who were often local men. In spite of his achievements, in 1528 Muhammad Turi was eventually deposed by his sons who had shared power with him. After this, the story of the Songhai Empire is one of rapid political disintegration. Again, as in the other empires, the main reason was the absence of a fixed law of succession to the throne. The period 1528 to 91 was therefore marked by intrigues, plots, and civil wars which occurred with every succession. Within 60 years, there were 8 Askias and one of them, Dud, reigned for more than 30 years. It was in these disturbed conditions that Songhai was confronted with an external invader in the form of the Moroccans in 1591. The Moors had, through the western trans-Saharan route, had a long connection with the Sudan and were aware of its riches. Moreover, the control of the salt mines of Tagaza had since the 1540s been a source of dispute between them and the Songhai Empire. Therefore in 1591, a pretext was not wanting for sending an expedition against the empire. Unfortunately Songhai was not 69 prepared for the expedition and so could not put up a firm resistance, Moreover, the Moors had the advantage of superior weapons such as firearms and cannons with which the Songhai Empire was unfamiliar. The continuous internal squabbles had also weakened the army. A crushing defeat was therefore inflicted on Songhai at the Battle of Tondabai, and the Moors gradually took control of the western part of the empire, making Timbuktu their headquarters. Many Moorish soldiers settled in this part of the Sudan, and their descendants now constitute a distinct social group known as the Arma. At the same time, there was the development of government through Moorish pashas who owed allegiance to Morocco and were assisted by financial and military officials. The southeastern part of the Dendi region was left to the old inhabitants of the empire. Conclusion. It has often been asserted in some quarters that the collapse of the Songhai Empire was synonymous with the beginning of chaos in the Sudan. It is true that after the collapse of Songhai, no other imperial structure of comparable size or importance emerged in the western Sudan until the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Within the area of its jurisdiction, the Moorish Pashalik was not able to exert much influence. There was a continuous struggle for power between the pashas and their military and financial officials, and, because of the distance, Morocco was not able to exercise much effective control. The internal disturbances within the Pashalik gave the traditional enemies of the Sudan an opportunity to dismember the Moorish state. By 1737, the Tuaregs had gained control of the Niger Bend, and they captured Gao and Timbuktu in 1770 and 1787 respectively. Indeed, before this period, many of the old dependencies of the empire had thrown off their allegiance and declared their independence. In the Dendi region, too, the picture was also one of disintegration into small insignificant states. On the cultural level, Islam had declined in influence and no longer enjoyed a privileged position as the imperial cult. Instead, Muslim preachers and scholars had to practice their religion under pagan rulers. The cultural flowering which had accompanied Islam therefore declined, and the great centers of Islamic civilization paled into insignificance. 6. 70. On the economic level also, there was a decline. The trans-Saharan trade was no longer what it used to be, and caravans which frequented the Sudan were few and far between. Articles of trade had also changed from harmless goods like gold and ivory to human flesh. It would, however, be wrong to see in the decline of the Songhai Empire only the beginning of regressive tendencies. Politically, there was some development. The central Mande region of the old Mali Empire threw up energetic military leaders who helped to found the two important pagan states of Sego and Karda. Registered their emergence represented the development of a new type of state whose core was formed by a standing army. The military power thus made available helped the state to achieve large territorial expansion of its authority. Moreover, individual divisions of the army were distributed throughout the empire to perform police functions within the state with the assistance of a Niger flotilla. Economically, new horizons were opened to the Sudan. Although the sale in slaves was itself not commendable, yet the slave trade led to the extension of trade relations with the Mediterranean world and Europe, and this in turn gave rise to an increased importation of European goods. On the cultural and religious level, the importance of Islam and Islamic civilization in the Sudan must not be overstressed. It is important to point out that Islam was essentially an urban religion confined largely to the trading cities of the western Sudan, and that the majority of the rural population was unaffected by it. It was not completely wiped out after the collapse of Songhai. Muslims were still allowed to practice their religion under pagan rulers. Anyhow, there was for the whole of the Sudan in general the compensating factor that whilst Muslim culture declined in the western Sudan, it gradually took root in the central Sudan. But it is essential to note that it was only with the jihads of the 18th and 19th centuries that extensive Islamization of the Sudan can be said to have begun. 1. Kanem Bornu. Kanem is in what is now the northern part of the Chad Republic, but the Empire of Kanem, or Bornu as it came to be called from the 13th century onwards, covered a wide region around Lake Chad and at one time stretched north as far as Fezzan. The area of the empire has, however, never been defined in precise geographical terms. Bornu today consists of a flat sandy plain of orchard bush drained by two main rivers, the Yobe and the Yedsaram. The physical features of the area have facilitated the movement of men and animals in all directions down the centuries. Consequently, the region has for long been one of the great crossroads of African culture and history. The people of Borno call themselves Kanuri and speak a language of the same name. But among many northern Nigerians, the Kanuri and their language are known as Beriberi, although the Kanuri themselves would use this term only when they are away from home. They are also sometimes called Kanambu. The early inhabitants of the greater part of Kanam Bornu are said to have been the Sao, a very energetic and powerful people. French archaeologists and writers claim that So groups have survived as the Kodoko, Bajima, Musku, Gamergu, Bolwa and others of the Chad Basin, and a So element has been detected in the Hausa language. Kanuri traditions speak of the So as giants with whom they fought for many years and whom they eventually conquered after suffering many vicissitudes. But stories of these giants are not limited to the Kanuri, they can be heard all over the Chad area and northwards in the Sahara as far as the region around Bilma. The word So itself originates from the Maghreb, and since the first writers of Kanuri history spoke Arabic and knew its script, it is not surprising that this North African word for the indigenous peoples of the Sudan should be handed down to the present day. Thus the So were probably not any one group of people but, as has recently been suggested, a linguistic category or a civilization. 73. At all events, if physically and militarily the So were not giants, politically and culturally they did great things. They built walled towns, they developed divine kingship, an elaborate hierarchical political organization and complicated burial procedures, they elevated women to positions of influence in government ideas and practices later inherited by the Kanuri, among whom, for instance, the influence of the Majora, Queen Mother, and Magara, the king's official elder sister, was very great. In the realm of art the So fashioned animals and toys in clay and executed effigies of revered ancestors and culture heroes in bronze. On the whole, the mode of life and worldview of the So, like those of many successor peoples of the Central Sudan, was a synthesis of the African East and the African West. However, although the So fought with the Kanuri for centuries, they could not hold their own in the end because they were organized in small town groups which the stronger Kanuri power could deal with piecemeal. Subsequently, though we continue to hear of So exploits and Kanuri countermeasures down to the 16th century AD, many of the So groups were gradually and at length completely absorbed by the Kanuri. The Kanuri themselves were not originally a homogeneous people but one of a number of groups which included the Tibu, Ortida, Berber, Kaka and others. Among these were the Zagawa, a half-sedentary, cattle-owning people, nomadized. The Zagawa are of little importance today and exist under that name only in northern Wada. Between the 7th and 9th centuries AD, however, the territory over which they ranged was vast. They were encountered by traders passing through the central Sudan and acted as guides to travelers. According to H.R. Palmer, a British administrative officer in northern Nigeria during the early decades of this century, one tradition has it that the Magomi, a clan or lineage among the Zagawa, came to Kanam about AP 700 to 800. The Magomi, a camel-owning people, subsequently molded the existing Zagawa, Kanuri and other units into the kingdom of Kanam. But the Kanuri language and culture ultimately became predominant in this fusion. The first king of Kanam is said to have been Saif, Sef, and though tradition has derived him from Mecca, it is possible that he was a product of the development we have just described. Ahmed ibn Farchawa, the chief imam and chronicler of one of the greatest. 74. Of the Borno kings, Idris Aluma, 1580 to 1617, clearly asserts that Saif came to Njimi, the early capital of Kanam east of the Chad, the site of which has not yet been conclusively located. Saif founded the Saifawa dynasty of Kanam Bornu, a line of kings believed to be one of the longest in the world, CAP 800-1846. It has often been argued, with no substantiating data, that the dominant group that founded this dynasty and the Kanuri kingdom came from outside the country. We need not enter into this debate here. But suffice it to say that racially and culturally the Magomi of the Zagawa, like the Fulani centuries after, were before long assimilated by the peoples over whom they ruled. In dealing with the remainder of the history of Kanem Bornu up to the 19th century, we shall first trace what is known of the political history of the kingdom during the period and then discuss some aspects of the life of the people that were developed over the centuries, namely, social and political organization, military organization and warfare, judicial and economic affairs. The First Bornu Empire. The political history of Kanem Bornu up to the 19th century falls into two major periods which, for convenience, we shall call the First Kanuri Empire, c. 800–c. 1470, and the Second Kanuri Empire, c. 1470–1808. During both periods the empire not only organized and maintained social and political relations within itself and with its immediate neighbors but also established and kept up contact with the existing powers and peoples of North Africa and the Middle East. It is now generally agreed that the rulers of Kanem embraced Islam sometime before the end of the 11th century. The extant king lists, including that in the Bornu Chronicle, agree that my king, Jilmi, who reigned from 1085 to 97, died in Egypt on the way to Mecca. Thus it must be that he not only adopted Islam but also embarked on a pilgrimage. This is confirmed by a Bornumarum or letter of privilege, given by to one Muhammad ibn Mani, who is said to have introduced Islam. It is upon this evidence that the beginning of Islam is at present dated in Kanem Bornu. With the acceptance of Islam in Kanem, the kingdom became the principal focus of Muslim influence in the central Sudan, and the Hajj, pilgrimage, the main 75 channel of communication between this area, the Maghreb, and the Middle East. The son and successor of Dunama I, 1097–1150, a very powerful king, is said to have made the pilgrimage thrice with a large retinue. He consequently excited the suspicions of the inhabitants of Egypt and is said to have been drowned by them when embarking at Suez for Mecca on the third journey. As Egypt was at this time in a very turbulent state, such an occurrence was not improbable. During the remainder of the century, Kanem established friendly relations with the princes of Tunisia. The first half of the 13th century was dominated by the figure of Dunama II, 1221–59, a very enterprising, restless, and warlike prince. The Arab historian Ibn Khaldun, died AP 1406, mentions that around 1257 Kanem continued the tradition of sending an embassy to Tunisia. During this period also a madrasa, hostel, was built in Cairo for Kanem pilgrims and resident students, while towards the end of the 13th century Fulani Muslim teachers appear to have arrived from Mali. Kanem achieved remarkable territorial expansion in the 12th and 13th centuries. Although Njimi, the capital, continued to be a small place, Dunama I, who had a numerous army of horse and foot, managed to build an empire which became well known in the Islamic world of the 12th century. The influence of the Majra, the Queen Mother, was then in the ascendant and, according to the Bornu Chronicle, part of the elaborate court ceremonial also dates from this time. As for Dunama II, he is said to have possessed a cavalry 30,000 to 40,000 strong. There might be some exaggeration in this, but it is related that with the help of his sons he conducted a war against the recalcitrant Tibu which lasted for more than 7 years. He extended the empire over the whole of Fezzan and secured control of the trade route to Tripoli. In the south, according to Ibn Said, writing around 1252–3, Dunama II invaded a well-watered and populous country called Mabina, probably Fumbina, now Adamawa. Here for the first time Ibn Said speaks of Bornu, on the southwest side of Lake Chad as far as Dikwe, as part of Kanem. And Ibn Khaldun speaks of Dunama as the king of Kanem and lord of Bornu. In the west the kingdom stretched as far as Kano, and in the east as far as Wada. With this expansion Kanem Bornu helped further to disseminate Islam over the Sudan, and the Maliki school of law 76 was firmly established. The Mai, however, still retained much of his pre-Islamic ceremonial and never showed himself in public, always talking to his people from behind a curtain. but tradition records that he brought upon Bornu a period of troubles because he committed an abomination in opening the sacred money, mun or talisman, perhaps the traditional symbol of divine monarchy. He probably pressed Islamization so fast and so far that he alienated many of his subjects. For over 100 years after the reign of Dunamatu, i.e. from the mid-13th century to the end of the 14th century, one of the most important developments in Kanuri history was the struggle with the So, which we touched on earlier. These powerful peoples not only defended themselves against the Kanuri but defeated and killed 4 of their kings in succession. But it was not only the So menace that made this period perhaps the most unfortunate for the First Kanuri Empire. There was also the fight with the Bulala, a struggle which was to lead ultimately to the founding of the Second Kanuri Empire. The Bulala are said to have sprung from a rival lineage related to the Saifawa dynasty and founded by a fugitive Kanuri prince variously known in some traditions as Bilal and in others as Jelil. They established themselves over the people in the district east of Lake Fitri, whence they spread their dominion in every direction. Their fight with the Saifawa and their subjects actually began in the 12th century and probably originated from a Bulala challenge to the Mai's authority. The struggle would appear to have been intensified in the 13th century because, according to tradition, the Bulala, like many of the Mai's subjects, were alienated by the irreligious act of Dunamatu in opening the sacred money. Dunama, however, inflicted a severe defeat on them. But some Kanuri were already moving to the valley of the Komatuguyob, west of Lake Chad, and mingling with the So peoples there. During the very important but rather unfortunate reign of Dud, 1366–76, the Saifawa were weakened by dynastic and civil wars which he fought with one or more of his sons. At length Dud was driven from the old capital, Anjimi, and finally killed by the Bila. Subsequently Umar ibn Idris, 1384–8, was so hard pressed by the Bulala that, with the consent of his ulama, learned men, he entirely gave up Kanem, which was naturally taken over by the Bulala with their headquarters at Ga. States of Central Sudan, Kanem Bornu of. Foundation of the Second Kanuri Empire. The founder of the Second Kanuri Empire, c. 1470–1808, was Ali Gaji, 1472–1504, whose glorious reign in many ways opened a new epoch in the history of Bornu. In order to concentrate his government, he built a large capital, Birni Ngazaragamua, on the south bank of the Komatuguyob on the border between present-day Nigeria and Niger. Ngazaragamua remained the capital of the kings of Bornu for 3.5 centuries, until its capture and destruction by the Fulani in 1812. Ali Gaji, moreover, reformed the government, making an end of the civil wars which had torn and wasted the kingdom for so long. He restored the equilibrium between the different high officers of state whose excessive power, particularly that of the Kaigama, the commander-in-chief, had been the principal cause of the disturbances. Furthermore, Ali Gaji understood the functions of religion in society. With the advice of his chief imam he set an example for the nobility and others of observance of Islamic practices, particularly with respect to the study of the Quran and the marrying of only 4 wives. The royal house also grew wealthy under him. For the internal security and external defense of his kingdom, Ali Gaji raised the strength of the royal army. He subsequently waged wars on all fronts, and it was for this that Ali was surnamed Al-Ghazi, the warrior or conqueror. In the east he fought with the Bulala who had not yet been subjugated, and in the south he dealt with what seems to have been an invasion by the Kurarafat, Jukan. In the west he exacted tribute from the house estates, including Kano, and in the north the monarch extended the Kanuri kingdom into Borku and Tibesti. Ali also endeavored to raise Bornu in the estimation of his neighbors by methods other than warfare and taxation. The Arab traveler, Leo Africanus, emphasizes the importance of Bornu in the trans-Saharan trade of this time. Slaves were exported and horses imported. North African merchants visited Bornu. Doubtless because of her fame, which is comparable to that of her Western contemporary, Songhai, Bornu is first mentioned in the European maps of Africa prepared by Portuguese cartographers of the late 15th century, 1487–9. Ali Gaji's reign was followed by a few others which were no. 78. Less notable. Idris Khatakirmabi, 1504–26, his worthy son and successor, accomplished the subjection and humiliation of the Bulala, which contributed immensely to the peace and prosperity of Bornu. Within 1 year of his accession, Idris invaded Kanem with a strong army and beat the reigning Bulala prince. At last he entered Njimi, the old capital, 122, lunar, years after Maidud had abandoned it. However, Idris had to return again to Kanem to settle a succession dispute, but from that time to the beginning of the 19th century Kanem remained a province of Bornu, though never again the seat of government. In the west, Idris's prodigious enterprise would appear to have been his attack on Kanta of Kebai. 2 Muhammad Bello, the son and successor of Yuzuman Dan Fodio, writes in his Janfak al-Masr that the Mai marched against Kanta, the governor, and afterwards the king of Kebai, because the latter had oppressed the inhabitants of the provinces he had conquered. Idris attacked Kanta in his capital Suraim, the ruins of which are still standing, on the *Id al-Kabir, the Greater Bayram festival. The Mai was, however, unable to reduce this strong place and was forced to beat a retreat. Kanta immediately collected a large army which severely harassed the Kanuri army and finally fought a battle with the Mai at a place called Anghur, probably Nguru. Kanta is reported to have won the battle but could not follow up the victory. In keeping with the traditional foreign policy of Kanuri kings, Idris sent an embassy to Tripoli in 1512. But unfortunately we have no further account of the other achievements of his reign because, so we are told, his FAQ, legal advisor and chronicler, either lost or concealed the material information. The next king, Muhammad, 1526–45, kept Kanem in strict obedience by defeating and killing the Bulala king who came to attack him barely 4 days after his accession, and thereafter ruled successfully. At home, Muhammad would seem to have attempted to build an alternative capital at a place called Lade where he is said to have lived for 19 years. But we hear no more of this new capital. We do know that in these early days the kings of Bornu, like their counterparts elsewhere in the Sudan, often migrated from place to place, and any temporary encampment would be referred to as the capital during the material period. States of Central Sudan, Kanem Bornu 79. Idris Uluma, apogee of the Second Empire. The reign of Idris Uluma, 1571–1603, is certainly a most important period in Bornu history. But perhaps too much has been made of the regime because it is the best documented in the period before the 19th century. This, however, is not to detract from the merits of Idris Uluma, an excellent and energetic prince who found in his Imam, Ahmed ibn Farchawa, a trustworthy and able chronicler whose work has outlived the Safawa dynasty. But even Ahmed's record unfortunately deals with only the first 12 years of Idris's reign, and of the remaining 21 we know practically nothing. Idris apparently ascended the throne after a short interregnum during which the reins of government were held by the Majora, Ika, Amsa, a very distinguished, forceful, and influential woman. Probably it was she who instilled into her son those princely qualities which were to make him famous in after years. Not long after his accession, Idris sent an embassy to Tripoli, and through the intercourse which subsequently developed he was able to obtain a good many Turkish musketeers who helped to decide the issue of some of his most serious battles. But Idris was a good tactician and soldier in his own right. He equipped his own troops properly with arms and saw to their efficient training by the Turks. Ahmed also tells us of numerous caravans arriving from the north with a great many Arab horses for sale. Idris understood the use of cavalry, as of camelry, in the wide open plains of Bornu and its neighborhood. Idris undertook numerous campaigns of subjugation and empire building. In the heart of the kingdom he sought to subdue heterogeneous elements, some of which had been allowed by his predecessors to undermine the strength of the empire. By so doing he went a long way towards the unification of Bornu. He turned his attention to the So who, though reduced from their former predominance and power, yet possessed many extensive districts and strongholds in the immediate neighborhood of the settlements of the Bornu people whom they harassed continually. After a skillful deployment of his forces and the destruction of the crops of the So, Idris besieged and captured their strong town of Damasak. In the same manner Idris led his army against the Tetela, probably identical with the Bujama, a warlike and high-spirited people. 80. Settled in the neighborhood and on the islands of Lake Chad. The Tetela were great spearmen, and it is said, by the Imam historian, that every able-bodied man among them was determined to kill a Muslim. Idris set the Kodoko, the neighbors and opponents of the Tetela, to harass them by continual incursions with their boats. And the Tetela eventually retreated into the swampy recesses of the Chad. In the west Idris turned against Kano, both province and town. At this date Dala was the strongest of the Kano stockades. This was evidently the village built at the foot of the rocky hill of that name, the place which in the distant future was to form the Arab quarter of Kano city. Not surprisingly, Idris failed to take Dala, but he was able to destroy other Kano stockades, such as Kazra, Kelmasana and Majiya. With the Kanawa thus weakened and humiliated, the Kanuri subsequently conducted predatory expeditions against them and exacted tributes accordingly. In the northwest Idris undertook 3 expeditions against the Tuareg, the third, directed against the inhabitants of Air, being the most important. It is at this stage that we hear for the first time of Aluma's vizier, chief minister, Idris ibn Harun, an intelligent warrior who fought gallantly against a numerous host which attacked him and his men at a place called Iguldiran. As was the case with the Tetela, Idris Aluma ordered another people, the Kelwadi, to invade continually the territory of the Tuareg until they were forced to sue for peace. In the north Idris carried out a campaign against the Tibu, Veda, of the province of Borku. He subjugated the whole country, and stayed long in the principal town of Bilma. Idris's occupation of Bilma was a feat of great strategic and economic significance, for it was a main stage on the caravan route to North Africa as well as an important salt-producing center. For facility of access to these distant and arid regions to the west and north Idris built large boats on the Komatuguyob and collected great herds of camels. In the south Idris turned against a rebellious Margi prince, Hagaya, whose family he captured, and compelled the prince himself to come to Engizaragemu to make his submission. Subsequently Idris intervened in Mandara where the exiled king solicited his assistance against his uncle who had usurped his throne. Idris marched against Karawa, the capital of Mandara, by whose inhabitants, as they have often done ever since, retreated to the summit of the mountain west of the town. It was during his second expedition that Idris was able to force the Mandara people and their ruler to quit their retreat and come to terms with him, thereupon the rightful king was reinstated. Next Idris led his victorious army against the eastern Jizim people who had been attacking the Fulani in Bornu, and lately had actually attacked all who lay in their path without discrimination. For 2 years Idris and his vizier laid waste the fields of the Jizim, ransacked their town, and finally reduced them to obedience. Then Idris proceeded against the western Jizim, the Binawa people. They had infested all the neighboring districts of the empire and interrupted communication between Bornu and Faga, an important trading center. Idris so terrorized the people around that all, even the Katagam people, were brought to heel. In the east, in Kanam, Idris appeared 5 times in the first 12 years of his reign and may have done so frequently in the following years. On his accession Idris had concluded a peace treaty with Abdullah, the ruling prince of Kanam. It is evident from 2 written copies of the treaty that 3 places were still in dispute. Here we have one of the rare cases of demarcation of disputed territory of which we have evidence in the history of the central and western Sudan before the 19th century. Not long after the conclusion of the treaty Abdullah died and was succeeded by his son Muhammad, who was shortly afterwards dethroned by his uncle Abd el-Jalil. Jalil soon broke off the negotiation and refused allegiance to Idris. In the ensuing struggle Idris's army sustained heavy losses but was ultimately victorious. Anjimi and the country farther east were taken from Kanam, but Idris conferred on Muhammad the crown of Kanam and attached to him a strong party of local dignitaries, chiefly Shuwa Arabs. Idris was forced to return to Kanem again, but this time he was even more successful. By stipulation the whole of Kanem as far as a place called Babalia was attached to Bornu. Idris did not spend all his time waging wars, however. His activities and achievements covered other spheres as well. With respect to religion, for instance, he undertook a pilgrimage to Mecca after the campaigns against the Njizim, perhaps in the 9th year of his reign. In Mecca he built a hostel for Bornu pilgrims. At home, he strove to revive Islam as the state religion. 82. To be practiced by all and sundry, alike in times of peace and prosperity and in times of war and adversity. His Imam, Ibn Farchawa, claims that in Idris's time all the notables of Bornu became Muslims. In the legal and judicial sphere, Idris began to substitute the Sharia, Muslim law, for customary law in certain matters. The trial of cases was transferred from the traditional rulers to the Qadi, Muslim magistrates, who then adjudicated cases and acted as legal advisors to the local leaders. With regard to civil affairs, Ibn Farchawa relates that Idris built brick mosques to supersede those of reeds in Engizaragamua. Maybe we must refer the brick ruins in that town to Idris. But there is doubt about the supposition that Idris introduced the burnt brick technique into the Sudan, for we learn that the Mali king, Musa Musa, brought back from his famous pilgrimage to Mecca a Granada poet and architect, Es Sahili, who built a mosque of burnt brick at Gao in the first half of the 14th century, and so introduced the technique which was also used in building the famous Sankari Mosque, University. We might also mention in this connection that Gambaru, a town only 3 miles east of Engizaragamua, is said to have been built during the reign of Idris Aluma. A recent archaeological inspection of the site indicates that it is later than Engizaragamua, although there is the suspicion that it has been repaired and restored at some comparatively recent date. At all events it is said that, when not campaigning, Idris lived in his palace at Gambaru on the banks of the Yobe amidst peaceful parkland. Notwithstanding Idris's wars, the Bornu Chronicle tells us that he promoted the prosperity of the country and the wealth of the towns. The Second Bornu Empire reached its apogee during his regime, the energetic reign which secured for the kingdom its greatest territorial extent and its highest prestige in the central and western Sudan. This achievement was all the more striking because it coincided with the overthrow of Songhai, the counterpart and rival of Bornu to the west, which was conquered by the Moors in 1591. Altogether, writes Barth, Idris Alawuma appears to have been an excellent prince, uniting in himself the most opposite qualities, warlike energy combined with mildness and intelligence, courage with circumspection and patience, severity with pious feelings. States of Central Sudan, Kanem Bornu 83. Decline. The Second Kanuri Empire, guided by lesser rulers, appears to have continued to prosper for most of the 17th century, though towards the end of the century a series of wars and famines caused hardship. At the turn of the 18th century the empire still extended over a congeries of kingdoms and principalities of the Chad Basin. In the east Kanem and Bajirmai and, in the west, nominally Kano and probably Katsina, were still its vassals. In the north, although control of the Saharan routes was lost after 1700, the influence of Bornu was still felt as far as Fezzan and beyond. In the south, Jukun power had disintegrated and rulers in the intervening region were paying tribute to Bornu. Within the kingdom itself an important group had arisen, they were the Shuwa Arabs who had joined Idris Aluma after the settlement with Kanem. The 18th century was apparently marked by a succession of rather weak rulers more famous for their sedulous piety than for their administrative or military ability. Nonetheless, there is the possibility of exaggeration and of attempting to explain the fate of the Kanuri Empire in the 19th century solely in terms of the decline which occurred in the 18th century. Writers are not agreed as to the causes of this decline. Perhaps, as tradition indicates, the Kanuri monarchy and court life had become so elaborate and ritualist that effective leadership was paralyzed. The nomadic Tuareg may have harassed the empire in the north and northwest, and the vassal states and peoples elsewhere made good their independence. By the opening years of the 19th century the Bornu army was noted for its ineffectiveness and inadequacy, and when Mai Ahmed, 1793–1810, led an expedition to Mandara most of the army perished. The kingdom of Bornu was declining but it retained its importance as a center of Islamic culture. In the early years of the 19th century the Fulani conquered Haus Aland and began to assail the western frontiers of Bornu. The reigning Mai Ahmed is described by the Bornu Chronicle as a learned prince, liberal towards the ulama, a prodigal dispenser of alms, a friend of science and learning, gracious and compassionate towards the poor, an epitome, this, of the tragic irony that was the fate of Bornu in the closing decades of her Second Empire. 84. Social and political organization. We now turn from the political history of Bornu to examine those customs and traditions, institutions, and practices which were developed and elaborated over the centuries and so cannot be properly ascribed to any one period. We shall start with the social and political organization. Although the pre-Islamic history of Kanem Bornu is almost entirely outside our period, we have indicated in the opening section of this chapter some of the tentative conclusions being reached by scholars from studies of the scanty archaeological, ethnographic, and other evidence available. For the Islamic period, however, particularly for the Second Kanuri Empire, there are some contemporary and subsequent data with which to attempt a reconstruction of the social and political structure of the old Bornu state. The kingdom was administered by a hereditary sovereign, the Mai, who was prohibited from showing himself in public except for 2 grand annual religious festivals, and remained always hidden behind a curtain while receiving strangers. He was attended by a governing state council of 12 who in theory controlled almost all his decisions. In practice, however, the innate ability, force of character and political acumen of the reigning men large measure determined the extent of this control. The councillors were chosen from among the Maina, members of the royal family, and the Kasela, Kagana, great dignitaries of servile origin. Each councillor was appointed for life and exercised authority over a particular territory. The most important councillors were the Kaigama, the commander-in-chief and warden of the south, the Urima, warden of the north, the Mestrema, warden of the east and keeper of the king's household, and the Galadima, warden of the west. This last functionary, whose station was at Nguru, was throughout Saifawa history appreciably powerful and relatively independent, living for the most part away from the capital. This might have been partly due to the fact that the kingdom had no physical frontiers to the west where sandy plains stretch almost uninterrupted from the western shores of Lake Chad to the eastern limits of Haus Aland. The Majara, Queen Mother, the Magara, the king's official elder sister, and the Gumsu, the first wife of the king all enjoyed privileged positions and had great power and influence. Tradition. 85. Narrates that the energetic Mai Biri, 1151–76, was imprisoned by the Majara of his time. And we have also noted the part played by the intelligent and wise Majara Amsa, Ika, in the life and times of Idris Aluma, 1571–1603. In actual fact the Majara was responsible for the Mai's food, and could prevent him from doing anything she did not approve of. The Magara had control over the Mai's sons who were brought up from birth in her house, and when they were old enough they were sent out to different parts of Bornu and not allowed to reside in the capital lest they should indulge in quarrels and intrigues. The duties, privileges, and precedence of the Mai's courtiers were minutely regulated. Apparently the men did not hold as fiefs the portions of the kingdom which they supervised, they had fiefs elsewhere. Rather they held hereditary titles connected with military functions in sections of the kingdom and in the army as a whole. For instance, the Urima checked any raids on the north, and when the army was assembled for war he was in charge of the northern troops. We shall say more about this politico-military organization presently. Meanwhile we may note that Ali the higher nobles, except the Galadima, lived in the capital under the king's surveillance, and toured their districts only when trouble was brewing or taxes were needed. Within this system the state was organized into fiefs held by the nobility, by rewarded servants of the king, and by military personnel. The receiver or inheritor of a fief was called the Chimakara, but its administration was usually carried on by the Chimagana, literally, small Chima, who was usually one of servile descent or a trusted servant of the Chimakara. Generally the Chimagana lived in the fief and collected taxes on the livestock and harvests of their subjects. In this way it was easy to bring a vassal state or nomad people into the Kanuri political system. As circumstances dictated, the leader of such a state or people was simply made the Chimagana of one of the nobles, an office which was calculated at once to strengthen the position of the recipient in his group after conquest and to maneuver him into the Kanuri political organization. Titled women were also given fiefs which were managed for them as for male fief holders. 86. Military organization and warfare. With respect to military organization and warfare, it is clear that armies of thousands were engaged in campaigns from year to year. The extant contemporary record of Idris Uluma, for instance, would appear to be in large measure almost entirely an account of one military campaign after another. In order to meet adequately the demands of this fairly constant warfare there had to be careful organization. In his recent study of Kanuri society, Dr. Ronald Cohen, an American social anthropologist, states that in the pre-19th century Bornu military system each of the four regional politico-military leaders, the Kaigama, Urima, Mestrema, and Galadima, had under him a force led by commanders, Kasela, each of whom was in charge of a regiment of horse and foot. Informants in Maiduguri recalled altogether 24 Kasela in pre-British Bornu. And the whole army is said to have been drawn into two divisions, under 12 Kasela per division. The first, called the Home Force, generally remained close to the king, and its soldiers constituted a standing army and palace guard whose primary duty was to protect the monarchy. The second division was called the Bush Unit not because it fought in the country outside the capital but because it was largely composed of peasant subjects and rural followers of fief holders whose homes were outside the capital, in the Bornu countryside. Each Kasela had his own little general staff of close associates, each of whom led his group in an advance on the enemy, and one of the groups stood sentry for the whole camp at the end of the day. As Denham witnessed in the 1820s, the king himself inspected the maneuvers of his troops before battle. Elaborate rituals and ceremonies helped to dramatize warfare, and the morale of the army was kept up by bolstering the belief in the supernatural power of the leader or his religious associates, a psychological condition which was also buoyed up by the hope of sharing in the booty. To the common people, however, all this warfare must have meant a life of uneasy tension and unsettling mobility, particularly for those living near the scenes of hard-fought battles. Hence wherever possible, chiefly in the south, villages were built either near hills and mountains to which the people could betake themselves in the event of an attack, or in bushy places with barricaded states of central Sudan, Kanem Bornu 87 or camouflaged access routes. Sometimes, also, stockade mud walls and spiked ditches were constructed for defense. We hardly need add that our knowledge of the place of warfare in the life of the ordinary Bornu people of these centuries derives from the evidence, particularly the oral tradition, that has come down to us. And, as is always the case with the Hayman memory, the dramatic and exciting is often more easily remembered and narrated than the ordinary and inconspicuous, hence there will always be more of recollected military and political history than of judicial and economic history, for instance. Furthermore, it must never be supposed that Kanuri warfare, however convulsing and dislocating to the common people, can be likened, by any stretch of the imagination, to the effect on the same class of people of the totalitarian warfare of more recent times. Judicial and economic affairs. As regards judicial affairs, we have already noted how, in the reign of Idris Uluma, judicial power was divided between the political leaders and the Muslim Qadi. According to tradition there was also in the capital, before the 19th century, the Mainan Kanandi, literally, the second person to the king, who was the chief judge and second most important man in the realm. The Mainan Kanandi and 12 other judges, who occupied the same quarter of the town with him, formed the high court. The Talbot, the scribe or keeper of the records of this court, was considered the third most important man in the kingdom. By reason of its members' knowledge of law and religion, the court and its scribe also served as a legal and religious advisory council to the king. In the larger towns the king appointed local malamai to act as judges, from whom appeal could come to the high court in the capital. In the 1820s Denham observed that local judges' decisions could be reversed by the high court or by the local political resident. In the sphere of economic life, the Kanuri people remember that the pre-British system of taxation consisted of two separate levies. 1. The Binem Ram, was the personal property and organizational responsibility of the Chimakara who owned the fief. It was collected in kind at the local peasant level. Generally, the Chimakara sent out a messenger from the capital to his representative in the fief, the Chimagana, instructing him on the total. 88. Demand of the levy. The messengers of the Chimagana then raised the required tax in the fief and extracted a surplus for their labors. Another levy was the Sadae, which was specifically a royal revenue. Opinion differs as to the organization of this levy. Some sources speak of the king selling collection rights to trusted courtiers, while others refer to this tax as a special harvest tithe collected by the fief holder and his representative, partly for themselves and partly for the king. Within his holdings a fief holder might use some of the land for his own purposes. If he settled some of his slaves in a village, a large portion of the produce would come to him as his rightful property. Sometimes he might give a portion of his holding to a malayam or a group of malamai so that they might cultivate the land and support themselves. Very often such a settlement would be maram, that is, exempt from tax. Such areas can still be noted in Bornu today in the names of villages, like Karliyari, Slave Town, or Mal Amari, a town of Malamai. As for vassal states subdued in war, a portion of the tithes collected by the local chief would be sent as tribute to the Mai of Bornu. To this end the king often lodged a consul or resident, usually a slave, for obvious reasons, never a relative, in the principal town of the vassal state. Richardson saw one such representative of the Bornu king when he arrived at Zinder in the 1850s. Another well-organized aspect of the economic life of Kanuri society in the past was trade. Trade in Bornu apparently developed from the presence of a large upper class and a royal court with its patterns of specialized consumption, the uneven distribution of areas of intensive cultivation and craft production, and contacts with North Africa and with the central and western Sudan. Grain was dispatched to Bilma in the desert and salt was received in return. The people of Bilma became so bound to the Kanuri on account of this trade that even today, when the trade has been much reduced, they still feel themselves very closely allied to the Kanuri. Natron, popularly referred to as potash, obtained from Lake Chad was carried to Kano and from there distributed over parts of the savanna of West Africa. We also hear of a copper trade which Kanuri middlemen carried on between Darfur in the east and the Nup area in the southwest. Trade with the southern peoples was often channeled through Kano, but with regard to states of central Sudan, Kanam Bornu 89, the much desired kola nuts, it was sometimes done directly. Finally, the slave trade, in which eunuchs were especially involved, was a ready source of revenue for political figures. There was an eager market for slaves in Cairo, Tripoli, and Tunis and, particularly for eunuchs, beyond, in the Levant and Turkey. It is not now clear what form of currency was used for all this trade, but from the available evidence it would appear that currency came rather late to Bornu when compared with some other countries of the Sudan. It is certain that the nobles and large traders knew of the use of currency at least in the early 19th century, but the ordinary Kanuri peasant had not by then been in the habit of using currency, as had his contemporaries in Kano and Zinder, for instance. In the 1820s, Clapperton observed that at Kabayam cowries were only just being used, although rolls of cloth from local weavers were currency in some of the Bornu markets. By 1850, however, cowries had gradually replaced these rolls of cloth in many of the markets. It was by the politico-military, judicial, and economic arrangements which we have just outlined that the Kanuri state was able to lead nearly 1,000 years of continuous independent life. Under the king, the nobility had their own fiefs which at once established their status in the kingdom and ensured their all-important military cooperation. there was a well-ordered and expandable war machine for the offensive and defensive policies of the state. Hence it was possible to incorporate and subsequently assimilate peoples of various ethnic groupings in the Kanuri polity. Flexibility was thus one of the important factors that made possible the survival of the Kanuri state into the 20th century. As long as the nucleus of a monarch and his court remained, together with the idea of the centrality and paramountcy of this institution in the conception of the state, expansion and contraction could go on, depending upon the administrative and military ability of the government of the day and the external factors in operation. In the economic field, too, the existence of the royal court, with other administrative and military personnel, provided from early times a ready market for the sale of surplus produce and manufactured wares of domestic or foreign origin. With the progress of specialization of labor in the kingdom, this important commercial nucleus contributed to the building of a huge volume of internal and external trade. In light of all this, it should be easy to understand the tremendous influence exercised by this age-old Sudanic kingdom on various parts of the Nigerian region before its power was overthrown by Europeans at the turn of the present century. 11. The Hausa states. Traditions of origin. The Hausa, the western neighbors of the Kanuri, inhabit the northwestern and north-central parts of Nigeria, and spread farther west and north into the Republic of Niger up to the edges of the Sahara Desert. Within Nigeria, Hausaland is marked by wide plains only occasionally broken by low hills. As has been the case with the Kanuri, this open country has had great influence on the ethnic composition and history of the Hausa, and, as might be expected, a large number of those who today speak and are described as Hausa have not the same ethnic origin. Nevertheless, there would appear to have been an original Negro stock which formed the nucleus of the present-day Hausa. In the early history of the country, the stock was expanded and transformed by immigration from elsewhere, probably from the west, the north, and the east, and by commercial, political, religious, and other influences. The Hausa language is classified by the linguist, Joseph Greenberg, among what he calls the Chad family of languages. This family, as the name implies, includes a very large number of languages spoken in the Chad area, such as Kotoko, Badamarji, Mandara, Musku and others. Today Hausa is spoken as the mother tongue by certainly over 8 million people in northern Nigeria, its motherland, and is becoming increasingly understood in parts of southern Nigeria as well. Outside Nigeria, in the west, it is spoken in Dahomey, Togo, and Ghana, particularly the northern parts, and in the northwest many speak it as far as Timbuktu. Farther in the north one hears Hausa in Niger as far as Agades and even at Tamanrasset in the Hagar. In the northeast there are many thousands of Hausa at Wadi Medani and other towns of present-day Sudan, largely pilgrims to Mecca who have run out of money on their return journey and are unable to pay their way back to Nigeria. In the east Hausa is well known not only among the Kanuri but also in the Fort Lamy area. States of Central Sudan, too, Hausa states GL. Indeed, as Greenberg has rightly said, Hausa is perhaps the most widely spoken language in Negro Africa. The origin of the Hausa states is a matter of controversy into which we cannot enter here. The oft-told Hausa legend of origin relates that, at an unspecified date in remote times, one Bayajidda fled from Baghdad to Kanem Bornu, which was already an important state in the Chad basin. There the Mai of Bornu gave Bayajidda his daughter in marriage but deprived him of his followers. This and other subsequent events caused Bayajidda to flee the country in fear of the Mai. Traveling westwards, Bayajidda left his wife at Bayram Tagabas to bear him a son. At Gaya, near Kano, he met some blacksmiths who made him a knife according to his specifications. Thence he came to a town whose people were deprived of water from a well by a sacred snake called Sarki, the Hausa word for king. Bayajidda killed the snake, and in gratitude and admiration Dora, the queen of the place, married him and also gave him a Gweri concubine. By Dora, Bayajidda had a son called Bawo. Various accounts exist of what happened subsequently, but one of them, recorded by the German scholar and explorer Dr. Heinrich Barth, among others, relates that Bawo had 7 children who became the eponymous founders of the Hausa states Hausa Bakwai. These were Bayram and Dora, the oldest, Katsina and Zaria, twins, Kano and Reno, another set of twins, and Gobir, the youngest. Whether these were names of persons or places is not certain. It is clear, however, that in nearly all Hausa traditions Bayram and Dora are considered the earliest settlements of the Hausa people in their present abode. It is also not certain how far each of the 7 states was a political unit, but it is clear that they were largely independent of each other, though bound by ties of language and culture. According to tradition, several offices were assigned to the original founders of these states. Gobir was appointed Sarkanyaki, war leader or commander-in-chief, Dora and Katsina, Sarakonan Kajuwa, chiefs of market, directors of trade and commerce, Kano and Reno, Sarakonan Baba, chiefs of indigo, superintendents of the indigo industry, and Zaria, Sarkan Bai, chief of slaves, procurer of labor. Bayram, reputedly the original seat of government of the Hausa states, is usually passed over in this tradition. By the 19th century, it alone was in an impoverished condition, partly owing to the scourge of a dangerous Q2 neighbor, Haitjia. It had come so close to losing its very identity that it was usually called Bayram Tagabas, Bayram in the east, to distinguish it from another more westerly town of the same name, Bayram Ta Katsina, Bayram in Katsina. Similarly, Dora had comparatively little to depend upon but its agriculture, and in one tradition Dora was designated Sarkin Noma, chief of agriculture. In addition to the Hausa Bakwai, tradition also tells of the Banza Bakwai, the unreal or spurious 7. These latter were not among the original Hausa states but had subsequently come under the expanding influence of the Hausa people and of Islam. The areas usually named are Zamfara, Kebai, Gweri, Yori, Nub, Yoruba, Ilorin, and Kwarafa, Jukan. The very existence of this Banza Bakwai tradition indicates an early attempt to explain the remarkable diffusion of the Hausa language and culture in many parts of what is now called northern Nigeria and beyond, a development which has continued with even greater intensity to the present day. In the same manner we should view many of the other Hausa traditions of origin as in a way exhibiting the method by which events in remote times have been riveted into the people's memory. For example, the Bayajidabawo legend apparently refers to the successive infiltration of newcomers into House Aland or the conquest of the area by invaders, the introduction, so some traditions relate, by Bayajida of a certain thing like an ox, but not an ox probably refers to the advent of new beasts of burden like the horse or the camel. The story of the killing of the sacred serpent might suggest a change in the people's religious beliefs and practices, and the marriage of Queen Dora. After which the people of Dora spoke no longer of the queen but of the Mycoshian Sarki, the slayer of the Sarki snake, seems to suggest a change from the matrilinear to the patrilinear system of monarchical succession. The coming of Islam. In discussing the history of the Hausa states before the 19th century we shall first of all deal with the advent of Islam. We shall then note briefly some of the outstanding episodes in the history of the more important states. Finally we shall review, as we did with Kanem Bornu, some of the important institutions and practices. States of Central Sudan, 2, Hausa States 93. Which were evolved and elaborated over the centuries in fields such as social and political organization, justice, revenue collection, and taxation. Islam has had such a long history in the Hausa country that, as one might expect, wherever the religion is practiced seriously, it has become an integral part of the people's way of life. The political, legal, judicial, and other institutions of the country are on the Muslim pattern. Social life is to a great extent ruled by Muslim norms, and Islam provides the framework for intellectual development. Nevertheless, there is at least one group of Hausa people, the Magozawa, who are not Muslims. This is important because it emphasizes the persistence of older ideas and beliefs in spite of the introduction and even the general acceptance of a new religion. However, although the Hausa may privately accept that they are descended from the Magozawa who have not been converted to Islam, they would not publicly regard the Magozawa of today as Hausa. As a matter of fact they would, for instance, prefer to regard the Islamist, but linguistically and culturally distinct, Nupe and Kanuri as Hausa, rather than the Kutumbawa or Magozawan Katsina. The Hausa credit the introduction of Islam to one Magili who, according to tradition, came from Bornu. Information collected by Barth confirms this tradition but indicates that Magili came from the north or northwest. He would seem to be identical with Muhammad al-Magili, a renowned preacher of moral and religious austerity from Tlemcen, Algeria, who wrote a treatise on government, entitled The Obligations of Princes, for the King of Kano in the early 16th century. But Magili was certainly not the first to preach Islam in Haus Aland, since we find traces of the religion there as much as a century before him. Since his memory has survived among the Hausa, he was probably a most effective missionary. And whoever were the first Muslim missionaries in Haus Aland, the evidence indicates that they came from the western Sudan and the Maghreb, a fact which has left its mark on the subsequent history of the Hausa country. The actual conversion of Haus Aland probably proceeded in a manner not unlike what happens to this day in the lands south of it, namely, through the peaceable mission work of pilgrims, merchants, and malamat. The method was apparently slow, and so the 94 full impact of the religion was probably not felt in the country until the 14th century. The Kano Chronicle describes how Yaji, sent 1349–85, a ruler of the Kutumbawa dynasty, was converted by a party of 40 from Mali, who became absorbed in the general population of Kano. A far more powerful Islamic influence from the Middle Niger region came with the Fulani, whose presence in Kano is first recorded in the reign of Yaqub, 1452–63. Migrating from Mali, the Fulani and other itinerant Muslim scholars from the University of Timbuktu brought with them books on divinity and etymology, whereas the Hausa Malamai had hitherto only the books of the law and the traditions, hadith. During their sojourn in Mali, the Fulani had become thoroughly indoctrinated with the teachings of Islam in its Maghrebine or principally Moroccan form. And in the Hausa country they acted as a leaven among the people, hastening their conversion to Islam. Thereafter Islamist Fulani arrived in ever-increasing numbers. Apparently Islam was at first adopted among the Hausa as a class religion, chiefly by the ruling group. The faith ran parallel to but did not displace the traditional religion even among this class. As for the masses, they were hardly expected to and did not adopt even a veneer of Islam for a long time to come. Dawn of the Hausa states. Turning to what is known of the early history of the more important Hausa states, we find that before the 16th century we have only dim reflections and faint echoes of how the people lived. Our main sources here are of course oral traditions, especially as they are detailed in the pages of the Kano Chronicle. The old legend of the serpent killer suggests that Dora was the most ancient of the Hausa settlements. But there is also a tradition that the first town founded in the area was not Dora but what is now called Tsafon Berni, a town situated about 6 miles farther north, and that it was only the 9th queen called Dora who founded the new town named after her. Dora was long considered the senior, mother, kingdom among the Hausa, always sacrosanct and immune from attack by the others. Al-Bakri, writing as early as the 11th century, refers to Dora as a place of considerable importance. Katsina according to tradition was founded by Kumayo. States of Central Sudan, 2, Hausa states 95 perhaps in the 14th century or earlier. Its seat was Derby Taku Shai, a village southeast of Katsina where the earliest 7 kings are supposed to have been buried. The dynasty was named after the place, Derbawa. During the Derbawa period the ruling Sarki was not allowed to die of old age or ill health but was dispatched by an official called Kariajawa, and the new king was elected through divination. The Derbawa also practiced a system of matrilinear descent. One king, Sunna, is said to have been killed after a reign of 30 years by a man called Koro registered who subsequently founded a new dynasty about the middle of the 15th century. Koro was the leader of a group of invaders who, as tradition has it, were not widely distinct from those over whom they assumed rule and whose institutions they largely adopted. Rather strangely, the conquered people continued to hold important offices. They were regarded as the repositories of all knowledge concerning the local deities and spirits, good or evil. They even had a right to participate in the election of a new king, since this was done by divination. But before long they lost this right, which was then vested in 3 chiefs, presumably of the Quorra lineage. However, in general, the kings selected were alternatively of the Durbawa and Quorra dynasties. Among the successors of the first Quorra was Sarkin Ibrahim Yaj, with whose name tradition comes into contact with history. For he is recorded as having been converted to Islam by the celebrated missionary Al-Maghili, who visited House Alan towards the end of the 15th century. With regard to Gobir, tradition maintains that the people who afterwards became the rulers of the state moved from Bilma in Kawar westwards to Aspen, Air, where the kingdom gradually formed and grew in power between the 8th and 12th centuries. The Kano Chronicle reports that in the reign of Yaqub, 1452–63, the Aspinawa came to Gobir. This suggests that an alien aristocracy immigrated southwards, under pressure of desert Tuareg, into territory formerly occupied by the indigenous Zamfarawa and Katsinawa. The territory is still known as Gobir Tudu and lies about 120 miles north and northeast of Sokoto. The Zaria Chronicle contains a list of 60 rulers before the Fulani conquest, the first being Gungama, son of Bawo, the hero of the Dora serpent legend. The mention of someone other than Zaria as the first king of the state of that name emphasizes the 96. Point that the Hausa traditions discussed earlier are a later construction obviously aimed at deriving the people from a common stock and explaining the predominant features in the economic life of the various states. There is a tradition that Islam was introduced into Zaria in the middle of the 15th century, which might be true as the faith came from farther north, and Zaria long remained a frontier state with a culture slightly but significantly different from that of Katsina or Kano, from which Islam apparently filtered into the rest of House Aland. In the case of Kano, tradition relates that the earliest inhabitants were the Abajiyawa, a name still borne by a few Kano blacksmiths. The Abajiyawa narrate that one of their ancestors, a smith called Kano, had come from Gaya, a place east-southeast of Kano town, in search of ironstone and charcoal. He had settled near Dala Hill when the present site of the town was uninhabited. Besides smithing, the Abajiyawa also practiced the arts of medicine, beer brewing, archery, drumming, minstrelsy and dancing, and of mining and smelting iron. They obtained salt, perhaps natron, from a war. They were organized in local patrilinear groups, each with its own head and distinguished by some special trait or skill. Among the Abajiyawa was a man called Barbushi, the hunter-priest of a local deity, described as a black man of great stature and might, a hunter, who slew elephants with his stick and carried them on his head about 9 miles. A symbolic portrayal of the power and influence which Barbushi enjoyed among the people of Kano of his day. Subsequently, several immigrant groups arrived in Kano, one of them led by a man called Bagata, whose dates are given as AD 999–1063, overwhelmed the Abajiyawa and settled at Shim in the precincts of Kano. Probably among these immigrants were the men of the Bayajida invasion and the legendary 7 children of Bawo, one of whom was also called Kano. The ascription of the same name Kano to 2 different ancestors perhaps describes the complete assimilation and identification which, eventually, was achieved between the newcomers and the earlier inhabitants. From the Kano Chronicle we gather that the walled city built sometime in the 12th century was solemnly inaugurated in the reign of Jijinmazu, 1095–1134. The walls were afterwards completed by his son and successor, Yusuf Sariki, 1136–94, whose son Nagaji, 1194–1247, extended the dominion of Kano by states of Central Sudan, 2, Hausa states 97 invading the country around. Nagaji afterwards went down in Kano history as the first Sarki who collected a land tax of oneinth of the crop from all husbandmen. The next century, from the reign of Gugwa, 1247–90, to that of Xamia, 1307–43, was dominated by the unsuccessful attempt of the immigrant rulers to discover the mysteries of the religion of the indigenous people in order to paralyze their resistance and bring them under complete domination. When, in the same century, Islam was introduced by Mali missionaries, Kano under Ajayi, 1349–85, began to exhibit the characteristics of a Muslim city. An imam, Muslim religious leader, a muezzin, announcer of the hours of prayer, and a qadi, magistrate, were appointed. A mosque was built where prayers were canonically said 5 times a day. But, as one might expect, this process of Islamization was not accomplished without tenacious resistance from the protagonists and votaries of the traditional religion. They defiled the mosques and won back some men to the ancient faith. The eventual ascendancy of Islam is narrated by Muslims in the story of the miraculous blinding of their opponents after one of the episodes of defilement. In the reign of Khanajiji, 1390–1410, important advances were made in military equipment and technique. Lufid, quilted protection for horses, iron helmets, and coats of mail were all introduced into Kano. Not surprisingly, the Kanawa began to range farther afield in their military and political activities. Khanajiji is said to have demanded tribute from the Kurarafa, Jukan, and to have exchanged horses for slaves. Furthermore, we hear of wars between the house estates themselves. Khanajiji suffered reverses in his attempt to conquer Zaria, and as a result was persuaded by his advisors to revert from Islam to the religion of his fathers. After performing the traditional rites and ceremonies, he returned to the fight with Zaria. This time he was successful, entered the capital of Zaria where he remained for 8 months, and received a vast amount of tribute from the people. Khanajiji was succeeded by his son Dada Bakan Damasa, 1426–38, in whose reign a deposed ruler of Bornu, Dagaka, is said to have taken refuge in Kano where he introduced horse drums and trumpets and flags and guns registered and so worked his way into the good graces of Dada that the latter left him in charge of Kano. 96. When he went to war with Zaria, the regent, Dagaka, subsequently ruled for 5 months and reportedly became very wealthy. Dada's successor, Abdullahi Burja, 1438–52, another son of Khanajiji, was apparently the first in House Alan to give Bornutsar or Gatsua, tribute. It is not clear what is meant here. Kano, the leading house estate on the western borders of Bornu, would sooner or later have engaged the attention of Bornu, particularly after the building of the new Bornu capital at Ngazaragamua, c. 1470. But Bornu had been badly torn by civil wars between the Mai and the Kaigamas shortly before this, and was unlikely to be expanding. We can only conclude, therefore, that there was some close connection between Bornu and Kano and other parts of House Alan during the 15th century. To Burja also is attributed the early extensive use of camels, and the opening of roads for trade from Bornu to Gwanja, in present-day Ghana, presumably because the first market for external trade at Karabka in the vicinity of Kano had recently been established. The linguistic evidence suggests that it was probably at this period also that the Hausa learned to read and write, in Arabic, from Kanuri immigrants. During the first half of the 15th century, therefore, trade and communication between Kano and Bornu grew and there were probably additional, as yet unexplained, developments. We have already mentioned the arrival of Fulani Muslims from Mali in the reign of Yaqub, 1452–63, which was one of uninterrupted peace, with trade flourishing accordingly in salt, natron, eunuchs and kola nuts. Muhammad Rimfa, 1463–99, is remembered in history as the greatest king of Kano before the Fulani Jihad. He further built and extended the walls of Kano and constructed the Kurmi market. In the military sphere, he introduced new formations by the use of Dawakan Zagai, foot soldiers accompanying and taking cover among the horses, in the war with Katsina. To glorify the monarchy, he introduced the royal use of figini, ostrich feather fans, and sandals, and built the Dakan Rimfa, Rimfa's palace. In the realm of government, the king established the Teratakano, the Kano 9, a council of state comparable to the Council of 12 of the Mai of Bornu. Two of the Kano 9 were men of servile origin, one of them, the Sarkin Bai, a eunuch. Rimfa was. States of Central Sudan, 2, Hausa States 99, the first to appoint eunuchs to important offices of state, placing them in charge of the treasury, the town and palace guards, communication with freeborn office holders, and the control of the king's household in which he had started kul, purdah or wife seclusion. Finally, to promote the practice of Islam, Rimfa cut down the traditional sacred tree in Kano and built a minaret on the site. More important still, he inaugurated the public celebration of Eid al-Fitr, the feast following the fast of Ramadan. The Kano Chronicle's glowing assessment of Rimfa is enshrined in the following words: "He can have no equal in might, from the time of the founding of Kano, until it shall end. Surely there was no Sarki more powerful than Rimfa." Songhai influence. The 16th century is a highly significant period in the history of House Aland. The most important of the many events and developments of this century were the Kano-Katsina struggle, the Songhai invasions, the intellectual ascendancy of Timbuktu, the rise of Kotal Kanta of Kebai, and the reign of Queen Amina of Zaria. Of the Kano-Katsina wars not much is known at the moment. The real cause of the struggle would appear to have been the control of the central Sudanese end of the trans-Saharan trade. Katsina had hitherto been the dominant power with respect to this trade. But in view of the developments which had taken place in Kano during the 15th century, particularly the improvements in military equipment and techniques, we should not be surprised that Kano also wanted to acquire a substantial share of the trans-Saharan trade. The occasion for war would probably be petty boundary disputes, blood feuds, or personal quarrels between the ruling families of the two states. The struggle grew in intensity with the years, and reached its climax after the Moroccan overthrow of the Songhai Empire towards the end of the century, an event which led to the increased diversion of trade from Timbuktu and Jen to Kano and Katsina. The crucial period was the 80 years between 1570 and 1650. In spite of her improved military techniques, Kano did not always win. In 1650, in fact, Katsina inflicted a defeat on Kano, and thereupon made an alliance with her against the common enemy, the Kurifa, who were then overrunning House Aland, an arrangement 100, which, we are told, was not disturbed by subsequent Hev rulers. We do not now know why Muhammad Askia Turi of Songhai, generally known as Askia the Great, undertook the military campaigns against House Aland in the second decade of the 16th century. Maybe he simply wanted to add fresh and wealthy territories to his ever-growing empire. Leo Africanus relates that Askia defeated and sacked the house estates of Gobir, Katsina, Kano, Zamfara, and Zaria in the years 1512-13. Although House Aland lacks natural defenses and its warring states did not unite against the common foe, the accounts of these campaigns are so meager that one suspects they were probably mere raids which were sometimes successful and sometimes not. The career of Kotal Kanta of Kebai shows that there was no easy conquest of House Aland. Similarly, when a later Askia, Dud, 1548-82, sent an expedition against Katsina, it failed. But the Songhai warriors are said to have performed such feats of valor in the encounter with the Katsinawa that the captured survivors were carefully treated and chivalrously returned to Askia Dud with the message that such heroes should not be put to death. Kano and some of the other house estates may, for a time, have been subject to the Songhai Empire, paying tributes and accepting resident agents, but there was no long-lasting occupation. But, however ephemeral, the Songhai presence probably helped to reduce the interstate quarrels and feuds which had been plaguing House Aland for some time. In the cultural sphere, the greatness of Songhai was contemporary with the greatness of Timbuktu. From Timbuktu, the Arabic language and Islamic culture were further diffused into the contiguous territories and beyond. The Yariq as-Sudan, the history of the Sudan completed by Abd al-Rahman al-Sadi in 1655, contains a list of distinguished scholars of Sankara University and their attainments. Among them was Al-Hajj Ahmad, who on his return from Mecca in 1485 visited Kano and taught theology there. Maklub ibn Degree Ali, a jurisconsult and geographer, visited Katsina and Kano in 1500. Muhammad ibn Ahmad, yet another distinguished Sankari scholar, took up residence in Katsina about 1520, was treated honorably and finally made aq4 did. Ali Fulan, a famous minister of Askia the Great, died at Kano in 1528. We have already mentioned Al-Maghili's Obligations of Princes, the treatise on government which was written for the king of Kano and States of Central Sudan, 11, Hausa States IOI. Which, as E. W. Bovell has rightly said, reveals high ideals and the writer's keen appreciation of the practical difficulties of government. Thus the history of Songhay-Hausa relations in the 16th century is a story not just of the conduct of wars and of conquests but also of the spread of knowledge and learning, a tradition which has continued in various forms in these parts down to our own day. Kanta of Kebai. Kodal Kanta, the 16th century military and political leader, made Kebai one of the greatest powers of the western and central Sudan. He had assisted his suzerain, Askia the Great, in his campaign against Air, but subsequently quarreled over the spoils, rebelled, and successfully established the independence of Kebai, 1515-16. Kanta had several advantages which he exploited: the strategic Kebai marshes which made west-east movement of troops difficult, the strong and well-fortified capital of Suraim, originally founded as a hamlet by Kanta and his boon companions in earlier days when he was something of an outlaw in the country, his knowledge of the weaknesses of the Songhay army, and the unflinching support of his devoted people. Consequently Kanta utterly defeated the Songhay forces at a place called Tara, a military achievement which still remains the most cherished tradition of the Kebai people. Thereupon Kanta turned north, east and south in turn towards the states of Air, Gobir, Katsina, Kano, Dora, and Zaria. He brought Air to heel and made the Aspinawa pay him tribute. He overran the above-mentioned Hausa states and is even said to have established a sub-kingdom of Gabi at Makwa in Nup. The magnitude of Kanta's kingdom necessitated a force of considerable numbers to police the area, so he established a large standing camp near Suraim. This was the origin of Gungu, a town which Kanta built partly by the forced labor of subject peoples. Most of these were allowed eventually to go home, except the Zaria men who were retained and placed in a colony now known as Zazagawa. Since many parts of Kebai were inundated by floods during the rainy season, making the roads impassable, Kanta had also built a canoe sheathed with copper and seating 50 paddlers, with which he was able to inspect the towns along the river Sokoto by water. 8. 102. As was usual in other Sudanese kingdoms, Kanta left the Hausa and other subject rulers in control of their peoples, absorbing only Zamfara, Ader, and Wangara into his own personal state. An extremely energetic person with a fierce temper, Kanta ruled strictly. Though there were large numbers of wandering Fulani in Kebai, tradition has it that he would not allow them to build houses. After a reign of nearly 40 years, Kanta died around 1545-50 at about the age of 80, either in battle or on his way back from his war with the Kanuri. His body is said to have been embalmed, over a smoke fire, and buried in Suraim. In his time Kanta was the strongest force in House Aland. In many ways he was, with the possible exception of Yuzuman Danfodio, the greatest individual produced by the Hausa states. Even Yuzuman's son and successor, Sultan Muhammad Bello, an author never very kind to the old Have kings, gives Kanta credit for his wide conquests and other achievements. Kanta's was the only attempt in his time and for long afterwards to build an empire in House Aland comparable to those of Songhay to the west and Bornu to the east. As Sultan Bello wrote, no other kingdom in the past history of these, Hausa, countries ever equaled it in power. Their ruins, i.e. of the garrison towns of Kebai, though it is about 100 years since their cities were broken, surpass any we have ever seen. Queen Amina of Zaria. In Zaria, in the 16th century, the most momentous events were the exploits and achievements of Sarani Ya, Queen Amina. The founding of Zaria town itself, 1536-7, is attributed to Sarkin Bakwe Turunku, 1536-9, the 22nd ruler in the Zaria Chronicle, who was perhaps a woman. Turunku is still a town with extensive ruins situated 17 miles south of Zaria city. Bakwe is revered as a great ruler who freed the country from the terrors of the Kururafa invasions. The ruins of the royal house and stable are usually shown, and a large mound representing the ruins of the building in which the Sarki was buried is still an object of pilgrimage. Bakwe is said to have found Turunku too small as a capital and the water supply too precarious, hence the transfer to Zaria. Zaria was named after the second of Bakwe's daughters. The first of Bakwe's daughters, Amina or Aminatu, reigned. States of Central Sudan, 2. Hausa States 103 probably in the later 16th century. She is credited by tradition with many exploits. Sultan Bello in Infaq al-Maysir writes, in these 7 countries of Hausa there are many wonderful things and strange happenings. The first to whom power was given in this land, according to what we have been told, was Aminatu, daughter of Sarkin Zaksak, Zaria. She made war upon these countries and overcame them entirely so that the people of Katsina paid tribute to her and the men of Kano. She also made war on the cities of Bachi, presumably any non-Muslim pagan country, till her kingdom reached the sea, river, in the south and west. In this way Zaksak became the most extensive of all the countries of Hausa, for many of the towns of Bachi were included in it. The Kano Chronicle expresses the achievements of Amina in even more emphatic terms. At this time Zaria, under Queen Amina, conquered all the towns as far as Kururafa and Nup. Every town paid tribute to her. The Sarkin Nup sent 40 eunuchs and 10,000 kolas to her. She first had eunuchs and kolas in House Alund. Her conquest extended over 34 years. In her time the whole of the products of the west, from Zaria, were brought to House Alund. Amina is said to have built walled camps wherever she halted, so that all over House Alund ancient town walls are called Ganu War Amina, Amina's wall. There is also the saying Yadade Kamar Ganu War Amina, it has lasted as long as Amina's wall, that is, it is as old as the hills. This tradition may be referring to the introduction of wall building into House Alund. Possibly, too, the various Ganu War Amina may have been built for defense or to mark boundaries. Whoever may have built the walls, the Amina cycle of legends merits close study, for the unraveling of the historical contexts of these ramparts might shed much light on Hausa history. Dr. M. G. Smith suggests that, wall building on this scale implies mass use of corvée labor, substantial military force, intense political centralization, warfare on an imperial scale, slavery, tribute, and technological development. Sarani Ya Amina is a semi-legendary, but probably an historical, personage, the stories of whose exploits and conquests must not be taken too literally. But while making allowance for some exaggeration in the accounts, they nevertheless serve to indicate the power and influence which Zaria, under Sarani Ya Amina, wielded in late 16th century northern Nigeria. 104. 17th and 18th centuries. The Kano Chronicle for the 17th century opens with the story of a very severe famine which scourged the city for 11 years, perhaps, in part, a consequence of the almost interminable wars of the preceding century. Hausa had hitherto been doubly exposed to influences from Songhai and Bornu, a situation which had given rise not only to military and political development but also to economic and social change. With the fall of Songhai, however, Bornu became the predominant power in the Central Sudan in the 17th century. Kano, Katsina, and Zaria all paid tribute to Bornu during the period and for some time afterwards. But clearly the most significant phenomenon of the century was the Kururafa, Jukan, invasions from the south. In the reign of Sarki Muhammad Zaki, 1582–1618, the Kururafa are reported in the Kano Chronicle to have marched on Kano and laid waste the country around, though, out of respect for the Malamai, they refrained from entering the town itself. However, during their second invasion in the 17th century they entered the town, defeated the Kano forces with great slaughter, and chased them as far as Jelly, on the road to Dora. There is also a tradition at Misa, to the east of Kano, that the original inhabitants of the place were wiped out by an army of Kaurava in the 17th century. From the Katsina records we learn that at some date in the reign of Tarhazo Baki, 1667–84, the city was attacked by the Kaurava, but they were repulsed owing to the sanctity of the Katsina Malam, Dan Masani. Religion alone may not account for the ill success of the Kaurava in Katsina. Distance must have played a part also, and Bornu may have afforded some protection to Katsina. In any case, Katsina was more successful than other house estates in resisting the Kaurava attacks. She was never conquered and made tributary to the conquerors as was Kano, for instance. Kaurava forces are also said to have penetrated even as far north as Gobir. The martial exploits of the Kaurava in northern Nigeria, in Bornu as well as in House Aland, form an aspect of the history of the area about which little is known at present, particularly since the Kaurava themselves retain little memory of the military and glorious past suggested by the extant Bornu and Hausa chronicles. States of Control Sudan, 11, Hausa States 105. In our consideration of the state of Bornu during the 18th century, we sounded a caveat about the facile acceptance of statements emphasizing the weakness of the rulers and the decline of the empire. This point assumes even greater importance when we view the history of the times in the light of the Hausa records. For instance, Hassan and Shuaibu, two recent chroniclers of Zaria, wrote, "The predominance of Zaza came to an end in 1734 when the Beriberi of Bornu made war on all the Hausa states. It was from this time that the people of Zaria began to pay tribute to Bornu, and for this reason that henceforward the kings of Zaza were always installed by a representative of the ruler of Bornu, the Magajan Malam. There was also an emissary of the ruler of Bornu called the Kachala, Kasela, sent to live at the court of the king of Zaza." These authors have probably dated too late the beginning of the payment of tribute by Zaria to Bornu. But the tradition which they have recorded can hardly have ascribed this and other developments mentioned, particularly the Bornu invasion of the Hausa states, to the 18th century if Bornu was the total cipher suggested by the other traditions. Furthermore, we are told in a Kano tradition that in the early 18th century an eclipse of the sun occurred while the Mai of Bornu was invading the city. Since a total eclipse of the sun is known to have taken place in 1734, that might be the date of the invasion. Thus both Kano and Zaria traditions agree that Bornu in the 18th century was not too weak to invade House Aland. The most important development in the military and political history of House Aland in the 18th century was, on present evidence, the rise and primacy of Gobir in the northwest. Because of her geographical position and the necessity of constant conflict with the desert peoples, Gobir early acquired a more warlike reputation than her sister states. Her main weapon was a formidable army consisting largely of heavy cavalry with which she often assumed the offensive. Gobir naturally became an important buffer state, keeping the Tuareg at bay when the power of Kebai had declined. But early in the 18th century a rather strange alliance of the rulers of Gobir, Zamfara, and Asban dismembered the Kebai Empire. According to Sultan Bello, each ally, particularly the first two, seized the towns near to him, and Sarkin Zamfara, who conquered the greater part, ruined the three principal Kebai cities of Lika, Gungu, and Suraim. This led 106. To the abandonment of Suraim around 1715 and the building of the new capital, Bernan Kebai, by Tomo, the 10th successor of the first Khantat. The alliance of these three kings was clearly a union of convenience, for there was no love lost among them. The Tuareg of Asban had continually been pressing southwards on Gobir territory, and the people of Gobir themselves had covetously been eyeing the more fertile lands of Zamfara farther south, to which, as the century progressed, the Gobirawa began to gravitate. Barbari, the Sarkin Gobir, had given his sister Farah in marriage to Meraki, Malu, the Sarkin Zamfara, and established a settlement on the official estates of the Alkali, Judge, of Zamfara. The settlement was accordingly called Ulkalawa. This town was to become famous in the history of northern Nigeria on account of its connection with the eruption of the jihad. In time more Gobirawa moved into Ulkalawa and its neighborhood. The Zamfarawa at first welcomed these immigrants whom they found useful warriors, and the Gobirawa in return pledged their friendship. In 1764, according to Barth, Barbari, helped by the treachery of some Zamfarawa, suddenly attacked and captured Bernan Zamfara, the capital. Meraki managed to escape, and sought refuge with his vassal, Tsedu, the ruler of Kiawa, a town inhabited by the Katsinawa. There for 15 years Meraki and Tsedu, assisted by Gozo, the Sarkin Katsina, defied the Gobirawa and finally defeated them at a place called Dutsen Wake, close to Kiawa. But Meraki, still stricken with remorse for the loss of his kingdom, afterwards committed suicide. Successive rulers of Gobir not only continued the struggle with Zamfara and Katsina but also fought with Asben, Zaberma, Gurwe, Kano, and Kebai. Gobir was by no means uniformly successful in these campaigns. The struggle with the Tuareg of Asben dragged on for a long time. Gobir occasionally defeated Kano but never completely subjugated the kingdom. It was only in the west, after the capture of Bernan Kwani and the submission of Kebai, that there was actually no threat to Gobir. But even in respect of Kebai, one suspects that though Gobir appointed the king, Kebai, thanks to her position and the energy of her people, enjoyed for the most part a virtually independent existence. Moreover, so much fighting during this century had its repercussions on Gobir. Under Sarkin Nafata, c. 1796–1802, the States of Central Sudan, 2, Hausa States 107 is said to have been in disorder and her power to have been weakened. Zamfara was in revolt, Katsina continued to raid, and Kebai no longer had her king appointed by Gobir. The harsh lesson of the internecine wars in which Gobir had engaged with her fellow Hausa states was to be learned when the Fulani raised the standard of revolt a couple of years after Nafata's death. However, while Ulkalawa, the Gobir capital, was firmly and strategically established, Katsina was also gradually assuming an eminent position in Haus Aland as a city of international trade and Muslim learning. One probable indication of the relative prosperity and security of Katsina is that in 1740 some Arab traders who had settled for many years in Kano moved to Katsina. The names of her present city wards also indicate the extent of Katsina's foreign trade and cultural connections. There are wards for people from Gobir, Mali, Songhai, Asben, and Bornu, as well as for various trades, for dancing, and for students. In point of fact, Katsina became a sort of university town in the tradition of Timbuktu, a town whose schools were famous for their Islamic scholarship and where the Hausa language attained what Barth has described as the greatest richness of form and the most refined pronunciation. Katsina administration and her law courts were known for their wisdom, and Katsina manners were distinguished from those of other Hausa cities by their unmistakable politeness. Social and political institutions. Early Hausa's social and political organization was centered round the Birni, the walled or stockade town, as distinct from the Gari or Koyi, the village or hamlet. The Durni wall usually enclosed a large self-sufficient community, which was united by trade and industry, as well as a large area of open land which was used for agriculture. Thus the inhabitants of the burns could support a long siege and the people of the neighboring hamlets could take refuge within the walls in times of invasion. Gradually, the burnt expanded through the absorption or subjugation of outlying territory. This expansion promoted simultaneous increases not only in territory but also in population and power. A Hausa state emerged when one journey secured the acknowledgement of a widening circle of hamlets and then of other burnis also. The expanding Birni developed into a capital town whose head the Sarki changed. 108. From a village to a city chief with an elaborate court and official hierarchy. The other burnis became subordinate chieftain size. The earlier Hausa states were doubtless small, the sphere of influence being within a radius of only a few days' march from the capital with subject communities having vassal status and rendering tribute in grain and other local products. Religion provided important supports for the customary social and political order, and political power was closely integrated with ritual sanction and forms. While dealing with Kano we have already noted the ritual jurisdiction and leadership which Barbushi, in association with other senior lineage heads, exercised over the ajayi. Embodied in the foundation myth, the priest-king, town and regal deities, symbols, and taboos were spiritual bonds which reinforced political unity. As Islam became the religion of the ruling classes in the 15th century and onwards, it gradually affected the political institutions of the Hausa people. The Sarki acquired more and more extensive powers, but these were generally checked and limited by his central council composed of the chief ministers and territorial officials who, though they were acting in an advisory capacity, could not be easily ignored. Some of these offices were hereditary. Dr. M. G. Smith notes that several offices among the Hausa of Dora and Katsina, Maradi, have been filled by members of a given patrilineage since time immemorial. For example, the Galadima of Dora in 1958-9 was the 49th member of his patrilineage to hold this position. The Galadima himself was often the heir, but in some states, e.g. Zaria, he was always a eunuch who was left in charge of the town when the Sarki and other chiefs went out to war. There was also the Madawaki, Madaka, literally master of the horse, i.e. commander-in-chief. He was actually next in importance to the king and was, under him, the commander of the army. He advised the king on the appointment or dismissal of the title holders, he replied to the king's address on feast days, he summoned the chief counselors to their meetings, and with these counselors he chose the new king. In some states these functions were performed by the waziri, chief minister. Among other officials were the Magaji, Mahaji, lord of the treasury, the Yuri, head jailer, the Sarkin Dogarai, head of the king's bodyguard, and the Sarkin Yandoka, chief of the police, who were responsible for the states of Central Sudan. 11. Hausa States 109g. Custody of prisoners charged with serious offences, inflicted corporal punishment and acted as town criers and watchmen. Thus each councillor or official held charge of a particular department of state, subject to the Sarki's overall control. Local government was usually exercised through district and village heads. The district heads were appointed by the king, sometimes from his own or other important families, but generally from the traditional rulers of the locality. Their duties were mainly executive and administrative. Each of them had a representative in the capital, to whom the district head reported events in the district and who informed the king accordingly. Supervision of the smaller towns and the villages was also divided among the councillors and members of the royal family, but village heads, though nominally appointed by the king, were in practice selected by the people through traditional methods. With respect to judicial affairs, we learn that in early times anyone who had a complaint to make brought it before the village or district head or, if in the capital, to the king. The king sat in his compound with the Sarkin Fada, chief official of the household, and others to listen to grievances. If the matter was not of great importance, not a case of murder or grievous injury, the king dealt with it himself. But if it was serious, the councillors were consulted. With the progress of Islam, the Muslim system of justice was gradually adopted. There was a separation of the executive from the judiciary. Yet the king, as head of state and supreme judge, continued to exercise judicial functions in some matters, with the advice of the chief alkali and other legal experts. Such matters of major importance particularly concerned land and the king's political position. Cases of murder and manslaughter were also usually subject to the king's final revision. The bulk of judicial work was, however, carried out by the alkali, with a sole judicial function, administering the Maliki Code. As the administration of law in a Muslim state required not merely a knowledge of local customs but an intimate knowledge of the Sharia, it was entrusted, in the towns at any rate, to this special class of professional magistrates who were generally learned in the law and had access to libraries containing the works of eminent jurists. In the outlying districts there were local courts from which appeals lay to the chief alkali's court in the capital. Occasionally there was also a traveling judge whose decisions were also subject to revision by the chief alkali. In the smaller villages the judicial authority was commonly the village head, but minor offences could of course be dealt with by the heads of wards and families. As regards taxation and revenue, with the adoption of Islam an elaborate system of taxes and dues developed from the ancient tribute in grain and other local products. These taxes and dues included the zakat, zakah, a tax on available income authorized by the Quran for charitable purposes, the jangali paid on livestock, the kharaj, kurdan kasa, or land tax, and the jizya, gandu, or capitation tax, generally levied on conquered peoples and usually paid in slaves. There were also taxes on professions, paid, for instance, by craftsmen, butchers, dyers, prostitutes, dancing girls, and others. Dues were moreover levied on luxury crops, such as tobacco, onions, and sugar cane. Tolls were collected on the caravan routes, and fees on markets. Gajwa, tribute, was brought by all men visiting their superiors. Though these taxes and dues were sanctioned by Muslim law, there were, as in every other system of taxation, abuses and malpractices which the leaders of the jihad of the 19th century were to make so much of. Some people in the capital cities, particularly the noblemen and their connections, refused to pay tax. There were arbitrary methods of assessment and extortionate processes of collection which clearly robbed the system of its religious sanction. Collection was left in the hands of court favorites, influential men, and fief holders, all of whom resided in the capital and delegated their duties to minor officials. These in turn employed retainers and agents to collect their taxes from the villages. Consequently, extortion and oppression was practiced, and only a proportion of the taxes collected ever reached the central authority. At all events, the Hausa kings must have realized that it was in their interest to cater for the well-being of their subjects. And the generality of their subjects who were Muslims resigned themselves to their lot, although there were periodic risings especially among non-Muslims who could be rated for slaves by the rulers with a good religious conscience. However, the Hausa kings successfully held their territories together until the outbreak of the jihad. States of Central Sudan, Hausa states Pi. In conclusion then, we see that, as far as our knowledge goes at present, there was no substantial political union of the Hausa states before the 19th century. But there were certainly occasions of association and probably even of cooperation. Such must have been the case when, for some period, one of the states, like Kebai, Zaria, or Gobir, assumed dominance over the others. There is moreover a tradition in Dora, which Palmer also reports, that while House Alund was under the suzerainty of Bornu, the heads of 6 Hausa states, perhaps the only one left out was Bayram, used to meet annually in Dora to review the news of the year, which was then carried to Bornu. We learn, furthermore, that at the outbreak of the jihad, Sarkin Gobir Yunfa made diplomatic contact with the other Hausa rulers in order to state his case against the enemy and warn the others about coming events. This sensible, if belated, maneuver did not result in military cooperation, however, hence, until the Hausa Confederacy was formed in the second decade of the jihad, the leaders of the revolt could deal with the Hausa states piecemeal. Many times conquered, the majority of the states have nevertheless managed to preserve a great deal of their local independence down the centuries. In the absence of mountain ranges and other physical barriers, the only way of maintaining their individuality was to build walls and ditches around their principal towns. On the other hand, the very geographical configuration of the Hausa country has made social intercourse easy and indeed inevitable. The great common bonds of the Hausa-speaking peoples have been their religion and their language. The religion which they share with the rest of the Islamic world has become one of the main foundations of their culture. The language, which has helped to remove misunderstandings, has always been carried with their trade goods, has become the lingua franca of a great part of West Africa and is, next to Swahili, the most widespread indigenous language in the whole continent. Notes I. The Maram, a letter of privilege, was a document which stated that someone and his descendants were haram, that is, set apart, privileged. This meant that the persons in question were exempted from things like taxes, military services, hospitality charges, etc. Quite naturally, such documents were carefully preserved by families in order to secure their renewal by subsequent rulers. On the other hand, it is possible that the documents might have been faked or tampered with in order that their possessors might obtain the benefits which they purported to confer. As a consequence, we now have to use them with caution. 2. See section 2 of this chapter. 3. For the bulk of the material from this point to the end of the study of Kanem Bornu, I am deeply indebted to Dr. Cohen, whose excellent doctoral thesis, The Structure of Kanuri Society, Wisconsin, 1960, is extremely useful. 4. Of the extant Hausa documents, the Kano Chronicle is much the most informative. Palmer regards it as fairly accurate and suggests that it acquired its present form in the late 19th century but was based on earlier documents and traditions. The Chronicle does not merely recount the names of kings and the lengths of their reigns, but actually provides an indispensable frame of reference for any study of the early history of the region around Kano. As Dr. M. G. Smith has rightly said, the document probably contains some errors of location in time and place, but these are not sufficiently important to invalidate entirely its use as a guide to Hausa development. The present discussion draws heavily on it. 5. Kora is derived from the Hausa word kore, to expel, and so means rexpellerts. 6. With regard to guns, bindiga, at this time, it is known that the Portuguese were in communication with the Songhai Empire to the west of the Hausa states during the 15th century, and that when the Moors took Gao at the end of the next century, they found there a piece of artillery bearing the Portuguese arms, a small image of Our Lady, and a metal crucifix. Also Idris Aluma of Bornu, 1571–1603, probably recruited Turkish musketeers from Tripoli. 6. Islam in West Africa, AD 1000–1800 J. O. Hunnick. The origins of Islam. Muslims claim that Islam, in the literal meaning of the word submission, to God, is the original or natural religion of mankind. The natural state of man is for him to submit himself to the will of God and to worship him. Muslim belief is that God communicated his will for mankind through a series of prophets, of whom Adam was the first. The passing of time and the perversity of man caused the first revealed message to be corrupted, and so other prophets were sent, among whom were Moses and Jesus, having equal status. Their messages were in turn corrupted by man, and so finally God revealed once again, and in a final form, his will for mankind in the form of the Quran and through the agency of the last or seal of the prophets, Muhammad. As far as the historian is concerned, Islam, as a world force, begins at this point. Strictly speaking, it begins at the point where Muhammad first claimed to receive divine revelations, in about AD 610 at the age of 40. He had been born into an impoverished clan of Quraysh, the leading tribe of Mecca, a flourishing commercial town situated in the chain of hills called the Hejaz, which runs down western Arabia. Mecca was almost halfway between Syria and the Yemen, and it was there that the south-north trade route, bringing goods from as far afield as India, crossed with an east-west route going from the Persian Gulf to Abyssinia. Muhammad, who was orphaned in his early youth, was brought up by his grandfather and one of his uncles, and at an early age began to take part in trading expeditions to Syria. At the age of about 25 he married Khadija, a rich widow some 15 years his senior, and took no other wife until after her death. Muhammad was inclined to solitude and meditation, and every year he used to retire to a cave in the hills near Mecca during the month of Ramadan. It was during one of these retreats in about the year 610 that he first claimed to have received a divine revelation. 114. Through the agency of the angel Gabriel. When he first began to proclaim the revelations to the Meccans, he was denounced as a madman, one possessed by a jinna or evil spirit, or a rambling soothsayer. Though he gathered a small band of devoted followers, he was persecuted by the Meccan leaders, and eventually in 622 he emigrated to Yathrib, a town some 200 miles to the north, at the invitation of its inhabitants. It is from this emigration, Ezra, that the Muslim lunar calendar is dated. The town itself was renamed Madinat al-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, or more briefly Al-Medina. In Medina he was no longer the outcast leader of a minority, but the head of a large community over which he wielded a large measure of authority. From 625 onwards he became engaged in a series of armed conflicts with the Meccans until finally he made his triumphal entry into the city of his birth in 630, and Mecca and most of the Arabian Peninsula paid homage to him. During the period of 22 years between 610 and his death in 632, Muhammad continued to receive revelations which he and his followers committed to memory, and some of which were written down on scraps of parchment and bones. It was not until about 15 years after his death that these revelations were all collected together and an authorized text of the Quran produced during the Caliphate of Uthman, 644-61. The Quran is held by Muslims to be the very word of God, and it therefore holds a unique position of authority in the Islamic religion. It is not only a book of scripture dealing with the essence and attributes of God and the relationship of God with man, it is also a book of law and precept, regulating the eating and drinking habits of believers, containing laws of marriage, divorce, and inheritance, and establishing a political community based on adherence to Islam which cuts across clan, family, tribal and ethnic groupings. This last aspect has been particularly important in Africa, where peoples of diverse ethnic groups and languages could find a common bond of allegiance to a central authority through Islam. The Quran, by its nature as the Word of God, is immutable, but this has not meant that Islam, as a social force, could not adapt itself to its environment. Indeed, its very ability to adapt has been its great source of strength. Yet underneath, a strong fundamental unity of the faith is in evidence throughout the Muslim world, from the extremities in West Africa right through to Indonesia and 115. China, particularly exemplified in common rituals. Naturally, so brief a book as the Quran, it is slightly shorter than the New Testament, cannot contain legislation for all possible circumstances. In the Sharia, the canon law of Islam, second place was therefore given to the sayings of Muhammad as recorded by his companions and handed down, and to reports of his actions similarly handed down and recorded in books. Together these are known as the Sunnah, or established practice of the Prophet, recommended for all believers. Other subsidiary principles were also allowed, notably that of reasoning by analogy. 4 distinct schools of Islamic law came to be recognized as orthodox during the first 2 centuries of Islam. The earliest of these, in point of time, the Maliki law school, is that which prevails over most of Muslim Africa, with the exception of Egypt, the Horn of Africa and the East African coast. It is the law books of this school with their numerous commentaries and super-commentaries which are still studied and taught in Bamako, Jen, Timbuktu, Bondukau, Sokoto, Katsina, Bida, and Ibadan, and a host of other centers of Islamic learning in West Africa. Islamization of North Africa and the Western Sahara. During the 1st century of Islam, i.e. from 622 to 722, there was a mighty expansionist movement of the Arab people out of the Arabian Peninsula into the lands of Syria, Iraq, Persia, and Central Asia, and along the North African coast and into Spain. Although this has sometimes been pictured as the greatest religious war of all times, it was in fact a simple imperialist expansion motivated more by economic than religious factors. In most of the areas conquered, the former religions of those areas, whether Christianity, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, or indigenous cults, continued to survive, without generally any oppression, for centuries after the conquest by Muslim armies. Thus, even in those areas where political authority was in the hands of Muslims owing allegiance to the central power of the Caliphate in Damascus or Baghdad, the actual Islamization of the population was generally a fairly slow process of absorption. This was even more true in West Africa, where Islam first penetrated into most areas not by military conquest but by the influence of traders and nomadic Muslim groups. Even when a ruling dynasty became converted to Islam, this did not necessarily lead to a rapid Islamization of the bulk of the population. 116. Within 10 years of the Prophet's death, in AP 632, the Muslim armies had already gained a foothold in Africa. The old Byzantine province of Egypt fell swiftly, and during the period 660 to 70 raids were made further into Africa along the Mediterranean coast under the leadership of Uqba ibn Nafi registered. Some raids were also made into the Fezzan area of southern Libya and into Morocco, but in general the resistance of the Berbers in the far west proved too strong. However, Morocco was in its turn subdued in the early years of the 8th century and Berbers began to join the Muslim armies. While the coastlands of North Africa, which were largely Christian and under Byzantine tutelage, were easily conquered, the pagan Berber tribes of the interior proved more resistant and tended to withdraw farther into the Sahara under the pressure of the Arab armies. The Arab conquerors settled in their newly won lands and married Berber women, but for several centuries remained a small ruling minority. Later in the mid-11th century came fresh waves of Arab immigration, spearheaded by the nomadic Bant Hilal who displaced the pastoral Berber and drove them deeper into the desert regions of Mauritania. It was the nomadic Berber tribes, particularly those of the Sanyaja Confederation, who formed the chief link between Islamic North Africa and the savanna lands of extreme West Africa. One tribe of this confederation, the Lamtuna, had moved into central Mauritania in the late 8th century and later pushed farther south to gain control of the town of Autagast, which was the terminus of a caravan route from Sijil Mesa in southern Morocco. By the 10th century Islam had begun to have some influence among the Sanyaja and this influence began to spread out further from the Autagast region. There had evidently been a trade route between Morocco and the western Sudan since early times and after the Muslim Arabs moved into northwest Africa they began to exploit this route. During the 8th and 9th centuries the Muslim state based on Tahert in the Algerian Sahara had trading relations with Autagast, and in the second half of the 10th century an Arab geographer, B.N. Hogel, reported the presence of Arab merchants there who were apparently engaged in lucrative large-scale commercial activities. He tells us that he himself saw a debit note made out against a Sijil Mesa merchant resident in Autagast for a sum equivalent to over £100,000 by present-day values. Arabte traders had also established themselves in other towns of the Savannah Belt. By the late 9th century we hear of them in Kukia, a little to the south of modern Gao, and they were certainly in ancient Ghana by the early 11th century. Ancient Ghana. The presence of a Muslim community in ancient Ghana is reported by the Spanish Muslim geographer al-Bakri who wrote his Book of Roads and Kingdoms in AD 1067. The city of Ghana, wrote al-Bakri, consists of two towns lying on a plain, one of which is inhabited by Muslims and is large, possessing 12 mosques, one of which is a congregational mosque for Friday prayer, each has its imam, its muezzin, and paid reciters of the Quran. The town possesses a large number of jurisconsults and learned men. This was evidently the foreigners' quarter, mainly inhabited by Arab merchants from North Africa. At a distance of some 6 miles from it lay the royal capital containing the residence of the king. Here there was also a mosque, and we learn from al-Bakri that the king used Muslims as his interpreters and that most of his ministers were Muslims. The interpreters may well have been foreigners who had settled in Ghana, but it is likely that the ministers were local men. The value of Muslim ministers and advisors lay in the fact that they would be literate in Arabic and able to record decisions and events and engage in correspondence on behalf of the king with more distant rulers or subordinates. Also, as Muslims, they belonged to the larger body politic of the Islamic world, and this would make it possible to establish international relations, as we shall see in the case of Mali. The Empire of Ghana was destroyed in the late 11th century by the Almoravids, a militant Muslim movement which originated among the nomadic Berber tribes of the Sinhaja Confederation. In the early 11th century a Lamtuna leader, Tarsana, went on pilgrimage to Mecca and on his return tried to raise a jihad, or war for the propagation of Islam, among the pagan cultivators of the Senegal River area. However, he was killed in the first year of his struggle, 1023. His successor, Yahya, also went on pilgrimage and on his return brought with him a North African preacher, Abdullah ibn Yassin, who preached Islam among the Gaddala. 9. 118. But with little success. On the death of Yahya, the Gaddala turned firmly against Abdullah, who retired to a fortified retreat, Rabat, on an island, probably at the mouth of the Senegal River. Here he established a recruiting center for militant Muslims who were sent out to preach Islam among the Berber tribes. When these peaceful methods failed, Abdullah launched a jihad with the men of his ribat, who were called al-Murabidin, hence their name in European writings, Almoravids. The jihad was very successful and soon the Almoravids controlled all the western Sahara including the two Tamimi of the caravan route, Sijil Mesa and August. The movement then split in two and one half pushed northward to conquer Morocco and Spain while the other turned its attention to the lands of the western Sudan. By 1076 the Almoravids had conquered Ghana and, although their hold on it was very loose, it led to the breakup of the empire. In the following century the area came under the control of the Soso who lived to the south of Ghana. They in turn were conquered by the people of Mali who incorporated the former Ghana territory and the Soso lands into their growing empire around the year 1240. Islam in the Mali Empire. The Mali Empire grew up from the unification of a number of Mande chieftaincies and was already in existence in embryo in the early 11th century. Al-Bakri mentions the conversion of its ruler to Islam after a prolonged drought had been brought to an end by the performance of certain Muslim prayers and ablutions. The succeeding rulers were probably not Muslims, but in the second part of the 13th century we hear of one ruler, Munsa'ah, who made the pilgrimage to Mecca sometime between 1260 and 1277. The most celebrated ruler of Mali was Mansa Musa, who ruled from 1312 to 37 and made a colorful and very costly pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 to 5. On his return he brought with him a number of Muslim scholars and ordered the building of mosques and the institution of Friday congregational prayers. Through his efforts diplomatic relations were established with Tunis and Egypt, and for the first time the name of Mali began to appear on maps of the known world. Though the rulers of Mali continued to be Muslims, they nevertheless maintained a good number of indigenous features in their 119 ceremonies and tolerated the existence of some un-Islamic practices. In 1353 during the reign of Musa Sulayman, the celebrated Arab traveler Ibn Battuta visited Mali and resided in the capital for several months. His accounts show clearly that while Islam was firmly established at that time, the ruler also respected local custom with a remarkable tolerance. Indeed, it seems clear that he dealt with his non-Muslim subjects in a quite traditional fashion, at the same time observing Islamic festivals and religious practices. Here is how Ibn Battuta describes the public prayers held on the great festivals, the breaking of the fast, Eid al-Fitr, and the sacrifice, Eid al-Adha. The people went out to the prayer ground, which was near the palace of the Sultan, wearing fine white garments. The Sultan, wearing a black turban and mantle, tatlazn, rode there on a horse. None of the Negroes wear the talazn except at the two festivals, with the exception of the judge and the preacher and the jurists who wear it at all times. On this occasion they precede the Sultan chanting, "There is no God but God and God is great." Before the Sultan are standards of red silk. On arrival at the prayer ground the Sultan enters a tent set up for him in order to prepare himself. He then goes to the prayer ground and the prayer and sermon are performed. Afterwards the preacher descends from the platform, sits before the Sultan and declaims for a long while. Beside him is a man with a spear in his hand who explains to the people in their own language the preacher's discourse, which consists of admonition and warning, eulogy of the Sultan and exhortations to persist in obedience to him and to pay him his dues. After this Ibn Battuta tells of the military reviews and the entertainments of singers, dancers, and acrobats. In another passage he describes the colorful ceremonial of the Munsa's court when he was giving audience to his subjects. The Munsa sits on a dais with 3 steps under a tree. The dais is covered with silk, cushions are put on it and over it is raised a silken dome-shaped parasol surmounted by a golden bird of the shape of a falcon. The Sultan emerges from a door in the corner of the palace with a bow in his hand and a quiver of arrows on his shoulders. On his head is a golden skull cap, held 12.0 in place by a golden turban which has edges as thin as knives, 8 inches or more long. Before him go singers bearing golden and silver larks in their hands, and he is followed by 300 armed slaves. When he calls one of his subjects at an audience, the man removes his clothes and puts on worn-out garments and replaces his turban by a dirty skull cap. Then he enters raising his garments and pantaloons to halfway up his shins and comes forward in a submissive and humble way and strikes the ground hard with his elbows. He then stands like one bowed in prayer listening to the Sultan's words. When one of them addresses the Sultan and the Sultan replies, the man removes the garments from his back and pours dust on his head and back like one washing with water. These sorts of practice were evidently common in most areas of the Western Sudan and persisted through the centuries side by side with typically Islamic ceremonials. Just as Ibn Battuta was shocked by the fact that young women walked naked in the streets while taking food to the Sultan during Ramadan, so was the North African theologian al-Maghili shocked to learn that girls customarily went naked until the time of marriage in the city of Jen in the 15th century. In the early 19th century in House Alund, the reformer Dan Fodio had cause to preach against the custom of covering the head with dust and prostrating before the ruler. Islamic currents in the 15th and 16th centuries. Until the turn of the 16th century, Islam was chiefly associated with the great urban centers of the Western Sudan and was the religion of the foreign traders and of the ruling classes. It had probably made very little impression on the peasants and fisher folk, or even perhaps on the mass of the populace in the towns. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, however, certain new factors had begun to make themselves felt. These were the movements of two nomadic groups, the Kunta Arabs and the Fulani, and the introduction of the Qadariyya religious brotherhood, generally associated with al-Maghili. The Kunta Arabs, who originally came from the area of Tuat in South Algeria in the 12th or 13th century, wandered down through Mauritania into the extreme southern limits of the Western Sahara and then along the northern bank of the river. Islam in West Africa AD. I-000 1800 I-21. Niger and eventually down to Zinder, some of them occupying various areas for grazing their camels and goats while others broke off again and moved on. Under the famous Sheikh Sidi Ahmed al-Bakai, d. 1504, the Kunta became the great Islami source of the Saharan tribes and the Negro peoples of the Saharan fringes. After him the Kunta became more and more devoted to preaching and teaching and became what one writer has described as a clerical tribe. Sheikh Sidi Ahmed's son Umar, d. 1552-3, took up his father's task with a missionary fervour, traveled widely in North Africa and the Middle East and met al-Maghili, from whom he received the word or chain of mystic authority of the Qadariyya Brotherhood. The Fulani trace their origin in West Africa back to Fouta Toro in Senegal. Through from perhaps as early as the 13th century they had begun their nomadic wanderings, which were to take them over the coming centuries through to areas as far to the east as Bornu and Adamawa. They are reported to have begun coming into House Alund in the mid-15th century, bringing with them books on Islamic law and theology. This was not perhaps the first appearance of Islam in House Alund, for Diola, Wangarawa, registered traders are said to have introduced it in the previous century, and linguistic evidence seems to suggest that Islamic influences came at an early stage from the Kanuri-speaking people in Bornu. By the second half of the 15th century many kingdoms in the western Sudan had Muslim rulers, including Mali, Songhai, Air, based on Agades, Kebai, Kano, Katsina, and Bornu. In Air, Kano, and Katsina, Islam had been fairly recently introduced and the zealousness of recent conversion was quite apparent. The Sultan of Agades Muhammad Sadaf, ruled 1486-93, wrote to the Egyptian scholar al-Suyuti for advice on ruling according to Islam, and so also did the ruler of Katsina. Muhammad Rumfa, Sultan of Kano, 1463-99, received al-Maghili at his court and asked him to write a treatise on Islamic government for him. Scholars from Timbuktu passed through House Alund in the late 15th century and early 16th century and taught in Katsina and Kano. Islam in the Songhai Empire. Timbuktu, the most famous city of Islamic learning in medieval West Africa, had been incorporated into the growing Songhai. L22. Empire by the vigorous ruler Sunni Ali, ruled 1464-92. Although a Muslim ruler in name, he used or abused the Islamic religion according to the dictates of his own state policies. On more than one occasion he persecuted the Muslim scholars and al-Maghili declared him to be a pagan. Islam had been known in the Songhai Empire since the late 9th century, and from the early 12th century the rulers apparently bore Muslim names. However, it seems likely that Islam was until the 16th century only the religion of the ruling class in Gao and of the scholars and teachers of Timbuktu. Even at the court at Gao it was evidently only a part of the religious cult, and there was a blending of Islam and traditional Songhai cults. Sunni Ali, like his ancestors, rested his authority mainly on his powers as a magician of the Songhai religious system, but the power of Islam was at that time on the rise in Songhai, and he felt compelled to take account of this and to try and maintain a balance between it and the indigenous religion. He performed the externals of the Islamic rites such as fasting and prayer, though he knew so little of the ritual of the latter that Muslim scholars considered his prayers a mockery. He also showed favor to some of the Muslim scholars, though they were presumably only those who could be persuaded to sanction his actions and give them the stamp of religious approval. The situation of Islam under Sunni Ali in Songhai, then, was that of a balance of forces between it and the indigenous religion. At the same time strong currents of Islamic influence were being felt in the surrounding territories, and in Timbuktu the learned men were already beginning to become a force of Muslim opposition to practices adjudged to be un-Islamic. This orthodox opposition centered round the Berber family of Akid, who had originally come from Erawan, a Saharan town to the north of Timbuktu. From the middle of the 15th century to the end of the 16th the learned men of this family filled the post of Qadi or judge in the city of Timbuktu, and were known for their fearless opposition to the temporal authorities whenever they considered that their actions were not in accordance with the dictates of Islam. Twice during his reign, in 1469 and 1486, Sunni Ali took stern repressive measures against the scholars of Timbuktu. He evidently considered their strict Islamic views a threat to his own authority, which was based mainly on his role as magician king. It is clear that he was fighting against a tide of Islamic pressure both within his 123 empire and from the surrounding territories whose rulers had recently become Muslims. The critical situation of Islam and the Songhai religion is highlighted by what followed on the death of Sunni Ali in 1492. On Sunni Ali's death his son Sunni Baru was nominated ruler, but was soon challenged by one of Sunni Ali's former military commanders, Muhammad Torai, of a Tukulor family settled in Songhai. He 3 times challenged Sunni Baru to make publicly the Muslim confession of faith, and Sunni Baru refused. Muhammad then took up arms against him and defeated him. Sunni Baru's attempt to rule without regard to Muslim opinion ended, therefore, in failure. Muhammad Torai, on the other hand, decided to rule with the full support of the Muslim elements and to base his sovereign authority firmly on Islam. To this end he undertook a pilgrimage to Mecca shortly after assuming power, returning from it in 1497. It was while he was on pilgrimage that the ruler of Mecca is said to have given him a sword and a turban and invested him as Caliph of the Western Sudan. On his return he used the honorific title al-Hajj, pilgrim, before his name, in addition to the title Askiya, which he adopted and which was adopted by his successors. It is the pilgrimage of Askiya Muhammad that really marks the beginning of the Islamic phase of the Songhai Empire. Indeed, it may mark the real conversion of Askiya Muhammad himself, whose ideas about Islam prior to his pilgrimage were perhaps scanty. It is common for a newly converted ruler to make the pilgrimage to establish for himself a respected position among the faithful and thus to enhance his authority as a ruler. Whereas Sunni Ali has been described as the magician king, we may apply the title pilgrim king to Askiya Muhammad, who henceforth made the fullest use of Islam as a base for sovereignty. Shortly after his return from pilgrimage he received al-Maghili at his court and questioned him closely on religious matters, particularly on who were the proper persons to advise him, how to decide whether or not a man is a pagan, and how to legislate for social problems in accordance with Islamic law. Al-Maghili wrote lengthy replies to the questions propounded by the Askiya, and not only were these replies read by the Askiya, but copies of them circulated in the Songhai Empire and passed down into House Alund, where the scholars studied them. It was in this way that 124. Al-Maghili's thinking came to have a direct influence on Usuman Dan Fodio, the early 19th century reformer who had read his work and used his arguments as authorities in justifying his jihad. Askia Muhammad kept in close touch with the Muslim scholars, especially those of Timbuktu, and frequently visited them and sought their advice. Indeed, it seems that the Qadi of Timbuktu, Mahmud b. Umar of the Akit family, was a sort of eminence grise whose goodwill the Askia did not wish to forfeit. His successors to the post, all from the Akit family, enjoyed a similar prestige, particularly Al-Ajib, d. 1583, of whom it is related, he was of stout heart, bold in the mighty affairs that others hesitate before, courageous in dealing with the ruler and those beneath him. He had many conflicts with them and they used to be submissive and obedient to him in every matter. If he saw something he thought reprehensible, he would suspend his activities as Qadi and keep himself aloof. Then they would conciliate him until he returned. The pro-Islamic policies of Askia Muhammad did not, however, mean that Islam immediately became the common religion of the state. The attitude of some of his successors towards Islam was sometimes ambivalent and they were all compelled to pay some deference to non-Islamic indigenous customs. On the other hand, Islamic learning and the teaching of Islamic sciences continued to flourish in Timbuktu until the Moroccan invasion of 1591, which brought about the final collapse of the Songhai Empire and created an economic and social situation largely inimical to the pursuit of learning. The introduction of Islam to Haus Alund. In Haus Alund, Islam is said to have been first introduced in the second half of the 14th century by Wangarawa merchants, though it seems likely that something of Islam would have been known before this through contacts with Bornu, whose tradition of Islam goes back some 3 centuries prior to this. Indeed, Greenberg has argued for this on a linguistic basis by pointing out that many Hausa words which have an ultimate Arabic source bear the imprint of having passed through Kanuri first. The Kano Chronicle claims that Islam was introduced to Kano in the reign of Ali Yaji, 1349–85. According to this work, in Yaji's time the Wangarawa came, bringing Islam and numbering 125. Up to 40 in all. When they came they advised the Sarki to observe ritual prayer, which he did. They appointed an imam and a muezzin and a man to slaughter beasts according to Islamic law. They also appointed a Qadi. The Sarki gave orders that every town in Kano country should observe ritual prayer and they did so. He also built a rectangular mosque and the 5 prayers were celebrated there. This minor wave of Islamic influence was apparently quite ephemeral. Yaji's successor, Kanajij, 1390–1410, was a pagan. In the reign of Yaqub, 1452–63, there was an immigration of Fulani who brought with them books on Islamic law and theology and Arabic grammar. His successor, Muhammad Rumfa, 1463–99, began to pursue more active Islamic policies including the building of mosques and the observance of festival prayers. He also began to look to the Muslim scholars for advice on ruling his state, and when Al-Maghili visited Kano towards the end of his reign he asked him to write a treatise on Islamic government for him. Scholars from Timbuktu also began to pay visits to Kano to teach and preach from the last quarter of the 15th century. Katsina, too, has a tradition of Islam going back into the mid-14th century, but Islam did not gain much ground there either until the end of the 15th century, when Timbuktu scholars also began to visit the city, often on their way back from pilgrimage, and the celebrated Al-Maghili also stayed there. The Gobir area, immediately to the north of Haus Alund, however, was still reported to be pagan by Leo Africanus in the early 16th century. By the 17th century Katsina itself had established a tradition of Islamic learning and produced such native scholars as Dan Marina, d. 1655, and Dan Mazena, d. 1667, some of whose works have been handed down to us. In the other main town of Haus Alund, Zaria, Islam appears to have made little impact until after the early 19th century jihad of Dan Fodio. Islam among the Hausa, or Hav, was probably mainly confined to the urban areas, but in some areas the immigrant Muslim Fulani, particularly of the Turankawa, may have converted some of the Hausa cultivators. The situation at the end of the 18th century reveals that Islam evidently sat lightly on the heads of the Hev rulers who were prepared to accommodate to a very large extent with pagan Hausa practice. On the other hand, some groups of the nomadic Fulani held strictly orthodox views, and it was 126. Basically the clash of these two outlooks that led to the early 19th century jihad. Islam in Kanem, Bornu. The name of Kanem was known to the Arab geographers from as early as the 9th century AD. At that time it was a loosely knit state to the north and east of Lake Chad, ruled by a nomadic Negro people called the Zaghawa by the Arab writers, and probably of Tidda origin. In the mid-11th century, al-Bakri mentions Kanem as a land of pagans in which some refugees from Abbasid persecution registered were said to have taken refuge. Legend takes the origin of the ruling dynasty, the Saifawa, back to the beginning of the 9th century. The dynasty itself claims descent from a certain Saif ibn Yazan, a pre-Islamic hero of Himyar in southern Arabia. It was around the end of the 11th century that we first hear of a Muslim ruler, Ume Jilmi, who is said to have reigned from 1085 to 97. He was said to have been converted to Islam by a certain Muhammad ibn Mani, on account of which he made a grant of land to the latter and his descendants in perpetuo. An Arab source puts the first Muslim ruler as Muhammad, Dunama Dabalemi, who ruled in the mid-13th century. This probably means that while Ume Jilmi accepted Islam, some of his successors were pagan, and that Islam did not consolidate its position as the court religion until the mid-12th century. By the mid-13th century, however, it is clear that Islam had made some considerable headway in Kanem, for we hear of the establishment in Cairo of a school and hostel for students of Islamic law from Kanem, called Madrasat ibn Rashik. Islamic learning was also established from an early date, and by the mid-14th century Kanem had its own scholars and poets, and a piece of Arabic correspondence with Egypt dating from 1391 to 2 shows the high degree of competence in Arabic language and style which was expected of the chief scribe of the Kanem court. Kanem's contacts with Egypt were not its only link with the Arabic-speaking Islamic world. Even by the mid-13th century Kanem had established diplomatic relations with Tuat in the Algerian Sahara and with the Hafsid state of Tunis, with which embassies were exchanged. In the late 14th century the Saifawa dynasty moved into Bornu and centered on Gaga, or Kaka, and the old area of the Kanem Empire fell to the Bulala centered at Ga, or Ya, to the U7. East of Lake Chad. Under the energetic Ali ibn Dunama, 1476-503, a new capital was established in Bornu at Ngazaragama, which was to be the capital until 1811. Islam was still apparently only rather superficial among the ruling classes, though its strength may have varied from ruler to ruler. Ali ibn Dunama himself is said to have paid daily visits to the chief Imam Umar Masbarma to learn more about Islam, while the Imam himself struggled to enforce Islamic law and particularly to persuade the AES and other chiefs to limit the number of their free wives to r. Probably the most celebrated ruler of Bornu in medieval times was the Mai Idris Aluma, or Alama, who ruled from 1570 to 1602. He is also the best known to history, as his chief Imam Ahmad ibn Farchawa wrote a chronicle of his reign and an account of the wars he fought. Mai Idris was apparently a zealous Muslim, and it is from his reign that the real Islamization of Bornu dates. He set up Qadi's courts and began to try and substitute Islamic law, Sharia, for customary law. He also ordered the building of a number of mosques in brick, and it was in his reign that firearms first appeared in the Chad area, having been imported from the Ottoman Empire, the new rising power of the Islamic world. Conclusion. Throughout this chapter we have considered Islam only in the states of the Sudan Belt, the Savannah country immediately to the south of the Sahara Desert. This is because information for these areas is at present much more abundant than it is for the lands of the orchard bush and tropical forest. Until recently it had been generally assumed that Islam made no progress in these latter areas, but evidence is now coming to light to suggest that this was not entirely the case. For example, it is thought that Muslim traders of the Diola-speaking group of Mand Inca may have begun to settle in Begho, near Wenchi in west-central Ghana, as early as the first part of the 15th century. They began to disperse after the breakup of the Empire of Ancient Ghana in the 13th century, and their trading activities took them far and wide throughout West Africa. They journeyed south to Begho in search of gold, which they transported back to Jen for sale, and onward transportation to Timbuktu and North Africa, and thence probably into Europe, which had begun to face a crisis in the supply of 128. Gold in the late 14th and early 15th centuries. Islamic influences may also have penetrated the Ganja area of Ghana as early as the 16th century, partly through Diola activity and partly through the influence of Hausa traders who established trade links between this area and Kano around this time. The ruling family of Ganja was converted to Islam at the beginning of the 17th century. By the end of the 18th century there was a Muslim community in Kumasi, and some of the ruler's closest advisors were Muslim. In fact, one of the Asante rulers, Osei Kwame, 1777-1802, is said to have been deposed on account of his partiality towards Islam. Though it is yet too early in the study of Islam in West Africa to make any firm pronouncements about the way it spread or the influence it had on the course of African history before the 19th century, some tentative remarks may be made. In general, the spread of Islam in West Africa until the 19th century was by means of the peaceful settlement of Muslim merchants in urban centers and the movements of nomadic Muslim groups in search of pasture. Even less is known about the influence of the latter than the former. The kind of pattern of Islamization in the large urban centers and seats of government would seem to be as follows: Muslim merchants, in pursuance of their commercial activities, would arrive in certain centers and settle. The chief items they wished to purchase were gold, cola nuts, and slaves. In return for these were bartered the imported goods of North Africa, cloth, beads, utensils, and the all-important staple item from the Central Sahara, salt. Along the lines of communication were established staging posts where some of the merchants also settled. Communication could be more easily established by these Muslim merchants through their literacy, however defective, in the Arabic language. Their ability to read and write and communicate over long distances would render them valuable in advising the ruler, and through their skillful trading activities in major commodities they often gained monopolies which gave them an economic importance in their area of activity. In one way or another, the religion of the outsiders began to interest either the ruler or his court circles. In the early stage, only such ideas or practices as might supplement or augment local beliefs and practices would be made use of, in particular the use of talismans and charms for protecting the king. 129. And his soldiers, or for use against enemies or for producing rain. Degree. The religion itself, with its impressive ceremonies of prayers, fasting and ritual slaughter of animals, and above all its holy book the Quran, considered by Muslims to be the word of God, would no doubt have excited the awe of the local inhabitants. Respect would begin to increase for the Muslims and their apparently powerful religion, to the point where the ruler would declare himself a Muslim and therefore expect his court to follow him. At this stage any deep knowledge of Islam was probably lacking, and it may be that rulers merely saw in Islam a new cult to add to their existing cults, or a new and powerful element to blend into their own systems. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries, new currents of Islam began to sweep through West Africa, and we see rulers such as Muhammad Rumfa in Kano and Askia Muhammad in Songhai endeavoring to strengthen Islam in their territories and embark on programs of Islamic reform. A little later, Idris Aluma in Bornu attempted the same. After the deaths of these energetic Muslim rulers, their successors were often less enthusiastic about Islam, and throughout the 17th and 18th centuries we see a general decline in the fortunes of Islam and an increasing degree of accommodation with the indigenous cults. It was the result of those processes which led to the emergence of militant Islamic movements, jihads, in the first half of the 19th century. 7 Peoples of the Senegambia. Florence Mahoney and H.O. Idowu. This chapter will focus on the area now occupied by the modern states of Senegal, the Gambia, Portuguese Guinea, and a few states in the hinterland, i.e. the upper part of the windward coast. Since Chapter 8 covers the lower part of that coast, the area now occupied by the states of Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. We shall find many points of comparison in what Mr. Fife describes as something of a political as well as a geographical unit. Unlike the southern windward coast, The region now under consideration has no high mountain ranges which separate the coast from the interior. It is a low-lying area, well watered by creeks and navigable rivers which link the coastal peoples with those of the far interior. Behind the mangrove swamps of the lower river banks lay fertile alluvial lands for rice cultivation, such as in the Casamance, the Gaba, and Núñez valleys. In the Senegambia region the sandy soil was particularly suited to millet and groundnut cultivation, though rice was also grown. Apart from the Futajalon highlands, in present-day Guinea, there are ironstone cliffs in Senegambia. The peoples of the upper windward coast were diverse, but they were all Negroes, and spoke related languages. Through the work of linguists like Greenberg, it has been shown that all the languages in that area are part of the Niger-Congo family Tukulor of Futa Toro, Sira and Wolof of Senegambia, Diola of the Casamance, Mandinka and Balant of the Bisagos Isles, all are West Atlantic languages. Even Fulani, which used to be classified as of Hamitic origin, has now been shown to belong to this West Atlantic group. Mande languages, too, form a group within the Niger-Congo family. Among them are Saninke, Sirahuli, Malinke, Bambara, Diola. Murdoch explains that the original cultural differences between the three linguistic groups in this area, the Kru tribes, the Atlantic tribes, and the Mande tribes, have become very much blurred. Intertribal contacts and 132. Borrowing in the savannah produced a kind of cultural homogeneity. In view of the predominance of Mande-speaking tribes in the windward coast, it would seem that prior to the rise of the empire and civilization of Mali, these peoples had left the Niger basin and invaded coastal areas, interpenetrating and largely replacing the original Atlantic tribes. Their expansion was possibly stimulated by the development of Sudanic agriculture among Mande people of the interior, which enabled some of them to spread toward the coast and to displace the indigenous hunting, fishing, and fruit-gathering peoples in places suited to the cultivation of Sudanic crops, like rice. Murdoch argues that once isolated in the tropical forest zone, these Mande-speaking peoples remained relatively unaffected by subsequent cultural advance in the western Sudan. Yet contact with the interior could never have been entirely lost. Indeed, legend has it that it was one of Sundiata Keita's generals, Amari Sunko, who, having fought several battles, subjugated Bara, Kaular, and Badabu in the lower Gambia and formed them into one kingdom. Sometimes by peaceful infiltration, sometimes by force of arms, the tribes along the Gambia and adjacent areas were gradually subdued by the lieutenants and people of Mali. Titles such as Munsa, king, were adopted by the new rulers, as were Islamic titles like Al-Qadi, judge, Al-Mami, the leader of prayers. Court ceremonial of these lesser kings closely resembled that of the Emperor of Mali. The hegemony of Mali did in fact extend over a vast area for more than 2 centuries, and facilitated the expansion of peoples. In the 15th century, Cadamosto, a Venetian explorer in the employ of Portugal, reported that the Mandinka of the Gambia regarded the Emperor of Mali as their overlord. The Wolof of the Gambia told another explorer, Diego Gomez, that the Bur, king, of Mali controlled all the interior. One consequence of a vast empire like that of Mali was the growth of trading colonies over a wide network of trade routes, which in turn facilitated the movement of agriculturalists. Because the Mandinka did absorb diverse elements into one culture, traditions of origin tended to disappear, leaving only ethnic traditions. The Wolofs. Let us turn to the social and political organizations of certain of 133. These West Atlantic communities, beginning with the Wolofs, who today are concentrated in Senegambia. Nothing is really known of their origins. The earliest mention of them appears in the writings of Cadamosto, 1455-7. It is believed that they once occupied extensive areas to the north of the Senegal, but that invasions of Fulbe and Berbers of Tekrar drove them southwards to the region between the Senegal and Gambia rivers, which they now occupy. Here they dominated both the Sira and Mandinka peoples and made them tributaries. Gamble, in his study of the Wolof, reports that Wolof oral tradition contains numerous references to migrations and conquests in which many other groups Serer, Fulbe, Mauritanians, and Inca were involved. Thus diverse elements were absorbed into Wolof culture, and today it has little that is not shared in some degree by neighboring peoples. Islam and law, for example, reached them from the Moors, and the new faith brought the same set of beliefs, similar dress and etiquette to them as to Fulbe, and Inca and Sirihuli. There were also close parallels between Wolof ceremonies of naming, marriage, circumcision and those of their neighbors. Rice farming techniques most probably reached them from Sirihuli and Inca. Originally, all Wolof states owed allegiance to the ruler of Yalof, known as Berba Yalof, from where Wolof domination had spread before the 16th century. With the growth of the oversea trade, Yalof, which lacked a trading port on the Senegal River or the coast, was gradually isolated in the interior, and its prosperity and strength declined, while the power and wealth of the coastal states, Caire and Bale, increased. The Wolofs developed an elaborate system of government in which a noble class dominated the country, with elected rulers whose functions were to ensure the power of the states by leadership in war, and to bring prosperity to its people. A description of Wolof chiefs is contained in the writings of Cadamosto. He writes, "The kingdom, of Senegal, is not hereditary, but commonly 3 or 4 lords, of which there are many in the country, choose a king to their own liking, yet always of noble parentage, who reigns as long as he pleases them. They often dethrone their kings by force, and the kings many times render themselves so powerful, as to stand on their defense. This king has no certain revenue, but the lords of the country, to court his favor. 10. 134. Make him presents every year of horses, and other beasts such as cows and goats, also millet, and such like things. This king likewise lives by robberies, and forcing some of his subjects and those of neighboring provinces into slavery, part whereof he employs in cultivating the lands assigned him, and sells the rest to the Azanagi, and Arabian merchants who trade here with horses and other things. We shall refer to the organization of trade later on, but a point to notice about the political system is that it was rather autocratic. Wolof rulers and lesser chiefs had to show themselves strong and rich, otherwise they ran the risk of being displaced. For this reason they often surrounded themselves with warriors. These were often of slave origin, dependants, generally young, unmarried men, and guel or griots, who sang their praises. These groups both constituted their power and were a sign of it. It was a system of government which contrasted sharply with that of their neighbors like the and Inca, as Francis Moore indicated when he wrote that the Wolof king of Salome, a state on the river Gambia, was so absolute, that he will not allow any of his people to advise with him, unless it be his headman, and chief slave, called for bro, viz. Master of the horse. Point 2. A Wolof ruler appointed local chiefs, often not of noble origin, over groups of villages. He gave them presents and wives, and in return they collected taxes in kind cattle, grain, and native cloth, keeping a share for themselves. Revenue was derived from recognized taxes imposed on traders, from cattle received from Fula nomads, whom the ruler protected against raids by other chiefs, from fines, presents, and tribute from peoples recently conquered. Women, too, played a significant role in the Wolof political system. The head of the women in the chiefdom held the title of Linger, Lingwara, Lingwara. She was normally the ruler's mother, or, in some cases, a sister, his father's sister or cousin. She too had a number of dependent villages which cultivated her farms and paid tribute to her. In coastal states she derived an additional income from the salt industry. Courts placed under the jurisdiction of female chiefs dealt with women's matters, cases of adultery, etc. In the Wolof state of Wailo, a woman could succeed the ruler and take the title of Bur. In most states succession went from the ruler to his brothers and 135. Then to the next generation, either the elder son of his sisters or his own son. The ruler had to be a descendant of the first ruler of the kingdom through the male line, and was elected by the leading men of noble birth, who could depose him. After election, a Wolof ruler had to undergo certain rituals designed to mark his change in status and to ensure the prosperity of his chiefdom. When he died, he was buried in secret in his house or compound, though the corpse was simulated and carried to a public burial ground, all the people participating in the feasting and dancing which accompanied this. So elaborate and rigid was social stratification with freeborn, Jamber or Gore, and underscore slaves, Jam, that the freeborn were organized hierarchically, with royal lineages at the top and peasants, smiths, leather workers, and guels on the lowest rungs of the ladder. Slaves formed a class on their own. Even if a man did not practice the traditional craft of his father, he did not lose his low status. Noble and low caste groups were also found in their tribal communities, among Mande and West Atlantic peoples. For example, among the Fulbe of Futatoro there were low castes in the log, woodworkers, the Alabe, praisers, the Wambabe, musicians, the Mabo, professional weavers. In all these communities, despite their being of low caste, the smiths were men of considerable importance. In the days of tribal warfare, it was the blacksmith who made spears and knives and lances, and at a later date bullets, too, and repaired guns. Through his occupation, he even assumed power as an intermediary in settling disputes. The guel, too, held a special place in society, as he does to this day. Only he could play a traditional instrument, or shout the praises of the ruler and recite his genealogy. Each major freeborn lineage had its attached guel, who knew and recounted its history, and at social functions provided entertainment for the guests, play acting, storytelling, acrobatic dancing, etc. He was often the confidant of the chief, he accompanied him to war and urged on his armies with martial songs. Indeed, some guels were greatly feared and often amassed considerable wealth. All organized and settled communities in this region followed a similar pattern of domestic slavery. Slaves were generally divided into two categories, first those acquired in war on raids or by purchase, and second those born in the household who were considered as members of the family, and could not be sold. Indeed. 136. Slaves of a royal household enjoyed greater power than many a free man, men of slave status enjoyed particular privileges. Some of them were advisors to chiefs, they published their orders and saw that their commands were carried out. From an economic viewpoint, slaves were valuable property, but they also had prestige value. In the early 19th century, a French traveler named Durand estimated that in Inca society only 1/4 of the people was freeborn. 3/4 of the population, he believed, were domestic slaves whose primary task was to till the earth for their masters. The Serer of Sine and Salome. Where did the Serer come from? Opinion varies as to their origin. Some scholars argue that they came from Nubia, others think that South Algeria was their original home. What we can say with some measure of certainty is that the Serer migrated to and were not the original inhabitants of Sine and Salome. Their migration probably took them through the southern parts of modern Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria, and down to the banks of the river Senegal, where they became, with other ethnic groups, inhabitants of Tekrar. Futatoro was probably the section of Tekrar occupied by the Serer. This means that they were the immediate neighbors of the Tukulor of Futatoro. Mani has established archaeological evidence of Serer villages in this area, and the Tukulor never missed any opportunity to describe the Serer as their subjects in the past. The Tekrar state ultimately broke up, and its inhabitants were scattered. The Serer probably did not leave Futatoro of their own choice but were compelled to do so by the Tukulor. The Serer migration, which took place after the 11th century, that is after the conversion of the Tukulor to Islam, might thus be due to antagonism between proselytizing Tukulor and the Serer who refused to be converted to Islam. On quitting Futatoro, the Serer migrated to an area between Cape Verde and the river Gambia, watered by the rivers Sine and Salome. This migration took place in the 12th century, and the area to which the Serer migrated was approximately the same as that of the region of Sinsaloum in modern Senegal. There were other migrations from other areas into Sinsaloum during the same period. Perhaps the most remarkable of these 137 migrations was that of the Mand Inca peoples, remarkable because the Mand Inca group later established their sway over the Serer, and it was from them that emerged the royal families which supplied the Sinsaloum with kings called Bur. It seems, however, that Serer culture predominated, for not only the original inhabitants whom the Serer found in the area on their arrival, these were probably Mande-speaking peoples, but also the Mand Inca immigrants were assimilated by the Serer, although the Mand Inca continued to constitute the ruling classes. The Serer settlement in Sinsaloum was therefore a permanent settlement. Their occupation was consolidated between the 13th and 15th centuries. Sine was founded first, by its first Bur, Maisawali Dione, who named the area in honor of his sister, Princess Sine Omeo. Salome was founded by the 10th Bur of Sine, called Mbiganandaur, who was the first man to be at once Bur of Sine and of Salome. The Serer do not seem to have distinguished themselves as traders, though the rivers Sine and Salome and the Salome Delta with its numerous creeks probably provided a thriving commercial artery and facilitated inter-village contact and commercial transactions. They were, however, reputed to be great farmers, unique among the Senegalese peasants for having developed a productive and intensive form of agriculture, in which crop rotation was the vogue and shifting cultivation a rarity. The Serer, says Dr. Martin Klein, was so devoted to his land that it was to him what cattle was to the shepherd. There he grew millet and pastured cattle, and when in the mid-19th century the groundnut became important in Senegal, he added a third plot for the cultivation of these nuts. The social structure of Serer society was similar to that of the Wolof and Tukulor, though less rigid than the latter's. The society consisted of several castes, the most important of which was the Taitu or warrior caste made up of rulers, soldiers, judges, and tax collectors. These elements can in their turn be identified as 1. The Gulaur or those eligible for the burship, kingship, 2. The Damibur, sons of Gulaur fathers who were not eligible for the throne but were conciliated with chiefships, 3. The warriors proper, members of the entourage of the Bur and of the chiefs, 4. The captives of the crown, the privileged slaves whose leader and spokesman called Grand Farba was often the Bur's confidant. 138. Next to the Taitu caste was the Diamber caste, the caste of freemen, the largest single Serer caste and the principal source of tax revenue. Below the Diamber were the castes of artisans, blacksmiths, leather workers, weavers, log or wood carvers, the griots or praise singers, the society's historians, genealogists, and musicians. At the lowest rung of the social ladder lay the ordinary slaves, divided into two groups, the trade slaves, usually men, women, or children captured in wars and sold away before they could take any root in the owner's family, as personal property they could be disposed of at will, and the domestic slaves, who were often regarded and treated as members of the family, and were entitled to personal property. Sale by the owner of his domestic slaves was indeed a rare occurrence in Serer society. Serer society was thus a hierarchical society based on castes. Each member of the society was expected to remain within the caste into which he had been born. The lines of demarcation were, however, probably not as rigid as would appear, and there was probably intermarriage between men and women of different social strata. In this respect Serer society was different from Tukulor society, for the caste barriers of the latter were more rigid than those of the former. The political system of Sinsaloum presents the same hierarchical structure. At the head of the hierarchy was the king. He personified the state and was the focus of all political activity. The burship was elective. This meant that succession conflicts were a common feature. Birth, family ties, alliances with neighboring chiefs, ability to maintain a large entourage, all these factors were important and often tilted the scale in favor of a candidate. Next in order of importance was the kingmaker, known as Diaraf Bundeo, who was himself the leader of the Diamber class. In theory, He had the right to choose and depose a burr, but in practice, decision in such matters rested with the General Assembly of Chiefs. The kingmaker was himself appointed by the burr, but such appointment was subject to the approval of Diamber chiefs in council. The Diaraf Bundeo was charged with the burrship during the interval between the death of a burr and the election of a new burr. The heir apparent was known as Bumi. Though appointed by the burr, he was a potential leader of revolts against him. The latter, 139, often sought to render the Bumi harmless by keeping him out of the capital. Mention must also be made of two other important chiefs, chosen from among the crown slaves, the Grand Farba and the Farba Bir Kur. Dependent on the burr, they were trusted representatives. The Grand Farba was the leader of the slaves, the Farba Bir Kur the king's chamberlain. Also in the king's household the Lingwara was either the burr's mother or sister. Head of the female population, she played an important ritual role and acted as judge in, for instance, adultery cases, because women were involved. The Beset was more of a confidant than a court jester. He alone had the right to express to the king his opinions, without fear of punishment. How did the burr govern the rest of his kingdom? The king's power rested on the villages. The kingdom consisted of villages, some of which were grouped into small districts. A district was made up of 2 to 3 villages. These small districts and villages were administered by chiefs directly appointed by the burr, and whose main duty was to ensure law and order, collect the taxes, and act as judge in conflicts. This social and political structure rested on traditional religious practices which enabled the Sirah to preserve their society from the germs of disruption for a long time. Until World War II, the Sirah strongly resisted Islamic proselytization, and Sinsalom continued for long to be described as a pagan state. Sirah religious thought was pervaded with a sense of mystery. The supreme being was called Raj Sen, next to him were the spirits, intermediaries between worshippers and the supreme being. To Raj Sen and through his spirits were offered ritual offerings, in shrines consisting of trees or clumps of bush. The shrines were out of bounds to the non-initiate, the shrine trees were sacred and untouchable. The priests, primarily diviners, were known as Saltigui. The Sirah society was thus a well-integrated one, in which each of the social groups had its own rights and obligations. The Sirah state was a strong entity capable of resisting Islamic proselytization and French colonization. But the insecurity of the burr's position, its elective nature, and the obligation invariably imposed on the kingship candidate to win over the various important groups in Sirah society meant that authority in Sinsalom was divided and collegial. This fact explains why even during crises or when 14.0 the reigning burr was a weak ruler or a minor, the state did not go to pieces. In general, the best government was often that of a very strong and powerful burr, but absolute rule was invariably difficult if not impossible, for even the strongest burr was often limited in the exercise of his powers by the Council of Chiefs. The Mand Inca states. The pattern of political organization in all Mand Inca states was the same. A hierarchy of kings, Munsas, alcaldes, and elders constituted the government of Bara, Wulai, and the majority of states distributed along the river Gambia. Kings were generally revered by their subjects, from whom they received tribute, but none could rule without consultation with the elders of the people. In fact, stable government in Mand Inca society did not so much depend on the administrative ability of kings, as on the industry and wisdom of the alcaldes, or village heads. They were the officials who distributed land, administered justice in minor cases, collected the king's customs, and, in general, kept the machinery of state going. To quote Francis Moore again, if a person wants anything to be done by a good number of people, he advised, the best way is to apply to the alcalde, who will agree with you about it, and order people to make dispatch with it, but if a factor does not take care to keep in with the alcalde, he will seldom or never get things done as they ought to be. In short, the alcalde was an official of actual and potential authority, who might one day become king when it was the turn of his town to provide a candidate. The danger to all, however, was that a system of rotatory succession was itself an occasion for intrigue and rivalry between collaterals. The Mand Inca language early became the lingua franca of much of this region, partly because of the hegemony of Mali and the trading capacity of the Mand Inca. More reported that anyone who could speak this language could travel and trade with great facility from the mouth of the river Gambia to the basin of the Niger, a linguistic frontier for Mande and West Atlantic tribes. The organization of trade. Long-distance trade in this region was conducted by specialists Mande, Diola, and Sirihuli. Over many centuries, the Diola had formed trading communities along a vast network of trade 14.1 routes, since the convenience of owning domestic slaves who cultivated their lands enabled them to make long expeditions in pursuit of merchandise. Trimingham states that by the time Europeans arrived on the coast, hundreds of settlements in the western Sudan were under their control. Long-distance trade was virtually their monopoly, and tradition had it that it was love for commerce that first brought Mande-speaking peoples to the very mouth of the Gambia. As a caravan moved from town to town with its train of asses carrying merchandise, a Diola would join it with his own consignment of goods: woven cotton cloth, gold dust, iron goods, cola nuts, shea butter, incense, to be exchanged for the horses, fish, salt, and grain of the coastal areas. He had to be a man of astute judgment, who, by diplomacy, could reduce the amount of customs levy he was otherwise compelled to pay to all alcaldes in whose towns he stopped to trade. This long-distance trade was controlled, not by coastal peoples as Europeans thought, but by the rulers of interior states. Kingdoms like Bandu, strategically situated between the upper Gambia and Senegal rivers, became important entrepots for a diverse trade. Such a center for traders was a hive of commercial activity, and it was the heavy duties imposed on traders which strengthened the power of the ruler of the kingdom. It was never difficult for him to bring pressure to bear on traders, by closing trade routes through his territory, as a political weapon against rivals. Trade, in consequence, had its setbacks at every stage. Often, political alliances between rulers formed a net in which the long-distance trader was caught. His movements might be restricted or accelerated from one kingdom to the next depending on whether those kingdoms were enemies or allies. Richard Jobson, an English trader, was not altogether correct when he asserted that Islam was a passport for many a merchant. It was not always true that the Muslim was treated as a privileged person who could follow his trade, or course of traveling, without let or interruption of either side. Fulbe states. The states of Bandu, Futa Toro, and Futa Jalan came under the influence of Islamist Fula and Tukulor as in the case of Futa Toro, and were highly centralist. By the 18th century they 142 had grown into theocracies, where the ruler bore the title of Al-Mamai and was the highest religious and political authority. Mungo Park at a later date described the difference he noticed between the government of Bandu and that of the Mand Inca states through which he traveled. The inhabitants of Bandu were more immediately under the influence of the Muhammadan laws. This view was confirmed by Durand, who said the Al-Mami was revered for his sanctity and valor, and had the absolute confidence of his own subjects, as well as of the neighboring states, in so much that people come from all parts to buy his gris-gris, charms, and to kiss his feet. It is worth mentioning that the Fulas did not organize states of their own along the river Gambia, but preferred to live in small communities attached to the capitals of Mand Inca states. There they received protection from the kings in return for keeping their herds and flocks. The Empire of the Jola. Very little has been written about the Jola or Felup, the Fiafar, and Pepel who lived in the well-watered areas of Vintang Creek, a tributary of the Gambia, the Casamance, the Gaba, and Núñez. All these peoples spoke related languages, and traded with each other. The Pepel, particularly, were a seafaring people who engaged in a coastal trade in the Bisagos Isles and voyaged as far as the Cape Verde Islands. These peoples preferred to live in small hamlets and villages under elders rather than in central-east states. Yet they acknowledged the authority of a ruler, under whom they organized their forces to repel attacks, especially those of the Mand Inca. European traders called this ruler the Emperor of Fogna, and it was with him that they negotiated commercial treaties. Numerically, the Jola were an important tribe in the Gambia area, but their political system was such that they virtually failed to be influenced by other cultures or to spread their own, being content to preserve their customs and to avoid cultural contact with other tribes. It was partly this lack of contact that made European travelers describe them as savage pagans who worshipped idols. Some interest has been shown in the Jola since Parker in 1923 suggested that they might have been responsible for constructing the stone circles of Senegambia, possibly between the 12th and 15th centuries. Not only were rites performed at some of the 143 circles to ensure the benevolence of spirits believed to dwell there, Parker, but they were obviously burial grounds. The 1964-5 archaeological expedition to the Gambia discovered skeletons, copper bracelets, and iron spears within the circles of V-shaped stones. If Jola oral tradition can provide further evidence, we may have to revise our opinion of them as being an isolated and primitive people. Our evidence indicates, therefore, that there was relative stability among these West African states in the period before European contact. Indeed, some must have been quite prosperous. In spite of the diversity of peoples, there was an underlying homogeneity of culture, and sometimes of political organization. This brief account is an indication of the kind of historical material currently available. We hope it will also reveal the opportunities for further research. Geeleopics al, the Windward Coast. AD 1000 to 1800. Christopher Fife. Geography. Cape Palmas, the southern tip of Liberia, forms a geographical frontier. Early European navigators named the land that lay north of it the Windward Coast and beyond it the Leeward Coast. Thus they distinguished the exposed Atlantic shore from the sheltered shore of the Gulf of Guinea. As this Windward Coast formed something of a political as well as a geographical unit, I am using the old name to describe the area now occupied by the modern states of Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. High ranges of iron-bearing mountains separate this Windward Coast from the interior. On the far side rise the Niger and Senegal rivers. On the coastal side, too, rivers flow down to the Atlantic, at first rapidly as the land falls sharply away, then slowly as they move over the 50 to 80 miles of coastal plain, then sluggishly as they emerge through swampy deltas and sandbars into the sea. Hence they do not form long avenues of communication into the interior, like the Niger and Senegal, for rocks and rapids on their upland course prevent them being easily navigable. Surf-beaten sand beaches fringe most of the long coastline, though in the Cape Palmas region there are dangerous rocks jutting out into the sea. A few mountain clusters rise over the flat coastal plain, notably at Cape Sierra Leone, Cape Mount and Cape Mesuradou. The high range at Cape Sierra Leone has forced the river that flows beside it into a deep channel, a magnificent natural harbor, the only one on the coast. Until the 19th century the whole area was covered with thick primeval forest. So this southwest bastion of the West African Bulge formed a geographical and ecological unit. Even today the plane passengers from Conakry to Robertsfield look down on what seems one country. The geographical setting in which the peoples of the Windward Coast lived affected their history. The mountains and forests protected them from invasions by the rulers of the vast empires in 145. The interior, Ghana, Mali, Songhai. The thick forests also kept them isolated from one another in small groups. And though the rivers were not easily navigable, they provided lines of communication for migrants, who could follow their courses rather than try to break their way painfully through the dense bush. Methods of study. There are no written records of the Windward Coast peoples dating before the European period. A few oral traditions survive which purport to describe events in the distant past, but the traditions in this part of West Africa have not been systematically collected. Helping to collect such traditions would be an instructive and immensely valuable school project. Nor when people speak of long ago can we always be sure whether they mean generations ago or centuries ago. The phrase before the white men arrived may refer to the period before the 15th century, when the Portuguese first reached West Africa, or it may merely refer to the period before Europeans reached some particular region, and this is often only in the 19th century. Oral traditions, valuable as they are to historians, have to be used with great care. In a few parts of Africa, like Egypt, archaeologists have worked for generations, digging up relics of the past and using them to write history. But here, and indeed in much of West Africa, there has, as yet, been almost no systematic archaeological work. So historians of Africa have learned to turn to unfamiliar branches of study to help them. Here are examples from three such unfamiliar disciplines: linguistics, botany and serology, the study of blood groups. Linguistics. Many dozens of languages are spoken on the windward coast. Some are similar to one another, others are different. Now it takes thousands, perhaps many thousands, of years for a language to evolve. The English of Shakespeare, for instance, spoken nearly 400 years ago, is not very different from the English of today. Hence we must assume that the peoples in this area have been living in isolated groups for a very long time, without much contact between them, evolving their own languages in isolation. This suggests that the country has been inhabited for a very long time. For though some of the inhabitants are fairly recent. 146. Immigrants. The multiplicity of languages implies that some must have been settled here, in the isolating forests, for many centuries, perhaps for many millennia. Here we can one day hope to look to archaeology for help. Once it gets started, radiocarbon dating, for instance, might indicate how long people have lived there. Linguists have divided up these languages into related speech groups, though there is still a good deal of argument among them about just how the divisions should go. One people, the Limba of Sierra Leone, speak a language which recent linguistic research finds to be quite different from what any of their neighbors speak. They may therefore be the oldest inhabitants of the windward coast. Peoples whose language forms another distinct speech group, including the Tem and Baga, moved in among the Limba. Tem tradition says they came originally from the north. So they may have migrated up the Senegal River into the Foudijalon Mountains, and then down into the coastal plain. This was the route taken by the Fulani people, who are called in this region Fula, and in other parts of West Africa Fulani or Pool. Linguistic evidence shows that the Fulani came originally from the lower Senegal country. From there they moved up into Foudijalon, but stayed there without going on towards the sea. The Jishi and Bilam languages are related. These two peoples may originally have been one. Jishi country stretched westward from the mountains at the Niger sources, while the Bilam lived by the coast. This suggests that they originally migrated into the area up the Niger to its source, then over the mountains towards the sea, the Jishi stopping off inland, the Bilam going on until they reached the Atlantic. Each settled in their own region, cut off from the others, and their languages gradually grew different. A few miles west of Cape Palmas begin languages, bracketed together as Kwa languages, which stretch eastward over the modern Ivory Coast, Ghana, and Nigeria. A subgroup of these Kwa languages is Kru, variants of which are spoken in the country round Cape Palmas within the windward coast area. Here, then, we see linguistic evidence giving us clues to migration routes and settlement patterns, and showing us that the windward coast peoples have a very long history. Peoples of the windward coast AD. I 1000–1800–147. Botany. There is an indigenous African rice, Oryza glaberrima, different from the Asian rice usually eaten today. Botanists believe it was first cultivated round the Middle Niger. If they are right, it shows that Africans learned for themselves to cultivate the soil, without being taught by outsiders. From the Niger, rice cultivation spread into the forest country. Until then the windward coast peoples probably did not farm at all, but lived by hunting, fishing, and gathering wild fruit and vegetables. They must have lived a wandering, unsettled life, always moving on to find new food supplies. But once they began cultivating rice they could settle in one place if they wanted to and grow enough to live on. They could build permanent houses and form settled communities. With an assured food supply, the population could expand. Agriculture brought a complete revolution in their way of life. All over the windward coast, rice became the main diet for the farming peoples. But a few miles beyond Cape Palmas at the Bandama River, in the modern Ivory Coast, there is a food frontier. On one side the people eat rice, on the other they eat yams. So the Kru peoples, whose language relates them with the peoples to the east, are related by their diet to the peoples on the west. Serology. Human blood varies in composition from one individual to another. Some genes are present in some people, absent in others, and people can be categorized according to their blood groups. Blood groups can cut across members of a community, even of a family, as you will know if you and your family have ever had blood tests. For though genes are inherited, they do not necessarily occur in the same pattern in parents and children. But there are some blood groups which tend to recur in certain communities. One of them is the so-called sickle cell trait. Until about 10 years ago this was thought to be a purely African trait. But medical research has now shown it to be connected with malaria, and it has been found among peoples outside Africa too, in places where malaria is endemic. Those who have it are usually immune from malaria. So, as they survive malaria, and those who 148 lack it are more likely to die, the number of sickle cell people tends to increase in malarial areas. Historians have been trying lately to see whether they could find out about migration patterns by studying blood groups. So far the results have been disappointing. But there is one successful demonstration of the method in the windward coast area. The Kru people are almost devoid of the sickle cell trait. Yet all around them it is common. This confirms that the Kru have long been a closed community who have not intermarried with their neighbors. These examples of how historians can employ unusual techniques in order to study the past demonstrate that history can be a lively study. It can be related to many kinds of human activity and knowledge, and can be constantly expanding its frontiers. You can make it far more than just learning details written down in books, which is what historians of Europe have so often tended to make it. The pre-European period. Unwritten sources, then, have given us a very generalist picture of the windward coast in the pre-European period. They have shown us that it has been long inhabited by peoples who lived there in small isolated communities. Originally they lived nomadic lives, getting food as best they could, then they learned to plant rice and could settle in permanent towns and villages. Nevertheless they were not completely sedentary, for there were migrations along the river courses. Written sources enable us to fill in some of the gaps in our knowledge of this period. During the 16th century several Portuguese writers published descriptions of the country, taken from accounts by sailors or traders who had visited it. They described the country as the Portuguese first saw it, before it was influenced by Europe. From them we learn that the small communities lived in political as well as geographical isolation from their neighbors. There were no big empires, it was a country of small independent states each with its own government. Some were ruled by kings but they were not absolute monarchies. The kings had councils to advise them, and could not disregard their council's advice. If a king wanted war and his council did not, there was no war. Thus, 149. They were more democratic than the government the Portuguese knew at home, where the king had far greater powers, indeed more democratic than most of the governments of 16th century Europe. Societies also exercised great power. One of the earliest Portuguese accounts describes an institution that may well be the Poro society that still flourishes in the area. Societies had many functions, as they still do, partly political, partly religious, partly educational. Modern educationists should not forget that formal education, as distinct from the informal education children receive in the family or neighborhood, has always been conducted in this country by the societies. Some writers imply that there was no education in West Africa until Europeans opened schools. Far from it. Societies were teaching children long before Europeans were ever heard of. Islam had not spread to the windward coast peoples in the 16th century. Though occasional Muslim traders may perhaps have wandered through the country, they had not disseminated their religion. All the peoples, including the Fulani in Futajalan, still practiced their own indigenous religions at this period. Religious and political organization was combined. There was not the divorce of sacred and secular that modern Christians make. No distinction was made between the laws of God and the laws of man. All authority was backed by religious sanction. Economic life, too, was inextricably bound up with religion. Religious rites were an essential part of a farmer's or hunter's or fisherman's activities, and could not be dispensed with. Everyone was continually conscious of unseen presences, particularly of the deceased members of the community. Indeed, the communities were not just communities of the living, but of the living and the dead. This tended to make people conservative, unwilling to adopt new ways, for fear of upsetting their dead members by introducing something unfamiliar. So the innovator was not praised as a hero, but regarded with suspicion. He might even be convicted of witchcraft for disturbing the existing balance of social life. Social order came first. Individuals had to subordinate their own wishes to those of the community and work together for the common good. Land was communally owned, and could not be Rt. 150. Permanently alienated to an individual and his family. No one could become much richer or more powerful than his neighbors. Even kings, as we have seen, had their power limited. They were also obliged to share their wealth with their subjects. They could not build it up for themselves exclusively. Everyone had inescapable rights and duties towards everyone else. Hence the sick and aged were assured a place in the community, and had to be supported. These, then, were orderly, well-organized states, whose members had been instructed in childhood what their rights and duties were. Many old history books assert that the Europeans brought law and order to Africa. Plainly this is not so. The Windward Coast peoples, and indeed peoples all over Africa, had their own institutions for preserving law and order, long before European contact. I am not trying to romanticize the pre-European past, or to make out it was a golden age. There were no doubt plenty of wars between the Windward Coast peoples. Many of their customs were certainly very brutal. But the peoples of Europe, too, were fighting one another constantly at this time, and practicing many brutal customs. The pre-European period in Africa may well have been a period of tribal warfare, but it was just the same in Europe, only the European peoples are not usually referred to as tribes. Their religious feelings were expressed in music, dancing and sculpture. The wood carvings from this era have long vanished, rotted away or eaten by termites, but many stone carvings survive. Soapstone carvings, called by the Bilam Namali, and by the Gishi Pamta, have been found all over the country the Gishi and Bilam originally inhabited. They also carved ivory. The Portuguese were so impressed by their skill that they commissioned them to carve ivory cups, spoons, hunting horns, etc. for them. These carvings, obviously African in workmanship, often include Portuguese designs, like coats of arms, as well as African ones. Many are preserved in museums in Europe. These small isolated states tended to be economically self-sufficient. But few communities can produce all they want, so they had to trade with one another for what they lacked. Those who lived by the sea made salt which they traded with their inland neighbors. In Futajalan the Fulani and Soso smelted iron. 11. And wove cloth to use and trade with. So there were regular trading patterns. In the pre-European period, then, the Windward Coast peoples lived in small independent states. Each had its own form of government which preserved law and order with religious sanctions. They were tenaciously attached to tradition and mistrusted innovation. They had educational institutions to instruct their children how to behave. They produced beautiful works of art. They traded with their neighbors for the commodities they lacked, and sometimes fought wars against them. Though today the kind of static, unenterprising life they lived may have little appeal, particularly to young people, we can still perhaps find something to admire in it. The period of European contact. The Windward Coast peoples first saw Europeans in the 15th century when Portuguese, and later other Europeans, began sailing down the coast and stopping to trade. Their contacts with them were trading contacts. Europeans did not try to conquer the country, they were content to trade. So they were known as customers, not as invaders. No European power ruled any part of the Windward Coast until the end of the 18th century. Though 2 British forts were built there in the 17th century, one on Bence, also called Bance, and Bunce Island in the Sierra Leone River, and another on York Island in the Sherbro estuary south of it, the British did not own them. Sovereignty remained vested in the African rulers, and the British occupiers paid them rent. It was the same in other parts of West Africa. Apart from the inhabitants of these forts, and York Island was soon abandoned, the Europeans who traded in this area lived unprotected among their African customers, alone or in small groups. They often lived with African wives. Hence by the 17th century there were small but influential Afro-Portuguese communities in some parts. In 1728 the British fort on Bence Island was attacked and destroyed by a force led by an Afro-Portuguese called Lopez, who had quarreled with its governor. In the 18th century several families descended from English fathers and African mothers rose to prominence in the Sherbro country, notably the Cocker, Tucker, and Rogers families, some of whose 152 descendants are distinguished people in Sierra Leone today. But the number of Europeans was never large. Over the whole area they would normally be numbered by tens, sometimes perhaps fewer, than by hundreds. So their descendants formed only a tiny proportion of the population. Few Europeans penetrated far inland. Some historians have alleged that they were kept out by malaria-bearing mosquitoes. But there are quite as many mosquitoes on the coast, if not more, than are inland. Nor did mosquitoes keep Europeans out of the West Indies, where they are very prevalent, or out of Bengal, in India, one of the unhealthiest places in the world. It is rather that on the Windward Coast, as along most of the coast of West Africa, the coastal peoples were determined to keep the export trade in their own hands, and prevent anyone from the interior of the country trading with Europeans except through them. In this way they could fix prices to suit themselves, and make the inland peoples pay them commission. They were always afraid that if Europeans went inland they might settle there and trade direct with the inhabitants, thus breaking their own monopoly as middlemen. So to maintain their privileged position they kept firm control over their European customers and prevented them moving away. Europeans were useful. They introduced manufactured goods which could not otherwise be obtained. Hence they were welcome visitors, even if they took away slaves in return for the goods they brought. There was little else on the Windward Coast that they were interested in buying at this period. There was only a little gold available here, brought from inland. Ivory was plentiful at first, but gradually the elephants were reduced in number. There was also a limited demand in Europe for camwood from which red dye can be made, which was available in some parts of the country. And at the eastern end of the coast there grew Malagueta pepper, which was also saleable in small quantities in Europe. But from the 16th century onwards the main export commodity was slaves. In the early days of the slave trade some European ships' captains seized people from this part of the coast and carried them off as slaves. Sir John Hawkins is a notorious example. But when this happened the relatives of those who had been kidnapped could retaliate on the Europeans settled among them. Living unprotected as they did, it was in the interest of such Europeans to see that 153. Trade was organized in a peaceable way. Otherwise they would suffer themselves. Trading regulations were gradually accepted. For instance, a captain would send some of his crew on shore as hostages for his good behavior. Thus mutual confidence was established between trading partners, African and European. The brutal, inhuman slave trade was fitted into the pattern of life on the Windward Coast without apparently disrupting it in any drastic way. The existing institutions continued, adapted to new situations. Criminals, for instance, were now sold to Europeans, instead of being put to death or punished in some other way. Wars became more profitable, for prisoners could be sold. We cannot estimate the effect on population numbers, for we have no statistics. Hundreds of thousands must have been sold from the windward coast during the slave trading period. A late 18th century trader estimated about 3,000 annually from the area. Yet there is no evidence of depopulation, no evidence that this thickly forested country supported a larger population in the 15th century, before the transatlantic slave trade began, than it did in the 18th century after 3 centuries of slave trading. Emigration does not necessarily lead to a decline in total population. During the 19th century, for instance, millions men, women, and children left Europe for America, yet, the population of Europe rose steadily. The sea coast now became the economic heart of the country, and the river mouths and offshore islands the centers of trade. The deep anchorage of the Sierra Leone estuary particularly attracted European ships. There they could put in safely for repairs, could cut firewood from the wooded slopes, and take on fresh water from a stream which flowed down from the mountains, the famous King Jimmy water. In the mid-16th century the coastal peoples were attacked by invaders from inland. The Portuguese called the invaders Manes. They were probably people in the Mande speech group. They were ferocious fighters who were said to eat their prisoners. This terrified their opponents. A Bilam king gave himself up to the Portuguese as a slave rather than fall into their hands. They descended either the Mano or Moa rivers to the sea, then turned north up the coast and captured the Sierra Leone watering place, the most important trading center in the country. The Bilam and Tem could not stop them. The Portuguese gave the Manes help. 154. And profited by the war, for as the Manes moved up the coast they followed in their ships, guided by the light of blazing Bilam and Tem towns, to pick up the fugitive as slaves. The Manes then struck inland towards Futajalon. A Portuguese came with them, armed with a musket, still a rarity in Africa. But the Fulani and Soso combined against them, their army led by a small detachment of Fulani cavalry. The Manes were defeated and driven back to the coast. There they settled down, and seem, in time, to have become absorbed among the Tem and Bilam inhabitants. This war left a permanent mark on the trade patterns of the country. Until the invasion the Fulani and Soso used to come down regularly to Sierra Leone to trade. After it, in order to avoid their enemies, they took to going due west to the Rio Nunez and Rio Pongas, in what is today the Republic of Guinea. Some 50 or 60 years later there was another invasion, along much the same routes, by another Mande-speaking group allied apparently to some Kru-speaking peoples. As a result of these invasions the Vai, who speak a Mande language, became established on the sea coast at the mouths of the Mano and Moa. The Kono, inland from them, also probably took part. Tradition says the Kono felt tired and sat down inland, while the more adventurous Vai went on to the sea. Other migrants in the Mande speech group, like the Mende, also spread over the coastal plain, though slowly and peaceably, not in violent invasions. The Mende were still an inland people at the end of the 18th century, not until the 19th century did they begin to settle on the sea coast. By the late 17th century Tem were in control of the Sierra Leone watering place, a source of wealth as well as trade to those who owned it. Its ruler made European ships' captains pay customs duties for water and firewood, and for the right to trade. Kings and chiefs in other places also regularly levied duties from their European customers, and were paid rent by those who were settled within their jurisdiction. Thus Europeans became a source of income for the coastal rulers who were now assured of a regular revenue. This fiscal revolution does not seem to have made any radical change in the political structures of the country. Despite their revenues the rulers remain the prisoners of constitutions which 155. Obliged them to share their wealth with their subjects. Hence the restrictions on absolute rule persisted. Kings were not able to amass capital and dominate their subjects. In any case, they received their revenue in the form of non-capital creating consumer goods like textiles, hardware, spirits, and tobacco, which might confer prestige or comfort, but could not be used to create new wealth. Nor did any kingdom grow strong enough to dominate its neighbors, like Asante and Dahomey down the coast. It remained a country of small states. No doubt the thick forest, which was not felled until the 19th century, except round towns and villages, helped to prevent the formation of large political units. The rocky Kru coast round Cape Palmas was too dangerous for ships to approach. Instead they would anchor out at sea, fire a gun, and people would come out in canoes to trade. This was a risky business. No Europeans lived on land on this rough shore to act as hostages, as elsewhere on the coast, so traders who ventured on board risked being carried off as slaves. This was the only part of the coast where kidnapping was common. Elsewhere, as we have seen, it was exceptional, once trade was systematically organized. The Kru peoples were at home in and on the sea, expert fishermen, swimmers, and canoeists. During the 18th century they began leaving home to seek their fortunes abroad, for there was little trade at home, working on board European ships. Used from childhood to swimming and managing canoes, they could easily perform such tricky tasks as bringing a canoe loaded with slaves through heavy surf to a waiting ship, which most sailors would find very difficult, if not impossible. So they were highly valued as members of ships' crews. Their name crewman was often incorrectly written crewman. They worked on naval ships as well as merchant ships, and soon came to be regarded as indispensable. Sometimes they took jobs on shore at European trading establishments, where they worked as competently as at sea on manual tasks. By the late 18th century wherever Europeans were working crew were usually working too. A crew would leave home as a boy and work with a gang of his countrymen, giving his wages to an older man, his master and protector. When he grew older he kept these wages and trained. 156. Boys himself. Every few years he would go home for a few months with the goods he had earned, and take a new wife. Eventually he retired for good and settled down with his wives as a leader of the community. The effect of European contact on the windward coast from the 15th to the 18th century was, therefore, primarily economic. There was little political influence. Political life continued much as before, scarcely affected by Europeans. Superficially there were outward changes in the way of life. Some men took to wearing European clothes. Women usually preserved their own style of dress, but made their clothes from imported material. Kings and important traders might use chairs and tables, imported from Europe. Some adopted knives and forks for eating. A successful Euro-African trader in the Sherbro country in the mid-18th century, Henry Tucker, had a sideboard in his house with silver plate displayed. People also learned the trade language spoken on the coast, a compound of English, Portuguese, French and Spanish. Relics of this type of speech are still preserved in the Creole language of Sierra Leone, and in the so-called pidgin spoken in some parts of West Africa. Sometimes a friendly slave trader would take an African customer on a visit to England. Children were also sent to England to school. In the 1780s there were said to be over 50 African children at school there. On their return these children usually became traders. None introduced the technical skills or improved farming methods they might have seen in England. When the slave trade provided such an easy livelihood there was little incentive to try anything else. In any case the peoples were so deeply set in their traditional ways that any attempt to change them would have been fiercely resisted. Religion, law, social organization, and farming methods were all bound up together, so that any change seemed a threat to society. Hence it is not surprising to find that Europeans had no significant religious influence at this period. A few Portuguese Roman Catholic missionaries visited the windward coast in the 17th century and baptized some kings and their subjects, but without any lasting effect. The mission soon faded away, and only a few Afro-Portuguese were left professing a nominal Christianity. Nor can one at this period speak of the moral influence of peoples of the windward coast AD 1000 to 1800-157. Europeans, for their activities were overwhelmingly immoral, based as they were on the evil transatlantic slave trade. Islam and the windward coast. The windward coast was beyond the political control of the inland Muslim empires of Mali and Songhai. Nevertheless, itinerant Muslim traders were certainly traveling through it by the early 17th century, and perhaps long before. Islam was a religion which suited traders. But it was unattractive to the members of the farming communities of the windward coast. For, as we have seen, the political and social organization of these states was firmly grounded on the sanctions of their own religions. If a man became a Muslim, and gave up the traditional rites and practices of his people, he cut himself off from them completely. He made himself a kind of outlaw who could have no part in their communal life. Also, many Muslim beliefs and practices were unsuited to such farming communities. Islam encourages its adherents to accumulate as much wealth as they can, so long as they give a certain proportion of it away in charity. But in the communally organized states, traditional custom prevented the accumulation of wealth by individuals. The Ramadan fast is a severe ordeal for a farmer who has to do hard physical labor. It is much less painful for a trader. Nor could settled farmers have much hope of making the pilgrimage to Mecca which Muslims are supposed to make. Itinerant traders, always moving about anyway, might hope to get there one day. So though the windward coast peoples might admire Muslims, and welcome them to their villages partly because they brought trade, partly because of the magic powers they claimed, of being able to make charms, or being able to see into the future, they had no inducement to adopt their religion, unless they were going to leave home themselves and become traders. So long as the social bond of their own life remained intact, Islam had no place for them. During the 17th century, Muslim Fulani migrated into the mountainous Futajalan country among their non-Muslim countrymen. They were not traders but cattle owners, who moved slowly from place to place driving their cattle. Some Muslim Mandinka traders were also settled in Futajalan. These Muslims resented being subordinated to the non-Muslim. 158. Fulani and Soso rulers of the country. They felt it humiliating to be ruled by men who practiced religions they despised. At last they determined to put up with it no longer. In about 1725 they joined together to wage a holy war, or jihad, against the non-Muslims. A pious scholar, Karamoko Alpha, led them. After some initial setbacks, he was replaced by a more competent military leader, Ibrahim Asuri. There was a long, bitter war, and at the end the Muslims were victorious. The inhabitants of Futajalan were forced to adopt Islam or else were driven away. Futajalan became a Muslim state. Its ruler took the title Al-Mami, a version of the Arabic for Commander of the Faithful, a title traditional in Islam. The office was held alternately by a member of Karamoko Alpha's family and a member of Ibrahim Asuri's family. They succeeded one another at the end of a recognized period of years, the new Al-Mami replacing all the officials with his own relatives and adherents. Hence Futajalan was a kind of two-party state. The Futajalan Jihad was a turning point in the history of West Africa. It inspired other Muslims, and was the first of a series of jihads which eventually brought an enormous area under Muslim rule. They include the famous jihads of Usman Dan Fodio, and of Al-Hajj Umar. Though the countries bordering on Futajalan were not affected directly by the jihad, they were affected indirectly. Many Soso refused to adopt Islam and left the country. Some moved towards the coast where they dominated the Baga and Temne. A group of Soso who were allowed to settle at Port Loko, an important trading center, eventually seized control of the town. Some moved eastwards into the mountains. There the Yalinksa, a Soso subgroup, founded a kingdom of their own, Falaba, which resisted Muslim encroachments until 1884. Others made themselves chiefs among the Jishi, Koronko, and Limba. Many Muslims too, Fulani, Mandinka, and converted Soso moved out as individuals from Futajalan where they had triumphed in war, to seek their fortunes in the neighboring countries. Some conquered chiefdoms for themselves. Some were asked to take over rule by peoples who were attracted by the prestige of having a Muslim ruler. All over the area it became usual, by the end of the 18th century, for peoples to be ruled by aliens, some of whom also practiced an alien religion. Peoples of the Windward Coast AD 1000 to 1800 159. More Muslim traders moved in, too, attracted to places where their own co-religionists held power. In the upper reaches of the St. Paul River, in the modern Liberia, Inca traders gradually gained political control of the region. But nowhere did the subject peoples adopt Islam as their own religion. For though Islam spread widely here in the late 18th century, it did not spread deeply. The mass of the people still remained firmly attached to their own faiths, the bond of their political, economic, and social life. Conclusion. Superficially, this was a period of great change on the Windward Coast. Europeans arrived, bringing new economic opportunities, and harnessing the country to the transatlantic slave trade. Islam was entrenched in Futajalon and was diffused over the coastal plain. But there was no fundamental change in political and social organization, or in the ecology of the country. The thick forests were only cleared in small patches round the settlements, and continued to isolate the inhabitants from one another. The peoples were still divided into small self-governing units, organized in traditional ways. They still resisted new ideas, and clung tenaciously to what they had received from their forefathers. Asante and Fanti AD 1000 to 1800 AP Adu Katlin. aka migrations. The Asante and Fanti are part of the Akan or Chui-speaking peoples who constitute more than 50% of the population of present-day Ghana. The others are the Akiam, Kwahu, Akwapim, Gomo, Asin, Twifu, Wassa, Denki-Ira, and Enzima. That all these peoples are of a common origin, or branches of the same family, is borne out by three important considerations. In the first place, all of them speak dialects of the same language which belongs to the Kwa subfamily of the Niger-Congo family as classified by Greenberg. It is interesting to note that Tem, Bal, Ivalu, Gwan, Yu, Fon, Yoruba, and Igbo belong to the same subfamily. The various dialects of Chui result from the impact of the languages of the peoples already in the area on that of the incoming Akan. Secondly, the customs, usages, religious beliefs and symbolism, the domestic as well as the political institutions of all these peoples are virtually identical. The third, and in many ways, the most interesting and crucial evidence of the common origin of these peoples consists of the 8 exogamous matrilineal, bourgeois, and 8 patrilineal, entero or kra, groups, or lineages, into which they are all divided. The 8 matrilineal groups and their moieties are Akuna and Asakor, Oyoko, Anona Infanti, Andako, Asona and Dwum, or Dwimina, Asne and Adanton, Agona and Toa, Brechuo, Twitin Infanti, Antina, Asakiuri and Amokayad, Ajuana and Afwia and Abarati. The principal patrilineal groups are Buzamur, Buzampra, Buzamtwi, Buzamaram, Nkisha, Pokwe, Afram, and Abankwayad. Every Akan belongs to one of the two groups by inheritance from his mother and his father. Not only are all these divisions found among all the above groups of peoples, but an Akim who belongs to the Asona clan considers an Asante or Asin or Denki-Ira, belonging to the same clan, as his brother or sister, observes the same taboos with him, looks on the same animal as their totemic animal, shares funeral expenses with 161 him, and cannot marry him, or her. In other words, clan membership, affiliations, and loyalties completely cut across tribal and political boundaries. Since the system of inheritance not only of property but also of stools is matrilineal, membership of the matrilineal groups is far more important and consequently often better remembered and cherished than that of the patrilineal groups. All the Akan states that arose in modern Ghana, Twifu, Adansai, Denki-Ira, Fanti, Akwamua, Asante, etc. were in the final analysis the result of the imposition of the power of a lineage or family belonging to one of the matrilineal groups on the pre-existing clan groups. Where did these Akan originate from? Some scholars have traced them as far as Mesopotamia and Meroe, others to North Africa, and others again to ancient Ghana. My own surmise, based mainly on the oral traditions of the matrilineal groups I have referred to, is that the Akan evolved and developed in the savanna region to the north of the forest belt of Ghana between the Black Volta and the Como rivers, that is, in the area occupied today by Tikiamon, Bona, and Gyaman. The very fact that the language, social and political institutions of all these peoples are, by and large, the same wherever they are found to this very day suggests that these institutions were evolved before their migration into the regions they now occupy. We do not yet know when these migrations took place, but we can safely say at this stage that they occurred between AD 1000 and 1300. This exodus southwards may have been caused by population pressure as well as by political upheavals in the western Sudan. The migrations probably took place in two large groups of different families or clans, along two main routes. One group, represented today by the Wassa, Quira, Ahanta, and Sfwi, who are found mainly to the west of the Pra River, must have moved directly south along the banks of the Tuno and Ankabur rivers. The second group, consisting of the modern Adansai, Asante, Akwamua, Asin, and Fanti, might have migrated first in a southeasterly direction and then down the Pra and Oven rivers. They appear to have settled first at the confluence of these two rivers and then dispersed again, some moving northwards ultimately to found Asante, others moving southeastwards to establish Akyem and Akwamua, and southwards to found Fanti and Agwafo. These Akan reached the coastal regions of modern Ghana. 162. Probably during the latter part of the 13th century or the beginning of the 14th century. At about the same period the Ga-Dangbi and the U moved into Ghana from farther east, the areas of present-day Dahomey or southern Nigeria. Neither the Akan nor the Ga-Dangbi found the forest and the coastal districts of Ghana unoccupied. It is clear from oral traditions as well as linguistic evidence that these immigrants met the Gwan who were living in these areas in different degrees of concentration and political organization. These Gwan are represented today by the Anam, Kairepong, Bassa, Breku, Etsi, Afutu, and Asibu. When these Akan arrived, they pushed the Gwan eastwards and southeastwards and either totally or partially assimilated them culturally and ethnically, a fact which mainly explains the linguistic differences found among the Akan today. Indeed, the Fanti today are not a homogeneous group but rather a mixture of four or more peoples: the Fanti, the Asin, Arcanes of the records, the Asibu, the Afutu, Fitu of the records, and the Etsi, with the dominant Fanti imposing their culture and language, which underwent considerable change, on the others. This process of cultural assimilation, however, took place over a long period of time and has not yet been fully accomplished, since pockets of pure Etsi and Afutu are still found here and there in the Fanti region. Prior to this cultural assimilation, the Akan peoples first established trading contacts with the Gwan and the Ga-Dangbi peoples mainly for fish and salt. These contacts eventually extended as far east as Benin, as far west as the Ivory or Quagga coast, mainly for cloth and beads, and as far north as Begho and Ganja, and on to Mali and House Aland. Using documentary sources, Wilkes has shown that as early as 1400, this pre-European trade was being carried on along at least three main routes. The first of them radiated from the region of Elmina, through Twifu, Ahafo, and Doma to Begho in Bunda and then northwards to Jen and Timbuktu on the Niger. The second began in the region of Cape Coast and went through Asin, Adansai, Tifo, and Wenchi to Begho. At Tifo another route branched off in a northeasterly direction to House Aland. The third linked Accra, the Volta Gorge and the Afram Plains with the great markets of House Aland and Mali via Begho. Salt and cloth from the coastal regions, and cola nuts. 163. Gold dust and slaves from the forest areas, constituted the main commodities exchanged for items of Turkish, North African, and European manufacture, as well as rock salt brought across the Sahara. It should be noted that this northern-oriented trade was never eliminated by the development of the Atlantic trade. 1 As a result of this commercial enterprise and the activities of some of the members of the lineages or families belonging to the matrilineal clans, a number of states began to emerge in the forest and coastal regions of Ghana from the 14th century onwards. The earliest Portuguese accounts of the Gold Coast as well as reports sent by the governors of Elmina Castle, especially by Pacheco Pereira, between 1490 and 1520, make it clear that by the end of the 15th century, a number of full-fledged states were in existence on the Gold Coast. On a 17th century Dutch map of the Gold Coast published in 1629, Fig. 6, all these coastal states are shown, and a number of interior ones in addition. The coastal states from west to east are Axim, Ahanta, Jabu, Aguafo, Fitu, Acebu, Fanti, Agona and Accra. In the hinterland of these are Iguira, Adam, Wassa, Quifero, Twifu, Attorney, Etsi-1, Arcani, Asin, Akiem or Great Arcani, Aquamua, Kwahu, and Tafo. Though Adansai, Denki-Ira, and Asante are not shown on this map, we do know from oral traditions that the first two certainly were in existence by 1629, and the third by 1680. An 18th century map of 1729, Fig. 7, reveals, on the other hand, a picture radically different from that presented on the map of 1629, or by both Barbot and Bosman in their later accounts. For in place of the 6 coastal states between the mouth, Denki-Ira of the Pra and Accra listed by Bosman is found the single state of Fanti, while in the interior even Aquamua, Akim and Denki-Ira were being swallowed up by the Asante Empire and would be completely absorbed by 1750, Fig. 8. A political revolution had obviously taken place in the Gold Coast during the relatively short period between 1680 and 1750, which resulted in the partition of the Gold Coast among the two leading Akan peoples, the Fanti and the Asante, a noticeable advance in the direction of the evolution of the nation-state of Ghana. We must turn now to examine what caused these striking political changes, what systems of government were evolved by the two leading states and what relationship existed between them. 165. The rise of Asante. The rise of the Asante Empire was due to 5 main factors. The first was the founding of a number of petty Akan states and city-states in the neighborhood of modern Kumasi. The second was the conquest and oppression of these states by Denki-Ira. The third was the rise of the Atlantic trade. The fourth was the homogeneity displayed by the lineages of the Oyoko clan that arrived in the region of modern Kumasi. The fifth and final one was the ambition, martial ardor, sagacity, and statecraft displayed by the first 3 rulers of Asante, namely, Oberai Yebawa, Ose Tutu and Apokaware, whose joint reigns extended from about 1670 to 1750. The first 3 factors were the stimulants, and the final 2 the precipitants. It is absolutely clear from oral traditions that after settling first at the confluence of the Pra and Oven rivers, various families of the matrilineal clans began to move north again into the basin of the Pra and Oda rivers, the present Amance, Quaberi, Atwima, and Sakaira districts, during the second half of the 17th century, to establish a number of kingdoms and city-states. It appears that the first clan leaders to arrive with their followers, 166, were the Akuna, Ajuana, and Asne. The first founded Azakara, Odakram, Sakaira, Mampontan, Fawabaware, the second established Tafo, Kas, Owim, Doma, Hyaki, Kwazo, and Kumao, and the Asne founded Atuaban, Aboso, Baman, Amakam, and Agona. They were followed probably by the Brechuo, who established Mampong, Siniajia, and Afijias, and it appears the last group to arrive were the Oyoko group, which established Kumasi, Juaban, Kokafu, Ansuta, and Bikwai. All of these states arose within a radius of not more than 20 miles of modern Kumasi, and indeed more than half of them were within a radius of only 5 miles. Concentrated as they were within so limited an area, many of them could not but be small, and indeed it is clear that most of them were no more than mere city-states. The rise of so many states and kingdoms within so small an area was due mainly to the fact that it was the area in which the 2 main trade routes from the western Sudan, the western route from Timbuktu, Jen, and Begho, and the eastern route from House Aland, Nup and Ganja met, and from where branches radiated southwards to the coast. And the convergence of these routes in that area was no accident, since the area was the main source for gold and kola nuts, the two mainstays of the north-south trade. It was obviously with a view to controlling this trade that these sections of Akan moving northward settled where they did. Since it was these very states that were later constituted as the core of the Asante Empire, their establishment was obviously of crucial importance in the emergence of that empire. The second factor which favored the conversion of these states into an empire was their conquest by Denki Ira and the tyrannical rule to which they were subsequently subjected. Oral traditions of most of the states enumerated here are unanimous on the point, and it is confirmed by documentary evidence that they were all reduced to tributary states by Denki Ira between about 1650 and 1660. That the Denki Ira were tyrannical towards their subjected territories is evident from the same sources. Bosman, an impartial and contemporary observer, wrote, Dinkara, elevated by its great riches and power, became so arrogant that it looked on all other Negroes with a contemptible eye, esteeming them no more than slaves. Not only were the Denki Ira overbearing and tyrannical towards their subjects, but they also prevented them from getting direct access to the coast, for political as well as economic reasons. 167. Then, the pre-Asante states, as well as those of Tiwaifu, Asin, and Wasa whom the Denki Ira conquered between 1680 and 1608, developed, as Bosman noted, a common hatred for Denki Ira and were all ready, and indeed anxious, to throw off the yoke if only they could find leadership. It was precisely this that the members of the Oyoko clan, that arrived from the north in the 1660s and 1670s, provided. The third factor contributing to the emergence of Asante was the rise of the Atlantic trade. This affected the situation in two ways. The first was the new pattern of trade that developed, and the second was the introduction of firearms. According to the new pattern of trade, the peoples of the interior could not trade directly with the Europeans. They had to obtain their needs through the coastal peoples who established inland markets, such as Abans in the east and Manso in the west, for the purpose. Naturally, these inland states objected to this, and it was mainly for this reason that Akwamu and Denki Ira in the east and west respectively broke through to the coast. The Amans and Sakaira states also looked forward to the day when they would have direct access to the forts and castles on the coast, a hope which materialized, as we shall see presently, during the 18th and early 19th centuries. The Atlantic trade provided not only this incentive but also the means for its accomplishment in the guns and gunpowder that it introduced. It is clear from the written records that guns and gunpowder were not imported into the country on any large scale until after 1650. By the end of the 17th century, guns were the articles in the greatest demand on the Gold Coast. The introduction of firearms naturally had revolutionary effects on warfare, and ipso facto on political conditions and the emergence of empires. One of the paradoxical effects of the introduction of firearms is that it was not the states that first acquired them, the coastal states, that developed into empires, but rather the inland ones. This was due primarily to the active interference of the European nations in the internal affairs of the coastal states. Whereas, out of reach of the European powers, the inland states could develop unmolested and were able, by the time they did emerge on the coast, to present the Europeans with a fait accompli. This was true of Denki Ira, Akwamu, Dahomey, and Oyo and, above all, of Asante. It can scarcely be denied that but for the introduction of guns and gunpowder, the Asante could not have built so huge an 168 empire in so short a time, given the geographical and ecological factors. All the factors which I have so far been discussing were merely preparing the way for, or alternatively creating an atmosphere conducive to the emergence of an empire. The immediate causes were the arrival of the groups belonging to the Oyoko clan as well as the work of the first three rulers of Kumasi, namely, Oberai Yebawa, Osetutu and Apokaware. The Oyoko clan members were able to accomplish what the earlier clan groups had failed to do, primarily because they were a more closely knit or homogeneous group. When these groups left the region of the confluence of the Pra and Avin, or Asante Manso as their traditions call it, they, like the earlier groups, founded a number of states, namely, Juaban, Kokafua, Ansuta, Bekwai and Kumasi, all of them within some 20 miles radius of Kumasi. Unlike the earlier emigrants, the founders of all these states considered themselves very closely related and were able to cooperate instead of competing among themselves. The kings of Juaban, Kumasi, Bekwai, and Kokafu consider themselves to this day as brothers, and the king of Nsuda as their uncle. With the formation of these 5 Oyoko states which cooperated and pooled their military and political resources, until after the 1830s, the nucleus of an empire was automatically created. The development of this nucleus into the Asante Empire under the hegemony of the Oyoko clan of Kumasi was due to the wisdom, martial ardor, and ability of the first 3 rulers of Kumasi, namely, Obarai Yebawa, Osei Tutu and Apokawere. It is clear from the oral traditions that when the Oyoko clan group arrived, the Akuna and the Ajuana had founded Tafo, Mampontan, Kwaman, Amakam, and Doma, now Suntrezo, all now part of the Kumasi municipality, that the leading town was Kwaman, and that a section of the Oyoko people led by Obarai Yebawa either settled in that town or founded a new one, Kumasi, nearby. Either through diplomacy or war, it appears that Obarai Yebawa soon took over the Kwaman state. He then went on to admit the ruling families of most of the states and city-states in the immediate neighborhood into his clan. Hence today, Kumasi alone has 10 different Oyoko families instead of 1 or 2. This very shrewd move on the part of Obarai Yebawa not only enlarged the ranks of the original Oyoko group of Kumasi, but it also secured his own 169 position as well as that of his lineage as rulers of the new union. This has never been challenged since. Having thus consolidated his position, he embarked on his wars of expansion by attacking those states in the neighborhood who had apparently refused to join his creation. He does not appear to have been particularly successful in these wars, and tradition has it that he was killed probably in the late 1670s in a campaign against the Doma who were then occupying Suntrezo, now part of the Kumasi municipality. Osei Tutu and the Asante Constitution. Had Obarai Yebawa been succeeded by an imbecile or a non-entity, his work would have ended with him. Fortunately, his successor was endowed with even greater talent, courage, and organizing ability than himself. He was none other than Osei Tutu of renowned memory who came to the throne probably in the late 1670s. Assisted by Okomfo Anaki, his great friend, priest, and constitutional advisor, Osei Tutu contributed to the emergence of the Asante Empire in 5 important ways. He completed the formation of the Asante Union under the hegemony of his lineage, devised a constitution for the empire, endowed the union with a capital city, introduced a new military organization, and finally, continued successfully to expand the empire. Let us look more closely at these achievements. Soon after his accession, he took up his predecessor's work of uniting the existing states under the rule of their lineage. He aimed at bringing all the states surrounding Kumasi into the Union, a difficult task which he accomplished by a shrewd mixture of patient diplomacy and magic. The common fear and hatred of all the states for Denkyira had already predisposed them towards an anti-Denkyira alliance, and it was on this fear that Osei Tutu and Okomfo Anaki first played. But they realized that something positive was needed to make the union a lasting and not an ephemeral one. They found the solution to this in the form of the now revered and sacrosanct Golden Stool. At a great meeting of most of the states in the region of Amance, Quabari, Atwima, and Sakaira, Okomfo Anaki is said to have brought down from the skies in a black cloud and amidst rumblings the Golden Stool. Okomfo is then said to have announced that the stool embodied the soul and the unity of the Asante people, that under no circumstances 170 should it be lost, that the lineage of Osei Tutu should forever be recognized as the head of the union, and that all the older pre-Asante symbols of political authority were to be buried. That a golden stool could drop from the sky is a physical impossibility, but the important point is that the Asantes then, and every Asante today, sincerely believes what Okomfo Anaki said, and it is a fitting testimony to the unifying force of the Golden Stool that Asante today consists almost solely of the states that were present when the Golden Stool allegedly alighted from the sky. Having created the Union, Osei Tutu and Okomfo Anokye went on to introduce a number of devices calculated to ensure its everlasting strength and survival. These devices included the establishment of a capital, a constitution, a national festival and a national military organization. First of all, by a similar mixture of magic and diplomacy, Kumasi was chosen by Okomfo Anokye as the capital for the Union. The constitution which Osei Tutu and Anokye went on to devise for the Union was modeled on existing Akan practices. At the head of the Union was the Kumasi Hene, who now became known as the Asante Hene. He ruled with the advice of the Confederacy Council consisting of the kings of the states, or divisions, forming the Union. Each of these kings, or Amanhene, had to seek the recognition of the Asante Hene by swearing the oath of allegiance to him, had to give up the right of declaring war at will upon a member Amanhene, had to recognize the right of the Asante Hene to impose national levies, had to attend the annual Odwira festival, had to recognize the superiority of the Asante Hene's major oath, had to contribute a contingent of soldiers when called upon to do so by the Asante Hene, and had to grant their own subjects the right of appeal to the High Court set up for the Union in the capital. In all other spheres the Amanhene enjoyed complete autonomy. As Rattray has pointed out, this constitution helped to quell rivalries between Amanhene and welded the Asante into a nation. Early expansion. Since one of the principal motives for the formation of the Union was revenge for the death of Oberai Yeboah and, above all, the overthrow of the Denki Ira yoke, Osei Tutu and his priest friend paid particular attention to the establishment of a strong military organization for the Union. They introduced a new military 171 structure which, according to both Rattray and Wilkes, they borrowed from the Akwamua. This consisted of the van, Adantan, the rear, Kiidum, the right wing, Nifa, and the left wing. Each member state was assigned a place in one of the wings, and each wing was placed under a commander who was at the same time the king of a state. Thus the Mampanhene was made the Kranti-Hene, that is the commander-in-chief of the Asante National Army, the Asumanjia-Hene became the commander of the left wing, and the Ajasuhene that of the right wing, while Bikwai and Ansuta were made members of the right and left wings respectively. Military service was also made compulsory for every able-bodied male. Osei Tutu may have borrowed the military structure from Akwamua, but there is no doubt that under him and his successors it attained a peak of perfection and efficiency hitherto unknown, and was mainly responsible for the phenomenal expansion of the Oyoko kingdom whose foundations were laid by his uncle. Having created a fully fledged constitution, a military structure and the golden stool as the physical symbol of the sole and permanent unity of the Union, and all these devices, it is important to note, were adopted by the member states of the Union, each had a black instead of a golden stool. Osei Tutu began his wars of revenge, liberation, and expansion. As one would expect, his first war was with his neighbors, the Doma, whom he routed and then compelled to emigrate and found a new state named Gyaman, i.e. the state of people who had left their original home behind, by the Asante. He next attacked and defeated the kings of Amakam, Tafo, now parts of Kumasi, and Afinso, who apparently had refused to submit to the new Oyoko regime. These victories, which must have taken place between 1680 and 1690, brought all the districts of Doma, Atwima, and Kwabari under Osei Tutu. He next turned his attention to the real enemy, namely, Denki Ira. A good opportunity for war was provided by a sudden exorbitant increase in the tribute to be paid by these states. In a much contested series of battles between 1699 and 1701, the Asante emerged victorious and, in the words of Bosman, left the towering pride of Denki Ira in ashes. This victory had far-reaching consequences. Not only did it end the Denki Ira yoke, but it also won for Osei Tutu the overlordship of all Denki Ira's vassal states to the south, namely, Twifu, Wassa and Aowin and Elmina. 172. Including Elmina Castle. It was mainly to consolidate his hold on these southern districts that between 1712 and 1716 Osei conducted a number of campaigns in the western districts which brought the all-conquering and all-victorious Asante army to the sea coast at Apollonia in 1715. This also brought Asante to the attention of the European nations which had hitherto been blissfully ignorant of her. Indeed, a year after the final victory, the Dutch sent a full diplomatic mission to Kumasi while the English agents on the coast pleaded for the dispatch of a similar mission, as well as presents, to Z, that is to Osei Tutu. Finally, the victory did have a catalytic effect, as we shall see presently, on the rise of the Fanti kingdom. After defeating Denki Ira, Osei Tutu turned east against Akyem, which he also conquered after two fierce battles in 1702. It seems that between 1702 and 1712, Osei Tutu halted his campaigns and settled down to consolidate and devise a system of administration for his new acquisitions. He appears to have solved these problems by incorporating most of the areas he had fully mastered into his union. For instance, he tactfully married his own niece to the new Amakam Heni, and Apokaware, his successor, was their child. Secondly, he admitted Amakam and Tafo as full members of the Kumasi division or Oman, while Afinso was made a full member of the Union and given the same rights and privileges as the original members. Not only were the states admitted but all their subjects, as well as those Doma who stayed behind, were also naturalized and given due rights as Asante citizens. Apparently, because neither Denki Ira and her former allies, nor Akyem, had then been fully mastered, this policy of incorporation and naturalization was not applied to them. In fact, Osei Tutu was killed in 1717 while he was engaged in suppressing a revolt of the Akyem. It should be clear from the above that if Oberai Yeboah began the establishment of the Oyoko kingdom of Kumasi, Osei Tutu not only completed it, but also began the process of converting that tiny kingdom into the Asante Empire. He was by every standard a really great ruler, an original thinker, a statesman, a lawgiver and a brilliant general, so it is not surprising that his name occupies such a place of renown in Asante oral tradition. His rather sudden death, however, did leave the fate of the empire very much in the balance. The very circumstances in which he died shook the empire to its foundations. The Akyem 173 were in revolt, while Denki Ira and her vassal states were only too anxious to crush this upstart. Direct access to the coast had still not been obtained because of the intransigence of the Twifu and Asin. At home, too, a disputed succession ensued. Fortunately, Osei Tutu's grandnephew and successor, Apokaware, proved more than equal to the tasks that confronted him. During his long reign from Cent. 1720 to 1750 he was able, not only to settle the internal problems and crush the Akyem and Denki Ira rebellions, but also to continue with remarkable success his granduncle's wars of expansion. Apokaware. After about 2 or 3 years of contest between a nephew of Osei Tutu and Apokaware, his grandnephew, the latter emerged victorious. Having consolidated his position on the throne, he then instituted the now famous and sacrosanct Oath of the Asante, the Great Oath of Mimnata. To commemorate the death of the great ruler and above all to revive the fighting spirit of the nation. He then attacked the rebellious states and in the early 1720s totally defeated not only the Akyem and their allies, the Denki Ira and Akwapim, but also the Sfwi under their king Eberamoro. The Sfwi territory stretching from the Tuno to the Bia was annexed and, since it was turned into the happy hunting grounds of the Asante kings, was named Ahafo. From the east and west, Apoka began the Asante thrust northwestwards. From Arabic sources, it is now established that this development began with the invasion and conquest of Tiki-Iman in 1723-4. The campaign in the north was called off in 1725 because of the revolt of Wassa, which was crushed in 1726. The army then returned to the north and between 1726 and 1740 conquered and annexed the important gold-producing regions of Bunda and Gyaman, both of which were later constituted into the Brong region of Asante. From 1741 to 1744, Apokaware was again drawn to the south mainly against Akyem, which had become exceedingly powerful since her overthrow of Akwamu in 1730. In the campaign lasting from 1741 to 1744, the Asante army defeated the Akyem and their allies, annexed part of Akyem and Kwahu, the modern region of Asante Akyem, declared the Asantehene's overlordship of Akwapim, Gaadangbi, and Akwamua, and entered Accra in 1744. 174. The European powers recognized these Asante annexations and victories by paying to the Asantehene, from 1742 onwards, the ground rent for their forts in Accra. Instead of turning against Wassa and Fanti as had been generally expected, the Asante army returned north and, between 1744 and 1746, conquered and annexed Ganja and Krach in a series of wars in which the Juaban particularly distinguished themselves. Dagomba sued for peace at this time and was accepted as a protected state. These northern campaigns appear to have been the last that Apokaware launched. It is clear that Apokaware did nothing to incorporate these new conquests into the Asante Union. Some of the kings of the conquered provinces were deposed, but new kings from the same lineages or royal families were elected, and the institutions and customs of all these new acquisitions were left intact. All that the newly conquered states were expected to do was to pay annual tribute and contribute a military contingent when called upon to do so, except one of the Amanhene or Kilmasi divisional chiefs as their intermediary between them and the Asantehene, and recognize the supremacy of the Great Oath over their own oaths. It has been said that the Asante were good conquerors but bad administrators, and this view is certainly correct with respect to Apokaware, though not Oberai Yeboah or Osei Tutu. Apokaware failed to devise any effective, provisional, administrative machinery, partly because he was too preoccupied with wars to have had much time for administration, and partly because of the failure of his attempts at constitutional reforms at home between 1746 and his death in 1750. But even though he failed to devise any administrative machinery for his conquests, there is no doubt that Apokaware was a worthy successor of Osei Tutu. But for his martial ardor, the Union would have been crushed. Not only did he prevent this, but he brought to its glorious conclusion the conversion of the Oyoko kingdom of Kilmasi into the Asante Empire. By the end of his reign, the empire had almost attained its maximum size, extending, as is evident from the map of 1750, Fig. 8, as far north as Dagomba and Ganja, to Asan and Wassa in the south, and from Akwamu on the other side of the Volta in the east, to Sfwi and Gyaman, now part of the Ivory Coast, in the west. He was undoubtedly one of the greatest Asante rulers of the 18th century. The most striking tribute paid to his effectiveness is the 175. Following by the author of the Tart Ganja, the history of Ganja. May God curse him, may he take his soul and cast it into the fire. He it was who troubled the people of Ganja, continually and at all times did he trouble them. He seized their possessions. Whatever he wished, so he did, for he was all-powerful in his rule. Fanti origins, the Mankisum period. Very little work has so far been done on the history of Fanti, and a student who has to rely on secondary works has very little to go by. Indeed, most of what follows is based on research still in progress, and all my conclusions should therefore be taken as extremely tentative. While the rise of Asante was a continuous process beginning in the 1670s and ending in 1750, that of Fanti occurred, it would appear, in two phases, the first about 1660 to about 1690 and the second from 1704 to 1720. Oral traditions among the Fanti are unanimous on the point that their ancestors lived in Tikiaman, from whence they migrated towards the coast in 5 groups led by 3 old priests, Obunumankoma, Otopagian, and Asan, and settled at Mankisum about 6 miles from the coast. The 5 groups, according to the Rev Akwaya, are Mankisum, or Kuransi Aman, Abora, Anyan, Ikamfi, and Kusukam. These groups were later joined at Mankisum by Gomo and Ajamako. At Mankisum, the three leaders died and they were all buried in a grave which later became a place of worship, the famous Nananampum. From Mankisum, so oral traditions maintain, the different groups later began to move outwards to carve out kingdoms for themselves. According to the version collected by Christensen, the first groups to move were the Abore who founded the present state of Abora to the northwest, the Akamphai who moved southeast and occupied the coast, and the Nkosukum who occupied the coastal regions to the southwest, Fig 9. The last groups to leave were the Enyenfo who founded the states of Iyan Abeza, Iyan Denki Ira, Iyan Mame and Ijam north of Mankisum, and then the Gomo and Ajamako who moved east and northeast. It appears from some of the versions that it was two sections of the Abora that subsequently emigrated from Abora to establish the states of Anamabu and Ajamako to the south and east respectively. One significant thing about these accounts is that they are corroborated on all the essential points by the documentary. 176. Sources consulted so far. In the first place, as we have already seen, it is clear from Portuguese sources that Fanti was certainly in existence by the end of the 15th century, and that in the 16th and during the first half of the 17th century, it was essentially an inland state with Cormontin and the two small Fanti states neighboring aka N states. I Comenda 11 Quanan 20 Asin Athandaso 2 Aguafo 12 Ian Mame _ AI Winneba 3 Adina 13 Ian Abeza equals 22 to 23. Dash Gomo Ajamako 4 Aguada, Fitu, 14 Ajamako 24 Gomo Asin 5 Asibu 15 Ian Denki Ira 25 Agona 6 to 7 Kusukam 16 Ijam 26 to 29 Akyem Aboakwe 8 Anamabu 17 Izakuma 30 Akyem Kodoko 9 Akamphai 18 Abidza 31 to 32 Akyem Bosum 10 Mankisum 19 Abora 33 to 34 Asin Apaminum Fig 9, Fanti states and neighboring Akan states. Villages of Aja and Anamabu as its main coastal outlets, and with its capital, called Fantin in the written sources, inland. Since this town was said to be less than half a day's march north of Cormontin, it appears that this Fantin is the Mankisum of the oral traditions. Of particular interest is the fact that the capital was divided into quarters, each of which was under a brafo, and that one of the quarters, mentioned in the Dutch records of the 1650s as 077. Inconfucum or Occam's Occam, is easily identifiable as the Nkosukum of the oral traditions. From oral traditions as well as written records, then, it appears that Fanti was until the 1650s essentially a city-state. Some light is also thrown on its government at this time by the Dutch and English records. As we have seen, each quarter had its own brafo, but all of them recognized one of them as the supreme head, who was constantly referred to as the brafo of Fantin. The king's quarter is not stated, but my guess is that it was the Mankisum quarter. His position was one of preeminence among equals and, as he told the Dutch factor in 1653, he had to rule with his principal cabasiers, obviously the brafos and elders of the different quarters, without whom he neither could nor might do anything. The various groups began to move out from this capital to found new colonies or states. This is borne out not only by the present political situation in Fantiland but also from contemporary documentary sources. In the first place, it is clear from the map of the Fanti region, Fig 9, that the Kingdom of Fanti today consists of about 19 states. Since no mention was made of most of them in the records until after 1670, it is not unreasonable to suppose that they were formed after the middle of the 17th century. The growth of Anamabu also testifies to this phase of colonization from Mankisum. Anamabu was probably founded early in the 16th century as a tiny fishing village either by the Ajayi, or the Asibu, or a group of Fanti, and it is clear from the records that it was still a small village under the direct control of the brafo of Fanti by 1650. However, by the 1690s, Anamabu not only had an independent brafo of her own, but had also become more or less a city-state and easily the most important trading center on the Fanti coast. Bosman is quite unequivocal on this point. The town Anamabu, he wrote, may very well pass for the strongest on the whole coast, affording as many armed men as the whole kingdoms of Sabo or Kamani, yet in proportion but a fifth of Fantin. Anamabu could scarcely have become so powerful and populous in only 30 to 40 years through the natural increase of its own inhabitants. Its rapid growth can be explained more satisfactorily in terms of an immigration of people from somewhere which, according to oral tradition, must be Abora. From all these pieces of evidence, as well as the present political setup in Fanti, it seems clear that, as asserted by oral traditions, 178. There was a movement of groups of people from Mankisum, and that this exodus did take place mainly in the last 3 decades of the 17th century. In 1693, we have positive references to the captain of Abora, the captain of Kwaman, the head Kabasir of Nkosukum and the Brafo of Anamabu, clear evidence that by that date those states or city-states had emerged as identifiable geopolitical entities. The first and obvious reason for an exodus about this time was population pressure. However fertile the region of Mankisum was, it could not have sustained an increasingly growing population over an indefinite period, and it was obvious that sooner or later there was bound to be a dispersion of people from that center. Moreover, these various groups were growing increasingly wealthy, were probably correspondingly ambitious, and therefore longed for larger states to dominate. Thirdly, the Atlantic trade became increasingly voluminous and prosperous, particularly following the introduction of sugar plantations in the West Indies after 1640, with a consequent phenomenal rise in the demand for slaves. The Fanti presumably felt the need to occupy the surrounding areas more effectively so as to be able to control the routes leading into the interior. Finally, political rivalry among the various quarters may also have been an important factor. The dispersion from Mankisum did not take place earlier because the ajayi until the 1620s and the Asin until the 1660s presented an impenetrable barrier to the Fanti. It was only after the virtual extinction of the ajayi as a result of their series of wars with the Asibu, Afutu, and Asin, and the preoccupation of the Asin with the Denki Iro between 1640 and 1660 that the dispersion of the Fanti became possible. From the late 1680s onwards, there are reports of clashes between the Fanti and Asin to the north and the Fanti and Agona to the east. This suggests that all the virtually empty spaces, left mainly by the ajayi, had been filled up, and that the Fanti had come up against fresh obstacles which had to be removed before they could expand. However, for some reason the Fanti were in no position to do so until the first decade of the 18th century. During that and the following decade, in a sudden outburst, the Fanti extended their sway over all the coastal states between the mouth of the Pra in the east and the Ga Kingdom in the west. This second phase of expansion began in 1707 with the attack and 179. Routing of the forces of Fitu, Asibu, and Cabes Terra. In 1708, the king of Aguafo, who was considered a Dutch puppet by the Fanti and people of Komenda, was deposed. The Fanti overran Cabes Terra again in 1710, and Fitu and Asibu in the following year, and fully incorporated them into their confederacy. The Fanti did not merely dominate these areas politically, but they also attempted to assimilate them culturally, with results which have already been pointed out earlier in this chapter. The first and probably the main reason for the halting of the tide of Fanti expansion in the late 17th century, was the rivalry and the disunity that followed the formation of the various Fanti states shown in Fig 9. Since all of them occupied quite a small area, about 30 miles square, rather like the pre-Asante states of the modern Kumasi area, they were inevitably tiny principalities and city-states. They could therefore have been a powerful force only if they had pooled their resources as the contemporary Amance and Atwima states were doing at that very time. Unfortunately, though all the states still recognized Mankisum as their sacred city, and in theory its Brafo as their king, in practice they all behaved not only as separate and independent but also as rival states. Both Barbet and Bosman, who were on the coast in the 1680s and 1690s, testify to the division among the Fanti and the weakness of their governmental structure. If the Fanti Nanes were not in perpetual civil divisions, Bosman wrote, the circumadjacent countries would soon find their power by eruptions into their territories. Here is no king, the government being in the hands of the chief commander, whom they call Brafo, a word importing leader. he is a sort of chief governor, and has the greatest power of any in the whole land, but is somewhat closely restrained by the old men, who are a sort of national councillors, not unlike some European parliament, acting perfectly according to their inclinations without consulting the bravo. Besides these, every part of Fantin hath also its particular chief, who will sometimes scarce own himself subject to the bravo, who hath the ineffectual name only of supreme power. Had the neighboring states been as divided, small and decentralist as the Fanti states were, the Fanti could have infiltrated into or even conquered them. But until the 169 CS Aguafo, Fitu, Acebu, Agona, and Asin were not only individually larger. 188,000 years of West African history. Than most of the new Fanti states, but also each of them had a king or queen who was both in theory and in practice in control. With disunity at the center and relatively strong states to the east, west, and north, it is not surprising that the Fanti expansion was halted from the late 1680s onwards. And had this disunity continued, there is no doubt that either Asante or Akyem would sooner or later have conquered and annexed the Fanti states. But one factor compelled the Fanti to close their ranks and pool their resources during the first decade of the 18th century, and this, coupled with the then weakened state of the coastal states, particularly to the west, brought about the launching of the second phase of Fanti expansion. This factor was the emergence of Asante as a real power, demonstrated to the coastal peoples, European as well as African, by its dramatic and epoch-making defeat of Denki Iro between 1699 and 1701. The second phase of Fanti expansion, Abora period. The emergence of Asante posed a twofold threat, political and economic, for the Fanti states. Politically, there was every likelihood that the Asante would continue southwards to occupy not only the territories of the tributary states of Denki Ira, but also those of the Fanti and the other coastal peoples. Economically, no sooner had the Asante overwhelmed the Denki Ira than the Europeans on the coast began to court their friendship and attract them to the coast. These attempts were successful for, from 1704 onwards, the Asante traders began to come directly to the coast in large numbers. This development seriously threatened not only their role as middlemen which the Fanti had wrested from the Asin at this time, but also their security, since the commodities that the Asante regularly demanded above everything else were guns and gunpowder. The Fanti realized that if they prevented the acquisition of guns and powder by the Asante, they would ensure their own security and at the same time safeguard their position as middlemen in the trade between the Europeans and the interior peoples. To do this they had to control the trading outlets, particularly from Cape Coast, Elmina, and Anamabu into the interior. And the surest way to accomplish both ends was the incorporation of the neighboring states into their union. In the interests of political as well as economic survival, then, the Fanti states began to rally together, apparently under Abora rather than 181 Mankism, and it is this that partly explains their launching of the second phase of the expansion at the time they did. Another factor which facilitated Fanti expansion was the fact that as a result of the Komenda-Dutch War of 1695-7, the states of Komenda, Aguafo, and Fitu had become weakened, while Acebu and Akron were each too tiny to put up any real resistance. The state of Agona in the extreme east might conceivably have held out. However, just as the rise and expansion of Asante threatened Fanti with extinction, that of Akyem threatened Agona in the second decade of the 18th century. She therefore naturally looked for an ally, and the all-conquering and all-powerful Fanti Union was an obvious choice. The only other powers that could have thwarted Fanti expansion were the Europeans on the coast, particularly the Dutch and the English. Both of them had welcomed the emergence of Asante as the dominant power in the interior and began moves to ensure that they gained easy and direct access to the coast. Also they were aware that the Fanti would object to this. However, neither of them had the means of resisting the Fanti even if they joined their forces together, weakened as both were by the activities of the interlopers and the 10% traders. Indeed, as Bosman pointed out, by 1700, both the Dutch and the English were at the mercy of the Fanti, particularly those of Anamabu. From what I have said, he wrote to his friend, "You may be informed what places the English and we possess in Fantin. Both of us having an equal power, that is, none at all. For when these villainous people are inclined to it, they shut up all the passes so close that not one merchant can possibly come from the inland country to trade with us, and sometimes, not content with this, they prevent the bringing of provisions to us, till we have made peace with them." Clearly then, the rapid imperial expansion of the Fanti on the coast between 1707 and 1720 was the outcome of the unity among the Fanti generated by their own fear of the rising Asante power and the relative weakness both of the neighboring African states, as well as of the British and Dutch companies on the Gold Coast. It is clear from the records that the Fanti formed a union parliament composed of delegates, or as they are called in the records, courtiers, from the states, with the Brafo at the head. Unfortunately, they did not have an Okomfo Anarchy to endow this union with a spiritual or mystical unifying force. The only force 182 that appears to have served in pulling and holding the members of the Union together was the common fear of Asante, and whenever this force was removed, the Union fell again into its component parts. The Asante threat was certainly strong during the first 3 decades of the 18th century and the Union therefore remained stable, with Abora playing the leading role and its capital becoming in practice the capital of the Union. But from 1720 onwards, when the Asante turned their attention northwards, and the possibility of their invading the Fanti became more and more remote, the Union began to disintegrate. By 1750, not only had the Union broken up into 2 parts, Eastern, or the Borough, Fanti, and Western, or Ikamfi, Fanti, but each part consisted of states which in practice considered themselves more or less sovereign and independent. Fanti-Asante relations. By 1750, then, the Asante and Fanti had emerged as the dominant peoples of the Gold Coast, the former having by then established a really huge and relatively well-organized empire, while the latter had formed a comparatively small and rather loosely organized kingdom. There is no doubt that fear of an Asante invasion revived after 1750 following the successful conclusion of their northern campaigns and their effective subjugation of the Akiem, Akwamua, and Ga areas, and throughout this period there are numerous references to an impending Asante attack on the Fanti and the Wassa. It is interesting to note that this possibility had its usual unifying effect on the Fanti. In February 1758, for instance, we do have a report that all the principal people of Fanti have been assembled for this month past at Great Cormonton to settle and adjust all differences in their country, to make new laws and appoint a new Brafo. In actual fact, however, during the second half of the 18th century, it was only on 2 occasions that the Asante and Fanti faced each other on the battlefield in 1765, when the Asante army actually fought the Fanti in Abora, and in 1776, when the Fanti sent a contingent to assist the Wassa, then their allies, to beat back an Asante invasion. On the contrary, on many occasions, the Fanti and the Asante joined together against other states. Between 1757 and 1763 they allied against Wassa and Akiem. Moreover, from 1777 till the end of the century, there was certainly no overt enmity between them. Indeed, there 183 are numerous references to hundreds of Asante trading with the Fanti in the inland markets of Manso and Fozo. The Fanti were more concerned, during the period under review, not with the Asante but rather with the Wassa, with whom they clashed in 1757, 1760, 1776 and 1785-7. This rather unexpected turn of events was due to 4 main factors, namely, the internal conditions in Asante itself, the barrier presented by Wassa and Akiem, the diplomatic skill displayed by the Fanti, and the attitude of the British and the Dutch on the coast. In the first place, conditions at the capital of the Asante Empire itself were not particularly conducive to any further expansion or aggression. This was particularly true of the reigns of Kusi Abadam, 1750-64, and Osei Kwame, 1777-1801. Kyuzi Abadam's reign was heralded by civil wars which continued till 1755. Even as late as 1760 reports still came in of disunity in Asante, of the principal chiefs being at loggerheads with the king and waiting for an opportunity to depose him and put Ose, the son of Apokawere, in his place. The total defeat of the Asante army by the Akyem and Krobo, with the assistance of an Oyo contingent, in 1764, provided this opportunity and Kyuzi Abadam was promptly deposed. The effect of the political situation in Kumasi had been that Kyuzi was afraid to leave the capital himself, and, until the ill-fated expedition of 1764, resorted to diplomacy to gain access to the coast and win back the rebellious vassal states. During the reign of his successor, Ose Kwadwo, from 1764 to 1777, conditions at home became, and remained stable, but because of his preoccupation with constitutional reforms at home, his failure to crush the rebellions in Akyem and Wassa, and the attitude of the British, the Fanti could not be subdued. The stability at home, however, ended with Ose Kwadwo, and the reign of his successor, Ose Kwame, 1777 to 1801, was marked by continuous instability, disunity, and civil wars. This was due to the fact that Ose Kwame came to the throne as a minor, and, when he assumed full control from the 1790s onwards, turned out to be a very tyrannical and cruel ruler. But what made him even more unpopular was partly the fact that he continued the constitutional reforms begun by his predecessor and, in the words of Dupuy, partly because of his attachment to the Muslims and his inclination to establish the Quranic law for the civil code of the empire, the Asante chiefs reacted sharply, particularly 184 against the latter, because they feared that the Muslim religion, which they well know levels all ranks and orders of men, and places them at the arbitrary discretion of the sovereign, might be introduced, whereby they would lose that ascendancy they now enjoy. For these reasons, therefore, the chiefs and the Queen Mother conspired against Ose Kwame and destooled him in 1801. This deposition, as is clear from Bowditch and Dupuy, made the confusion worse, for the Muslim member states of the Northwest revolted with a view to restoring Ose Kwame to the throne, and it was only after a series of campaigns by Opokutu and his successor Ose Bonsu, and the execution of Ose Kwame himself in 1803, that the revolt was suppressed. Preoccupied as the Asante were by their internal problems, it is not surprising that between 1777 and 1801, it was only on one occasion, in 1785, that an Asante army appeared on the coast in Apollonia. The other factor which safeguarded the position of the Fanti was the attitude of the British. From 1765 till the end of the century, the British adopted the policy of dissuading the Asante from attacking the Fanti and, in their own words, of assisting those whom it is in our interest should be the conquerors, and these are certainly the Fants. The reason for this was, according to Governor Hippisley, that the English derived the supremest advantage from the mixed government of the Fanti. At variance with one town or district, he explained in 1766, we are friends with the rest, and no very great harm ensues. Besieged in the fort, a most uncommon case, we still have communication by water to the next, every town in the way being independent of the other, and never willing to enter into quarrels with white men but for their own particular concerns. Master of the coast, master of the water's edge, what communication could we have between one fort and another if the black monarch put an interdict upon it? There is certainly no doubt that the Asante abstained from attacking the Fanti during the reign of Ose Kwadwo partly because of their fear, and a justifiable one, too, that they might have a direct clash with the British. Throughout the period under review, the Fanti formed, joined, and withdrew from alliances as and when they deemed it expedient politically and economically. It was, for instance, because of the economic difficulties they encountered as a result of the Wassa closure of the trade routes, and the Fanti failure to persuade them. 185. To reopen these routes, that they joined the Asante in 1753, early in 1765, and again in 1775. On the other hand, since the defeat of the Akyem by the Asante early in 1765 constituted a threat to themselves, they not only abandoned their Asante allies, but shrewdly and successfully built up a new alliance consisting of Twifu, Wassa, Apollonia, and themselves between July and November 1765. Undoubtedly it was not only the British, but also the formidable nature of this alliance, that prevented the Asante invasion of Fanti in the late 1760s. By 1800, at the end of our period, a state of Cold War, if not of actual friendly relations, existed between the two powers, mainly because of internal difficulties in Asante, the attitude of the British, and the resistance of the Wassa and Akyem, to which we should add the diplomatic skill and good sense of the Fanti. However, only 7 years later, this was brought to an end, and the long-expected invasion and conquest of Fanti did take place. What brought this about, and its effects, form the subject of my later chapter. The very title of this chapter raises an obvious question: to what extent are we right in speaking of southern Nigeria before 1800 if, as we are often reminded, the whole concept of Nigeria came in the much later period of colonial rule? This question assumes that the different peoples of modern Nigeria lived in isolation until they were brought together by British rule, and nothing could be further from the truth. The peoples of southern, indeed of the whole of, Nigeria were linked together in various ways. There were the forcible links created by wars and which resulted in conquest, overlordship, or enslavement. There were the more beneficial links of trade, and there were the movements of people and ideas from one area to another. And all this may be illustrated from the history of the three peoples, the Yoruba, Bini, and Igbo, who are the subject of this chapter. The impact of the Yoruba on the Bini is beyond dispute. It was from Ife, the cradle of the Yoruba, that the Bini got their long line of kings, the Oranmiyan dynasty, as well as the technological know-how of brass casting which produced the bronzes for which Benin is now universally famous. Similarly, the impact of the Bini was great over neighboring peoples like the Urhobo, Western Aja, and the Western and Onitsha Igbo. This can be seen in the traditions of these peoples who trace their origin to Benin, as well as in their forms of government which reflect Beni influence. Finally, we must not forget the long period of economic interdependence between the Igbo hinterland and the Delta states, with all the contact that this implies. This is not to deny the obvious fact that the Yoruba, Beni, and Igbo each have their own history. The point here is that the culture of each group, as we know it today, is the product of a long period of cultural contact and development in what we now call southern Nigeria. And viewed against this larger background, the history of each separate cultural area seems more significant. Yoruba origins. The origin of the Yoruba, like the earliest history of other non-literate peoples, is still a bickering ground for the erudite. Many 187. Speculations and scholarly theories abound, but no definite knowledge has yet emerged. The general trend of these theories, most of them based on Yoruba oral traditions, is that of a possible origin from the east. Some scholars, impressed by the similarities between Yoruba and ancient Egyptian culture, religious observances, works of art, burial, and other customs, speak of a possible migration of the ancestors of the Yoruba from the upper Nile, as early as 2000 to 1000 BC. As a result of some upheavals in ancient Egypt. But the same is often said of several other West African peoples like the Jukan and the Busawa in northern Nigeria, and the Ga in modern Ghana. There is also the difficulty of deciding whether similarities between the cultures of two societies are evidence of large-scale migrations or of borrowing from a common source. For these and other reasons, there is no longer the old tendency to accept the idea of Yoruba migration from Egypt, without question. 188. Whatever their precise origin, it is now generally agreed that Ile-Ife represents the earliest stage in the development of Yoruba culture. We do not know the exact date of this, most probably it took place towards the end of the first millennium, 1000 AD. From this original base which, according to oral traditions, was founded by the mythical Odujuwa, the Yoruba extended their sway over the aboriginal inhabitants, about whom little is known, creating other settlements as they advanced southwards. There is no doubt that in this first settlement, now revered as the cradle of the people, the Yoruba must have attained a high level of material culture. This can be seen in the quality of their stone, bronze, and iron works. Most remarkable are the terracottas, the artistic excellence of which is now widely acclaimed by experts. Old Oyo Empire. Another clearly recognizable stage in the early history of the Yoruba was the emergence of the Old Oyo state. According to local traditions, this state was founded by Oranmiyan, the son of Odujuwa, who came from Ifa and who, according to Beni tradition, also founded a new dynasty at Benin. Thus from the very beginning, the Oyo and Beni dynasties were linked by a common ancestry. Now, whether Oranmiyan belongs to the realm of real history or legend, he represents the emergence of the two dynasties and empires which were to dominate most of what is now southern Nigeria for more than 4 centuries. We may see in the Oranmiyan story an attempt to explain what is in all essentials an historical fact. He represents a new phase of Yoruba history, in which effective political power and the political supremacy passed from Ife to Old Oyo. Henceforth, the former became the spiritual headquarters, and the latter the real hub of a new Yoruba empire. Modern research has, tentatively, ascribed the beginning of this episode to somewhere between 1388 and 1431. The history of this Yoruba empire based on Old Oyo, or of the Old Oyo Empire as it is often called, is not difficult to follow for the next 4 centuries. By the 15th century, the empire was well established. Its ruler, the Olofin, was already regarded as the ruler of a powerful empire, the lord of many lands. The exploits of the deified Olofin Sango probably took place in this period. The 16th and 17th centuries were a period of expansion. It was in the latter part of this period that the empire 189 expanded to the north of the Niger. For the greater part of the 18th century, Oyo was still the major power in southern Nigeria. European traders on the coast recorded their impression of the large size and effectiveness of its army. And from Samuel Johnson, the historian of the Yoruba, we get the idea of an extensive empire which stretched from the Niger westwards to include not only the Popo and the peoples of Dahomey but also the Ga. In this brief survey of the empire, 2 questions will be raised. Why was the Oyo Empire able to last so long, and what were the causes of its eventual decline? It is very tempting to ascribe the long survival of the Oyo Empire only to the efficiency of its army. There is no doubt that an efficient army is an indispensable means not only of imperial expansion but also of keeping the dissident elements within the empire quiet. And the Oyo army performed both functions very well. Consisting of infantry as well as cavalry, it became the terror of neighboring territories, and it was large and efficient enough to make such a powerful kingdom as Dahomey tributary to Oyo from 1748 to 1819. Indeed, the importance attached to the military aspect of the empire by the Oyo Yoruba themselves may be seen in the fact that military prowess was one of the avenues to social eminence. The Eso were more than veteran soldiers or a Praetorian guard of the Olofin, they were the military peers of the whole realm. It is equally significant that the best general of the day, often resident in a province most menaced by external foes, received, as a reward for his valor, the exalted title of Aronakakanfo, by which he became the head of the Oyo forces and a minor Olofin in his particular province. Yet, important as it was, the army alone cannot adequately explain the success of the old Oyo Empire. There were other factors. Firstly, not all the constituent parts of the empire were mere vassals, constrained to buy peace by the payment of annual tributes. There was the hard core of the empire categorized by Johnson as Yoruba proper. This had some cohesion of its own, based on a feeling of kinship in the numerous towns and hamlets characteristic of the people, on a common language, or variants of it, and on a religion which acknowledged a supreme being high above in the heavens but too exalted to be approached directly by human beings, a condition which necessitated the intervention of minor gods or orisa. Ig 0. Secondly, the empire was well organized. At the head and resident in the capital, Old Oyo, was the Elephant with his very elaborate court of priests, officials, and eunuchs. In theory he was, in the words of his titles, the fountain of authority and companion of the gods. But in practice, his powers were limited by the Oyomezi, an aristocratic council of state of 7 members. Individually, the 7 were leaders of the 7 wards into which the capital was divided. Collectively, they were the kingmakers. Headed by the Basharan, their president and a sort of prime minister, the Oyomezi had the power of getting rid of a tyrannical elephant by asking him to go to sleep, meaning that he should commit suicide. There was also at a later period the Ogboni cult, in the deliberations of which the Oyomezi participated and which exercised a mediating role between them and the elephant. Members of the Ogboni cult were freemen, remarkable for their age and experience, and their prominence in the social and political life of the community. Thus the essence of the metropolitan administrative system was participation by all elements of the society. It was a system in which royalty, freemen, and slaves participated. And the internal administration of the rest of the empire was modeled, more or less, on that of Oyo and was conducted by princes, minor kings, and bail, provincial governors, subject to the oversight of the metropolis. So long as the provinces paid their tributes and kept in line with the policy of the metropolitan government, they enjoyed a considerable measure of local autonomy. Thirdly, Old Oyo was lucky to have rulers equal to the task for the greater part of the period under survey. Oral traditions stress more or less the necessary qualities, even when dealing with the mythical or semi-legendary kings. For example, Oranmiyan was said to be brave, warlike, and of indomitable courage. Sango, reputed to be the 4th king, was of a very wild disposition, fiery temper, and skillful in sleight-of-hand tricks. He had a habit of emitting fire and smoke out of his mouth, by which he greatly increased the dread his subjects had of him. Similarly, Orampato, a much more real and historical figure than Sango, was a skillful commander in war who not only regained the lost military fame of Old Oyo but was also a successful statesman. Finally, to cite only one more example, Ajayi was the powerful king who brought Dahomey under Oyo sway. Fourthly, the Oyo authorities made use of the time-honored imperial expedient of extolling the powers and divinity of the emperor on state occasions. At the Bear, the annual King's Festival, for example, the provincial rulers did more than acknowledge their position as vassals by paying their tributes. In paying homage, they were reminded of the dignity of their imperial connection. Fifthly, and finally, there were the financial means of supporting the Oyo system of government. The total amount of tribute paid to Oyo must have been considerable. For example, Dr. Ayakinjogbin in his recent study of Dahomey, has shown that the annual tribute exacted from Dahomey, expressed in terms of money, amounted to about 32,000 pounds. Nor must we overlook the revenue accruing from trade, for which Old Oyo was well situated. Add to this the right of the elephant to demand the services of his subjects, for public works, and the potentiality of the imperial resources becomes very clear. So much for the success of the Old Oyo Empire. The question of the causes of its decline cannot be adequately tackled here for lack of space. Even if we had the necessary space, a full discussion of the various factors would take us beyond the time span covered by this chapter. For these reasons only a brief review is attempted. To begin with, not all historians are agreed about the date when the Old Oyo Empire began to decline, but this should not surprise us. The process of decline is a continuous one, a process which could manifest itself at different rates in different aspects of the life of the empire. For example, an empire might appear militarily strong when its economic basis was already undermined. A period of obvious decline might also be followed by one of active expansion and reconstruction. We have already seen this in the reigns of Orampato and Ajayi. The available evidence, however, points to the latter part of the second half of the 18th century as the period when the decline of the Oyo Empire began. It has been suggested that towards the end of the 18th century the Old Oyo Empire had been overstretched, in other words, that it had gone beyond the optimum size. This view is only plausible when seen against the difficulties of communications between the metropolis and the provinces. But it must also be remembered that the Oyo rulers tried to circumvent these difficulties by granting a large measure of autonomy to the distant provinces. A much more important factor was the continuous weakness of 192. The central government. For example, Old Oyo itself was torn by internal strife for about 20 years. This was the period when the notorious Basharangaha, c. 1754-74, usurped the throne of the Ilafin. The fact that this man arrogated to himself all the attributes of sovereignty is clear evidence that the unwritten constitution had broken down. Samuel Johnson says that King Abiodun, who tried to arrest the situation, had to keep a bodyguard of about 4,000 popos under the command of his son. Where were the Eso, the traditional Praetorian guards of the king? The Oyo army, with its solid corps of cavalry, which was formerly the effective instrument of expansion as well as the bugbear of tributary states, was now a ghost of its former self. It was this weakness of the central authority that made possible the successful provincial revolts that took place in this period. The appearance of effective leaders in the provinces, long weighed down by the proverbially unjust exactions of the Ilafin's representatives, must not be left out of this account. 2 examples will suffice. Lashabai, whom Dr. Biobaku has rightly called the Egbo Lycurgus, took the opportunity to free the Egbo from the Oyo yoke. In similar circumstances, Gazo, the king of Dahomey, was able later on to stop the payment of the crushing annual tribute to Oyo. But long before the feat performed by Gazo, the dismemberment of the Oyo Empire was apparent. The failure of Abiodun to bring back the Egba, 1775-80, to Oyo allegiance, the revolt of the Bariba and the defeat of the Oyo army sent against them, the series of quarrels which broke out between 1781 and 1788 in the coastal parts of the empire which the Ilafin could not compose, all these are eloquent testimonies to the fact that the Oyo Empire was in decline. A new age was dawning, soon to be more clearly heralded by the repercussions of the Fulani Jihad. The era of the Yoruba successor states to the old Oyo Empire was already in sight. But the fact that the old Oyo Empire finally disintegrated should not be allowed to obscure the achievements of the Yoruba in this period. They attained remarkable artistic excellence, as can be seen from the Ife works of art that survived the empire. They fashioned institutions of government, the spirit of which still pervades the institutions of the successor states. The unity achieved by Old Oyo was certainly gone, but the idea of it continued to haunt the minds of succeeding generations. 193. Benin. In several respects the history of the Beni people is similar to that of the Yoruba. In the first place, the same Egyptian origin has been suggested for the Beni, and there is the same difficulty of determining the precise origin of the people and of working out an accurate chronological framework for their history registered. Secondly, there is, as we have already seen, the same dynastic link with a common cultural center, Ife, through Oranmiyan. Thirdly, the Benin Empire owed its success, like the old Oyo Empire, to the emergence of capable rulers at the crucial moments in its history. Thus Ajayi successfully launched the Second Benin Empire after the first had fallen on evil days. The Uzama, the Benin Council of State, was said to have been created by him. Awadu not only enhanced the powers of the Obovis Divas the Uzama, he also made good laws. To cite only one more example, Ayaware, rightly called the Great, was more than the equivalent of the Yoruba Sango. Credited with magical powers, Ayaware combined military competence with remarkable statesmanship, qualities which enabled him to revive the dwindling fortunes of Benin. He extended the empire and, to use a modern word, developed the metropolis. Fourthly, Benin, like old Oyo, had the necessary resources for maintaining its political system. In addition to the usual revenue accruing from tolls and the royal prerogative of demanding the labor of his subjects for public works, the Oba had other sources of income. There were the proceeds of the export trade with the Europeans, there were the half-yearly tributes of foodstuffs from the different parts of the empire, and there were court fees. Fifthly, and lastly, the Benin kingdom flourished in the same period as the Yoruba Empire and dominated an equally great area of what is now southern Nigeria. but there are also marked differences. Take first the Beni version of the Oromyan dynasty. Beni traditions not only emphasize the existence of an older dynasty of native kings known as ajayi, but the Oromyan story is also told with a peculiar twist. The Beni themselves brought their own indigenous dynasty to an end by asking the Oni, king, of Ife for a prince to rule over them. The Oni sent Oromyan who, as soon as he reached the capital, quickly perceived that only a prince with the requisite knowledge of local culture and customs could 194 successfully rule the people. Oromyan therefore decided to return to Ife, but not before he had made the daughter of a local chief pregnant. It was the son, born in these circumstances, who became Ajayi, the founder of the Second Benin Empire. Obviously there is an attempt in this story to gloss over what was in fact an alien imposition. The dynasty came from Ife, but its first king was a native-born Edo*. This contrasts sharply with the Yoruba's reverent attitude to Ife. Benin, unlike Old Oyo, was remarkably accessible from the coast, and this fact accounts for the many contacts it had with Europeans very early in its recorded history. In 1485, when the empire was already well established, the Portuguese came in search of trade. In the wake of the traders came Portuguese missionaries, anxious to found churches. By the 16th century these early contacts had resulted in an exchange of ambassadors between Benin and Portugal, and Portuguese cultural influence was for a time felt at the court of the Oba. In the course of time, other Europeans, notably the Dutch and the English, followed the Portuguese. One of the consequences of these contacts with Europeans was the introduction of firearms, which must have facilitated the further expansion of the Benin Empire. Another is that they have left us eyewitness accounts of the Benin Empire. From the European records we can learn something about the divine monarchy of the Beni, about the etiquette and the remarkable size of the court of the Oba, about the 30 main streets of the metropolis, all straight and wide, about the cleanliness of the people and their surroundings, and about the system of trading. This last point brings us to yet another marked difference between Benin and Old Oyo. In the latter place, the Elephant's attitude to commerce was one of laissez-faire. The interest of the government was confined to the collection of customs on goods and tolls from the traders passing through the many gates. In contrast to this, the Oba of Benin had a royal monopoly. Or, in the words of a European eyewitness, commerce and military service are distinct functions, and no one has the right to trade nor to buy anything from Europeans except the traders and the merchants whom the king has appointed for that duty. The trade in question was the export trade, in which slaves, leopard skins, pepper, palm kernels and ivory were exchanged for European manufactured goods. It was the special duty of officials like the Unwagwe and 195. The Arabo, chiefs of high rank in the palace administration, to transact the business on behalf of the Oba. This does not mean that the common man could not engage in this trade. He took part only after the royal transaction was over and with the special permission of the Oba. Controlled in a similar manner were the crafts and industries of Benin. The royal control was exercised through special ward guilds in the capital who had the duty of carrying on particular industries. For example, there was a guild of goldsmiths, there was another for brass-smiths, the members of which claimed descent from Iguagi, who was said to have introduced the art of brass casting from Ife. This guild of brass-smiths, it should be noted, produced the famous bronzes at the request of the Oba. Royal regulations and marked specialization, then, were the main features of Benin industries. Though the Benin system of administration was as highly organized as that of the Old Oyo Empire, it had its own distinguishing features. For example, the Yoruba were mainly town dwellers, but in the Benin Empire the village was the basic political unit. Again, the Oba of Benin seems to have enjoyed greater powers than the Elephant of Oyo. True, both were regarded as divine and as the source of all authority. But the powers of the Oba of Benin were not as limited in practice as those of the Elephant were. The Uzama, the Benin counterpart of the Oyomezi, had lesser powers than their very high-ranking and ancient titles would lead one to expect. Unlike the Oyomezi, the Uzama could not make an Oba. Their collective role, in a system based on primogeniture, was merely to install the eldest surviving son of a dead Oba. More important, they could not unseat the Oba. Indeed, Dr. R. E. Bradbury, one of the leading authorities on the Bini, assures us that there was no provision in the Benin constitution for unseating the king. Contrast this with the power of the Oyomezi to get rid of an unwanted Olofin. Furthermore, the powers of the Oba were further accentuated by his prerogative of conferring most of the state system titles on his deserving subjects, while most chieftaincies in Oyo were held through membership of lineages in which the chieftaincies were vested. If we now shift the focus of our attention from this brief comparison to the real achievements of the Bini, four things seem to stand out clearly. Firstly, the Bini had the singular honor, in 196. Southern Nigeria, of exchanging ambassadors with a European power as early as the 15th century. Secondly, the Benin Empire was considerable in size. At different times, it extended as far as Lagos and Badagry in the west and as far as Bani in the east. It included Akure and parts of the Akiti country in the north. Thirdly, the impact of the Bini on some of their vassals was also considerable. Lastly, we have in the Benin bronzes abiding evidence of a complex society as well as of artistic achievements now universally acclaimed. The Igbo. For two important reasons, very little is known about the origins and the early history of the Igbo. In the first place, the Igbo, like the Yoruba and the Bini, were a non-literate people with no written records of their own, but unlike the other two peoples, they were outside the sphere of the activities, or interest, of the Europeans for a long time. The Europeans knew much about the Delta city-states on the coast and very little about the Igbo hinterland until the journey of the Lander brothers in the 1830s. The result is that we have not the necessary written sources registered with which to reconstruct a clear picture of the Igbo past. Secondly, and this is the greater handicap, there is no substantial corpus of oral traditions for the people as a whole like those which have proved so useful to historians and others in reconstructing the past of the Yoruba and Bini. This state of affairs arose from the fact that the Igbo had no centralized administrative system with an Oba. There was thus not the usual interest in dynastic lists, in the chronicles of events passed on from one generation to another as in the other parts of southern Nigeria. In consequence, only traditions of origin or migration of particular groups seem to have survived. The available traditions point to the possibility of an original Igbo center somewhere in the present Awka and Orlu divisions and from which the Igbo dispersed over the surrounding areas. Two possible dispersions from such a center have been suggested. The first was a massive movement southeastward to the Ijuama area, the second consisted of lesser migrations of the Igbo westward across the Niger. That this theory of Igbo origins is not all-embracing, is evident from the existence of groups with traditions of independent origin. For example, the Umunra group maintained they migrated from Ida, the Onitsha Igbo claimed to have come 197 from Benin. The difficulties in reconciling all these different traditions is an illustration of how limited is our knowledge of the Igbo past. Another consequence of the comparative lack of knowledge of the Igbo past was the mistaken notion that the Igbo had no government. This was generally the view of those to whom centralization of authority was the sine qua non of a viable government and who, for that very reason, missed the real nature of Igbo society. There was no one state with sovereign powers over all the Igbo, their society was fragmented and consequently so was authority. But this should not be interpreted as indicating the absence of government. In their own ways, the Igbo met the several ends which the governments of other societies were expected to serve. True, they lacked formal institutions but they made laws, punished offenders against law and customs, and tried to prevent crimes in their society. In short, they strove to preserve law and order. Rightly has it been pointed out that rules rather than rulers are the essence of the Igbo system. The great point of difference between the Igbo and the Yoruba or the Bini, therefore, was the absence of centralization. The basic social unit among the Igbo was the single village made up of scattered homesteads and linked together by ties of kinship. The largest political unit was no larger than the village group. This last consisted of a number of villages sharing the same cultural identity, a guardian deity and a central meeting place or market. But each constituent village retained the right to manage its own affairs, and it was still subject to the moral authority of the head of its lineage, called an okpara, whose symbol was the club lycofo. The village group, however, remained an ideological and political unit in the sense that the constituent villages regarded themselves as members of the larger group, a sense of belonging symbolized by the annual performances of religious rites and by the simultaneous clearing of the various paths leading to the central market. The overall picture for the whole of Igbo country, then, was a very large number of separate political units indicative of what has been called an excess of democracy, but certainly not an absence of government. Yet in spite of the multiplicity of social and political units, the Igbo were one people. They lived in the same geographical area. They spoke the same language or related dialects which were more 198 or less mutually intelligible. They shared the same culture in the sense that, for the most part, they possessed the same kinship structure, that important cult symbols like the Ifo, and social institutions like the Ozwu, slaves dedicated to the service of particular deities and, therefore, taboo, too, were widespread. Finally, all Igbo recognized a supreme being, Chukwu or Kink, among the southern Igbo, who controlled all things in heaven and earth and to whom many spirits ministered. Beneath the numerous political units characteristic of the Igbo, there operated several integrating mechanisms. Remarkable in this respect was the existence of powerful oracles whose influence cut across the several Igbo units. For example, the oracle of Chukwu, the high god, at Arokoku, commonly known to Europeans as the Long Juju, exercised a predominant influence over the whole of Igbo land. It was the final court of appeal to which suitors came from far and wide, and generally all Igbo respected its pronouncements. Indeed, it was the exploitation of the universal respect and awe which all Igbo had for this oracle that enabled the Aro, called by other Igbo Umichiku, the children of God, to dominate Igbo land economically and politically during the period of the slave trade. In the same manner, the oracle of Igbala at Aka was eagerly sought by many Igbo for judicial decisions and for the good things of life. And in this particular instance the process was aided by the itinerant blacksmiths of Aka. They plied their trade as well as extolling the great powers of their oracle throughout Igbo land. Mention may also be made of lesser oracles like those of Igwekala at Umunara and Anuli Ora. The prevalence of markets was another factor that tended to bring the Igbo closer together. The central markets in all the village groups were the focal points for all the members of the groups. They also encouraged frequent contacts between one village group and another. The importance of these markets for Igbo communities can be fully realized only if it is appreciated that they were more than places where people bought and sold, they were social centers and many social arrangements revolved around market days. Nor must the consequences of the Igbo practice of exogamy, which encouraged a man to seek a wife from a village group other than his own, be overlooked. This practice gave rise to an intricate mesh of personal relationships which bound one village group with several others. For, under the system, a married man was linked 199 with the village of his wife, with that of his mother and with those of his sister's husbands. And the consequences of these relationships were beneficial. They facilitated inter-village trading by providing mutual protection. They multiplied personal contacts through the many reciprocal visits which tradition imposed on in-laws. They tended to soften inter-village fighting. As M. Green in her Jabo Village Affairs concluded, this fact of intermarriage between different and potentially hostile groups must have contributed in no small degree to the survival of the Igbo people. Finally, the Igbo were not completely cut off from the rest of what we now call the eastern region of Nigeria. Like the Yoruba and Bini, they had contact with their neighbors the Ibibio and the Jaw, for example. The impact of the Igbo on Bani is writ large in its population, and the long period of economic interdependence between the eastern delta and the Igbo hinterland is too well known to be labored here. What were the achievements of the Igbo in this period? Any answer to this question must be tentative, given the present state of our knowledge. A realistic assessment must await the results of the large-scale research schemes now in progress. But this much can be said. The most significant point, perhaps, is not that the Igbo lacked a centralist system of administration, like the Yoruba and the Bini, but that their numerous political units lasted so long. Thanks to their integrating mechanisms, their system of fragmentation of authority effectively met the needs of the Igbo. Theirs was a system, excessively democratic no doubt, but one that gave ample scope to the individual's ability and initiative. Conclusion. Such were the separate pasts of the Yoruba, Bini, and Igbo. As emphasized at the beginning of this chapter, the various links between the different peoples of southern Nigeria should always be borne in mind. It was in this period that these peoples developed their salient characteristics which were to influence not only their responses to alien rule but also the course of that Thule. For example, it was only when the architects of indirect rule recognized the real nature of Igbo communities, where there were no large political entities, that British administration succeeded. In Yorubaland and Benin, on the other hand, the large political 200 organizations, built up in the period under survey, facilitated the work of British administration even though they had been somewhat undermined in the first flush of British intrusion. 11 Peoples of the Niger-Benue confluence. Attention will be focused in this chapter on the Jukan, Tiv, Munchi, Idoma, Igara, Igbara, and Nub clusters along the Niger and Benue rivers. Their traditions of origin, the basis of traditional governments, the rise and fall of empires and kingdoms, commercial and cultural links. These are the main themes briefly discussed roughly in the period before the 19th century. To avoid unnecessary confusion, each cluster of peoples will be examined separately before commercial and cultural links are discussed. One general observation that can be made about the traditions of origin of the Jukan, Tiv, Idoma, Igara, Igbara, and Nub, is that no precise dates can be assigned to the periods when these people came to, or began settling in, their present habitats. Where there are traditions of migrations, the places of origin cannot be satisfactorily ascertained. Much of our evidence today about such traditions is based on oral tradition or remembered history with, of course, all the obvious defects this entails. The Jukan. The traditions of origin of the Jukan, called Kororofa, or Kororofawa by the Hausa, suggest that they migrated to their present habitat from the east, probably Yemil, east of Mecca. Temple recorded one tradition that the Jukan left Mecca owing to disagreements with the Prophet, Muhammad, at a time not specifically indicated. The cause of their disagreement is not known, but according to this tradition, one Agadu and his followers withdrew from Mecca through fear of reprisals by the Prophet when he learned of an attack they had planned against him. The migrants led by Agadu, according to this tradition, passed through Kordofan, Fitrai, Mandara, and the Gongola area before reaching the Benue. C.K. Meek, a former government anthropologist in northern Nigeria, noted another tradition which 202 claimed that the Jukan had migrated with a related group, the Kanuri, from Yemen, and traveled by way of Wada to Ngazaragamua, a former capital of Bornu. The Jukan, it is further suggested, had settled for some time in the region of Lake Chad before proceeding to the Benue region, partly because of a series of disputes with the Kanuri and partly because of the pressure of population in the Chad region. H.R. Palmer, relying on Bornu traditions, affirmed that about AP 1250 the Quana, a section of the Jukan, had already established themselves on the Gongola River. J. M. Fremantle, on the other hand, mentioned yet another tradition in Hausa mythology which placed Kororofa as one of Bairam's 7 illegitimate children. Conflicting theories, such as these, are characteristic problems in our study of early African history, namely, how to distinguish history from legend. There is no ready guide. Students of traditions of origin in different African societies should be cautious about accepting one view as against another. There is, however, the possibility that with further research new evidence may come to light, which will allow us to speak with greater certainty. 203. Though views about Jukan origins are not unanimous, Yet there is sufficient agreement about the fact that the Jukun capital was formerly at Bapai or Apa, or Kororofa in Hausa. Whether or not this capital was originally north of the Benue is disputed, but there is evidence which suggests that there had existed a town, Kororofa, south of the Benue, and that when this was destroyed either in the 17th or 18th century, a new one was founded at Pui close to the present capital of Wukari. A feature of Jukun political institutions was their divine king, the Aku, who was subject to ritual taboos. Meek believes that the Jukun government was a theocracy in which the Aku represented the gods and constituted a link between them and his subjects. In theory, the Aku was supreme, but in practice well-understood conventions of the constitution provided checks and balances against royal tyranny. The Aku was, in the eyes of his people, judged by results such as whether or not the harvest was good. Again, he was surrounded by so many taboos that he could easily be accused of having broken one, a serious charge. His counselors, led by the Abio, comparable to a prime minister, could show their disapproval of unpopular measures by boycotting the Aku's religious ceremonies, a procedure which could embarrass the king and undermine his prestige, and was a curb on any despotic tendencies. Furthermore, the priests, as guardians of the relics of former Akus, could hold a tyrannical Aku to ransom by threatening to expose these sacred objects. Also, since the Aku, because of the sacredness of his person, could not be approached by people with complaints, except through his counselors, these functionaries also had a ready means of determining cases privately without the knowledge of the Aku. All things considered, a sensible Aku, though vested theoretically with absolute powers, would in practice not alienate his counselors through high-handedness. The Jukun state, and later empire, won many victories and suffered several defeats in its checkered history. According to the Kano Chronicle, Yaya, or Yaji, 1349-85, the first Muslim king of Kano, had extended his authority to the borders of Kororofa. The Jukun, the chronicle further suggests, fled on Yaji's approach, and he remained 7 months in their country. His son, Kanajij, 1390-1410, is said to have exacted a tribute of 200 slaves from the Jukun. In the reign of Muhammad Zaki, 204. 1582-1618, the Kororofa in turn attacked Kano, and its inhabitants fled to Dora. Again in 1653 Kano became the target of further Kororofa attack, which resulted in the destruction of Kofan Kawai. Later, much of Kano was again destroyed by the Sarkin Kororofa during the reign of Dadi, 1670-1703. The chronicle also states that earlier on in the reign of Dada Zaria, under Queen Amina, conquered all the towns as far as Kororofa and Nup. Katsina documents assert that Kora, the king of Katsina, about 1260 had waged war against the Kororofa, and that between 1670 and 1684 Katsina was in turn invaded by the latter. There is not much evidence to support the claim made by Leo Africanus that in the reign of Baodan Goenki, the first king of Gobir, the Sarkin Kororofa waged many successful wars against the Sarki of Gobir. E.J. Arnett, who stated that the kingdom of Gobir was carved out of the territory which later comprised Sokoto province towards the end of the 18th century, made no reference to such a Jukun attack on Gobir. It is, however, on record that the Jukun invaded Ngazaragamua, the capital of Bornu, in the reign of Ali ibn al-Hajj Umar, 1645-84, but were repulsed by the people of Bornu, assisted on this occasion by Tuaregs. The second half of the 17th century marked the height of Jukun power. Sultan Bello, writing early in the 19th century, suggested that Kororofa was one of the 7 greatest kingdoms of the Sudan, and also claimed that at the height of its power, its domains extended south to the Cross River and even to the Atlantic, probably an exaggeration. According to J. M. Fremantle, the Jukun had at various times exercised sovereign rights over Kano, Bornu, Idoma, Igbara, and Igara. Like many other kingdoms in the western and central Sudan before it, Kororofa declined rapidly towards the end of the 18th century, and finally collapsed before Chumba and Fulani attacks early in the 19th. It is possible that the displacement of the trade in slaves by that in palm oil in Calabar, a probable Jukan market, at the beginning of the 19th century, coupled with internal dissension and probably pestilence, may have contributed to the Jukan decline. The spiritual influence of the Jukan as expert magicians, however, survived their political downfall, an influence which at a later stage spread to their neighbors, the Tiv. 205. The Tiv. The origin of the Tiv is shrouded in mystery. R. M. Downes recorded a local tradition which traced this group's ancestry from one Takaroku. Like the Jukan, they appear to have migrated to their present abode around the Benue, in this case, from some area a long way south. According to A.T. Grove, this original Tiv home was in the foothills of the southern Cameroons. Downes, on the other hand, is of the opinion that before their later migration, the Tiv had as neighbors the Irako, Ekoi. Other enemies, like the Mbaongo had, according to Downes, harassed the Tiv and thus forced them to migrate northwards to a hilly, and no doubt more protected, area near the Benue. L. and P. Bohannon asserted that in the Benue region the Tiv had at first lived on a hilltop variously stated as Ibanda, Ngoku, and Salajai. Downes, however, suggested the Sunkwala Hill. From this relatively safe abode daring Tiv groups later, and probably early in the 19th century, moved to more open country mainly because of population pressure. The Ihari and the Imasaf are believed to have been the first Tiv clusters to leave their hilly abode. The Tiv, who had been mainly agriculturists, producing varieties of yam, cocoa yam, and millet, and skilled hunters using wooden and stone implements, later acquired skill in the use of iron especially for making arrows, spears, knives, and other tools. These improvements may well have encouraged them to leave the hilly habitat for the plains as they were then more capable of defending themselves against enemies, for example, the Chumba. Having left their former home, the Tiv came into contact with the Fulani and Jukan. The Tiv system of government, before contact with the Jukan, centered around a secret society called the Mbhsav whose members, with some exceptions, provided the two principal rulers of every kindred. One of these rulers was the T, or spokesman, who was believed to have been gifted with magical powers which should advance the prosperity of the people. He also controlled spiritual and legislative matters. The second ruler was the Shagba or man of substance. A wealthy person, or one blessed with children, though not a member of the Mbhsav, could hold office as a Shagba or. Both the T and the Shagba or were elected by a council which advised the Shagba or in his duties, especially. 206. Those relating to safeguarding internal security and settling disputes. It was also the Shagba or who administered the laws enacted by the T, and with the assistance of the council, passed sentences on convicted criminals. After contact between the Tiv and the Jukan, the basis of the former administration of a Tiv kindred became considerably modified. The T and Shagba or gave way to a new class of chiefs, the so-called drum chiefs. 1 The drum chief, Torig Banda, received his sanction and regalia from the Jukan king. At first, only the Tiv clans nearest Wukari, for example, Gambe and Kapav, had drum chiefs, but the term was copied by other Tiv clans. Drum chiefs were of necessity members of the Mbhsav. The Idoma. Near the Tiv were the Idoma who, with the exception of the Iyela, claim that their ancestors had a Wukari, i.e. a Jukan, origin. According to Armstrong, the Idoma-speaking peoples originally occupied an area extending from Ida in the southwest to Wukari in the east. Under pressure from several neighbors, they now occupy a much smaller area. Though the Idoma were united linguistically, they were not united into a single political state. Most of them had no political institutions extending beyond a land or clan, consisting of a few related kindred groups. In each land there was a hierarchy of titled elders known as the Agabo who selected and advised the head chief. In a few places, state organizations emerged extending beyond single clans. The three most important were Doma and Kayana in the north and Agala in the south. It is not clear whether these states existed before the advent of the Jukun to the Benue Valley or whether their emergence was due specifically to Jukun influence. The Igara. The Igara constitute another important ethnic cluster around the Niger-Benue confluence. Various traditions link the Igara with the Yoruba, Beni, and Jukun. Similarities as well as differences in the institution of divine kingship and in court ceremonial among the Igara, Yoruba, Beni, and Jukun have led, amongst other things, to a controversy about the origin of Igara kingship. There is one local tradition which regards Ajayi as the ancestor of the Ada. 207. King, of Igara. According to this tradition, Ajayi landed on a rock near Ida, the capital, being sent from the gods. The Ada was at one time a vassal of the Oba of Benin. Partly owing to personal friction between Oba Izaji and a Benin nobleman, the Olaha, and partly because of a desire to control trade along the Niger, Benin was involved in a war with Ida, a conflict in which Portuguese Christian missionaries fought on the side of Izaji. Probably soon after this war, which was fought between 1515 and 1516, the Adas of Igara secured their independence from the Obas of Benin. The Ada, assisted by a council of 9 elders, called the Agalamela, controlled the affairs of the Igara. Together with an official known as the Ashadu, a sort of Lord Chamberlain, this council selected successive Adas from among members of 4 royal families descended from Ayagba, the successor of Ajayi. Neighboring states, for instance, the Igbara, Idoma, and Nup, under the hegemony of the Igara, paid tribute to the Ada. Their chiefs were confirmed in office by him and given a bead bracelet. The Igbara. The Igbara, according to P. Brown, were descendants of colonists from the Igara of Ida. One of such early colonists was Ohimi, the son of a former Ada, who had crossed the Benue about 1750. Igbara groups also claim ultimate ancestry from the Jukun of Wukari. Some Igbara groups, for example those of Panda and Igo, probably came within the Igara domains in the 18th century. The Nupe. The Nuk comprised 11 or 12 related ethnic groups, Ib, Bidai or Gbideji, Kuzapa, Benu, Beni, Dibo or Zitako, called Gana by the Hausa, Kaidai, Orchid, Ibajai, Batswa, Kupa, Sekpa, and probably Gwagba. Of the above groups the Kaidai and the Beni deserve special mention. Preoccupation with trading and fishing had assisted the Kaidai in colonial expansion and conquests. From Murgi, close to the confluence of the Niger and its tributary, the Kaduna, the Kaidai had established all along the river banks trading and fishing posts which subsequently became colonies. The Beni, unlike the Kaidai, lacked the ability for conquest and colonization. However, the 12 Beni towns. 208. Beta, Tafa, Esa, Doko, Toajai, Egbi, Gaba, Nupako, close to which was the village of Nku, Eda, Panjuru, Iou, and Yesa were knit together in a confederacy. Each of these units acknowledged the supremacy of one town to which a small tribute was paid. Moreover, in war they all cooperated against a non-Beni invader. About the middle of the 15th century, the Beni groups acknowledged the suzerainty of the chief of Nku. Herman Hodge concluded from a remark by Ibn Battiata that the Nuk were already settled on the Niger by 1352, but this must be treated with caution. What seems certain is that the Nuk originally were in the sphere of influence of the Igara. According to tradition recorded by Natal, it was Tsoed, son of an Ida prince, who later became Ada, and an Nku mother, who was the first Etsu, king, of an independent Nuk kingdom. With the assistance of the 12 Beni chiefs he conquered Nku and proclaimed himself the Etsu. He was renowned for his magic powers and he used these and the royal insignia he received from his father, a bronze cannon, long bronze trumpets, state drums with brass bells, unnaturally heavy iron chairs to build up a divine monarchy. Nuk tradition credits him with introducing from Ida the arts of canoe building and smithery as well as human sacrifice. There is no doubt that Tsoed was a warrior king. With his residence at Nupako, or Great Nup, and later at Gbaro, he laid the foundations of the new Nuk kingdom, which tried to establish political supremacy over all the Nuk groups. He went beyond and conquered other groups, the Yagba, Bunu, and Kakanda to the south, the Ib, Kambarai and Kamyaka to the north. He was supposed to have died around 1590 at the ripe age of 120 years. Etsumama, 1795-6, one of Tsoed's successors, is credited by Natal with the founding of another capital, Raba. After the death of Mama, the Nuk kingdom witnessed succession disputes which resulted in its subdivision under two rival Etsus, Jimada, 1796-1805, with headquarters at Jimmy, Gbara, and Meiji Yatu, 1796-1810, with his capital at Raba. Jimada died while fighting against Meiji Ya, who was assisted by Malam Dendo and other Fulani groups in Nup. Later, Meiji Ya turned against his former Fulani supporters who, with the help of Malam Alimi of Ilorin, routed Meiji Ya's forces early in the 19th century. Thereafter, the Fulani victors allowed the reign of puppet Etsus until 1836, a 209 year after Meiji Ya's death, when Usman Zaki, son of Malam Dendo, became the first Fulani Etsunup. The political institutions of the various peoples along the Niger and Binya rivers have shown that in early times they had had links one with the other, for example in the payment of tribute to overlords who in turn recognized the selection of vassal chiefs. Jukan influence, it will be recalled, had extended to the Idoma, Igbara, and Igara. In turn, Igara influence extended not only to Nup, but also to the Igbara. The two Igbara kingdoms of Khotan Karafai and Funda, or Panda, paid tribute to the Adas of Igara up to the early 1850s. Panda fell before Fulani raids in 1853. Its destruction preceded the foundation by the Fulani of Nasarawa, which replaced it in the commanding position in the Benue Valley. But apart from political and cultural contacts, there were also important commercial contacts which should be explored further. Commerce. The commercial links among these peoples were considerable. MacGregor, Laird and Oldfield, for the earlier, and Bakey for the mid-19th century, have left on record interesting descriptions of commercial and cultural contact among the Riverain peoples, which are useful since it is arguable that the pattern of commercial and cultural activities they had recorded was not very different from what might have obtained up to 1800. The Niger Benue peoples and others in the neighborhood met at important market centers, especially those at Raba, close to Jeba, Ega lower down the Niger, Funda, Panda or Odakoto, above the confluence of the Niger Benue, and Akari, or Okari, and called Baka by Richard Lander, between Ida and Igbegbe near the confluence. E.W. Bovell referred to Raba, spelt also as Raba or Raba, and Komi, Wonchurk, just below Bussa, as the two principal places on the Niger, where caravan traders were ferried across the river by the local inhabitants. At the time Laird and Oldfield visited the Niger, they found vigorous trading at Raba. Here Hausa, Yoruba, Nup and other traders met Arabs who did business with Bornu, Kano, Sokoto, Timbuktu, and Tripoli. The Arabs were the principal dealers in horses, asses, raw silk, red caps from Tripoli, armlets, and trona, a salt substitute and medicine. Laird and Oldfield inform us that Zagosha, an island off Raba, 210, produced a considerable proportion of the goods sold at Raba. The principal products found at Raba comprised yams, onions, dawa corn, gero, a species of millet seed, Indian corn, rice, sweet potatoes, fine cows, sheep, goats, and fowls. There was also a brisk trade in ivory, indigo, ostriches, camels, leopard skins, beeswax and slaves. The market at Ega, at the time Laird and Oldfield visited it, contained plain and dyed robes, cloth, sandals, saddles, bridles, beads, some of English manufacture, iron, sulfurate of antimony, black lead, raw indigo, armlets of copper, wooden spoons, bowls, calabashes, spice nuts, pepper, sweet potatoes, onions, and other commodities. Ega, however, was less important than the Rabba market. Laird and Oldfield saw caravans from Kano and Bornu at yet another market, that of Funda, Panda. The inhabitants of this town produced cotton cloths, dye works, iron, and copper utensils. Blacksmiths here were held in high esteem. Arabs and Felatas, Fulani, also frequented this market and exchanged European goods with slaves before Funda was destroyed by Fulani raids soon after the end of the expedition of Laird and Oldfield. A much more important center of trade lay to the south, Baka or Akiri mentioned earlier. Along a sand bank here a market was held for 3 days every 10 days. Traders from Abo, and Bani farther south, Ida, Ega, Khotan Karafi, Panda, Funda, and Great Nuenbers from the interior country on both banks of the Niger met here at the appointed times. Produce from the markets in the neighborhood was sold in this market for cash in the form of cowries. The ivory sold here came mainly from the region later designated Adamawa, and the trona from Bornu. Akiri was also a principal market for Bani and other slave dealers. Laird and Oldfield reckoned that more than 6,000 people attended this market and that about 11,000 slaves were sold here annually. A majority of the slaves, these travelers observed, were of Nook origin and found their way ultimately to the coast. Around the confluence, especially at Igbegbe, Baki and his party found Igbo woven cloth Fiamiligu sold. About the same place Baki bought a mat which Mr. later Bishop, S.A. Crowther at once recognized as being similar to those made by the Yoruba of Ijebu. His party also saw around the confluence a slave who claimed to have been from a place called Bagari, near Bornu. Oiled. Incidents such as this suggest that commercial contact around the confluence was widely diffused and affected various peoples near to, or fairly distant from, the Niger-Benue area. Evidence of wide commercial and associated cultural diffusion in this region may be inferred from the existence of a form of currency which resembled a small hoe with a long spike at one end, known as far north as Katsina, and called akika in Idoma and Kororofa, Ibia among the Tiv, and Ajlama in Hausa. Manillas, or copper bars, were used as currency on a large scale in the Benue Valley around 1931, but it may well have been the case that Bani traders, or others using trade routes linking Calabar and the Jukan area, introduced manillas, which were widely used as currency along the coast from the 16th century onwards, into the more inland regions of the Benue during the period under consideration. The Idoma country also had markets, such as Abakpa in Yang-Ed, Utonkan, and Agumail, which were visited frequently by slave dealers from Nup and Arokaku. Rogankoto, close to Tiv and Jukan territories, constituted, at the time of Baki's visit, and probably earlier, the principal place where the commodities of the Benue were exchanged. Conclusion. Language difficulties did not impede the commercial and cultural intermingling of the various peoples in these markets. Hausa was the lingua franca of most traders in these places. The cultural unity of this area, with certain exceptions, is further exemplified in similarities among the main languages spoken here, and Dr. Greenberg placed Igala, Igara, Nub, Igbra, Idoma, Jukan, and Tiv under subdivisions of a common family called Niger-Congo. We can safely conclude, therefore, that the Niger-Benue confluence from fairly early times was a cultural melting pot, and that it served as a meeting ground not only for the exchange of trade goods but also for ideas. Notes 1. After recognition by the Jukan king, the drum chief, Tuareg Banda, was accompanied home from the Jukan capital by drummers. 2. Igala is a reference to Igara. It is both the name of the people and of their language. 12. Portuguese and Dutch in West Africa before 1800 AT Jai raised AKY. The Portuguese. The roots of Portuguese enterprise in Africa lay in the great expansion of mercantile activity which transformed Europe in the later Middle Ages. Rising towns, growing wealth, expanding populations quickened the pace of international trade and aided the development of the bureaucratic state. In wealth and techniques the Italian states were long the leaders of this progress which soon passed the bounds of Europe. Italians had their trading centers, called factories, in the Byzantine Empire, some of them fortified and self-governing. By the end of the 12th century, the Genoese were carrying coral to North Africa, and by the 14th century they and the Venetians were trading with the Maghreb as far south as Massa. A Genoese even took possession of one of the Canary Islands in 1312 and maintained his claim for a number of years. Castilians followed in 1402 with the first permanent European settlement in those islands. But neither these enterprises nor any of the other expeditions mounted by Italians, Moluccans, Andalusians, and Portuguese in the 14th century led to effective contact with the islands and mainland of West Africa. That achievement awaited the development of a sound economic incentive and a political power adequate to back the merchants. Such a combination of power and enterprise was being nurtured in Portugal, where the concentrated experience of the Mediterranean fused with the knowledge and skills of a people versed in the Atlantic fisheries and with the enlightened self-interest of a crown and nobility actively devoted to trade and all that went with the business of shipping. Portugal advanced more rapidly than any other nation in Europe toward the mobilization of all the factors needed to support a strong national action of the type required to build an empire. Two principal considerations determined that Portuguese imperialism should turn first towards Africa. Commercial expecta. 213. Tions engendered by current knowledge and notions of Africa drew them powerfully in that direction. Information about the wealth of the interior had accumulated from contact with Moorish North Africa and the caravan route terminating in the gold port of Massa. Jews of the Iberian kingdoms had acquired additional knowledge from their co-religionists in northern Africa to such an extent that the Catalan atlas compiled by a Mallorcan Jew in 1375 could show Timbuktu, Mali, Gao, and Tagaza reputed sources of gold, ivory, slaves and pepper. The other attraction towards Africa arose from the centuries-old conflict of Christian and Muslim, which the slow process of reconquest had kept constantly aflame in the Iberian Peninsula. Since the 11th century, Christian states had been moving forward against the Muslims, fighting for the conquest of territory, but equally eager to secure commercial rights within Muslim states. While in the eastern Mediterranean the crusade was a dying cause, hastened to its end by the Turkish advance, for Portuguese and Castilians it remained an ever-present challenge. Their frontier of opportunity, fame, wealth, and salvation lay in Africa. The Portuguese Empire was launched in the grand manner when a fleet of a size unprecedented in that state carried John I, his three sons and the flower of Portuguese chivalry to the conquest of Ceuta. How that foothold was to develop remained uncertain and unpremeditated. Most contemporaries probably envisaged an extension of Portuguese control over the Barbary coast, which would also serve to master the trans-Saharan trade at its northern terminals. Such a policy presented grave difficulties to a kingdom as small as Portugal, confronted with the certainty of fierce Moorish resistance, and it never progressed far beyond its triumphant beginning. Yet it was an end never wholly abandoned. Henry the Navigator returned to it in 1437 when he led a disastrous expedition against Tangier. Afonso V of Portugal expended far more blood and treasure upon the capture of the three Moorish cities, Alcazar, Arcila, and Tangier, than upon voyages to Guinea, and about 1 century later that same vision brought total disaster to Portugal when King Sebastian and his army were destroyed on the field of Alcácer Quibir, 1578. Meanwhile, anticipations of commercial profit from these Moroccan conquests proved wholly illusory. They remained little more than isolated fortresses dedicated at great expense to the eternal war against Islam. 15. However, the resources and knowledge accumulated in Portugal offered an alternative military and commercial to the policy of frontal assault upon Islam. Exploration in the 14th century had revealed islands in the Atlantic Ocean and a mainland stretching far to the southward towards regions where the best contemporary information located non-Muslim peoples and lands from which Moorish North Africa drew much of its wealth. Duarte, Pedro, and Henry, the three sons of John I who fought at Ceuta, and doubtless many of their fellow countrymen appreciated these possibilities. Each contributed of his authority and wealth to their realization, but none more than the youngest, commonly known as Henry the Navigator. Few personalities of the 15th century have been more thoroughly examined than Henry, inevitably with some loss to the legend that gathered round him, but he emerges still as a great creative patron of Portuguese expansion. Nor have his self-avowed motives conversion of the heathen, material profit and honor been usefully enlarged upon. About 1420 Henry began to dispatch his ships regularly along the African coast, but for more than a decade they went as corsairs preying on Moors rather than as explorers, for they did not venture beyond regions already known to Europeans. During those same years others of his men settled Madeira and reached the Azores. Expeditions over fairly familiar seas gave way to a new phase of intense activity when Henry's brother Duarte became King of Portugal in 1433. Immediately Henry sent his ships beyond Cape Badjader, till then the accepted limit of European navigation. A constant succession of voyages over the succeeding 14 years, interrupted only by the Tangier fiasco, carried the Portuguese 1,500 miles to the south, until in 1448 they reached Cape Roxo, a little south of the Gambia. These achievements satisfied the adventuring spirit among their promoters. They stimulated the arts of seamanship. In particular they hastened the development of the caravel, which made its first recorded West African appearance in 1441, but they yielded little profit. The first serious attempt to trade with the inhabitants of the desert coast was made at Rio de Oro in 1444 and it failed. In fact, voyages made after the first reconnaissance of the coast were little more than a series of slave raids, in the course of which the buccaneering spirits spoiled the prospects for the more commercially minded and secured less than 1,000 slaves for themselves. Profit appeared. 215. Equally remote when, beyond the Senegal River, the Portuguese first made contact with the more populous and fertile Guinea. There would be slave raiders met a much fiercer resistance than in the Berber country. So Prince Henry ended the voyages of exploration at the point they had reached in 1448, and for the remainder of his life the Portuguese turned to develop their trade and knowledge in the lands already visited. The development of trade. The most ambitious undertaking in this period of consolidation was the construction of a fortified trading post on Argan Island, the prototype of several others by which Portugal was to secure its overseas trade. To this post Henry hoped to divert the gold trade of Aden, one of the most important centers on the caravan route between Guinea and Mauritania. But he was only partially successful. Farther south the Portuguese pushed far up the great rivers, hoping to find the sources of gold. On the Senegal River they reached the Fellou Falls, on the Gambia they found the important trading center at Cantor, they reached far into the interior by the Gaba River, and though a little gold was obtained in all these rivers, they found neither the source nor the supply they had anticipated. Off the coast began the exploration and colonization of the Cape Verde Islands. In many rivers a regular trade began to grow with a profit rate that confounded critics of the earlier enterprises. The Venetian Cadamosto was told in 1455 that voyages to Guinea yielded a return of between 6 and 10 times the outlay. So lucrative was it that Castilians, Genoese, and Venetians, as well as Portuguese, scrambled into the Guinea trade, either under license from Prince Henry, or in defiance of the monopoly rights claimed by the Crown of Portugal. This latter course could be dangerous in face of Portuguese domination of the seas. Henry's death in 1460 produced no immediate change in the character of Portuguese enterprise, except that control of it now passed directly to the Crown. With the exception of a voyage a little beyond Sierra Leone in 1462, exploration of the coast continued to stand still for another decade. Afonso V, intent on conquest in North Africa, declined to extend any further his difficult and distant commitments in Guinea. It would appear that the initiative for the next and decisive leap. 216. Forward came not from the Portuguese government, favoring a standstill, but from the bustling merchants of that country. One of them, Fernão Gomes of Lisbon, secured a contract from the Crown granting him exclusive trading rights beyond Sierra Leone in return for certain payments and the undertaking to explore 100 leagues of coastline each year. When the contract expired in 1475, Gomes' captains had reached Cape St. Catherine and discovered the long-sought region where gold could be had in abundance. War between Portugal and Castile, 1475-9, put the future of this prize in some doubt, because Castile had never recognized Portuguese claims in Guinea. But the Treaty of Alcacovas, 1479, acknowledged the Portuguese position south of Cape Nun, reserving only the Canary Islands for Castile. Exploitation of that position now devolved upon Afonso's son John, whom the king had invested with all the crown's rights in Guinea. In 1481 the prince became John II of Portugal and proved a worthy successor to the forebear of that name who had laid the foundation of his country's commercial and imperial fortune. Although John II pressed forward the voyages of discovery beyond the Cape of Good Hope, they did not reach India in his lifetime, so much of his attention was devoted to exploiting the golden fortunes of Guinea and to seeking for prestige on the east through the African interior. Portuguese enterprise in West Africa owed much of its characteristic form and organization to this ruler, who in 1485 added Lord of Guinea to his titles. Enforcement of the royal monopoly was screwed to a new pitch of effectiveness through a complicated pattern of licenses, contracts, and charters which gave play to a wide variety of private initiative. Some were permitted a single voyage to a designated region, some obtained subordinate monopolies for a term of years, others received general concessions designed to facilitate colonization of the Atlantic islands. In 1466, for example, the inhabitants of the Cape Verde Islands had been granted a privilege permitting them to trade freely with the lands between the Senegal River and Sierra Leone on payment of the customary royal dues. A similar grant to the first settlers of São Tomé in 1485 allowed them to trade from the Niger Delta southwards. But John II ensured that the greatest trader of all was the Crown of Portugal itself. Many of the most valued products of Guinea had already been declared Crown monopolies, among them civet 21. Worth more than gold, malagueta, spices, and gems. To administer the royal trade and control its licensees, John II established in Lisbon in 1482 an office known as the Casa da Mina de Guiné, House of the Mine of Guinea, in which were combined the functions of merchant company and colonial office. In the same year he built the castle of São Jorge da Mina in the center of the most prized region of Guinea, the Gold Coast, or Costa da Mina as the Portuguese called it. It was at once the residence of a royal governor charged to defend the crown's rights and assert its authority, and also a trading post designed to monopolize the gold traffic. Not knowing where the gold was produced, John II may have expected to engross all that came from Guinea. That objective, of course, was never achieved, but São Jorge da Mina and the subsidiary trading fort built at Axum about 1502 did attract many Mandingo merchants and others who brought gold from far inland, as well as those from the immediate hinterland of the forts. Contemporary chroniclers estimated that the Casa da Mina was receiving £5,000 of gold annually around the end of the 15th century, but the accounts of that department suggest a true figure of between £2,000 and £3,000 a year, and sometimes less. Approximately once a month a caravel sailed from Lisbon to São Jorge carrying out the merchandise needed for trade, and on the return voyage bearing the gold and other produce of Guinea. For perhaps 30 years after the building of the fortress all went well for the Portuguese on the Costa da Mina, enabling the crown to draw from there a profit estimated by some at 500%. Elsewhere the Portuguese gathered less dazzling but still substantial riches. An unfortified trading post maintained in the Kingdom of Benin for about 20 years, c. 1486 1506, yielded a supply of slaves to be bartered for gold at São Jorge and a variety of pepper which sold at a great profit in Europe until the Portuguese government banned it in order to promote the sale of Asian peppers. In Upper Guinea, John II endeavored to repeat his success on the Costa da Mina by building more strategically situated fortresses. One was placed on Freetown Bay, but, failing to justify its existence by attracting gold from the Koya region, was soon demolished. An attempt to construct a fortress at the mouth of the Senegal River had to be abandoned when the building was half finished. From it John II had planned to restore the Christianized. 218. Wolof Prince Bemoei to his throne, and with his assistance divert the gold traffic of Timbuktu and Jen to the Senegal. That scheme having miscarried, in 1487 he sent 3 Portuguese from Argan to establish a trading post at Waden, again without success, for they were soon driven away. In addition, at least 3 missions were dispatched to major states of the Western Sudan to Tekrar, Timbuktu and Mali in this concerted effort to secure more of the gold trade through Upper Guinea. When all the endeavor came to nothing, the Portuguese crown lost interest in the region and made no further attempts at fortification or settlement there for more than a century. Upper Guinea therefore lay open to private trade licensed by the crown. The inhabitants of the Cape Verde Islands frequented these coasts regularly, trading for hides, skins, rice, ivory and cotton. In the Senegal and Gambia rivers there was much profit to be made through the import of horses. Lack of close supervision by the Portuguese government over its subjects trading in Upper Guinea encouraged the growth there of a settler population not found on the Costa da Mina. Traders, adventurers, and runaways began to make their homes among the coastal peoples, thus producing sizable half-caste communities especially in the region of the Cashu and Casamance rivers. Their scant regard for Portuguese authority and trade regulation led that government in 1518 to decree the death penalty for all who did not immediately withdraw. This was an empty threat, so the numbers and problems continued to grow until Portuguese authority was effectively established in that area a century later. In the Atlantic Islands, on the other hand, the government actively promoted the settlement of a similar collection of social outcasts. Portuguese Jews, criminals, and deportees joined with free settlers and slaves from the mainland to people the Cape Verde Islands, São Tomé and Príncipe with a mulatto population roughly attuned to the European way of life. The prevalence of Portuguese influence in West Africa and its survival against the attacks of far stronger European powers owed much to these self-sufficient island communities. They were also nurseries through which the Portuguese introduced many varieties of plants into West Africa. Sugar cane brought from Madeira generated a boom economy in São Tomé. By the middle of the 16th century that island had become Europe's principal source of sugar, and a great source of 219. Wealth to Portugal. Many of the vegetables and fruits introduced to provide food for settlers and provisions for ships later spread to the mainland and became of major importance as food crops. Maize, pineapples, pawpaws, guavas and sweet potatoes were brought from the Americas at an early date. Cassava did not follow until the beginning of the 17th century, first to Angola and much later to Guinea. The coconut and Asiatic yam came from the east, oranges, melons, lemons, and some other fruits from Portugal. Of all these, maize and cassava merit special attention for they help to ensure a more regular and abundant supply of staple foodstuffs throughout the year, thus making possible a rapid growth of population. If the Portuguese helped in this way to increase the numbers of the West African peoples, through the slave trade they also became predatory upon them. Haphazard slave raiding gave way after 1448 to systematic development of the trade. Instead of capturing slaves, the Portuguese now bought them from the coastal peoples. By 1455, Cadamosto estimated that 1,000 a year were obtained through Argon, but this is certainly an exaggeration. Senegal was reckoned to furnish 400 slaves a year when the traffic in that river reached its height towards the end of the 15th century. Registered by the beginning of the next century, the center of the slave trade had shifted far south to the bights of Benin and Biafra and the Congo. Slaves were never taken in any number from the coast between Sierra Leone and the Volta River. São Tomé soon became the center of the slave trade in Lower Guinea, thanks to its position in relation to the mainland sources of supply and to prevailing winds and currents. A royal factor established in the island in 1520 organized the slave trade in the same way that the factor at São Jorge da Mina managed the gold trade. The number of slaves involved in this traffic has often been exaggerated. For example, a visitor to São Tomé in 1506 affirmed that 5,000 or 6,000 slaves were sometimes held there in transit. In fact, about 200 were sent each year to the Costa da Mina for the gold trade. In addition, perhaps 500 were carried to Lisbon, from where some passed to the Antilles after 1503. A certain number were absorbed into the labor force of the islands, so the true total may have reached 1,000 a year. Direct transportation of slaves from São Tomé to the Spanish West Indies began about 1530 when the Casa da Mina contracted to 220. Deliver slaves in the island to merchants representing the government of Castile. It is interesting to note that the slave trade caused the Portuguese little of the heart-searching and moral qualms that the same problem aroused in Castile in relation to the New World. Even the majority of priests in West Africa saw nothing incongruous in using the slave trade to support missionary activity. Missionary activity. Proselytizing zeal was never wholly absent from the policies the Portuguese pursued in Guinea. Islamist peoples they unquestioningly regarded as natural foes, but early hostilities against the Sinhaja of the Argan region were halted when the Portuguese discovered that they were only partially Islamist and therefore entertained hopes of their conversion. In the event a rather casual missionary effort scored little success on the frontiers of Islam, there were very few like the chief of the Gambia who in 1456 was converted from that faith to Christianity. Understandably, more success was anticipated with the non-Islamic peoples of Guinea whom the emissaries of Portugal regularly exhorted to embrace Christianity. Barros' version of Diogo de Zambuja's address to Caramansa is a good example of the approach and arguments employed. Some conversions were made, notably among those living near the Portuguese forts where the crown endeavored to maintain an adequate number of priests. They concentrated their efforts upon rulers and chiefs in the belief that if these were won their subjects would follow. There was some truth in that argument. Experience in the Congo seemed to support it, and it scored some lesser successes in Guinea. In 1503, for example, the king of Fito led many of his chiefs and people to baptism at São Jorge de Mina. On a few occasions Obas of Benin appeared to be near conversion. Most successful of all were the missions to the kingdom of Wari where a semblance of Christianity persisted for more than 200 years. But none of these conversions went deep. Rulers could turn away from Christianity as easily as they turned to it, and there were never enough clergy to make a real impression on the mass of the people, even when the Portuguese began to train an African clergy. In the islands, of course, the missions met with more success and in 1533 and 1534 Santiago in Cape Verde and São Tomé became the seats of bishoprics with jurisdiction over Upper and Lower Guinea. In general it may be contended. 221. That only where the temporal power of Portugal was convincingly deployed did missionary endeavors meet with any permanent success. Decline. From about 1530 the fortunes of Portugal in West Africa began to decline. The human and economic resources of so small a nation proved unequal to the burden of imperial ventures extending to China and the East Indies. Consequently, the Portuguese grip on Guinea relaxed at a time when European rivals stood ready to take advantage of such openings. French ships began to frequent the coast in great numbers, penetrating even into the jealously guarded gold markets. Some traded at rates which undermined the Portuguese price structure, still more acquired the products of Guinea by attacks on Portuguese shipping and settlements. Even the well-defended island of São Tomé suffered a sack in 1567. That attack, combined with the disease of the sugar canes and slave revolts, brought an end to the island's prosperity. When civil war in France arrested the onslaught from that nation during the second half of the 16th century, its place was taken by English intervention which gathered strength from the middle of the century. Portugal replied with diplomatic pressures, sporadic displays of naval strength and, from 1552, a convoy system that gave some protection to shipping between the Azores and the home ports. But the balance of naval power was moving decisively against Portugal. On the land, too, the situation of the Portuguese deteriorated. Peoples of the coast welcomed the interlopers and offered them sites to build forts, though none were built in the 16th century. In reply the Portuguese sought to strengthen their defences and extend the area covered by them, especially on the Costa da Mina where they established forts at Chama and Accra to defend the gold trade. After a brief existence, the latter post was destroyed by the local inhabitants. At the other extremity of Guinea, the fort of Argan passed into Spanish hands after the accession of Philip II to the Portuguese throne in 1580. It is often asserted that the 60 years subordination of Portugal to Spain, 1580 to 1640, brought disaster to the interests of the former in West Africa and elsewhere, whereas it is in fact unlikely that the event would have been different had Portugal maintained its independence. The earlier years. Z22 of the century had proved clearly enough that peace, war, or alliances in Europe had little influence upon the determination of trade rivals to wrest the wealth of Guinea from Portugal. The Dutch. The United Provinces of the Netherlands certainly used their war with Philip II to justify their incursions into the areas of Portuguese monopoly, but, considering that they disposed of the most vigorous maritime force in Europe, they would assuredly have done the same whatever the international status of Portugal might have been. Dutch ships appeared in West African waters in the last decade of the 16th century, first in the Cape Verde Islands where they loaded salt or provisioned ships bound for the East Indies, then at Joal and Port Udall on the mainland opposite the islands. So ineffective was Portuguese authority in this area that the Dutch were able to maintain a resident factor and hire houses from which to conduct a flourishing trade in wax, ambergris, and hides. Even on the Costa da Mina, the center of Portuguese power, the Dutch mounted an attack on São Jorge da Mina in 1596, though unsuccessful, it was an earnest indication of their confidence and intentions. Raids on São Tomé and Príncipe in 1598 and 1599 helped to undermine still further the tottering economy of those islands. Having failed to seize a base from the Portuguese, the Dutch merchants engaged in the West African trade determined to build their own in the heart of the gold region on a site offered to the States General by the King of Saba registered in 1612. Fort was accordingly built at Morit under the very noses of the Portuguese. Another two forts placed at Gori in 1617 secured Dutch trade in the Cape Verde area and emphasized Portuguese impotence in face of this direct challenge. Within 2 decades of their appearance in West Africa, the Dutch were probably doing more trade than all other European nations together. They made more than 200 voyages in the years between 1593 and 1607, and later maintained an average of at least 20 voyages a year, and often more, for 36 Dutch vessels were lying on the Mina coast at one time during 1614. These voyages were mostly small-scale ventures because the trade to Guinea in its early years attracted men with a relatively small amount of capital who were thereby debarred from costly East Indian enterprises. But the enormous success of 223. The chartered East India Company and the increasingly ambitious scale of action against the Portuguese in the Atlantic area soon turned attention to the advantages of large-scale organization. A first attempt to establish a chartered company for Dutch trade with West Africa and the Americas came to nothing in 1607, but the prospect of renewed war with Spain overcame the objections of private merchants, and in 1621 the West India Company was established by a charter that gave it a 24-year monopoly of all Dutch trade with the Americas and West Africa from the Tropic of Cancer to the Cape of Good Hope. Assured of military and naval support from the States General, the company intended to pursue its aims of colonization and commerce through conquest. In face of the Dutch attack, the Spanish-controlled government of Portugal could do little but defend its possessions with whatever resources could be mustered locally. This was especially true in West Africa, which ranked low in the Iberian scale of world commitments. Much therefore depended upon the strength of fortresses and the support of local inhabitants, both Negro and mulatto. The latter was not always denied. In 1625, a force of native auxiliaries destroyed a large body of Dutch sent to attack São Jorge da Mina. Nor did Portuguese commercial initiative wholly disappear in the adverse circumstances. In 1623, for example, they built a fort inland on the Ankabur River to protect newly discovered gold workings. In Upper Guinea, Portuguese settlement on the mainland began towards the end of the 16th century with an establishment on the Gaba River to which Mandingo merchants brought some gold. Cashew was founded 1587-8, and about the middle of the 17th century Farim, which became a center of the kola nut trade with Sierra Leone. Traders from the Cape Verde Islands and the activities of a Jesuit mission also helped to establish the Portuguese presence so firmly in this region that it withstood the debacle which everywhere else swept it from the mainland of Guinea. Trade expansion and rivalries. The Dutch West India Company launched its career of conquest in 1630 when it seized a foothold in Pernambuco as the first step towards the mastery of Brazil. The area under Dutch control steadily expanded over the next decade when a number of West Indian islands also fell into their hands. On the other shore of the 224 Atlantic, the company's forces took Argan from Spain in 1633, but the main assault did not come until the Dutch felt confidently established in Brazil and turned their attention to the needs of a colony based upon a sugar economy. Then, in 1637, a fleet sailed. SC and Nigéria dem GNG4 and Conco Bahia, Salvador. AC. ____ Tropic of Caprism. O places underlined are Dutch possessions. Fig 12 The West India Company's empire in the South Atlantic, 1643. From Pernambuco to drive the Portuguese from the Costa da Mina and win control of the slave markets. That expedition took São Jorge, afterwards known to the Dutch as Elmina, and Chamat, and another fleet dispatched from Brazil in 1641 captured Luanda and São Tomé. The Dutch conquest of Lower Guinea was calm. 2215. Plotted in 1642 by the seizure of Axum despite the truce signed with the newly independent Kingdom of Portugal. The West India Company then stood at the height of its political and trading fortunes. In an average year it took home from Guinea 1,450 pounds of gold and a large quantity of ivory, while supplying to its own American colonies, and those of Spain, a large number of slaves. Because they had no market for them, the first Dutch traders to West Africa had taken no interest in slaves, and the West India Company had agreed at its first meeting that it had no immediate concern with the slave trade. But possession of plantation colonies changed that policy, and between the years of 1636 and 1645 a total of 23,163 slaves were carried into Recife, the Dutch capital in Brazil, besides an unknown number taken to the West Indies. More than half these slaves came from Angola. Ardra and Calabar supplied most of the remainder. Inexperience caused the Dutch company many difficulties in the first years of the slave trade with Guinea, and just as these were being overcome the administration at Recife recommended in 1645 that the company should buy only Bantu slaves. The preference of the planters and a heavy mortality among Guinea slaves in the Atlantic crossing were the reasons given for this decision. Although some slaves from Guinea continued to reach Dutch markets in the West Indies, the 1645 decision undoubtedly contributed to the sharp decline which affected the company's profit from the Guinea trade after that date. What it continued to gain was swallowed up by the demands of the Brazilian enterprise, for Portugal, spurred on by the recovery of its independence, was struggling vigorously to regain its overseas possessions. In 1648 São Tomé and Luanda were retaken, and in 1654 the Portuguese drove the Dutch from Brazil. No attempt was made upon Dutch positions on the mainland of Guinea, but despite the gold trade the West India Company found itself in a hopeless financial condition, so in 1674 it had to be wound up and replaced by something less ambitious. The Second West India Company began its career inauspiciously by losing Argan and Gorée, its strongholds in Upper Guinea, to the French during the Franco-Dutch War, 1672-8. Thereafter it concentrated its African activities upon Lower Guinea and especially upon the Gold Coast. But there it did not enjoy a monopoly of trade. The English Royal African Company competed with increasing effectiveness, until by the end of the 17th. 226. Century it possessed 10 forts on the Gold Coast compared with 11 belonging to the West India Company. Even the Portuguese, or rather Brazilians, bent on developing their sugar, tobacco, and mining industries, reappeared in strength on the coasts of Lower Guinea to trade for the necessary slave labor. They were, however, by treaties between Portugal and the United Provinces, debarred from trading on the Gold Coast and obliged to pay a tax of 10% of their cargoes to the Dutch company. These arrangements proved a fruitful source of conflict right to the end of the 18th century. The West India Company had also to contend with growing competition from its own countrymen who either embarked on private interloping ventures, or else operated for convenience through the Danish and Brandenburg companies. On occasion they even sailed under the Portuguese flag. With so many powerful competitors entrenched closely together along the brief stretch of the Gold Coast, trade there inevitably assumed a more cutthroat character than ever before. The Dutch relied principally upon their superior military strength and the advantage of having rather more trading posts than any of their rivals. They also competed for the control or favor of the coastal states in order to use them as auxiliaries in the internecine trade wars which kept the region in turmoil. In 1694, for example, they instigated an attack by the Ahanta on the English fort at Seekonde. The English in return incited calumny against the Dutch. On the slave coast the West India Company fared exceptionally badly in this contest for the favor of the local power, for there they incurred the bitter enmity of Ajayi, king of Dahomey, who drove them out of his territories in ignominious fashion. The relative fortunes of the rival nations around 1700 can be illustrated by the estimate which Bosman gives of their shares in the gold trade at that date. As one of the principal officials of the West India Company, he was well placed to give an accurate picture. His description of the coast of Guinea is, moreover, one of the most reliable works of its kind. He calculated that in a good year the whole coast might produce 7,000 marks, or 3,500 pounds, of gold, a quantity not notably different from that obtained in the 16th century. Of this the West India Company secured 1,500 marks, the English African Company 1,200 marks, the Brandenburg and Danish companies together 1,000 marks, the Portuguese and French together 800 marks. The remaining 2,500 marks fell 27 to Zealand and English interlopers. Even these figures, Bosman believed, exaggerated his company's share in the trade, because in the last few years of the 17th century it had carried away scarcely more than 750 marks of gold a year while the English share of the trade had substantially increased. He apparently considered the state of affairs to be a temporary aberration from the true pattern reflected in the first set of figures. In fact, it proved to be a permanent decline in the prosperity of the Dutch company, which was also falling well behind the English and Portuguese in the slave trade. Thus, the West India Company, for all its expenditure on men and fortifications, secured no corresponding share of West African trade, and as in the course of the 18th century the United Provinces themselves drifted farther and farther from their former maritime preponderance, so the importance and profitability of their African trade dwindled. At the same time, attacks by independent Dutch merchants on the privileges of the company made steady headway in the Netherlands. Changes in the company's charter reflected these altered circumstances. Its monopoly was first restricted in 1730 to the Gold Coast. 4 years later it was abolished altogether, except for some advantages it retained in the slave trade to Guyana. For the remainder of the century, the largest and most lucrative Dutch trade with Guinea was in the hands of individual merchants and smaller companies unburdened with the cost of maintaining forts and garrisons. Notable among these newcomers was the Middelburg Commercial Company, which from 1732 did a thriving business carrying slaves to the West Indies. The West India Company remained in existence, a symbol of national status and a venerable institution interlocked with the political structure of the United Provinces, until it passed into liquidation in 1795, along with the state itself, before the onslaught of the French Revolution. In their conduct of trade, the Dutch, and indeed all other Europeans, followed the pattern established by the Portuguese. The Portuguese governor at São Jorge gave way to a Dutch director general nominally assisted by a council of senior officials, but in practice absolute. The West India Company, like the Crown of Portugal, sought a monopoly of the Guinea trade, but never achieved one. The areas in which it traded were those earlier frequented by the Portuguese. If anything, the Dutch ranged less widely and are not known to have sent emissaries far into the 228th interior. For 3 centuries, gold, ivory, and slaves remained the staple articles of trade despite Dutch attempts to develop a market in other commodities. Experiments were made with plantation crops, unsuccessfully with sugar near Boutry and with peppers in Benin early in the 18th century, somewhat more successfully with cotton at Axum and Shama later in the century. Such enterprises left little or no mark upon West Africa, which was, however, much affected by some of the goods the Dutch traded there. Bosman reckoned that 150 different items were needed for trade on the Gold Coast, many of them familiar from the 16th century cowries, manillas, and a large variety of beads and cloth including imitations of Indian cloths. But they also included firearms and gunpowder, commodities which the Portuguese had strictly withheld and which the West India Company began to sell in quantity. Bosman made an interesting comment on this trade: "Perhaps you wonder how the Negroes come to be furnished with firearms, but you will have no reason when you know we sell them incredible quantities, thereby obliging them with a knife to cut our own throats. But we are forced to it, for if we would not, they might be sufficiently stored with that commodity by the English, Danes, and Brandenburgers, and could we all agree together not to sell them any, the English and Zealand interlopers would abundantly furnish them, and since that and gunpowder for some time hath been the chief vendible merchandise here, we should have found but an indifferent trade without our share in it." T were indeed to be wished that these dangerous commodities had never been brought hither, or at least that the Negroes might be in a short time brought to be content with somewhat else in their room, but this in all appearance is never likely registered. To the Dutch must also be ascribed a major part in the introduction of trust or credit trading, for though it is uncertain which nation first practiced it, trust bulked large in the Dutch company's trade during the second half of the 17th century. Much as the Dutch and other European traders disliked the practice, they found it indispensable as an incentive for the coastal middleman to gather cargoes from far in the interior. Only by means of credit were they able to ensure the supply of slaves at Ardra, or of cloth and ivory in Benin. 229. The Brazilian trade. In the overall view of European trade with West Africa, the 18th century undoubtedly belongs to Britain and France, yet one of the most striking features of that period was the reappearance of the Portuguese, carried back to the Guinea coast as a major trading power by the economic vitality of Brazil. Indeed, the use of the term Portuguese is rather a misnomer when applied to the slave trade between Guinea and Brazil. The capital ships and men engaged in it were all Brazilian. It was directed wholly to the service of Brazilian interests. The government in Lisbon looked with disfavor upon a commerce that offended in so many ways against the strict theory and practice of colonial economy, but could exercise only an ineffective control through the distant viceroy in Bahia. The flood of shipping between Brazil and Guinea contrasted strongly with the trickle that passed between Portugal and its remaining West African possessions, eking out a stagnant existence through the 18th century. The tobacco, spirits, and gold produced by slave labor in Brazil furnished the means by which that labor was replenished from Guinea, or more precisely from that region east of the Gold Coast to which treaties with the United Provinces confined the Brazilians. Until the middle of the century most of the slaves were obtained through the port of Wita, where the Viceroy of Brazil authorized the building of a fortified trading post in 1721. But when the kings of Dahomey persisted in interfering with the fort and very few of its governors escaped deportation at his hands, the center of trade shifted eastwards to Porto Novo, Badagry, Lagos, and the Niger Delta, where it was still running at a great volume at the close of the century. Any estimate of the number of slaves carried to Brazil in the course of this traffic must still rely largely upon guesswork, and it should be borne in mind that most global figures applied to earlier phases of West African trade, especially in relation to slaves and gold, are proving to be much exaggerated. As a starting point, it may be useful to remark that during the 1730s, when the Brazilian slave trade was very active, an average of 6,000 slaves from Guinea entered that colony each year. The total result was a migration vast enough to implant the African element firmly into the multiracial society of Brazil. Through this frantic slaving activity ran an eccentric thread of 16. 230. Missionary endeavor reminiscent of the mixture of materialism and idealism in the original expansion of Portugal. The Portuguese islands and the mainland bases in Upper Guinea, especially Bissau and Cashew, served as bases from which missionaries, many of whom were Italian, conducted their campaigns. Like the traders, they depended more on Brazil than Portugal for supplies and support, and some were dispatched to Guinea directly from Brazil. They followed the same policy as their predecessors by directing their efforts primarily towards the conversion of rulers, among them Agonglo, king of Dahomey, who received 2 priests in 1797. And they met with no better success. The Dutch, on the other hand, made no attempt to propagate their religion in Guinea, in this as in other matters, including the official if ineffective ban on concubinage, holding themselves more purposefully apart than the Portuguese from the peoples of West Africa. Because these coasts were the highway by which the Portuguese broke through the confines of Europe to world empire and riches, the story of their progress in Guinea won the attention of contemporaries and later generations. Consequently, we are comparatively well informed about it. The same is true of the initial Dutch passage by the same route to a similar goal. Thereafter interest has tended to shift elsewhere, and we are singularly ill-informed about the subsequent development of Portuguese and Dutch enterprise here. Yet there is no lack of documentary material on these subjects, so it is to be hoped that the deficiencies will soon be made good. Local trade in the forest belt. Few communities are completely self-supporting. Some have commodities that others lack, so they trade with one another. There may be 2 neighboring villages. One is by a river full of fish. The other has no river, but is built on clay soil which can be used to make pots. Each has something the other lacks, and the inhabitants can make and exchange clay pots for fish. This kind of simple barter trade needs no elaborate organization. The fisherman brings the fish, the potter brings the pots. There is no need for specialized retailers whose profession it is to trade. Several villages may be close to one another, each producing commodities which are wanted in the others. Here, instead of direct exchange, the commodities may be brought for barter to one of the villages, perhaps to each village in turn on successive days. This means a market, and a regular market day. Here trade has to be more organized. If the market lasts all day, the fisherman cannot take time off from work, so he sends his wife, who thus becomes a part-time trader. This is how trade grew up in the forest belt of coastal West Africa. Small communities, largely, but not completely, self-supporting, exchanged goods with one another. But there was no need for a specialized trading profession, for women could combine trade with their household and family occupations. Export trade in the forest belt. Some highly valued commodities were made only in a few places, but were in demand over a wide area. Potential customers might be hundreds of miles away from the place of manufacture. To supply them, the commodity would have to be transported over long distances. Such trade we can reasonably call export trade, for the commodity was exported far from the place where it was made. Salt, for instance, which most people find a necessity rather than a luxury, was manufactured on the West African seashore. 234. Sea water was made to flow into shallow ponds where it evaporated in the heat of the sun, leaving a thick, salty crust on the ground. This deposit was scraped up, and purified by being mixed with warm water and poured through cone-shaped baskets, filled with straw. This strained off the earth. It was then re-dried in the sun. Later, when European goods became available, special shallow pans were imported as dryers. The finished salt was then packed up in baskets to be bartered with the inland peoples who had no way of making it themselves. Cotton, imported originally from North Africa, grew plentifully on many farms and in compounds, though it was not planted systematically in plantations. In some places people specialized in weaving it and exported their woven cloths to regions where they did not weave. Some special cloths were sought after over an enormous area, like the famous Kano cloth. West Africa is rich in easily workable mineral deposits. The archaeologists who have investigated the Nok culture of northern Nigeria have proved that iron has been worked here for about 2,000 years. So much for the assertion, which one sometimes reads, that the inhabitants of West Africa were living in the Stone Age until Europeans arrived. In some places iron was extracted from the ground surface, in others shafts were tunneled to reach the seams of iron ore. The extracted ore was smelted in furnaces. For a description of this process see Dennis Williams, The Iconology of the Yoruba Eden Ogboni, Africa, Volume 3, No. 2, 1964, p. 152. The smelted iron was then shaped into bars. Iron was an exportable commodity which could be exchanged against other goods sold, for instance, for most of the iron deposits were inland, away from the sea. Sometimes it was exported in the form of iron bars for blacksmiths to turn into swords or farming implements, sometimes it was ready manufactured by blacksmiths on the spot. Early European visitors praised the quality of the West African iron work. The great Brazilian historian Gilberto Freire has pointed out that African miners and blacksmiths, transported as slaves across the Atlantic, were responsible for the mining industry of Brazil. Other industries that produced goods for export were leather making, and perhaps soap making. The cattle-keeping peoples living on the fringe of the forest belt could export leather goods into the forest country, which was unsuited for rearing cattle. 235. Either tanned hides or hides manufactured into goods like sandals or shields. Soap was made from palm oil mixed with ashes. The soap manufactured on the Plantain Islands, off Sierra Leone, was of such high quality in the 17th century that the Portuguese government are said to have prohibited it being imported into Portugal to compete with the Portuguese soap. The export trade, then, was based on localized industries. Some industrial workers were set apart from the rest of the, predominantly farming, population, miners, perhaps, and certainly blacksmiths. But in some industries there were no specialized full-time workers. For example, sea salt was made by women, or by men too old to farm. Hence industrial organization did not lead to any widespread division of labor among manual workers. Nor was there the gulf between industrial workers and peasants that more intensive industrialization leads to. Export trade over long distances required specialized traders who were occupied solely with transporting goods and bartering them with distant customers. They tended to follow familiar paths from one locality to the next, so trade routes developed. People who lived on them could count on getting imported trade goods regularly. A village market might develop into a long-distance trade market if it lay on an important trade route. People would be attracted to live there, and the village become a town. As the market grew, it needed a more complicated organization, market officials to allot pitches, hear complaints and keep order. It also provided wealth for the ruler, who could levy duties on the market people. In the village community every able-bodied person farmed. In the market town, occupations could be more specialized. In the Yoruba cities, for instance, there were many who did not farm, the Oba and his court, the market officials, and the itinerant import-export traders. Food had to be provided for them, either brought in from the surrounding villages, or grown by townspeople who went out daily to their farms. This swelled the volume of goods sold in the market, for food would be sold there, as well as imported commodities. Nevertheless, apart from the long-distance traders, there was no real trading class. As in the villages, the markets were carried on largely by women for whom it was a part-time occupation though vital to the community. Nor, in the subsistence economy of West Africa, were farmers able to grow. 236. Food for export beyond their own locality, for each community grew the basic food to support itself. The market was not solely an economic institution. People went there to meet their friends, hear news, and repeat rumors. It was also a center for political activity. Those who lived in a town with a big market could feel they were in touch with a wider world, and could feel superior to the bush people in remote villages. Thus trade could spread through the forest belt region without needing any stimulus from outside. The Sahara trade. Trade across the Sahara goes back at least 1,000 years before the beginning of our period, perhaps many thousands of years. People often speak and write of Africa south of the Sahara, as if the Sahara was a frontier that divided Africa. Far from it. The Sahara, at all periods, has provided highways for Africans to cross. It is more of a bridge than a barrier. Those who separate Africa north and south of the Sahara as if they were two distinct entities make nonsense of history. A series of stone engravings, which seem to represent chariots, have been traced out along a curve leading from southern Morocco to the middle Niger near Timbuktu. This curve marks the western trade route across the desert. Farther east there was another route from the Lake Chad region northward through the Fezzan to near the modern Tripoli. There may have been other routes too. Until the camel was introduced into northwestern Africa, during the period of the Roman Empire, the volume of trans-Saharan trade cannot have been large. It has been suggested that until then cattle must have been used to drag loads across the desert from one oasis to the next, for horses would not be able to stand such work. The main article exported into the Roman Empire across the Sahara was probably precious stones. The Romans had other sources of gold, which was later to become the main export commodity, and of slaves, Britain, for instance. The great development of the trans-Saharan trade of the western Sudan began after the Muslim Arab invasion of North Africa in the 7th century. By this time camel transport had made the desert crossing easier and increased the freight loads that trading caravans could bring. Now began the large-scale export of gold. Rich gold deposits lay across a wide area of the forest belt, in the regions of the Upper Senegal, the Upper Niger and the Upper Volta. This gold-producing country was known to Arabic, and later to European, writers as Wangara. The ore could be easily extracted. Shafts were sunk, the gold-bearing rocks were hacked out and crushed, and the gold was washed from them in calabashes by women. It was then exported northwards. As the demand grew, gold mining became a large industry. Professor Raymond Money has estimated that, once it was fully organized, an average of about 9 tons of gold was exported annually. He mentions, for comparison, that in the year 1937, with all the advantages of the mining machinery and techniques then available, total gold exports from West Africa reached only 21 tons, an amazing tribute to the African miners of the past, working with rudimentary equipment. The gold trade linked the forest belt with the Mediterranean, and beyond it to Europe and Asia. African gold was in immense demand in Europe during the so-called Middle Ages there, before the mineral wealth of the American continent was known to Europeans. Europe depended on Africa for its gold supply. Hence for people in Europe, West Africa was the land of gold, a country glittering with fabulous riches. The gold export from the forest belt went in 2 stages. The first was from the gold-producing regions, through the forest into the open savanna country, where the gold was bartered with traders from the Mediterranean shores who had come southward to obtain it. The second was across the desert, where the traders from the north carried it in camel loads to the cities of North Africa. There it was either minted into coins for local use, or re-exported beyond Africa. Sijil Mesa, in what is today southeastern Morocco, was the chief terminus for the gold trade. These northern traders are often referred to as Arabs. At first, in the period immediately after the Arab invasions, many probably had come originally from Arabia. But in time they married with Africans, so that after a few generations they were in fact Africans themselves. However, as they were mostly Muslims, and wrote, and perhaps spoke, Arabic, they are often incorrectly described as Arabs. Indeed, some writers use this word habitually to describe any African Muslim. It is true, Arabic is the language of Islam. But Muslims are no more necessarily Arabs than Roman. 238. Catholics, who use a Latin liturgy, are necessarily Italians. This trade across the desert was an African trade, and was carried on principally by people who had been born and bred in Africa. In exchange for gold they bartered luxury goods, high-quality textiles, leatherwork, metalwork, etc. The 10th century geographer Al-Masyudi described how the barter was conducted between the two parties silently. One party put down his wares and withdrew. The other advanced, laid beside them the equivalent in his own wares, and also withdrew. The first advanced again. If he was satisfied with what was offered, he took it. If not, he withdrew again, and the second party would have to put down more. Thus they moved silently back and forth until a bargain was struck. Strange though this silent trade may seem, it has been common in other parts of Africa too. Herodotus, the 4th century BC. Greek writer, whose works are a most valuable source for the early history of Africa, described it taking place on the northwest coast of Africa. And Cosmas, a Greek trader who visited East Africa in the 6th century AP, described it in the hinterland of the modern Eritrea. The ancient kingdom of Ghana rose to importance because the king was able to establish himself at the intersection of the two stages of the gold trade. Once he had extended his power over the Savannah region west of the Middle Niger, he could force the gold exporters from the south, and the gold importers from the north, to meet at his city and do business there. Thus both stages of the gold trade were channeled through a central emporium, a vast market where all the traders had to congregate to meet their customers. From it the king drew immense wealth. He established the right to own all gold nuggets, others might only trade in gold dust. In this way he kept control over the value of gold. If the supply of gold nuggets became excessive, he would hoard them until the supply was less, or the demand greater, thus preventing inflation. He also levied duties on other export commodities. Ghana was also the center for the export trade in copper, mined in the Sahara regions, and was also the center of the trade in desert salt. In the Sahara there were large deposits of hard rock salt, which was quarried for export, cut into large slabs like building blocks. Indeed, at Tagaza, the main salt mine in the middle 239 of the desert, about 500 miles north of Timbuktu, the houses were all built of salt blocks, roofed with camel skins. From Tagaza the salt trade went south to Ghana and north to the cities of North Africa. After Abi Bakr, the Almoravid leader, took Ghana in 1076, its importance as a trading center declined. In 1224 the Muslim traders moved away northwest to Walata, and in 1240 Ghana was finally destroyed. The economic balance now shifted east to the bend of the Middle Niger. Jen, Timbuktu, and Gao became the emporia for the import and export trade. The kings of Mali, and then of Songhai, replaced the kings of Ghana as the beneficiaries. Jen, Timbuktu, and Gao, river ports on the middle reaches of the Niger, occupied a commanding middleman's position between the Sahara trade to the north and the gold trade to the south, as the king of Ghana city once had. They grew into large cities with enormous markets where traders congregated from all directions. Trade here was not always by barter, gold was used as currency as well as a commodity, though the gold coins were not stamped with their value. Iron coinage was also used, and a 16th century account mentions cowries, small shells brought from the Indian Ocean. In the period of European contact, cowries were to be used widely as currency, and were specially imported. Nor were the cities purely commercial. They contained mosques and places of learning where Muslim scholars could study. There were fine public buildings. At Timbuktu the ruler's palace was built by a Muslim architect from Spain, for until the end of the 15th century part of Spain was under Muslim rule. On the central Sahara route, northward from the country round Lake Chad, the kings of Bornu established a similar commanding position. The Hausa cities also grew into emporia for the export trade, particularly Kano, where a market was first started in the 15th century. Kano was also an industrial city. Dyed Kano cloth was exported all over North and West Africa. Bornu trade went northeast, as well as north to Tripoli, following ancient routes that linked Lake Chad with the Nile. Firearms were first imported into Bornu from Egypt, not from the north. In this eastern trading area there was no gold for export. Slaves were exported instead. There was a great demand for household. 240. Slaves in the Muslim cities of North Africa and Southwest Asia. Once Islam had spread into Bornu and Haus Aland, slaves were regularly procured to supply the demand, and sold to traders from the north who transported them across the Sahara. The trans-Saharan slave trade did not compare in extent with the slave trade later carried on across the Atlantic. The demand for household slaves was less than the demand for plantation slaves, nor was it possible to transport by land, across the desert, the large numbers that could be packed into ships. Their fate, at their destination, if they reached it after the arduous desert journey, was likely to be preferable to what met slaves in America. In Muslim society a slave could rise to a high place, and was supposed to be freed when his owner died. Nor was Muslim slavery based on color. Though the slaves exported across the Sahara were all African, many Muslim households in North Africa also had European slaves, captured in war or kidnapped from Europe. The famous King Mansa Musa of Mali, when he visited Cairo on his pilgrimage to Mecca, bought white Turkish slaves there to take home with him. In Bornu particularly the king used slaves as a trading asset. The African Muslim traveler Al-Hassan, better known as Leo Africanus, the name under which he wrote his account of Africa in the early 16th century, described how Muslim traders would go down to Bornu from Tripoli with horses to sell. The king would then set out for the countries bordering his kingdom to round up slaves to pay for them, while the traders waited patiently for his return. Horses are not easily bred in tropical regions, so there was a ready market for them in Bornu and in the Hausa cities. The Yoruba kingdom of Oyo, with its capital at Old Oyo, outside the forest belt, based its military strength on cavalry mounted on horses imported from the north. In the forest regions it is probable, though not certain, that trypanosomiasis, which attacks horses, was then prevalent. They do not seem to have been imported there. But other commodities were imported from North Africa into the gold-producing regions and beyond, down to the coast. Some gold was imported southwards to the coast too, presumably to make ornaments. Another trading commodity that linked the forest belt with the savanna and with North Africa was kola nuts, which grow plenty 241. Fully on the edges of the forest region. As one of the few stimulants Muslims are allowed to enjoy, colas found a ready market, and Muslim traders traveled round the cola-producing country, exchanging imported goods for cola. Islam, as was indicated in Chapter 8, is a religion for traders. Much of the West African export trade was carried on by Muslims. Indeed, if a man left his home and traditional ways and turned trader, he would usually become a Muslim. Conversely, if a Muslim trader settled down permanently in a village, his children and grandchildren, if they stayed at home, would probably abandon Islam, though the family might still retain its Muslim name and perhaps a certain exotic prestige. But where Muslim traders settled in communities of their own, like Begho, in the gold-producing country of what became, in the 18th century, Asante, they preserved their religion. Thus the local networks of trade were linked up, through the export trade within West Africa, to the intercontinental export trade beyond. The whole of Northwest Africa formed a vast trading continuum, centered on the cities of the interior, with the Atlantic shore as its periphery. Trade routes, local and export, crossed and recrossed it, linking its peoples with one another, and with unknown peoples far away. Indeed, trade had united West Africans and Europeans for centuries before they were physically confronted. Trade with Europeans. From the late 15th century onwards, Europeans were trading regularly with the coastal peoples. This completely altered the economic map of West Africa. The coast, instead of being on the periphery, became a center of trade. Intercontinental export trade, hitherto absorbed into the center and then dispersed to the north, was now diverted to a new outlet on the coast in a new pattern of trading networks. The conquest of Songhai by Moroccan invaders in 1591 also helped to shift the balance of trade. After Ghana fell, trade had shifted east to the mid-Niger. After Songhai fell, it moved east again to Kano and the Hausa cities, which replaced Jen, Timbuktu, and Gao as the great emporia of the western Sudan. The westerly trans-Saharan trade was also affected by a series of wars in North Africa, on the Mediterranean coast, between 242 Muslims and Spanish Christians. Sigil Mesa, the northern terminus, was destroyed in the 16th century and never recovered. At the same time, trade was being diverted southwards to the Europeans on the coast. So the 17th and 18th centuries were a period of economic decline for the long-dominant mid-Niger regions. Here we might find an underlying economic motivation for the jihads of the 18th and 19th centuries. The trans-Saharan trade did not come to an end. It continued, particularly from Kano, on an important scale into the 20th century, when the ancient trading continuum was divided up by arbitrary frontiers drawn by Europeans. But it was no longer the single center of West African trade. From the 16th century onwards there were two trading spheres, the Muslim sphere inland, the Christian sphere on the coast. In West Africa, relations between Africans and Europeans, up to the end of the 18th century, were primarily economic. The Europeans did not come as conquerors, but as customers. The Portuguese came to Africa seeking gold. When, in 1415, they drove the Muslim invaders out of Portugal, they then took the offensive, invaded Africa, and captured Ceuta, opposite Gibraltar. They found Ceuta to be a terminus of the Sahara gold trade, and determined to find the source. Hence their voyage down the coast had the double aim of seeking a route to the Far East, and of reaching the African gold supply. See Chapter 12. The gold mining country, the fabled Wangara, lay too far inland for them to reach. But on the so-called Gold Coast they found a region where gold could be obtained, exported along the established trade paths from the interior. From 1482, when the Portuguese settled at Elmina, the mine, as they optimistically called it, the gold trade branched out southward on a large scale and export northward declined correspondingly. European traders were ready to buy a few other commodities. There was a market for ivory in Europe, but the export of ivory from West Africa never reached anything like the proportions it did in East Africa, perhaps because the human population of West Africa was larger, and the elephant population therefore smaller. A few vegetable products were also exported to Europe. Benin pepper and Malagueta pepper, for instance, the former from Benin, the latter from the Kru coast. But Oriental peppers, 243, were preferred in Europe, and as the European trade with the Far East expanded, the demand for African peppers declined. On the coast, as in the Bornu Hausa region, slaves were a potential commodity for export. The 15th century Portuguese traders took a few. The demand for them in Portugal itself was small, but they could be employed on plantations on the Atlantic islands, the Cape Verde Islands and São Tomé, which the Portuguese colonized. For about 20 years the Portuguese operated a carrying trade, transporting slaves from African vendors to African purchasers. Slaves were bought in Benin and the Congo, were taken in Portuguese ships to Elmina, and were bartered there for gold with itinerant Muslim traders who took them inland for sale. Eventually the King of Portugal prohibited this trade because it meant selling slaves who had been baptized as Christians, for the Portuguese usually baptized their slaves, into slavery under Muslims. But once the European nations had begun to develop plantations in the New World with African slave labor, the slave trade widened from a trickle to a vast river, revolutionizing the commerce of coastal West Africa. European slave traders brought manufactured goods to West Africa and bartered them for slaves. From the 16th century onward the industrial economy of Europe was steadily increasing its output. More and more types of goods were being produced of a kind which could not be made in the existing West African economy where the industrial sector remained marginal. Hence there was an immense demand for European imports. Textiles woven in Europe or in India, and imported to Africa via Europe, were the chief import commodity. It is strange that imported textiles should have been in such demand in countries with their own traditions of skilled weaving. Nevertheless, more textiles were imported into West Africa at this period than any other single commodity. There was a big demand for firearms, recently invented in Europe, though guns and gunpowder were only imported on a large scale in the 17th century. From then on it became essential for rulers to have regular supplies. By the end of the 18th century there were factories in England, in Birmingham, turning out special arms for the African trade, long-barreled guns which were often as dangerous to the user as to the victim. Other manufactured goods in demand were all kinds of 244. Metalware, like cooking pots, or the brass pans used in salt making, ornaments, beads, bracelets, and mirrors to display them to, distilled spirits, as a change from locally made palm wine, and tobacco. Tobacco grows in West Africa, but nonetheless American tobacco was imported in large quantities. With the notable exception of firearms, these goods were luxuries rather than necessities, they merely supplemented local manufactures with imports of superior quality. Some were not even superior, many imported cotton cloths, for instance, were inferior to the homemade kind, for all their gaudy appearance. But, as we know, foreign-made goods often have prestige value. They were mostly consumer goods. Once they had been worn out, smoked, drunk, etc., they were gone forever. In exchange, however, the European traders were given slaves who were employed to create wealth across the Atlantic. There they produced sugar which their owners could sell at a profit. Hence the slave trade was an unequal exchange, in which expendable consumer goods were bartered against a means of production. Even apart from its moral aspect, therefore, it was economic exploitation. As manufactured goods were imported increasingly, local industry tended to suffer. Iron mining declined in importance, because Europeans imported bars of iron ready for blacksmiths to use, as well as already manufactured iron implements. In Benin, however, there was a rare example of imports stimulating local productivity. Bronze was imported there from Europe on a large scale, thus enabling sculptors to produce far more works of art, notably the magnificent square bronze plaques used to decorate the walls of the Obis Place. Occasionally local industries might be protected. Rulers in the Sierra Leone coastal area, for instance, in the 18th century prohibited the import of European salt in order to protect their own salt-making industry. But in general European trade discouraged industry. Hence, in a country where capital formation was in any case difficult, except for Muslims, there was little incentive to improve production methods or to increase productivity. The organization of trade with Europeans varied from place to place along the coast. In some parts they built forts to trade from, in the Niger Delta they traded from ships anchored in the rivers, elsewhere they settled singly or in groups in towns and villages. The coastal peoples acted as middlemen between them and the 245 peoples of the interior, and prevented them going inland to trade direct, lest they lose their privileged middlemen's position. On the parts of the coast where Europeans settled, the king or chief of the country constituted himself as their protector or, as he was called in some places, landlord. He received rents from them, and other customary dues, perhaps a commission on each slave sold. In return he undertook to look after them, not only protecting them physically and supplying their everyday wants, housing, food, and wives, but representing them in any law cases they might be involved with, or in any dispute in which their interests were affected. In this way Europeans were kept out of the law courts, and prevented from interfering in the political affairs of the country. Where they were settled in any large numbers, though, as in the Gold Coast forts, it was impossible to prevent them from having some political influence. In the Niger Delta the trading system was fitted into the social and political organization of the country. The trading unit was the house, originally the extended family of the dominant member, but widened to include all his trading subordinates. European traders did business with the head of the house, giving him goods on credit, or trust, and getting slaves in return. Elsewhere, too, credit was given. In areas where Europeans lived under the protection of a landlord they would advance goods to his subjects, who eventually returned with slaves. If they did not return, the trader held his landlord responsible for the debt. The landlord would pay it and reimburse himself by selling the defaulter's family. So the European could safely give credit, knowing he would not lose in the long run. Thus there grew up a system of credit trading which has persisted in West Africa long after the end of the slave trade. Trade by barter, the simple exchange of one commodity against another, was gradually modified in many parts of the coast. In the Niger Delta manillas, small copper or brass bars twisted into half-moons, were used as currency. Cowries, already mentioned as being used in the mid-Niger cities, were also used. In some parts of the coast a currency system grew up based on iron bars. Goods would be valued in notional bars and traded against one another. For example, so many slaves would be valued at 100 bars, and so many yards of cloth, barrels of gunpowder, or brass pots, would also be valued at 100 bars. The two would then be exchanged. 17. 246. Without any actual pieces of iron being used at all. The value of commodities in bars varied with supply and demand. If gunpowder was plentiful, its value in bars fell. So the system offered plenty of scope for bargaining. Usually the European trader profited, for his African customers did not know what he had paid for his goods in Europe, and he would try to make up his assortments of bars in such a way as to give himself a profit. On the other hand, the African could often benefit by the system too. For instance, he could insist on selling his slaves in one lot, instead of individually, so that the purchaser had to take some old or sick slaves along with the young and healthy. In addition, Europeans had to pay recognized dues in order to be allowed to trade. Not only were there customs duties, like the komi of the Niger Delta, payable to the authorities, but also dashes, or customary presents which had to be paid to customers. Business always began with the European paying a dash, and another was usually paid at the conclusion. These details of the slave trade illustrate that it was a well-organized trade, carried on according to recognized commercial rules, with mutual confidence between trading partners, for without confidence, credit could not have been given. It could, therefore, easily be adopted by peoples who were long used to trading with one another, so long as they were ready to overlook its moral implications. Contact with Europeans, then, immensely stimulated West African trade. Far more commodities were available than ever before, and were diffused over the country through the networks of trade and village markets. More people traded, moving about the country, bringing isolated communities into touch with one another. The existing patterns of trade were extended and intensified. Conclusion. During the 7 centuries this chapter covers, West African trade changed in many ways. The trade routes shifted about. New commodities and customers appeared. The volume of trade increased. But it did not alter radically. Trade remained based on the exchange of produce, including as produce, slaves, as well as gold, salt, cola nuts, etc., for manufactured imports. There was no 247. Development of industrial production. Indeed, industry probably declined over the period. So, though foreign imports tended to be luxury goods, and the country still remained self-supporting in essentials, as the demand for imports grew steadily, the area was increasingly tied to the economies of countries overseas. The 19th century in West Africa was a transitional age. It was the age when from a personal religion Islam became established as the religion of the state through a series of Islamic revolutions in the Sudan belt. It was also the age when the Europeans who for 3 centuries had been dealing in slaves along the coast began to attack the slave trade and to send missionaries and others to spread European economic, religious and cultural ideas. Thus the opening years of the 19th century rumbled with criticisms of the West African states and with demands for thoroughgoing reforms. The Muslim reformers in the Sudan were very critical of the existing political, social, and religious institutions. They criticized the decline of true Islam and Islamic learning. They preached that the different governments were corrupt, that they levied unfair and uncanonical taxes, oppressed the poor and hindered the faithful in the exercise of their religion. They called for the establishment of new governments that would enforce the Sharia and govern justly. Europeans and Christian missionaries were even more sweeping in their criticism of West African states. They criticized the states as backward, unenlightened or benighted. Generally, they regarded the governments as oppressive, petty, and ineffective, hardly to be trusted to maintain law and order. Socially, they were critical of everything: the plurality of wives and other family arrangements, the institution of slavery, the absence of a wage-earning class, and so on. Above all, they wished to destroy the traditional religions and beliefs and substitute Christianity along with European education, social habits, and economic ideas. They wished to abolish the overseas slave trade and to free the domestic slaves. In short, as we would now say, they wished to modernize the West African states. The abolition of the overseas slave trade they